Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing some Fallout 3. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing some Fallout 3. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing some Fallout 3. Thank you, Trovo. I was just thinking, hey, let's turn the volume back on. All right. Okay. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. Let me go restart my Brave browser. One sec on my other computer. There we go. All right. So, thanks everyone for coming. We're going to start with a song. Let's do some Watson. Why not do some Watson?
Next song. This one was requested a lot. Okay. Okay. You guys are ready? Nom 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 nom. Bum, bum, bum. We're talking away. I don't know what I'm to say. I'll
say it anyway.
Today another day to find you shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me, take on me, take me on, take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two. Needless to say, I'm odds and ends, but I'll be
Some little way.
Slowly learning that life is okay. Stay after me. It's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two.
Hey everyone! In this video, I will walk you through step by step how to sync your YouTube channel to Odyssey. Step 1. On the sign up screen, check the box to sync your channel. Thanks for watching.
Things that you say, is it a life or just to play my
Worries away.
You're all the things I've got to remember. You're
Dying away.
I'll be coming for you.
For your love,
anyway.
okay.
Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone in a day.
Twitch is running like shit right now.
Take on me, I'll be gone in a day. Take on me, take on me, take me on, take on me, I'll be gone. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, all right. It's time to get back to the wasteland, isn't it? All right, let's send out the notification and let's get rolling. That's not what I meant to say. There we are. All right, crash counter is at 168. Let's fire up the game. Hey, good evening, Siren Silence. Did you have a good time playing Eldritch Horror? My audio feels really quiet. Go double check. Face rig. Oh, you haven't played yet. I see. I think you'll like it. It's a good game. And skies are blue once again. More will. Alright, so we saved Riley's Rangers. Okay. Month of May. And skies are blue. I'm doing just fine myself. Gotta go to the supermarket and get some food. Actually, I really need to heal. And then probably get some damn ammo. Happy Ramadan. What's Ramadan, Hamburger Helper? But regardless, good to see a Hamburger Helper. Oh, actually, Hamburger Helper. One sec. Let me send you something real quick. Hold on. Oh, where? Fuck. Hold on. God damn it. I want to send you something. I want to see if I can send these phony crypto to a normal wallet. Hold on. Whenever you're around your Discord, just fill this out with your username and like a receiving address. I want to see if I can send. I want to see if I can send these to you. My phony crypto money. Super duper market. I think these are raiders that are here. What I thought, yeah. Got an infiltrator? Nice. You want to corner the Ghost Coin market and get my Genshin account? Never! You'll never have it, Hamburger Helper! Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drink some whiskey and then go sell my shit. Fuck! Oh, that's crash 169. Oh, good. You will never get my Genshin account, Hamburger Helper. Probably should have been standing outside of Crateside Supply. Oh, you're doing the new quest. Ah! I like the new quest. Oh, and I ain't no hand-me-down. Hey, Moira.
So, how's the scabby?
Sell. Silenced pistol. What about pretty decent condition assault rifle? A shit condition infiltrator. I do eventually need to upgrade that sword. Really want, and that lever action rifle. Could sell those railway spikes. Is a power helmet? What the hell? A lot. I got Eugene. Eugene, a fat man, a gas rival. I have a lot of shit.
There have been more and more sightings of raiders over by Evergreen Mills. Smart money's on them having some kind of camp out that way. Keep that in mind the next time you feel like nosing around that neighborhood. Until next time, this is
5 mentats. A pulse.
bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts.
You have plasma.
Here's
Missile.
Good hunting.
Alright, so...
I guess they sent those tapes to lots of people, especially people like me who are interested in technology. Boy, I wish androids were real, though.
Let's see. You got okay stats. Alright. Repair the Gauss. Wow. But I increased my damage by 8 with it? Kinda nuts. Ooh, that sword is expensive. Hey, Mount Hale, sir. Good morning. How you doing? Or good afternoon. Good evening. Fuck. Good afternoon, evening. That's where we're at. Fuck it. Hello, fellow Bethesda gamers.
How's it going out there in the waste?
I need microfusion cells. I'm doing great, Mount Hale. I hope you're doing good. Only crashed once tonight. Fingers crossed.
Good hunting.
Hey, anything going on?
Now, let's get that next crash. Yep, there's the next crash. You haven't missed much. I just discovered the super duper market. Gonna go through it. But I have to first drop off my gear. Damn it. Be tomorrow. I think I'm gonna drop off the neural interface. I don't know if I want to drop off my minigun Eugene, but alright. Does not want to let me go back. Like, at all. At all! The random encounter spawn, yeah. I hate Megaton. Alright, let's cycle archive and validation. I have to say, it was fun doing Riley's Rangers for the first time. I just cannot fast travel back to the first location in the game. Jeez. Glad I didn't use a rocket yet. We're going to Springvale instead. Maybe that'll work. Nope. Just can't fast travel. Yeah, but I bet as soon as I go inside, it'll crash again. If I didn't have this NVMe drive that makes us go so fast, I'd be frickin' pissed. Megaton is one of the crashiest parts of the game. I don't know why. Ah, that worked though. Amazing. Amazing, isn't it? No, Mount Hell, and stop calling me Shirley. Alright, we'll leave. We'll keep the corset. The corset's nice, actually. No, actually, we'll leave the corset. Nah, we'll dump the Chinese dress. We'll leave the laser rifle, because I've got a Gauss rifle. Dump a good condition infiltrator. Frags are fine. Oh, blood packs, yes. Alright. Well, thanks, game. But I'm not walking back to Super Duper Mart. Oh, fuck me, no. Well, that's not good. Viridian Cavalier, how you doing, sir? Am I winning? Well, this thing stops crashing, I am. Hey, you can't run from me, you bastard. Ooh, those are worth a lot. Pop the... And I'll be okay. And we'll be married in the month of May. Nuka Quantums, eh? Things all rosy. Apparently I'm not winning, though, because every other load is crashing the game. I may have to reset my, Yeah, I gave the satellite to GNR, Viridian. Once again. Guns go right by. Fight or fly. Sing and sing. So rosy. Why is the radio still choppy? Fuck if I know. I did it. Galaxy News Radio. Find the museum. Repair the damaged radio relay. See something. Turn it up to full.
Full of the capital wasteland, it is I, Three Dog.
It's a bit too loud, 3 Dog.
Your ruler, hear me and obey. Oh, sorry, that's that other radio station.
Fuck.
You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul
Manservant Argyle.
Today's episode, Between Rockopolis and a Hard
Hard
Place.
place.
Just ease away, zombie. No funny business.
Funny business. Miss Chase, you hurt my feelings. I mean, there ain't nothing funny about the Eagle Claw. Good God, Argyle! You ripped out her heart! I always knew this broad was heartless. Get it, boss? Heartless? Your kung fu skills may be unparalleled, old chum, but your comic delivery leaves something to be desired.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, magnificent King Crag, fearless leader
King
of
Crag.
Rockopolis, it's me, Daring! Daring Dashwood?
Herbert Dashwood? I should have known. But who is this? This dead woman? And is that her heart?
She's the least of your worries, Craggy. In a few seconds, the slavers are gonna be breaking down your rocky front door.
Slavers? You led the slavers here? To Rockopolis? You idiots! Do you realize what you've done?
Inspired you to tighten your defenses?
Dashwood!
Warm welcome's over, boss. Time to scram.
Citizens of Rockopolis, destroy these interlopers.
This way, Argyle, into the caves. It's our only chance. They're gaining on us, boss. That cliff up ahead. You think you can jump it? You ain't as spry as you used to be. Best hurry, old chum. I can't hang on much longer. I think this could be the end of... Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart ghoul manservant Argyle.
And now, some music.
Thanks, XCOM. Hooray, clipping. Point blank, really? Point fucking blank. Like, oh, okay, I'll fire it at point blank. Okay, no hit. So why were those raiders so powerful?
Sorry, that's that other radio station.
You're listening to the adventures of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart cool manservant Argyle. Today's episode, between Rockopolis and a hard place.
Just ease away, zombie. No funny business.
Funny business. Miss Chase, you hurt my feelings. I know there's nothing funny about the Eagle Claw.
What? Oh, come on. It fired so late.
Argyle, you ripped out her heart. I always knew this broad was heartless. That it was heartless. Your kung fu skills may be unparalleled, old chum, but your comic delivery leaves something. What is the meaning of this? Oh, magnificent King Crag, fearless leader of Rockopolis, it's me, Daring. Daring Dashwood? Dashwood? I should have known. But who is this? And is that her heart? She's the least of your worries, Craggy. In a few seconds, the slavers are gonna be breaking down your rocky front door. Slavers? You let the slavers here? To Rockopolis? You idiots! Do you realize what you've done? Inspired you to tighten your defenses? Dashwood! Warm welcome's over, boss. Time to scram. Citizens of Rockopolis, destroy these interlopers. This way, Argyle. Into the cave. It's our only chance. They're gaining on us, boss. That cliff up ahead. You think you can jump it? You ain't as spry as you used to be. Best hurry, old chum. I can't hang on much longer. I think this could be the end of... Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart cool manservant Argyle.
And now, some music.
My Gauss rifle's pretty damaged, but still, that's a lot of damage that I'm doing and a lot of headshots. Bottle cap mine. Energy cell. Stealth boy. Energy cell. Money. I like how people still give you value for what is worthless fiat currency. Jury rigging. some ways I kind of like the VATS in Fallout 3 a little better. Pharmacy key.
Come on, boy.
Spots, and
What?
Help me with this one. Screw this.
He dodged that by like contorting himself. Unbelievable. What? He picked that up already? Shit. And the game crashed. Why is the infiltrator in the weapons pool? Probably the unofficial patch. If I had to guess, it's the unofficial patch. The lever action rifle's in the pool as well. Oh, what? It put me all the way back here. Ah, fuck. Also, Dev got us. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. It's about time for me to reset my settings, honestly. Seemed to fix it a little bit last time. You know what? We've only been crashing a billion times. It's a good night to use a rocket, isn't it, guys? Fuck it. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go to the front page. Why not, right? Straight to the moon! Hells yeah. Alright. Let's go! Going straight to the moon. Oh, thanks. I wanted to shoot the table. I didn't want to shoot the guy.
it's the ink spots, and
What? Did you guys see that? Through the frickin'... It went through him! I don't think I've ever shot through an enemy. I don't think I've ever shot, like, directly through it. Are you kidding? It's like it phased out of existence and then phased back in existence. The second one of you? That one actually missed. Hey, Gory Dios. How you doing, sir? Wait, where'd the body go? Guess the body just disappeared. It went through her like nothing, yeah. Yeah, that it did. Is that a pre-war book? Oh, Tales of a Junktown Jerky Vendor. Hell yeah. Before I pick up the key for this store. There we go. Plated. Easy. I do like how you can open that one with either science or hey, Omeglo and the Tendas. How you guys doing? Honestly, I should set up a treasure chest this evening. Maybe I'll do that when I grab my food. I'll set up a treasure chest. Give away some elixir or something. For like a follow and watch time. I don't know. We'll set some up like that. Reward the kind people popping by. Frags, that. Hey, Angly. Wait. Anglegly Puff and yeah, that's the plan. Oh man, this is an easy chest, really. Here. Pharma key, don't need it, but into the pharmacy we go. I really do need to repair this rifle, so there's so many. Oh, that's right. There's a mini nuke in here. Frags. Medicine. Wonder glue. Box. Sensor mod. Melanin Farmer, what's up? It doesn't cuck me on damage. Oh no, it reduces damage. 100% it does. As the condition goes down, and it does like that silly word. It does like the extra reload animation. Not like inconsistently too.
Hey, kiddies.
No, I mean condition sucks.
Wow, your voice in
We're back. Somebody open up the...
or at least the radio.
Hang on.
Ah, yes,
right
time for the news. Hate,
That an enemy on here?
prejudice, violence, leave them all behind. The
Whoa, Melanin Farmer, dude. Cool, buddy.
from Vault 101 did.
More or less, I mean,
Latest on our own
it's happening whether you like it or not, but
I've gotten
been an interesting
word
year.
that a band of mercs called Riley's Rangers were trapped on a DC rooftop, pinned down by super mutants. It would seem that a brave soldier named
no, unfortunately it wasn't.
but some of the others have been rescued.
I can't violate the rules to make a lame joke, okay?
I certainly do.
Sorry, man.
Good work.
I just can't.
Thanks for listening, children. This is Three Dog.
A lot of Nuka-Cola, shit.
Listening to Galaxy News Radio.
I'm gonna get diabetes in this game.
Wasteland, and we're here for you.
Fax and Logic, what's up, man? You got time to chat? How you doing, Fax?
Singing about the one, the only, Butcher Pete.
Get around by a man named Butcher Pete. into this town. The women's me. And also, oop, there we go. Cancer beat us? Yeah, exactly. Cancer beat us. Exhausting. You're winding down for bed today because it was so tiring. Get in here, Fax. Yell at me. I demand you yell at me, Fax. Hey, what's up, E-Quick? How you doing? I guess I could go summon the Protectron. Ah, the game crashed. Fuck. Of course it happened while I was looting. Oh, thank you for the follow, Melanin Farmer. While also getting mouth esophageal cancer, while also getting kidney, bladder, while also getting type 2 diabetes. I have to go back through that fucking room again. I'm not melanated enough to loot. Alright. Come on, Viridian. Come on, dude. Hey, what's up, Will Heron? It was funny while it lasted. Rules. I mean, I'm on the front page, Viridian. I gotta be careful I don't get fucked over for violating whatever arbitrary rules this website has. That's all I'm saying, man. I don't know the rules. Did something happen? Nothing happened as far as I know. I don't know what the rules are, but... Do you want to chat, Will Heron?
Hate, prejudice, violence, leave them all behind.
No, Melanin Farmer, listen. Ralph doesn't have to follow guidelines, okay? I have to follow guidelines, okay? Alright, Will, sure. Sure, Will, give me a sec. Listen, Farmer, like, I have different rules than Ralph does, okay? Like, because hey, one sec, Will Heron. Because Trovo pays me directly, I have to follow a different set of rules than Ralph. Ralph is just being hosted on the platform. I'm being directly paid by the platform. I have different rules. That's the thing. Like, no, Ralph hasn't rules. He just has to follow TOS, whatever the arbitrary TOS is. I have to follow guidelines, which are more arbitrary. I'm just trying to explain this. Like, it's... They can get rid of me for any reason at all, alright? And I'm not going to give them any reason at all. That's all I'm saying. And me and Ralph have different rules. Hey, Drum Boy, what's up, man? Okay, Will Heron. Speak, journalist. Journalist!
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear
You're
me?
very quiet. You're very quiet, Will
Can
Heron.
you hear me?
Yeah,
So
you're very quiet,
I
though.
am behind in the audio. Ow, see?
Yeah, you're very quiet. What's up, Will? Chat even says you're a little low.
Mother trucker.
You're too quiet.
Just seeing what's going on, man. How's some stuff to talk about? So I gotta turn myself up, but I can't hear you guys.
I think. Oh, I know what I did. I turned you down. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Now try.
I work in my settings. I'm a
No,
dumb
you're
dumb.
good. You're good.
Don't do that.
I said you're good, Will.
Check.
Yeah, you're good. What's up, Will?
Okay, so like I can hear myself. Back
What's up, TV's Will
You're
Heron?
behind. I can't hear you in your chat room.
What?
I have to like listen to the stream.
Do you have me muted? What? You can't hear me? What? Are you kidding me? You can't hear me through Discord?
Check. I'm like behind.
Oh my god. No,
myself
don't listen to me on stream,
Your
Will.
stream.
No, do not listen to me on stream. Listen through Discord. What the? Are you kidding me?
Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the stream right now, but then it'll be like totally quiet.
Well, Will, get your Discord fucking
I'm
working.
on stream. I can't hear anything.
No, what? No, Will, get your fucking Discord working. Are you kidding me? I'm not gonna have a delayed conversation. What the hell, Will? Come on, dude. You fucking boomer. You mega boomer, Will. Oh, are you serious? Is this real? Oh, man. Now, if only Will could remind me again why we need journalists.
Chat room.
Will, read chat. Well, read chat. They will help you get your fucking
Voice and video. Where's audio?
Ah, fun times, fun times.
You see, the kid is looking for her dad. Looking for James.
Amazing.
Where are you?
James left Vault 101 without telling the kid why. Now, I've since learned that James is a scientist and is working...
Hey, Walter Deadman, how's it going tonight, sir? Good to see you.
Why he left the vault? Looks that way. So who knows? Maybe James is going to save the world. Can't think of a better cause than that. But James, if you're listening, your kid's out, man. She misses you. So you might want to find her before she gets swallowed up and spit out. And for all you other cats out there listening, if you see the kid from Vault 101 out there, give her a pat on the back and wish her luck. Until next time.
Hokins, what's up, man? How you doing?
You're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Up next.
Fax, you're a gentleman, sir. You're tired as fuck, and even you are still willing to put up and help Will Heron. What a kind lad. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Psychos come to play. They have one thing on their mind: making your life as fucking miserable as humanly possible.
Look at that. Look at Facts and Logic. Just maximum friend. Maximum friend. What he's being.
Run, hide, or fight if you've got the balls and the guns. But for God's sake, don't go waving a white flag. They'll just strangle you.
Wrangle you with it.
Now, some music. Here's Bob Crosby.
We're back.
Singing to
Somebody
us all
open up the-
about happy time.
Hang on. Something ain't right here.
Yeah.
Are you there, Ghost?
Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, son. Damn it.
You can hear me. Okay.
You guys can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. So what's up, Will?
Sometimes you got a boomer, and sometimes you got a boomer.
Hey, kind of consistently boomer.
Sometimes you got a not so much consistently boomer, and sometimes you got a kind of consistently boomer. What are you up to, man? How was Ghostland?
Good. I'm playing, well, actually, I made myself a ghost-based cryptocurrency today.
Oh, no shit. So,
yeah?
like, can I invest into this?
No, it's functionally worthless. Well, actually, you can get it. You can get it. But it's not worth anything.
What can I get with it?
You can enter yourself in my contests and raffles with it.
Huh, that sounds like what I
And-
want to do.
And, you get it for donating to my channel.
Oh, well, kick ass. And then I can use that to, like, donate to other channels, or it can only be
No,
donated to
no,
your channel?
it's only spendable here. Once again, it's functionally worthless.
Where is it? Is this in Trovo? Is this in Odyssey? How does this work?
No, it's in a crypto wallet is what it is.
Where do I get it?
I have to give it to jeez.
Give it to me so I can give it to you.
You haven't donated.
Oh. Fine. So, how are property taxes there in wherever you're at?
Honestly, it's one of the few things that doesn't suck here.
Shut your mouth.
What, in California?
So, okay, I didn't want to say that, but I mean, yeah.
Alright.
Where we're at, it's like gone bananas. Property taxes have skyrocketed throughout Texas. In my place alone, like people's homes have the property tax has gone up 50%. The property taxes are gonna fuck them in the end too. So it's unbelievable. I just think that like this is which is another thing that's come from the pandemic. Is that they haven't built enough houses in order for people to buy them. So there's not enough houses for people to go into after they've gone old enough to buy one. So any home that is available, people are fucking buying quick. So if you want to sell your house, now is the time. But if you want to buy a house,
I will support you if you want to make a law banning Californians from going to Texas.
I think California should be broken off into the ocean, and when no one dies, but just as long as you're in the ocean,
stop! I can only be so erect, sir.
We're in America.
I can only have that hard of an erection. Okay, stop it.
I have been a part of many starring wet dream roles, but never so financially as this.
Never so financially. Oh man. One sec. I'm getting raped by raiders. Ugh.
Well, focus. I thought you were a gamer.
I am gaming.
You gain 99% of the waking hours. You should be like Neo. You should be in the net. Why aren't you just like mastering?
I have a VR headset, Will.
Oh, okay.
I do.
Good call, Walter. Do you call it Ecto Coin? What do you call it?
It's called Ghost Coin.
Ghost Coin.
Yeah, the logo is probably just gonna be like my my characters with. What's up, Bam Bam?
What's up, Bam Bam?
Bam Bam says, "Who's wet dreams?" I agree with Bam.
Who are you to talk shit?
Bam Bam, Bam Bam always talks shit about Will. I don't blame her. Will's pretty easy to talk shit about. Well, I gotta shoot these bandits while they're running.
I'll wait here. So you haven't dealt whatsoever with property taxes or like
Well, I'm an adult. I pay
values.
taxes. I've been paying taxes. All right.
Yeah, but have they not gone up?
Have my taxes not gone up? Depends on the
Like,
city. I mean, the
exponentially.
municipal sales tax has gone up in plenty of cities. But as far as like the federal taxes have gone down in recent years, fortunately.
Do you think that's because people are leaving, or excuse me, fleeing California because of the wackiness?
People are fleeing California for various reasons. Lots of reasons. Many of them very good. I mean...
Especially now?
No, just in general. Lots of reasons. You know, schools aren't as good as they are. Neighborhoods aren't as safe as they were. There's lots of reasons. People don't want to raise their kids here. You know, they make their money here and they move out of here. You know, because it's California. It's not the place they moved into anymore. It's gone downhill quite a... Will is a star actor in the wet dreams of his local bar, the Backdoor Lotus.
Lotus, there's a bar called the Toolbox that I want to take you to, and they do not sell construction material. I think you would fit in well.
Oh no, Will.
I mean, they have good drinks and you have a good time when you're there. I've never been, but I think Lotus would be, you know, the man. He could be like king of the Toolbox. He could be the tool of the box.
I just want the rest of the country to stop bailing out my shittily run state every time Democrats get back in power.
Me too. I'm tired of paying for it.
I know. I'm tired of you guys paying for it.
You're welcome.
Because, what was it? Did you see what New York did this week? Or not this week, but this month, Will Heron?
New York does a lot of things. Go ahead.
Yeah, but did you see the thing they did for their illegal immigrant population?
Oh, do they send them to Texas?
No.
They seem to be
No, that would have been cheaper than what they did. You want to know what they did, Will?
Tell me.
So, so for a group of people that don't have official documentation, maybe have a driver's license or something and are outside of the legal system, they told them if they say they've been put out of work because of the pandemic, they will give them $16,000.
16,000. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So we have people that are like.
Wait. You're just gonna gloss right over that.
Well,
are you happy with your $1,400? Are you happy with your $1,400, Will Heron, citizen of the United States, person who served in the United States Armed Forces? Are you happy with your $1,400? TV's Will Heron.
You know, truthfully, I worked throughout the whole pandemic, like double time, overtime, and shit. Well, I didn't get paid overtime, but I worked the whole time. There was no.
But you got your $1,400, right?
I did, so I'm not complaining. I appreciate
Now,
the extra bonus.
If you were out of work for a month and could have gotten $16,000, would
I
you
would
be
furious?
Would you have worked if you had known you could get $16,000 for saying you were out of work for a month if you weren't here legally?
So I knew people here in El Paso and like in the New Mexico area.
We'll answer the question.
I will. I'm going to answer it this way. They have the
I don't
opportunity
see you
to go
answering
back
the
to.
question.
I'm trying to. They have the opportunity to go back to work or stay on unemployment because they bumped the benefits and the amounts. So more people stayed off of work and just used public benefits instead of working because it was more better for them, financially better for them to be paid by the government than to actually work. So to find out that people are making $16,000 while people were struggling, you know, making $1,500, $1,600, $1,700. Yeah, that is angering. Where did you get those stats? I got to look them up when you.
What, do you mean the law? They talk about the law whereby illegal immigrants that claim they were out of work because of the pandemic could receive $16,000?
For the full year? Or like, is it like a retroactive payment? I apparently
effectively,
haven't.
Yes. It's effectively they're trying to give them unemployment. And these are people that are not documented within the legal system of labor, and their working at a business would be illegal. Therefore, they are not tracked by any like Department of Labor or anything, right? So the validation on that
laws are the ones I worry about in New Mexico. Like, I believe Michelle Lujan Grisham just legalized recreational marijuana, so that'll take place in a few months. But New York law, I guess it wouldn't matter to me unless I was using those benefits.
Well, here's the thing. The New York law does matter. What did the federal government just do for blue states? Did a blue state bailout for states that, one, are solvent, and two, make money, right? So you did pay for it. You paid for them to give money to illegal immigrants, Will Heron.
I know that a lot of the percentage of my, a percentage of my taxes do go to things like that.
No, but like directly, they were able to pay for this. They were still solvent because we sent them a bunch of our taxpayer dollars, Will.
So check this out. Like on a piece of property that I own, I'm just gonna give you some hypothetical numbers, but like kind of close to what they're supposed to be. Like,
you understand why like your Texas property taxes aren't really a huge bit of my concern?
Well, it really is. If you let me finish. So
like, I mean, it sucks that you're paying more taxes, and I understand that.
No, the property values have raised dramatically by like 20, 30, 40, 50% on everybody's property due to COVID-related situations that have caused this to take place. So, like, it's going to happen to everybody. So I'm wondering if it's happening in California, which you said it has not, and I appreciate you answering that.
Well,
but
I
think
can
there's other
explain
people
why.
that are dealing with
I can actually explain to you why.
Anybody in chat that owns property that have to deal with these like raised property taxes?
Can I explain why it hasn't happened in California? We have an actual specific
Your
law.
brother. I always listen to you.
Yeah, so in the, I think, 70s or 80s, when California was still run by Republicans, they passed a law to protect our boomers from, you know, property taxes. They passed a law called Proposition 8. And what Proposition 8 did was it capped the amount you could raise property taxes every year by, like, I don't know, 2% of the existing rate. Something like 2% of the existing rate. And that, fortunately, has become, like, an impossible property tax rule to get rid of. Like, it's one of those, like, untouchable things. And property is inflated right now.
Changed. But,
well, no, legally you can absolutely change it, but the politicians aren't willing to lose their jobs over.
Are you talking about like contesting the property value?
Well, property values are just skyrocketing because you know, money's becoming more worthless every day, and no one wants to hold.
People leaving?
No one wants to hold. No one wants to hold dollars. Well, right, but you have to understand. Well, there's a global market for housing and property, right?
Yeah, of course.
So just because Californians are leaving doesn't mean those houses become worthless. Chinese people that want to get their money out of China, legally launder it, are sending it here. Wealthy Indian people want to launder their money into America out of India. Europeans don't want to pay, don't want to hold their money locally in Europe because they believe they're going to have it stolen from them by their government, which they're correct. There's wealthy people in Africa who don't really want to invest in property in Africa because it's not as safe or stable, or there
Like
could be a
investing in
coup.
Mexican property.
Well, that's more of like the Mexican housing boom specifically is a lot of illegal immigrants sending their money back home, building their dream
Is there a
homes.
Mexican housing boom? I've never
No,
heard of this.
there is an American housing boom, yeah, but it's because
American, yes, but not Mexican. I've never heard of that.
no, I mean there's a lot of property in Mexico that's there's a lot of property in Mexico that's what's the word? Built up very well because there's a lot of money that gets reinvested there from people sending their money back.
Right, from the United States to there. But that it isn't enough to like refinance a neighborhood.
What do you mean, refinance a neighborhood?
Well, you'd have to have like multiple people living from that area, living in the United States, that are also sending back money that they've made here in order
Well, no,
to.
what I'm saying, Will, is there's a lot of houses that just sit dormant that are like retirement homes. That people are building.
in Mexico.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to a few of them. I went to a friend's wedding there.
Yeah, but they get like raided and they get robbed and like it's extremely
Well, they
difficult to
don't.
own
The thing is, you don't
property in
leave
Mexico.
anything. You don't leave anything of value.
You have to go there all the time, though, and check it out. And you hopefully the local government doesn't collapse upon itself, and then you have no actual law enforcement that you can trust. Like that's the best part about being in the United States is there's a little bit of repercussion if something goes wrong terribly to your government in places controlled by cartels and things like that. You have to deal with them first, and then the government. And if the cartels are happy with you, then maybe the government will work with you.
It's a real world example.
You know what I mean?
And I have a new rat
How many
trap
homes?
that
How many of these
I
homes are
think you should try it.
McMansions? Asks
You're right.
Viridian. That's
At
the
least it
question.
keeps you safe and sound for
Oh,
later
in
testing.
Mexico?
Here's some spare cannons
So
for
I
your
know
help.
people that live in Juarez that like are friends of mine. The government is semi-stable there. The drug wars have subsided substantially from when they were like maybe 10 years ago. Again, a buddy of mine, he lives there with his wife who can't cross back over. They have children. He's an attorney here in El Paso, so he goes back and forth on a scooter. It's like cheaper and easier for him. He loves it. But he lives in a like gated community, kind of near the border and near like where the bridge is and stuff like that. So you do have security that you pay extra for, but at any time like a cartel could come in. I hate to use the word cartel. Like a gang could come in and pay off that guard, or that guard could owe a gambling debt or a drug debt, or a family member of that guard could owe something to somebody, and then he's working for the people that he should be protecting you from. So I do see people living in these big mansions.
Well, how valuable is a
sustainably-
guard if he can be bought?
Well, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
What do you mean? How valuable? You answered your own question.
Sorry.
You did.
How valuable is a guard that can be bought?
Right.
After
However
he's
much
been
he
bought.
can be bought for is
Well,
how valuable
after he's
he
been
is.
bought, how valuable is a guard? Well,
After he's been zero.
right. So why would the guard let themselves be bought?
You don't know if the guard has been bought or not. You would
No,
hope
no,
it
no.
was
Well, I
too.
mean, yes, information gets around. It's not like they don't just kill everyone at the end of it. Like after they rob one person, okay.
My point is that guard doesn't call the police when people go in to rob homes. And that guard can pass information about when that person is living there, when they're not.
You're
when
saying
they've
that the
gone back
guard's
to the
not good
United
at his
States.
job, right?
No, I'm saying he sees the.
Well, you just explained that he's not good at his job because he keeps letting a house get robbed. Would you hire a guard that kept letting a house
being
get
good at
robbed?
your job and being paid off to not do your job are two separate things.
No,
Yes, they
no,
are.
that's not two separate things. You're bad at your
They're
job.
completely two separate things.
No, you're bad at your job if you keep letting the house get
You
robbed.
can be good at your job, but you're
No,
just
no,
not
well,
doing it.
you're bad at your job if you keep letting the house get robbed.
Well, I see your point, but
Oh,
the
are you
bigger
okay?
point
Well, you've got two guards.
more
One
important-
has
more
had 10 houses
important
robbed
point.
on their watch. The other has had 0 houses robbed on their watch. Which guard are you hiring?
well, it doesn't matter because if
What do you mean? What
the
doesn't
people-
matter?
It
What?
doesn't matter at all. The people that are paying the guard off to do whatever they want to do, you don't know which guard it is. How do you hope you fire all guards, which you probably would have to do, and then rehire new guards?
Wait. So
haven't already
no
been
one,
paid off contract.
no one talks to their neighbors. Well, no one's like, "Yo, how good is this guard?" You know, if you're, are you
know what?
kidding me? The guard
I don't
just
talk to my neighbors.
the one with good intentions.
I don't want to know my neighbors. I don't want anybody to know me. Swear to God. I want to be left alone. Only people want to talk to people I pay rent.
Tony Galati, what's up, Tony? Tony says, "Please stop using the term McMansions." Did we trigger you? I'm sorry, Tony.
Did you lose a McMansion, Tony, back in like 2008, 2009?
It's inherently kosher.
I know a lot of people did.
I don't know. I'm just.
I know people that did, and like, yeah, those terms kind of set them off. Olive Garden, that's pretty cool. Do you like Olive Garden, or do you like own an Olive Garden?
No, he's Tony
Is he
Galati.
a grower? Oh, he is.
He's
Why
Tony
do you call him
Galati.
Tony? Why that?
People that push the match thing are ugly people who teach at college. I mean, he's not wrong about that.
Last time I was in school.
No,
like,
it's not
I
box.
mean,
This
like,
is TV and or radios. Will Heron.
I do both. That is true. AM, FM.
TV, radio, and phonograms. William Heron. Yes.
Been called worse by better.
Called worse by better. I see.
So you guys have really not been affected whatsoever by property values skyrocketing due to the effects of the pandemic.
Honestly, Will,
Buzz
me
me away.
myself personally, no, I don't own property. I'm living in a rental.
Okay,
So,
but
no.
would you not be worried if, like, your property owner did
I
not
mean, so
contest
I am.
the raising
I
of
am.
the property value?
I
Because he's
mean-
not pay the taxes on that, and then you'll eat that.
Let me finish, Will.
I'm sorry. Well, I mean,
What I was trying to explain was when property taxes go up, yes, my rent will go up. However, property taxes have not gone up in direct relation to the pandemic.
have here tremendously.
What?
Here where I'm at, they've
Yes,
skyrocketed.
I'm saying in California, Will.
But I don't know how that's not affecting you guys like it's affecting us.
Because our state was bailed out by the federal government and your state was not.
But, like, don't you charge taxes upon the property of your value? Excuse me. Don't you?
Yes,
tax
Will. We have
people that
property.
own
We have
according
property.
to the value.
We have
Right, but
property tax,
has that
right?
not
But
gone
our
up
property tax can only go up from its cost basis each year by 2%. So even if this is what this is what the prop does, Will. If our value goes up 50%, our property tax value can only go up 2%. So existing homeowners reap a massive benefit because they have a lower tax basis.
So what pork was given in order to make that work? What
This
are
was
other
passed when
programs?
Republicans were in power many years ago.
Wow, that's awesome.
As a
Like,
way
we-
to protect old people from massive spikes in property tax.
You explained this to me earlier, but I didn't pick up.
Yeah, no, I don't think you processed fully what I was saying, but yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're right. Man,
That's what I was trying to explain, because it's like, okay, well, even if our property values spike,
Don't hurt yourself.
that's all that will happen.
so it's going bananas here. Like, properties are skyrocketing, and so what we dealt with during the pandemic is municipalities so much shutting down and not being able to work with building constructors, people that are putting together housing.
But believe me,
developments and
Will,
things like
they
that.
want that to go away. They want to get rid of that, and they've been trying to for years since.
We don't have
Democrats
enough
took power.
land. We have plenty.
Yeah, well, it doesn't
Fucking
matter if
Texas.
we have enough land or not. They've been trying to get rid of that for decades.
Oh, dude. So they're trying to fucking build.
Tony, Tony. Oh, that's.
I never played Fallout, so you're getting a pass on the insult.
Effectively, he wants to. He's saying in a not so subtle way he would be aiming his firearm at you.
Oh, that's kind of a dick move.
It is a dick move.
Yeah, don't do that. I might shoot you back.
I would. That's beautiful. You know what is ready? My lasagna. I'm putting words in your mouth. I don't know, man. VATS is only used for combat, Tony. Just wanted to see the percentage. He just wanted to see the percentages. Well, that's all.
I know it's all in Minecraft.
Yes. Check out this city, Will. It's literally just an aircraft carrier.
I don't know about that. I'm into the flat Earth like you and your chat is, but except Viridian. Viridian's cool, and Bam Bam kind of.
He just wanted to see the percentages. Oh, I see. Bam Bam's cool. Why is Bam Bam cool?
I don't know. I see a little.
Why is Bam Bam cool, you simp?
I'm not simping.
Why is Bam Bam cool, you simp?
Because that's the only people that I kind of remember. Kalashnikov was decent, but still a hater.
Hey, Kalashnikov.
Kalashnikov.
Kind of. Oh, she's only kind of a lady. I didn't know Bam Bam was a Blair White.
Lady. Was that kind of nice, kind of a dick?
He said kind of. Okay, just kind of.
I can be nice to a girl and not be simping. So, suck it.
I don't know about that, Will Heron.
We had
Who the hell are you?
Let's cut to the chase.
Here in El Paso, well, along our border, where someone like
Oh, he said you're kind of cool. I mean,
dropped a baby over the wall, over Trump's wall. I'm on
okay.
television clash.
So you're telling me that a mother murdered her child? That's fucked up.
The baby lived. And
The mother tried to murder her child. That's fucked up, man.
Is that
Unbelievable.
murdering or like trying to give it a better life?
Murder the baby. If you throw a baby over a wall, yes, you're trying to murder your child by dropping them from that high a height, and you should be in jail.
I agree with you. You don't drop a baby ever. I don't care how far you're dropping.
I don't care what good life you're gonna give him. The only life you're gonna give him is permanent brain damage.
I totally see you there, but
No, Will. If you're talking about imminent murder of a child, there's no debate on. Oh, maybe I give. No, that's wrong.
This is the difference between you and me, Ghost. I try to see the other side. You just see one side.
No, I see both sides, and I say the one that's trying to murder the child is the wrong side.
I don't.
Pretty
think she
simple,
was
right?
I don't think she was trying to murder the child.
I don't care what she thought. It's what she did.
Well, I mean, it does. If we go to
No,
court of
no,
law.
it doesn't matter what you thought, okay?
Of course it does.
If you tried to murder a child, no, there's no, maybe, no.
Your opinion is not the only one that's right.
No, my opinion is right. Murdering babies is wrong. It's not that hard,
Murdering
Will.
babies is wrong. I agree.
Okay.
And I'm not simping for babies. I'm just saying that.
No, I
don't hurt babies.
don't need to be
Because-
simping for babies, okay? Murdering an innocent child is wrong. I don't care.
I agree. We're on the same page. But what if you could drop this child to
No,
people that
not
are
what
given a
if.
better
Dropping a
life?
child from 10 feet is never a good thing.
There you go again. You're not.
And
listening to
listen,
the
Will,
side.
if you're a normal person, a normal person
normal
of any
people.
level of intelligence should know
you know-
that dropping
you're
a
not
child from
listening.
10 feet in the air is not conducive to that child's health, correct?
Dude, I think it was like 20 feet in the air. Yeah, it's like double it.
Wait, that wasn't even 10 feet? What?
No, it was higher. No, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my
brother. Like,
gosh, dude.
truth is the
No,
truth.
this person's a murderer and should be in jail.
But-
In jail immediately.
What about how desperate you are to
Don't
give your
care.
child a
Don't
better
care.
life?
Don't
You
care.
walked
It
from
doesn't make it okay. It
Guatemala.
does not make
You
it
walked
okay.
from Peru.
It does
to
not
make
make
your
it
way
okay.
to the
It does
US.
not make it okay. And no, they were
The
bust
only
from
way
Peru.
you
Let's
could
be honest, Will.
possibly
Will,
Get
let's
the
be
kid
honest.
over to a better life is to drop it over a fence where people are
Nope.
hopefully would
Nope.
catch it.
I don't care. Peru's a safe country. There are plenty of places in Peru that you're safe and you can live well. Nope.
I agree.
You're not gonna pull your techno bullshit here, sir. Dropping a child from 20 feet in the air, you should be in jail forever and locked up and thrown away the key. That's where they belong. That's where they belong. Okay.
I mean that. So like,
There's
to me,
there's a
it's
magic
all about-
family that's gonna adopt them. And no. To be in jail. To be in
I
jail.
don't-
They should be.
I don't
You
think
should
you
be
should have
sterilized and not allowed to
Whatever,
have
you-
children because you are not safe to be around children.
Well, that's another argument. Like, so should you be having children if you can't give them a better life that you think they deserve, or should you
Well,
just?
I'm not
procreate
allowed
because you
to. I'm not
procreate?
allowed to dictate that for people. All
Well, I
right.
just- well,
But when someone's committed crime, that's when
you
you can
still
start
might
dictating.
do
That's when you
what
can
you
start
say.
dictating for people is when they've committed a crime.
So once they commit a crime, then you dictate their life by sterilizing.
Yes, that's why we put people in jail, Will.
But jail
Yes,
isn't a
you are
permanent
allowed to
solution.
fundamentally restrict and destroy people's lives when they've committed a crime. That's how it works.
Do you think people should be in jail just for like minimal crimes, small crimes, little crimes?
But you know what's not a minimal or small crime, Will Heron? TV's Will Heron, radio's Will Heron. Dropping a child from 20 feet is not a small, minimal crime.
Why do you have to dox me like every time we talk? I don't get that.
Sorry.
always gonna be there for
Phonographs Will Heron. Okay.
That's almost worse, but I'll take it. That's actually kind of funny. I see the point.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, no, there's no, I'm being no, you dropped a baby from 20 feet in the air. And it's
Give it a
your
better
own
life.
baby.
To give it a better life.
No, you're trying to murder it. Whether you know it or not, you are trying to murder the child.
If they don't catch the baby, that's definitely murder. You dropped a child from 20 feet, and it died. Like, you deserve
Will, do you know what
the punishment.
attempted murder is?
I do.
Okay, well that's what that was. That was attempted fucking murder.
Cave paintings, Will
Will
Heron.
Heron.
Touche.
Hieroglyphics, Will
You
Heron.
don't have dragon. I like that. But that's the thing, like, what do you do?
Like, it doesn't matter what they wanted, Will, okay? They dropped a baby from 20 feet, okay? That's trying to murder a baby.
Is it if
Worse,
you know,
you're trying to murder your baby. Oh, I love this. They've got a baseball field they've set up on this carrier deck.
if you have an 80% chance of the kid getting caught and being okay and going on to a better life.
Will,
Do you
okay, Will, I give you a needle. There's a 20% chance you're going to die. There's an 80% chance you're going to have a good time. Are you going to take that fucking needle?
I don't know. You're pretty anal.
Boy, no, Will. It's a yes or no question, okay? 20% chance, instant death. 80% chance, you have a good time.
I wouldn't
Hey
gamble
man,
with
4 out of 5.
that's
You're gonna
for
have a
fucking
good
sure.
time.
I
You're
wouldn't.
gonna have a good time, exploit a bunch of other people's resources, and have a better life.
never
Or a
drop a
20%
baby
chance
ever.
that you will instantly die. Tell me,
I
Will,
don't
do you
care
take that 20%
where.
chance
I
that you will
ne-
instantly
me,
die?
Will Heron would never drop a baby.
TV's Will Heron.
Never.
Will you take that
would never
20% chance that you will instantly die?
Never. Not
Okay.
Well, no, never. I would
Never.
20% chance of
Exactly,
dying.
Will. Exactly. You would never take those odds.
But I have options. I have a better life.
it doesn't matter what you have. Okay?
Because the baby is not going to live a better life.
Yes, it will! With its
It'll live
parents
in slum,
alive
it'll live
in the
in
country of
slum.
its origin, where it
It'll
speaks
be
the language,
wandering
where it knows the
around
culture, where it can
multiple
survive there. Will,
countries,
yes, it will definitely
being
have a better
kidnapped,
life in the
attacked,
country where it is not dropped 20
used
feet. Will Heron,
by cartels
TV's Will
or
Heron, it
taking
will have a
advantage of
better
it.
life in the
The child
country
might be
it was
suspected
born,
of
where all of its
trafficking.
heritage
It
is
could be
from,
used as a
where its culture
slave,
is, where
or
it
it
speaks
could
the
be
language,
dead.
where its parents will love it and hold it and treat it with
80%
care.
chance
Yes, Will
of
Heron,
landing
yes,
in
TV's Will
freedom.
Heron, it will have a better life in Peru than it will being dropped 20 feet into the United
Fed,
States.
get in here.
100%.
Don't talk shit there. Talk shit here.
All right. 100%. Yes. Not drop 20 feet in the U.S. It will have a better life in its home country. Okay.
You really think so? If it gets caught,
100%. No, 110%. I guarantee you that child will have a better life in its country of origin. Okay?
I don't like. That's I kind of like. I can see the mother's thought process.
No, I can't. I can't see any. I cannot perceive that there is a good person out there that wants to murder their child or would risk
They're not
murdering their
murdering
child.
the child.
Yes, they are! You're dropping it from 20 feet, Will Heron!
They're risking
All right.
the chance of the child dying for sure.
Braille's Will Heron. Yes, dropping a child from 20 feet will murder a baby in many instances.
Uniforms Will Heron.
Use Net's Will Heron's phone number written on the glory hole stalls Will Heron.
That's not true. Not anymore. I found that. And I fixed it. I wiped it off. That was an X.
What the fuck is Will trying to argue right now?
I don't know,
Will
look-
is trying.
That's
Will
what's
is
up.
trying to make TV's Will Heron is trying to make the argument that a woman. Look at how desperate this woman is, dropping her baby from 20 feet over a wall. Look how mean Trump is for putting a wall up for them to drop their baby over.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
That had nothing
that's
to
the
do with
argument
bathing.
Will is trying to
You
make,
added
and he's
that.
trying to say like, isn't this woman? Shouldn't you be compassionate towards this woman that dropped her baby
shaded
20
the
feet?
argument.
Because no, that's exactly what you were saying. That we have to all feel bad for this woman trying to murder her
I
baby.
didn't say any of that. I asked for your reaction.
That's
I
what
didn't
you
say-
intended,
No,
Will Heron. That's what
I
you're
did
trying to
not. You
communicate.
put words in my mouth, which I
Fed,
did not
what?
say.
Am I wrong, Fed? Am I wrong?
I mean, it sounds ridiculous. I mean, it. I think the point is you're trying to sneak the kids in over
Bannon
like,
and
the
Doc-
wall, whatnot.
Hey,
right?
Fed, the
That's
voice
the
of
division.
reason.
She's
What?
one of the
Well,
members
I mean,
of the
is
council.
no, I'm saying
runs the
one.
science lab
No,
here.
don't even start. Baby killer.
What?
Two
No,
baby killers. Will Heron.
that's not
Um,
She's
true.
one of the members
But
of the
wait,
council.
Gravity
Runs the
exists.
science lab.
But yeah, if it's
Her
about
lab
like
is in
making the trip with a kid, like to across
Yeah,
the border.
From
yeah,
like
that's fucked.
like 1,000 miles away, you've been walking with this your child or whatever. You finally got to this place where you're thinking you can get there. You can't get in. They're gonna put you in like a camp or a cell, or they won't even let you come across
camp?
the border.
A camp?
You find an opportunity. They are camp. They're like little camps. They put them under the bridge. I've seen. I've been there. So you find a way to like climb up to the top of the wall
And drop
see
your
people that will-
baby.
That will catch your
Drop
baby.
your baby from 20 feet.
Do you drop the baby, Fed?
I will not. I will not kick, drop, throw, launch, jettison. None of the above. You do not do that to the baby. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not saying it was good, right, or wrong. I just told you what happened.
I do not do it. I do not make an Acme form of transporting a baby
You
over
shot
a
with
wall.
it?
I do not do that.
How hard is this? How hard is it? How hard is
These are
this?
the- See, you're laughing, and you guys are like yelling at me and going
Because he
crazy.
tried to murder her baby.
I can tell, like in your voice, the passion that you have, and that's a good thing.
It's
Like,
not
you're a
passionate
human.
about. I don't care about this woman or her baby. She tried to murder it. That's wrong.
It seems like you're
like-
excited. Hold on, but like this is an important thing. She is at this point where she has nothing better to do. Well, not better, but the only opportunity that she has to give it a better
What the
life.
fuck are
is to
you
do
talking?
that.
Will, hold on. Will, before I let you continue, that's the most racist fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. All right, you're a scumbag. Are you telling me that this
Whoa,
woman has
easy,
absolutely?
it's not
That's the most racist fucking thing I've ever heard. This woman
racist.
has no skills, has no value in her society. She can't provide anything of value. She's a worthless garbage human being that can only make a life for herself by stealing from other people. That's effectively what you've just said. You fucking
I didn't-
bigot. Listen to this fucking
whoa,
bigot,
whoa.
Fed.
That
This
is
guy's
not
a
true.
massive fucking racist. Are you kidding me? You know
not
nothing
believe
about
it.
this woman.
Bigoted.
You don't know if this woman went to college. You don't know if this woman has like trade or marketable skills. You've just implanted on her what you think about her. You think she's less than scum because you're a big fucking racist, Will. 100%.
She didn't say that or think.
No,
that.
but you're implying
good
that because you're
person.
saying the only fucking thing this woman could do is drop her baby 20 feet over a wall to give it a better life. Because you're a fucking bigot, Will. That's why.
That's a decision she made.
No,
and
you're a
she came
fucking
to it.
bigot, is what you are. Okay.
I'm not. I'm reporting what
You
what
are
took place.
absolutely a fucking bigot, Will Heron. What are you,
You
talking
should be
about?
reporting this woman for
That
sure.
is slander and
KKK's Will Heron.
Oh,
So
well,
super
well then what?
chick.
Well, your words, Will Heron, exactly were the only choice she had was to drop her baby over a wall and risk its life to give her a better life
That
because
was
you're
her
a fucking
decision.
racist. You know
She
nothing.
thought to herself
You
that
know
the best
nothing
that she
about
could
this
do for a
woman,
child
Will Heron. You
is
know
to drop her
nothing.
over a 20
You
foot
know
wall.
less than nothing about this
I
woman,
do.
Will
I
Heron.
know that she is so desperate.
No,
for
no, you
giving her
don't. You know
child a
nothing
better
about this
life,
woman,
that
and
her
you've
decision that
imprinted,
was made
you've
was to
imprinted
drop
your
it over a
colonialist
wall.
attitude on this woman that she's a
I'm not.
nobody that needs
I'm
our
reporting
help,
to
Will
you
Heron.
what we
Holy
saw.
fucking
I'm
shit!
reporting to you the video that we have, and I'm telling you what took place.
But what
You're
were your
making all the
words, Will Heron?
assumptions.
What were your exact words?
Well, go ahead and twist them or repeat them back. to
No,
me, because
tell me. No, say
they're not
again.
true.
What did
We
you
need to-
say about this woman? About that she had no opportunities to help this child except to risk its life
I
and
didn't say
murder.
that.
Yeah, you
I
did.
said she believed that. You put those words in my mouth.
You
That's called
are
fucking
reading
boom.
her mind. You
what
cannot
you-
do
you just
that,
got
Will
backhanded
Heron.
by
You
facts.
cannot read
I
minds.
just hit you with the
Will
truth.
Heron, you
Hurt.
cannot read minds.
You're
I don't know.
like,
I don't know about you, Will Heron,
The preacher
but
is
I
talking
cannot
about you
read
and it
minds.
hurt.
And if I can't read minds, you definitely can't read minds.
I can read
okay?
a situation and
No,
understand.
you're
it.
not. You apparently can't. A normal
Okay.
thinking person would read that situation and say,
Okay.
"Oh, I could drop."
Well,
it's like
let's
Frodo with
go
the
back into
Bilbo
history.
with the fucking ring.
Let's push
I
this
could
back
drop
into,
this
like,
baby.
The 40s, during,
Lemon
World War
parties,
II,
Will Heron.
We're not
Meatspin.com's
Japanese
Will
mothers
Heron.
throwing their children over
Wine Ant Weeklies, Will Heron.
over fucking like
fucking
taverns
thanks.
to kill their children in order to keep them from the Marines from eating them because that's what they believed.
Wait, what?
Did you not hear about
What
this?
did you just say? Crop
So-
circles, Will Heron?
Yeah, Will jumped back into World War
Person,
II to try to
Dad
justify
who
his
buries
point.
his head in the sand. Back in like World War II,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was reported by
He
the
dove back
Marines.
into World War II to try to justify his opinion about the modern world.
I'm trying to give you examples that are easy enough for you to understand.
Crop
So, like,
circles.
Well, we don't need another example. We're already looking at a specific example where this is like, even if this isn't like, even if she doesn't understand that she's most likely killing the child and she's not looking at it like that, the fact that she is through negligence gonna kill this child
She's not
is
negligent.
still
She's
terrible.
desperate.
No, she's negligent.
Negligent.
Extremely
being
desperate, and I would agree
extremely
with you.
negligent.
Negligent. I agree with you.
she's, If
I think
she
it's
has,
both.
if you're looking to
It's
do
both.
something and you kill somebody in the process of it by like disregarding
their
that,
child.
like disregarding them
It's worse.
wholly, that's
But she
usually
didn't
like
disregard
how
them
you look
wholly.
at negligence.
The decision was to help the child, not
No!
kill the child.
What's to drop it from 20 feet?
It's
That
a
was the
bad
decision that was
decision
made,
I agree
TV's
with
Will
you.
Heron.
I would not do that. I would figure out a way to help things out before
Thank you,
shopping
Viridian
the kid over a
Cavalier.
wall.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that is. I'm not saying that the woman is wrong for doing what she did. I'm saying
What?
that she was in a very desperate position.
Are you saying it's
do
okay
what
to
she
drop
did.
a baby from 20 feet in the air?
No, you said that, and you said that I said it.
You said the woman wasn't wrong. What did the woman do? Let's work through this.
The woman is not wrong for wanting a better life for the child.
No. What did the
Wrong
woman do?
For
What
living
did
it.
the human being do?
Yeah.
This
TV's
is
Will
what Ghost
Heron.
does. He twists my words.
No, I'm not twisting your words, Will.
That's what I'm saying.
TV's Will Heron. I did not twist your words. What did the woman
You've
do?
been doing this.
What?
Cards Will Heron, calm down for a second, and
I'm nice and
instead of
calm.
looking at like the reasoning that she's
I'm
trying to
watching
do
Ghost
this.
play
The
one of
reasoning
Ghost
doesn't
Players.
matter. The reasoning doesn't matter. Tell
Yeah,
us what
well,
she
that's
did.
You should look at the. Well, you can look.
Okay.
You can talk about the reasoning in a minute.
wanna talk
but
about
let's
it?
look at what she actually
why?
did.
Okay. She
Okay.
dropped a baby over a wall into America, hoping that people would catch it. Thinking that
Were there
she was-
were there people
thinking
on the
she
other
was
side of the
getting-
wall she could see?
Yes. Thinking that the child would go to a better life.
Oh my gosh, that's even more monstrous. Holy shit.
Is this actually what happened?
Yes!
That's what I'm trying
Yes,
to
he
do.
dropped a
Oh
baby
my
from 20
God.
feet. It's, oh my
I'm
gosh,
not
I'm
dead.
fucking
I'm mad at you,
monstrous.
but Ghost is making it sound like fucking. I'm
Oh,
the one that like.
what?
dropped
That wasn't-
a fucking baby.
What the
across
fuck?
a 20
Wait,
fucking
wait.
foot
So
wall,
you're telling me
hoping
this
it
woman
would land
gambled with
wherever,
her
which is not
baby's
true.
life to selfishly get asylum in America?
It's HER.
So the reasoning for this woman, TV's Will Heron, was that she selfishly gambled with her baby's life to get her own asylum in America.
That's not what I
Right?
said either.
That's the reasoning. No,
Okay.
That's not
that
what
is
I said, no.
absolutely what she was doing.
No.
Also,
what she was
Ghost, he
doing-
still hasn't fixed his video, so he's instruction manuals Will Heron until he can fix like any of this
How
shit.
the video working earlier? Ghost. The
No, you
facts.
don't.
Had
She
fucking
shot it out of a
made to get my
t-shirt
audio
gun.
working. So that's fair.
She shot it out of a t-shirt gun.
Camera.
Okay, so
I
okay.
am a bimmer.
You're saying that this woman gambled her baby's life to try and get asylum in America.
She did. That's not what I'm saying. You are saying.
Well,
I'm saying that.
you're saying
doing that again.
You're
You keep
making the
doing
argument that she had the
thinking that I'm
reasonable
not gonna, like,
assumption
keep that up.
that there were
I'm picking up
decent
what you're
human
laying down.
beings on the
No,
other
there were
side.
people there when she
You're
dropped the
saying
baby.
there
It
was a
like-
reasonable
it was
assumption.
like,
There were
"Here
decent
comes
human
my
beings.
kid. Please
TV's
catch
Will
it."
Heron, can you let me make my point for a sec?
Because you were putting words in my
I just
mouth.
want to explain what I do before you respond to what I said, right?
Will you
I
let me
want to
respond,
explain
or
what
will
I'm
you just
saying.
yell at me?
I'm just trying to explain what I'm saying. You're saying
video
you're trying to
working
make the
now?
argument
Is
she
my video-
wasn't trying to murder her baby because there were human beings on the other side, right?
She was not trying to murder her baby. You said that. You keep saying that. That's not true.
So you're saying she had the reasonable assumption that there were people on the other side of the fence that would catch the baby, right?
Correct. That's right.
Okay, so we can infer from her reasoning that she was gambling with her baby's life that other people on the other side of the fence would catch the baby so she could get asylum.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes,
what you're
absolutely,
saying.
absolutely.
No, that's not. You did it again.
You understand, right? Like if there's a
See what he
baby in
did?
the
See what he
country
does?
and the
That's
no,
not
no,
true.
but listen, Will, listen.
No,
You understand,
you're
right? We have
putting words in my mouth,
policies about
and I
like
stop you
parent
as soon as you
child.
try to do that.
Like there's a movement and there's policy towards reuniting parents with their children, right?
There is.
Okay.
You're
Right.
right. I understand.
And this woman has clearly been informed on this, right? That there's a
Oh, they've
parent-child
informed
reuniting
before they
as
even
a
left
major
their
political,
parent country.
debate
there are
that's
people
going
that meet
on,
with
and
them
there are
and explain the
policy moving
situation.
towards parent-child reunification. So she has the reasonable assumption to think that she will get citizenship by gambling with her baby's life.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she.
Well, that's exactly what she
Can you
did!
Link this article.
Hold on.
I appreciate it.
Rogers and Hammerstein's Will Heron. Walrus.
Hey there.
baby
Why is
books,
this-
Will Heron.
Why is this so hard to
Like,
explain that you don't drop a baby from 20 feet?
Two toddlers
Fed.
dropped over a barrier and left in New Mexico. And I got another story on top of this. I think there's
Is
video
it about
as
more
well.
dying babies? Because it seems to me that like
No, this
It's-
baby
it's
lived.
a
All the
baby
babies have lived the whole
violence.
time. So apparently, like, you see me on Trovo, but I can't see you guys.
You know, well, someone shot a baby out of a cannon, but it all turned out okay, right? They wanted their baby to land in California, okay? How can we blame them for wanting a better life? They launched the baby out of a cannon, Will Heron. Baby's Will Heron. Like, come on, the baby was launched out of a cannon, but it's okay because it somehow lived.
Okay, here's the from the hill. I know we have. I'm just giving you one that I found quickly. There are
Oh
others.
no.
I'm gonna give you just a hill. Here's one from fucking.
Oh God.
Here's some CNN.
Yeah.
What, Fed?
Short, you okay with that?
Literally just drop the fucking baby.
Yeah, right? There's video of it, right?
What?
Yeah, there are.
What a fucking monster.
There's nobody
There's people
there
there.
to. What?
There are.
No, there was nobody
insane.
under that baby.
It's a 14-foot wall, not 10, not 20. I was wrong. I was higher than what I thought it was. But 14 feet is 14.
You're definitely higher than I thought you were.
Well, do you
What the
understand
fuck?
that an object
And they
drop
just
doesn't
left them.
necessarily...
You guys
What?
said that I say this is okay. I never said this is okay.
Oh my God.
I am telling you, never drop a baby ever, anywhere, ever. Never drop a baby. Just do not do it. I don't care what the
I
baby's in.
don't know, Will. You seem to be
Don't
making the
drop a
argument
baby.
that this woman was
TVs will
justified in
hear it,
dropping her
just
baby.
Do not drop babies ever.
I don't know what you're kind of making the argument, Radio's
not.
Will Heron, that this woman was like justified somehow.
I'm explaining what was going through her mind. To find
No,
out
you're
your
explaining what you think was going through your mind because you're not a fucking mind reader, you insane journalist.
That is true. Direct messages, Will Heron.
Okay, explain to me why she did that.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
Why she would do this?
Oh, wait. Yeah, why the fuck would somebody drop a baby, their baby, over a fucking 14-foot fence where the child could die? I mean, you can die from a 6-foot
Because they
fence.
want asylum in the United States.
Well, that doesn't get you asylum. They get you a dead baby and in prison.
Well, they don't.
Okay, well that's what we've been saying.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
and then in best case
I
scenario,
agree.
that like you've just abandoned the child, and then after that it's like, oh. Okay.
Here in Loathing in El Paso's Will. OnlyFans is Will Heron.
I wish I were there.
Dude,
Most
make
extreme
baby.
trust fall ever. this is amazing. This is so. I don't.
God damn it.
I don't even.
Trust fall, trust fall. Oh, no.
I'm so confused. Fed.
Oh, well.
Why is this a discussion? What? Like, what?
I don't know.
I'm.
He went back on it, and he's like, now he's saying like the thing that you would actually look at, and it's like, yeah, of course that's gonna hurt the child, but like,
I always say
Hey, what's up,
that's a
Al
bad
Jackie?
thing.
yeah, but there's
My
no way
point is
introducing
like-
that child to like the giant like government system is not gonna help that child at all.
Don't you think you get a better chance of living in Mexico or Guatemala or fucking wherever shithole third world
With
country?
a parent,
I think
that's
in
gonna
its
take
home
care of
world.
them?
Well,
with their
someone can
parents?
take care of the child, and I'm not saying it's always okay to drop kids off, and the sponsor parents are going to be good people.
Oh my God,
You never
Lotus!
know what
Wait,
you're
Fed.
gonna get. I agree with you.
Lotus,
But
I
you
can't
tell
believe
us
my
there's
little
a chance.
newborn is this hardcore as Will.
Oh my God. Oh, baby. We need more babies like this one.
Oh my gosh.
That was one story we dealt with. this week. Today's my Friday, so I guess it was last week.
Oh. MTV's Teen Moms Will.
God.
Oh. They
How
wouldn't
did you
get.
fuck your video up so bad that it's still fucked up? That's what I want to know.
Mine, you can't see it. Somehow, like, I don't have it like connected to. It's like I'm streaming right now on Trevo. I don't know if
Oh, you
I'm
are.
doing that, but like, I can't fucking stream on TV Live.
Oh my God.
Can you see me on Trevo?
I didn't know you had a Trovo.
Oh yeah, big time.
I
Yeah,
didn't know
I
that you were
Most
Trovo's
extreme
little-
elimination challenges, Will.
Extreme subscribers, probably like you and fucking.
Will is apparently streaming this. Hold on, I gotta grab my lasagna. This is too funny.
I made spaghetti yesterday.
Ooh, shit. That's
Dude.
what's up.
It was gangsta. Pound of meat, pound of fucking spaghetti. Season the meat real fucking well. Throw in that meat sauce. Fucking. Oh yeah.
One immigrant child. fucking spicy spaghetti is made.
Yeah, just I got some other little topics that we had to deal with this past week. I got another child story too.
Why are they? Didn't you have other child stories? Like why does this keep happening?
Well, we have had two. Well, there's another one today I'll tell you about. That's pretty fucking crazy. But
Well,
it ended
wait
well.
for Ghost for that one, because
Yeah.
I imagine he's gonna have something to say about that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll probably say it's all my fault, and that I agreed to it, and I wanted them to do it.
Hey man, we don't know that you weren't one of those people imaged throwing that baby over the wall.
You have a point.
That's actually really sad too. They're like dogs trying to get back in the house. Like,
Dude, so I was on the border yesterday at like 10:30, and these little fucking kids, they're like fucking like 6, 7 years old. They're like reaching through the border wall, asking for money and candy and shit like that. Like, where the fuck are the
What
parents?
a
saying, "Hey,
perfect metaphor for what
Go to
the
bed."
U.S. border is.
right.
What a perfect.
Also, what-
I've never heard a more perfect metaphor for the U.S. border.
don't
Thank you,
deal
Will.
with this. Like, I'm dealing with this, and that's not
Will,
a bad.
type
Will!
in,
Like,
type in ghost chat. So people
Green
can see
room.
what your
Oh,
thing is.
ooh.
No. If he types in the
In your
Trovo
Trovo chat?
that, then we can see what your thing is.
Hold on, let me fucking-
Viridian Cavalier, friend and merchant of thickness. What's up, my friend?
Hello, and a special hello to you, Planned Parenthood's Will Harry.
Planned Parenthood's Will Harry.
Alien Resurrections, Viridian Cavalier. How are you doing?
Lovely.
Nice to hear.
My brain hurts from this conversation. How's yours doing?
But, you see,
brain's fixed.
it's clear that, yeah, no, that woman's brain was probably fucking potato salad.
Isn't that bananas though? Like, do you see my point?
What's your point, Will? TV's
These people
Will
are
Heron.
throwing kids over 14-foot fucking fences, hoping for the best for their children. Like, what kind of mother does that who loves their kid? Like, they're definitely desperate, scared, and dealing with things that you and me hopefully never have to deal with. So, like, I have sympathy for that, but fucking shoving
Will,
a
does
kid
this
over
woman
a
have
fucking wall is
agency?
not good.
TV's Will Heron. Does this woman have a choice or agency or the ability to make her own decisions? Is she an adult
I'm gonna
woman?
tell you another story here in a minute that's gonna fucking
Is she an
explain why
adult
I did
woman?
this.
Is she an adult woman that can make
I
decisions
don't
for
know.
herself?
I didn't talk to her. I never met her. I
Radio's
just,
Will Heron. Is she physically an adult woman?
I would assume.
Hopefully.
Okay.
actually. That's
That-
one
that
thing.
was
She might not actually be an adult. Like,
That's a fair
unfortunately.
point. That is a fair point. I did not consider that. But let's, for the sake of argument, assume she's an adult, right?
So let me tell you the next story. Go right
Wait,
back.
no. NCR's Will Heron. No. Stop. Will. TV's Will Heron. Listen, okay. For the sake of argument, let's assume she's an adult, right?
Okay.
Okay. Does she, as an adult, have the capacity to make a decision about whether or not she murders or attempts to murder her baby?
What do you call an adult?
Someone of legal age, over the age of 18 in the most parts of the United States, TV's Will
What's the
Heron.
United States? So, like, you have to understand that as well. These people don't live by the codes we live by and like the way we live. They're like some of these people are like farmers. They're just off the fucking jungle. Or
What the
you know,
fuck
they have
does
no
farming
choice
have to do
whatsoever.
with not murdering a baby from 20 feet?
Because they
Jungle
walked for
farmers, Will
1,000
Heron.
miles in order to get to the border. They found out they couldn't get in.
No,
Like,
and what?
last September-
TV's Will Heron, stop lying about
Get
this.
over
They
it.
were bussed up here by NGOs and organizations that are helping people emigrate to the United States. Stop fucking
I
lying
can't-
about this.
I can't confirm
Don't
that.
start this at a lie, okay?
can't
No.
confirm that.
TV's Will Heron, there are plenty of organizations offering legal and physical assistance in getting themselves to the border
There are.
for various political causes.
That's
Correct?
not true, though. Like,
What do you mean
a lot
that's
of
not
these
true?
people are-
What do you mean that's not true? What? No.
Not true.
What do you mean that's not true?
There's a lot of like so I've dealt with the Border Health Network who actually like talk to these migrants and deal with them daily. They go to a place called the Annunciation House who tries to feed them, clothe them, find out their stories, and then basically they put them on a bus and they send them to like another city in the United States. And
Oh, so
they're
you
told-
admit that they are busing people to the border,
Yes,
correct?
yeah.
Okay.
No, well, I don't know. I don't know how they get in there. I've heard stories about that taking place. I've also heard stories.
Walter
about-
Deadman says, well, then she can walk 500 miles and she can walk 500 more.
Well, I mean, that's true. That's true. I'm not saying this woman is doing the right thing. I'm just telling you, this is what we're looking at today. That's what we're dealing with. Well, excuse me, a few days ago, last week. These are the human
The
interest
Proclaimers,
stories.
Will Heron. What are you trying to say? Say it again?
That I'll walk 5,000 miles.
Yeah. That was the thing I said. But what were you
I
saying?
appreciate that. It's got a good little setup. My point is the desperation that's taking place in these people's minds that they're shuffling kids over.
You know, radio's Will Heron, because I consider these people human beings that have capacity and the ability to like do things. I accept that there is a possibility that they can probably make a better life for themselves in their home country. That they are capable human beings that are not weird like children that the whole world has to look out for.
They don't have the opportunity
They
that we
as
have,
adults that can
but I
form
don't think they deserve
businesses.
it just because they don't have it. Don't
They
do
can
that.
form their own
Don't get it
culture
twisted
and
like you do.
society outside of America. Like
I would agree.
think that
They should
they're
fix
human
their own
beings
country, right?
that are
Make it better for
similar. They're
themselves.
similar to me, TV's Will Heron, but different. But that they are capable enough of building their own life and their own society within their own borders and their own culture. Because I see them as human beings, and they can do that. They're different than me, but I think they can.
Okay.
Right?
Is
What do you say to that, phrenologies, Will Heron?
Yeah. What do you say to that? Eugenics is Will Heron. Like
Go ahead,
I'm just
Rudy.
saying.
You
they're-
are not good. You haven't talked.
Taco Bell's Will Heron.
With the chihuahua. Yo quiero Taco Bell. You fucking dick.
Republic of Dave's Will Heron.
I do too.
What?
You
Wow.
need to get headphones, guys.
Wow.
You're like fucking 1984 in here. And you
TV's
fucking-
Will Heron. You cannot come in here with that bigotry, sir.
I
You
have
can't
not
do that.
done
You
anything.
cannot do that. TV's Will
You
Heron.
thrusted it upon me.
No. No. You're an adult.
You-
TV's Will Heron. You're an adult who has a
You
decision
are
you can
the
make.
bigot, and you're trying to say that I'm the bigot.
Yes, you are the bigot.
I'm reporting the story, and you're
Who
saying
is the
fake
bigger
news.
bigot?
He's from up north.
Ghost does.
He was bragging about
I'm the bigger bigot. Why am I the
Okay,
bigot?
don't call
What the
him
fuck have
American
I
History X
said?
Ghost.
That's true.
What? I'm actually baffled. I feel like I gave the most milk toast possible, like take possible, but TV's Will
I don't think
Heron.
you can do that. Do any of the next story.
Triumph of the Will Herons. This is
Okay,
amazing.
so
This is amazing.
this last weekend,
I guess you know what? I'm sorry. They're children, and we need to take care of them, right, Fed? This. I'm sorry. I need to take the non-racist position of just, like obviously these people are like subhumans. They can't take care of themselves, right? That's the argument you're making.
kind of racist calling him subhuman.
No. I mean, I'm not the one that's arguing that they can't take care of themselves.
Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
This is definitely how you launch your Trovo channel. I think you should
Yeah.
start on Twitch as well, and I think you'll do magnificently.
You're probably right. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
The Communist Manifesto's
Watching this
Will
guy.
Heron.
I think you'll be just fine. It pulls Will Heron. You just
I
gotta
would be good if
just get your
like,
message out
oh,
there.
somebody listen to Go thinks racist all the
I
time.
think you'll do just fine. You might want to advertise your channel on Randbot's channel. you might find some traction there, friend. Some real good traction there. Frankfurt School's Will Heron. No, Viridian! Chubbly, what's up, Chubbly?
Oh, wait. So what was the other story that you had?
Oh, we were talking about his
Right,
property
or-
taxes were going up, and I explained the proposition.
Oh no, that's a totally different story.
Merchants Guild's Will Heron. John.
Go to the next story. Like I got another crazy one if you're down.
But no. You're the one who jumped from increased property taxes to baby murder. So let's go back to property taxes before you jump to someone caving in a child's skull. All right,
Oh,
let's.
I don't know. I don't want to put that to sleep. Well, actually, this affects you.
Well,
I
caving
do
in a
get
child's.
very sleepy around this stuff. I'm
Wait.
just letting you know.
Wait,
I'm ready to go to a crazier story. Go ahead, Brady. I'm sorry.
you guys pay taxes on your women?
Uh,
I mean, actually, yeah, a lot.
I plead the fifth. But so basically, what I was telling Ghost a little bit earlier is that due to COVID-19 situations that have taken place with like the border shutting down, with people coming across, the transportation of material, different services that contractors provide, it is dried up and actually skyrocketing property value.
Holy shit, this lasagna cooked perfectly. Oh my gosh, this is
everybody's
wonderful.
houses are a lot more expensive. The property is extremely, it just skyrocketed up. So at the end of the year, you're going to pay taxes on
no! Facts, yeah!
What do you think about that?
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. So you're saying that property taxes go up because it's getting more expensive to build shit because of COVID or whatever?
That was part of it. What did you know?
Saying that there's a more constricted supply of housing.
So back in 2019, there were like 2,645 homes that were listed or available to be listed in March again of 2019. Right now, March of 2019, which is last month here in El Paso, there were only 914 houses that were listed as available to be bought. So that is making people that own property here in El Paso and within our county, their property value skyrocket. Well, you know what happens when property values skyrocket, so does property taxes. That's, I think, something that Fed is I hope you're not, but you may be dealing with this in your rent or in your own taxes yourself, unless you decide to try to contest. Have you heard about this? Have you been dealing with this?
I mean, not like it hasn't been like murdering me, but I mean, I'm starting to see a bunch of stuff that I'm not like really digging as far as taxes and I mean, money trends right now. But
do you own property?
No.
Okay, so it definitely doesn't affect you. Bertie, I'm sorry.
Taxes are gay and I don't respect them.
Based. But TV's Will Heron, he's going to be paying higher rents because usually landlords pass on increased taxes to their
now, so I spoke with the head appraiser here of the El Paso, what is it, CAD, the assessors, if I can debate about how much money properties are worth. And now what they were saying is people that own large amounts of properties, they don't want the taxes to be higher. They'll fight for you for the simple, easy fact that they're not being taxed as much. But there's also people that rent properties that are worried that the people that own the larger apartment complexes, they're going to raise everybody's prices regardless if it's covering the tax crunch or not. You see what I'm saying? So that's something that's starting to affect people here in Texas. I know Louisiana, Alabama, other states are dealing with this.
TV's Will Heron, you understand how market rate rents work, right?
I do. I've actually been doing this the past couple of days.
Okay.
So that's what I'm getting at is like for us, we pay property taxes. We don't pay income taxes. So like I own like a house and like a triplex. And then my own place that I live in.
Unhand my bog, sir.
The property value is skyrocketed by like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. Well, when that happens, I have to pay the taxes on that new property rate value. So I have to fight that. But that's all due to the fact that from the pandemic, it's raised the prices of
Lotus
work and things like that. So do you want to hear the next story that's a little bit more interesting?
Wait, Lotus, did you... Mr. Ass Viridian Cavalier with a super cap. Thank you. Thank you, Fax. Okay. All right, so your property taxes are going up because market value of houses is going up, right? Your property is becoming more valuable?
They're saying it's becoming more valuable, but you want to contest that because...
Wait, mate. So what you're saying is that your property tax went up 10% because the value of your property went up 10%, right?
50%.
Your property value went up 50%?
Yes. Multiple people have had to do
so your paper... You're telling me your net worth on that the value from your net worth increased by 50% because the value of that property increased by 50%, right?
You don't own all the property. You own percentages of the property. You're paying it every month. So if I'm paying the taxes on this property,
fuck, that's Yago. No, Bear! No, fuck, no! Shit! Why are you just in the middle of nowhere, you fucking bear? Ah!
Oh, yeah. It's that thing where you don't get to see it on screen.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh fuck. Oh jeez.
I'm kind of watching what he's doing, stuff like that, but let me tell a little bit more interesting story since the tax thing is...
Oh, there's two of them? Oh, that's a Meyer lyric. Okay. Oh, fuck.
Do you want to do that, or we're gonna listen to Ghost scream at that bears?
It's a
I
fucking
mean-
evil post-apocalyptic bear, for fuck's sake.
It happens.
Either way, Ghost is gonna be screaming about bears. So
True.
Home prices are easy 2 to 3 times what they were 4 years ago. Oh, okay, I just don't understand. So wait, you pay the full burden of the property tax, but you don't fully own the property, TV Swole Heron? Or you say you have a mortgage on it?
Exactly. On some of the properties, some of them
Okay.
are paid off.
Can you sell the property for the net of your
can
what you
make a
owe
bunch of
on
money.
it versus what you have?
I
Right.
can make money by doing this without a
Right,
doubt.
you're not underwater on the property, right, TV Swole Heron?
No, well, I could be if I wanted to. Well, in situations if I
You're not underwater on the property. You have
no, I have a very good deal because I worked that out before that took place. But the situation
Okay.
is my
So Will, TV's Will Heron, if you don't want to, so you could technically refinance at this higher rate, right?
I could if I really wanted to, but everything is
Right,
fine.
and
Now,
aren't you
it's
know?
skyrocketed. It's not a regular refinance. Like these properties have like gone crazy. So
TV's
people
Will
that
Heron,
buy property can't
are
do it
interest
now.
rates at all-time lows or not?
They are
Okay.
making people want to buy, but the properties that are available.
But
have
TV's
gone up so
Will
much,
Heron.
You can't buy them. So people that
TV's
want to buy
Will-
their first starter home, their first starter apartment, they can't do that because it's so expensive now because it's a seller's market.
Whoa, 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 Viridian, whoa, 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 whoa. A little too hard there. A little too hard there.
No, it just
I know. Look, TV's Will Heron, you can refi. You can refi your house, right? You have the option to refinance your home, right?
I have options to refinance my properties, but the way I've worked them into the interest rates that I have them now, I'm happy. I'm good. So I don't need to worry about things
Is
like
it
that.
higher
And
or lower than the market interest rate, TV's Will
It's
Heron?
risen, but I have to pay for that. That's what you don't understand.
What do you mean I have to pay for it?
I have to pay if that. Okay, so if I say the property is worth $1,000, that's cool. Let's say I pay $100 a year on that property.
Tengen Toppo Will Heron?
$20,000 from the $1,000 that I was working with. Now I'm like, holy fuck, this thing is skyrocketed. I have to pay $2,000 in taxes. What the fuck? Do you
So
get it?
TV's okay. TV's Will Heron. What's your equity in the home?
It
What's
doesn't
the
matter.
value
You
of your
understand-
equity
it's
versus
not-
the total
you're not-
value of
you're
the
not-
home?
You're not getting the situation. Dad, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, so let's tell a more interesting story.
What? No. Can you just tell me what your equity value is in the home and how much that equity value has increased since the property increased by 50%?
I'm not gonna fucking. Me, I put myself in a position where I can make
Mobile
money
suit Will
in
Heron,
property.
8th Asperger's T.
Okay. So the next story is
No, wait.
I had a
I'm
7-year-old
getting
child.
water. Finish the thing with Ghost. I'm gonna get some water. So finish it. I'm not even gonna be here. I'm gonna get back.
We'll tell the neat story.
Yep.
Neon Genesis Will Heron. Is this
Okay,
what
what
they
do I
taught
talk
you in
about?
TV school? Look, TV's Will Heron, like, you understand, right, that, like, the value of your equity in the home increased, right? By more than your
Right.
property taxes increased, right?
It's
Unless
a
your
rental property.
percentage of equity in the home was less than your property tax rate, right?
Regardless of what I am at.
And you're able
I
to
am
borrow
charged
on that
for in
equity's
taxes
new
because I
value,
own the
right?
property. I hold
Right,
the
but-
note. It's
Right,
mine.
but you're
So,
able
every year I pay
to.
taxes on it. That tax.
I
was
understand
like
you pay
5,000 last year.
taxes on it,
Now it's gonna
TV's
be like
Will Heron.
9,000 this year. So that's a gigantic increase in 1 year. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to explain to you.
I
shouldn't
understand
have to
that.
deal with that, and no one should anybody else. But because
Well-
of the situation the housing market is in right now, due to the virus, everybody is having to put up with this. This is like a big story here.
So
I think
TV's.
Dad would understand it a little better if he owned property, because he's in Texas. Well, I'm not sure, but like, if you lived in Texas, you would understand that. Like, again, we pay property taxes, we don't pay income taxes.
Yes, TV's
So-
Will Heron. I understand how property taxes work.
Well, then how are you not understanding my goddamn story, Ghost? You're driving me crazy, man. You're making
I'm
me
just
use.
Legend of the Galactic Will Heron. That time I got reincarnated as Will Heron. Oh, look, I understand. You're not happy you're paying a higher property tax rate. My point is you've gotten wealthier in other ways, and you have ways to deal with this increase in upkeep, right?
I've got wealthier, but I'm gonna have to pass that thing off into my renters, and they don't want to deal with that, and they might even leave. I don't
You
want.
have
to
renters
deal
on
with
this
it.
property too?
Yes, that's why I
So
pay for
you
it.
have a source of income.
Right, just enough to pay for the mortgage.
How many
and then
renters do you have, TV's Will Heron?
I have Why? It doesn't matter.
I'm just curious because this depends on how much.
No, I have made it to where I can do this.
No.
But luckily,
Well,
yeah,
TV's Will Hair just is your number of renters in the double digits.
No, of course not.
Okay.
No.
Let's presume you have 5 renters, right?
Yeah, that still doesn't pay for 3 property.
Do you currently pass off the property tax cost to them? And their rent?
I pay for it. Well, yes-ish.
Okay. Well,
But,
if
if
you're
they
a
leave
kind
fucking
landlord,
out,
TV's Will
2 or 3
Heron,
months, then I still have to pay. You see, get it? Like, people
what's the
don't
market
just
rate
stay
for
there.
renting your type of property?
Well, I have multiple properties, so it changes per
This
property.
one, okay. Well, wait. Wait. You have less than 10 renters, but you have multiple properties. Are you renting houses?
I own a triplex, house, my place, and then some other stuff that like.
What's the property tax rate in Texas, TV's Will Heron? We do have Heron. Oh my gosh, yes.
So
What? I just want to know because I can work
they
backwards
decide
into what your net worth of your property is.
hell is that? We're not gonna fucking go backwards on my fucking net worth. I'm just telling
God,
you.
Walter.
Shut up. I'm tired of fucking paying for it. People are fucking upset about it. People
I'm just
don't
trying to
care.
understand how much money worth of property you have, TV's Will Heron. Just tell me. Okay, fuck all of you. I'm gonna go look up the Texas property tax rate.
Go for it,
All right, Texas property tax rate. Oh, gosh. Also, 30 people tonight. Awesome. All right. 1.81% average. Okay. So we work backwards there. Basically, multiply $9,000 by 50. You're looking at $4.5 million worth of. No, sorry, $450,000 worth of property, something like that, right?
In the ballpark.
Okay. Okay. You've got
Seriously.
about $500,000 worth of property, right?
Hypothetically.
Okay. And your equity stake in that, we'll assume, I don't know, 20, 30%?
Well, a couple of the properties are already paid for, so I'm good in that department.
Oh,
I pay off.
okay. Well then, with that,
But the other triplex and stuff like that, like I still pay taxes on those things. It's not paid off. I still pay a monthly mortgage plus the taxes every year.
all right. Well,
So-
it doesn't matter what you pay on individual properties. It matters like what your overall percent of equity is.
It
All right.
doesn't.
So we'll if you've got some of those properties paid off, we'll presume 50%. You have $225,000 worth of equity, right? All right, and your property value is increased by 50%, meaning your equity value was $150,000 before property values increased. You made $75,000. If you pay an extra $7,000 of property taxes a year, then
I have to pass it on to my renter if they decide to stay.
you've got another $70,000 of property value. Basically, you made $75,000 on your $150,000 of existing equity. If we work the math backwards, if your property values increased
All
by
the renters were there
50%.
at the time. So we had one renter leave, one renter just bailed. I got a new renter 1 month. Like it doesn't always stay the amount of people per.
It doesn't matter how many people are in the property,
It does
TV's
matter
Will
because
Heron.
those
What
people
matters
are
is what the
paying
value
it
of the
off.
property is, and that has increased, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've made that money. If you pay
I-
$7,000 neutral of any
If I sell it,
renters
I will.
at all, TV's Will Heron. If
I
you
raise the
make
price-
$7,000, even if you had to eat $7,000 a year, it would take almost 11 years for you to lose more money than the value that has increased in a single year. And if you saw that no one was willing to pay these rents that you now have to charge because there's a higher rate, then all you do, you sell the property now at its inflated value, you pay the sales tax on it once, and you go find yourself a more affordable property somewhere else.
And if I don't want to do that, and if I like what I had going on and I want all the shit.
Well, then
to
pay
be
the
done,
cost! Then
don't want
pay
to.
the cost!
My point is, it's crazy.
You have a
now.
great
It shouldn't be
IFAX
that way.
logic. What?
What I'm trying to explain to you is because of the pandemic, this is taking place, and it's happening to multiple people and multiple property.
Not
So-
necessarily just the pandemic.
it
You're not
is.
taking no asset inflation
it
is not
is.
just happening because of the pandemic.
Yes, it
TV's Will Heron.
has. You're not listening to me.
Not at
And I
all.
explained it to you earlier.
TV's Will Heron. Did they just print two?
Can I explain to you
Oh
why?
my God! I'm
The
gonna
reason why
explain.
you like
TV Will Heron, let me explain to you what happens
those
when you
notes.
print $2 trillion and then claim you're going to print $3 trillion more dollars. The value of the dollar goes down, the value of assets goes up. How hard is this to understand?
I get how money works.
Okay, so and you're saying this is all on the feet of the pandemic. No, it's the response to the pandemic that has happened, TV's Will
What's
Heron.
happened is that the interest rates have dropped down, like you understand.
Yes!
But in order to build a new home, it's costing like 5 times what it used to cost. So it's not happening. And on top of that, the municipality is being slowed down. People are not able to put together building projects. They can't put together housing projects and stuff like that because you can't get a permit to get the fucking water meters put in because fucking COVID-19 has slowed down the fucking amount of people that are in the building in order to fucking pull out the file to go back and like
No,
look at the
Rising, he's not worried about future devaluation when things that are inflated go down. He's worried about paying property taxes right in the here and now. He's saying it's too much upkeep, right?
I can't get through to you. So let's talk about the next story because it's more.
Wait, no, please try to. All right, I will give you.
please
I will
start.
give you 3 minutes to try to get to your point. Go ahead.
I already have. We're done. Can we talk about
Timer
the next
started now. 10
Please.
seconds. You got 170 more seconds to go. Go ahead. Please get to the
tell the
point
next
on
story?
your property taxes.
story? I'm done with the property tax story. We're done.
I'm not.
We did this.
I'm not.
I'm
not. This is
nauseated.
my fucking show.
Well, I mean, you're not going to get much more out of me because I'm not interested in talking about it. We've done this. We've beat the horse multiple times.
No, you haven't explained anything. I'm trying to get to the
I've
point.
done it
That's
multiple times.
like I don't understand. Your wealth has
Houses are not built.
increased a lot.
Material is extremely expensive. People are not doing jobs to build or to contract for certain rates because they're raising their prices tremendously because they have to pay for the materials and they have to pay for the people to do the job because they can't find the people to do it or the materials. So it's leading to less homes being built. Less homes being built means more people are trying to buy properties that are unavailable to them because there are not enough houses that were there last year for them to buy. Last year there was over 2,000 houses listed in like 2020 in March. Right now, there's only 995 houses being listed. So there's there's more than 1,000 houses less on the market to be bought. So people are buying them as fast as they possibly can. So the opportunity to do whatever the fuck they're going to do with it when we come out of the pandemic. Right now, it is a seller's market. People that want to buy a fucking home, like first-time home buyers, people that are just getting married, people that are getting out of school, wanting to have their own home, leaving an apartment, they can't do that because the skyrocketing prices due to the effects the pandemic has had on it. That's the story. Fuck.
Okay.
Fuck. Please.
All right. So
Next story's so much better.
the problem you have is that you're paying
that was
higher
better
property
because-
taxes on your more valuable property.
I'm gonna eat a bullet. You have made me kill myself.
Bullet eaters, Will Heron.
It's gonna be your fault.
So how about this? TV's Will Heron, right? You own one of your properties, right?
How about I start chewing on my own head?
TV's Will Heron, can you just listen for a sec, right? You own all these properties. You don't necessarily own full equity in them, right?
I own full equity in a couple of them. I don't own full equity.
Could I
in
presume
maybe
one
a
of these
couple
properties is worth, I don't know, $50,000 a year?
Yes. Well, no. What do you mean, $50,000 a year?
Sorry,
Is it worth
sorry,
$50,000?
worth $50,000 total, right?
Is it worth $50,000? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you have full 100% equity stake in a $50,000 property, right? And you're currently charging
let's
rent
say
on
the
it.
$50,000.
And you're charging rent on it and just
Go ahead.
you're making rent income, right? And a $50,000 house, a cap rate of 10%.
Pays the tax, basically.
Well, what do
and
you
they
think?
give me a little pocket change.
Well, I'm interesting. What's your net income probably on that before the increase in property tax? All right, on a
I'm not getting
$50,000
my
house.
net income, but it's not a lot.
No,
General
just
like-
let's just say hypothetically, what do you think you make on a $50,000 value home on yearly rent? Because if you're telling me your expense out, I have to know what's coming in, right?
Ghost, I'm so bored with this. Like,
If you're going to argue about your property tax, like I can't. I need to know. I need to know what. I need to know the other side of the equation. Like I can only rationally approach this topic if I understand like the math side of this fucking equation. Like I understand like the emotional. I don't want to pay. I understand the emotional. I don't want to pay more money in taxes, but like I have to understand like what you're getting from it.
Value. They should not have raised the property value, even though I understand why they did it.
But the value of the property's gone up. It's not. There's not a fucking. There's no Value is value. It's value is what people are willing to pay for it. It's not something dictated by some sort of like organization, okay? Like, you understand this, right?
Things that have slowed down the production of new homes. The increase of work by contractors. So you don't have enough properties to be bought to bring the property value of other homes down. It's being raised because there's not enough to buy. So what they're doing is they're saying, hey, 10 houses in this area went for fucking skyrocketing rates because people are trying to buy. Now every house in this neighborhood is now worth the amount that were sold due to these properties.
Yes, well, I understand how valuation works.
Okay, then why the fuck are you not understanding how frustrating it is when your property value skyrockets when you haven't done anything? Just because
Because if I were you, Will Heron, I would be ecstatic that my property values went up and I would sell properties.
That is the problem with this.
And I would also raise rents because I'm paying more expenses, therefore I have to pass those costs on. Like,
right, but see, your renters aren't going to want to do that because they feel that you should have protested those taxes because they can't protest for themselves because they don't own the property. So this is another problem.
they did have a chance to protest those taxes, okay? When they didn't elect politicians that lowered property taxes, they made their decision.
It was the central appraisal.
When they didn't demand of their politicians to lower their property taxes. Like, yes, that's when they made their decision that their rents are going to go up when values increase.
Do that when they have the opportunity to do that, but right now they don't. So next year,
but they've had that opportunity every year. They've been legally old enough to vote, right?
Well, we weren't dealing with the situation that we're dealing with now. We didn't know this was going to happen last year. If that were the case,
there was the housing boom of 2008. I mean, like, yes, they do know that things that property values can skyrocket like that. Like, they're not like.
But this wasn't like what took place back then. This was something that was an anomaly.
Is it well?
Yeah,
is it well?
Used. It was an anomaly.
It's an anomaly. Really? This is an anomaly.
Her words was an anomaly due to the pandemic.
It's not, Will.
Well,
this does happen, TV's Will Heron. I'm sorry to break it to you, but
it happened during pandemic.
Supply and demand is not something that happened because of the pandemic.
It is because we didn't have
No, it's not. No, it's not, TV's Will Heron. Understanding supply and demand is not something that just happens because of the pandemic.
Supply and demand, if there are not enough new houses, you don't have enough houses to be bought. So that means the houses that are being sold at that moment can skyrocket their price because you gotta have the house. You want the house. You don't have a choice. You gotta pay. So
yes,
if there is a cheaper opportunity, you can take that, but you can't.
I'm sorry, TV's Will Heron, but you're going to have to raise their You're gonna have to raise their property taxes. You're gonna have to raise the amount they pay. You're gonna have to raise the amount that they pay because you're the landlord and the bill comes to you.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Right, you're right.
Right? I'm sorry, it's not fun, okay? But guess what? You're an adult. You own this property. You are obligated.
This is like 40-50%.
What?
That's what you're not getting credit for.
What do you mean you're not getting credit for?
You're not getting credit for the amount of the percentage that it's gone up. You're saying like a 2-3%, that's difficult to deal with. Wang. Yeah, I get that. But 40%, that's not normal. So I got to raise the rent on these people living in my properties by 40%?
Or find new tenants.
Well, I don't want to do that. I like what I have going. Is what my point is to you.
Well, then suck it up and pay the $7,000.
Okay, well, fucking deal with fucking kids getting shot, put over the fucking border, and us paying for it. Just deal with it.
No, I don't have to do that. I can tell these people to go home. I cannot support them when they illegally break into my country. I can deport them. I can make their life miserable here. Yes, I have choices. I have choices.
We all have choices.
2008, A Will Heron's Odyssey.
I mean, you can ask them to do that, but that child's already here, and you're paying for it. You are paying for that child. Just don't forget that.
Yes, I know that. I know that, TV's Will Heron.
You paid for that kid to, I don't know, wear a dress or something. I don't know.
Yes,
Can we talk about the next story, please?
No, I don't think you've explained that one thoroughly. How much are you making on these properties, TV's Will Heron?
One heck of a pickle indeed. Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of Daring Dashwood and my stalwart manservant Arthur.
He actually got up.
So, Fed, what are your thoughts on the market working?
I mean,
And on
It's doing
Will
stuff.
Heron's newfound boon of wealth. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's doing shit. It's not that unpredictable. It's still annoying.
It's what?
It's annoying, but just doing shit. It's not like it's doing anything magical right now.
Your new bill on your property taxes or your rent goes up. What will you say then?
It sucks. But
Sure.
it's not like something I don't understand.
Well, I mean that's okay. I think you get the point. Like,
Yeah,
don't
I
know
think
why
we
we
get
have
the
to
point.
drag this on. Thank you.
IRS audit Will Heron.
Get it?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Monopoly's Will Heron. It just sucks.
Right. Exactly. That is basically the end of the story. It sucks. I agree.
So you don't want to
Right.
raise. Okay. Let me put a bow on this. So you don't want to charge your renters more money, and you don't want to pay more property taxes, right?
Bingo. Not 40% higher.
Well, no. If you said it went from 2,000 to 9,000, that's 4.5. That's 450% higher.
Hypothetical amount.
Okay, help
Wait,
me
so you're,
out.
are you telling me it was only a 40%
no.
increase in property taxes? That's it? You said you went
You know
from
what-
2,000 a year to 2,800, and you're what?
I didn't say that. You said that. And
Well, what
keep
is the
doing
amount it got up? You've got more than one tenant. You don't have to give it all to one tenant. TV's Will Heron.
it. Funny when
Like
I'm
what?
sober, I can see what you're doing.
What do you mean? What am I doing?
Freddie, what were you
Addressing
saying?
the situation like an adult?
No,
Looking
you
at the
were-
math? I mean, what
doing-
am I doing?
uh,
TV's Will Heron.
I never said that was the exact amount. I was being hypothetical, which is what I tried to explain to you. To try to
40% is a lot different than 450%. TV's Will Heron.
say 40-50%. I said 40%.
And it doesn't matter what the value that it goes up by because your value of your fucking equity goes up. Oh my gosh.
You're trying to. I know what you're trying to say.
You're making more money!
I'm
Like
not
you
making
have
money.
more value that you can use and reorganize to pay less. Oh my, this
They can
is-
say, fuck it. Well, actually, they may not be able to because where are they going to go?
It doesn't matter about them. Okay, you're the landlord. We're talking about you and how you're dealing with the situation, DB's Will Heron.
What about it?
Oh my god. The Walking Dead's babies, Will Heron. Oh gosh. Like, just the taxes, so an extra 10, 25. No, I get them. Okay, so how much did it go up, TB's Will Heron?
Let's just say 40% on the property. The value of the
Okay.
property went up 40%. Now I gotta pay
40%. 40% in total, right?
40% more than I was paying last year
Okay. All right, cool.
on
40%.
property
more.
taxes due to the property value raising.
So you're saying property value went up 40% and your property taxes went up 40%, right?
Dude, I'm not drawing you a picture, man. This is so old. I'm done. Tired of it.
Why are you tired of it? I mean, it's just I'm just
Like, you don't seem to want to listen to something more interesting. You want to keep droning
No,
on.
no, because this you're insane. You're insane, TV's Will Heron. You're actively insane.
You're like, let's just go and fucking talk.
You're
about
the
this
guy
further.
who's like, I got $1 million, but I had to pay another $100,000 in taxes. Like, it's like, dude, you got $1 million.
I don't have $1 million. I don't have $1 million. I don't have $400,000. I do have the property, but I could sell it. Then I have to sell it. I don't want to sell it, but I want the hold on to the property. Well, I mean, like, you
Okay.
think I can just sell everything and just be happy selling it and then buying?
You just
when the
explained to me
property-
that there's a seller's market
I
where the
could do
sellers
that,
have
but-
the power in the market scenario, right?
You're 100% right. It would be a fantastic job. It would be good for me to sell the shit at the rate that it's at now, and then try to rebuy it in 10 years. But you know what? I don't want to.
Do you understand why I don't feel much sympathy?
Because you're
You
dead.
can understand that, right? Like, why I don't really care. Like, you understand, right? Like, oh man, I have this option to sell this for a way inflated value. Oh, how terrible! I'd rather deal with renters.
not just
I'd rather
me,
deal
so
with
if-
renters for years.
No,
rather
you're
than...
not listening. That's the problem. Like what I was trying to tell you is people that haven't bought a home ever.
All right,
People that
I'm going to
have
give you
married
financial
their
advice,
kids,
TV's
they
Will
can't
Heron.
buy a home. They can't do that now because places have skyrocketed in price. When they create
I know,
deals-
but we're talking about
Yeah.
TV's Will Heron. We're not
Here's the
talking
thing,
about
fine.
your. We're not talking
All
about
right.
your tenants, right?
No, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, guys. This is so fucking ridiculous.
Here's my advice, TV's Will Heron. All right, you want to hear it? I
I,
will give you my professional financial advice.
okay.
I'll give it to you for free, even. All right. Here's the advice. Sell all these properties, buy Bitcoin with it. All right, done. Happy? There's the advice. Okay. It'll be cheaper than it'll be cheaper than dealing with tenants. You don't have to feel the guilt of raising their rent, and basically you'll pass on that guilt of raising rent on tenants to the next buyer.
I thought about that, but like, there's just a feeling about knowing that you have at least one property available in case the fucking people here in this chat call my fucking station and say I'm an asshole and I get fired.
And
So
keep
like,
it.
I need a place to live. So like, you know what I mean? Like having like one place available would be great, but I mean, you're right. You're 1,000,000% right.
Well, then don't
then-
sell all of it. Keep your
Like
one
that.
emergency property. Keep that one tenant. You know,
Yeah.
just make sure it can pay off its costs, and then
I just
then
was enjoying what was happening before the pandemic. Is my point, and people were also enjoying the situation before all this took place. It took place because of the pandemic. That's
no,
the
it took
point.
place because they
And
printed money.
they lowered the interest rate in order to try to get
It
people to
was
buy
because they
homes.
printed money and they made it impossible for people to work for a long time. Therefore, there was not enough labor
Right.
available.
That's true. That is true. It was definitely something we did to ourselves, for sure.
No, our government did it to us.
Well,
No one was asked.
whatever-
No one was
whatever
queried.
took
No one voted on this pandemic response. TV's Will Heron, right? We all just were given it. We were all given it, and the courts didn't defend us, right? TV's Will Heron. Basically, we were dictated by Karens like yourself, and now a Karen like yourself is suffering the consequences of being a fucking Karen about COVID. Okay, can you understand why I don't really give a fuck that you have to pay slightly more, 40% more in property tax? Okay, you're the one who made this happen. People like you, the sheep, you're the reason.
People that try to protect people from getting a disease that was killing
Yes,
them.
people like you, of disease that will kill almost no one that's in good health and under an age of 50. Yes. So guess what? TV's Will Heron, you are paying for your own pandemic response and your sheepishness. All right?
No, what? Like
This is your fault, and you have to live with the consequences of what you did, TV's Will Heron.
I did not do this.
And I'm laughing about it, okay? I am laughing about it because now that you have to pay the bill for it, now that you have to be slightly inconvenienced by it, TV's Will Heron, now you're not happy. I've been inconvenienced the whole fucking time. You know what?
Just slightly. How are you inconvenienced, Ghost?
Huh?
How are you inconvenienced?
The there are the jobs I can't do, the business I work
You do
at.
everything from home, right?
The business I work at cannot operate as it normally does, and therefore needs less time. So I have less. I can bill them for less. Like it's.
You can Zoom. You can Zoom with people. I'm confused.
Yes, but you understand, Will Herod, that like not everyone works directly in their business. Some people work in an office that has locations that are run by our by our blue collar workers, right? You understand that, right? And if there's less capacity there, I can't get a raise. I had to forgo that, okay, so that they wouldn't fire more people. I had to forgo getting more money. I had to forgo benefits. Like I had to forgo a lot of things because of this fucking pandemic. All right. No, I lost a lot of value because of it. All right, so that other people wouldn't lose their fucking job because Karens like you made this way worse than it really was. Okay.
It was worse than I told it, and I didn't make these.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. If we had people that took care of themselves, almost no one would be dying from this condition.
If everybody didn't drive a car, they never get fucking in a car accident.
No, TV's Will Herod. Do you know we're more than like? Is it like 80% of the deaths are in like obesity? Like obesity nations with an obesity
That's
problem.
a factor that's like hurting people, but like anything that you had going wrong with you, fucking COVID attacked. So you could be having like a heart problem, you were in perfect shape, but once fucking COVID got into you, it attacked anything that was weak and destroyed.
I don't care about your fake and gay disease. Okay,
Well,
you now have to live with the consequences of your overreaction to this, TV's Will Heron. You're living with the consequences of it, and I'm laughing.
I never reacted. I dealt with
Yes,
this.
you absolutely did. Are you kidding me? I didn't overreact. There's a 0.2% death rate, guys. Oh, man.
You were part of that 2%.
Oh, 0.2%, and it's all old people and people over the average age of death. Oh, no. A smoker for 20 years died of a respiratory
I want your
condition.
grandparents to live.
Oh,
Sorry, man.
all my grandparents are dead, TV's Will Heron. I don't give a fuck. All right,
Just
look.
because you don't give a fuck doesn't mean that you're the only one that matters.
Exactly, which is why I stay away from other people's grandparents and don't infect
You
them,
think that
okay?
just because you don't have grandparents, which I don't either. You You know, I only have my mother. That's
I don't want to infect other people's grandparents. You know what I do? I just stay away from old people because they're actually at risk. Something that everyone could very simply do. Something that people could very simply do. The suicide toll, the increase in depression are all avoidable conditions, TV's Will Heron.
And they bring it home. And a lot of places here in El Paso, you have multi-level families living in the homes. You have like
I don't care. I don't care. Most of those people aren't citizens.
I care.
They're not my people. They're not American. TV's Will Heron, those are not Americans. I have no obligation to them.
There are people here in El Paso.
They are not Americans.
Yes, they are.
Who are Americans? You talking about the U.S. citizens in El Paso?
Yes, they're Americans as well.
How many of them are Mexicans and Guatemalans?
How many of them are legal U.S. citizens, TV's Will Heron?
You know the demographics? Is that what you're asking for, Viridian?
No, how many... Viridian, stop it. How many of them are legal U.S. citizens, TV's Will Heron?
Legal U.S. citizens. So, per book-wise, we have like 680,000 people living in El Paso, as per the census. But it's commonly thought that there's probably maybe 200,000 plus that are undocumented living in El Paso, and then you have.
Okay, so there are 200,000 illegal immigrants. Don't care about all 200,000. Good? You good?
I can't point out who they are, what they are, because I don't have
care.
everybody's.
All right, look, TV's Will Heron, I don't care. You're suffering the consequences. You're suffering the consequences of your over-response to COVID. Deal with it. Now pay the price. Pay the price for it. Pay the price for it. Pay the price for it. Pay the price for your irresponsibility. Your irresponsibility that made Amazon insanely rich. Your irresponsibility that made Netflix insanely rich. Your irresponsibility that made all these people who needed no help insanely rich. Good job. Good job, sir.
You are backwards, my friend.
You made normal people poor to make wealthy people rich, okay? Good job. Good job, TV's Will Heron.
I actually help people make money who are losing cash.
Nope, you made the richest people richer, TV's Will Heron. That's what you did. At the expense of every small business, at the expense of every person that doesn't have an online shop they can run, you made rich people rich, you made yourself poor. Good job. Mission accomplished.
Neither of either.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. You 100% did.
You're incorrect.
You did. You made Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and these companies insanely rich, and you made yourself poor. Good job, sir.
No, I did neither of either.
You did. You did. You're just too stupid to realize it, TV's Will Heron. That's the thing. You're too stupid and scared to realize what you did. And this is why I don't really feel any pity for you. I don't feel bad for you having to pay the price for your actions.
I never asked for your pity.
Does Will just come in here to share his bad takes, basically?
I'm sorry that you think this was a joke and like no, this.
It is a joke to me. It's funny. It's fucking funny, TV's Will Heron. It's really funny.
I know all the people that died. I mean.
Oh, I helped these people that were dying in my arms. Oh no! Oh gosh! Oh, and they were all wearing masks, and they were all staying safe, and they all died all the same.
A lot of people died.
Oh man! Did you hear DMX died right after he got the vaccine?
No, he died of an overdose.
He died right after he got... I didn't say he died of the vaccine. I just said he died right after he got it.
Right, but he died of an overdose.
Actually, no. Apparently, according to his family, no doctor has said he died of an overdose. That's misinformation that's being peddled. People are peddling misinformation about a dead man in that story. You know that, right?
Well, how did he die, Ghost? Apparently, you were there.
I don't know.
Did you give him?
I don't know how he died, but what I've heard is it was not an overdose from people directly related to the story.
All of your facts are always right and correct.
I didn't say they were right. I'm saying that I'm saying
you were saying that you are when you're not.
No, whoa! I'm not insinuating anything. Hold on, sir. I simply said. I'm simply said. Hold on. Hold on. TV's Will Heron. Hold. TV's Will Heron. Hold on. Okay.
I'm sober. Like I'm seeing this.
I'm just saying. Hold your horses, cowboy. Hold your horses.
Right there, Chiro.
Hold your horses, man. I just said he got vaccinated and he died shortly after. I did not say the vaccine killed him.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's just strange to have a medical complication right after, introducing some sort of experimental vaccine to your body. I'm just saying. I'm not saying
that he died of the vaccine.
No, not at all. No. Your words, not mine. I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
You didn't put those in my mouth and try to get me to say them.
I'm
But you
just
see,
saying
you're
it's
trying to
it's
say
awkward.
is
And I'm
that-
saying is that I've heard that he did not die of an overdose, and that's misinformation coming out from somewhere else.
Some people believe that we didn't land on the moon, but that's wrong.
That's not. That's kind of a non sequitur. That.
Oh, that's relevant.
I mean, that's definitely the thinking man's response. You know,
I think it's exactly the truth.
definitely,
It's like
definitely the thinking man's response, right, Fed?
I mean,
All I know is that I've heard of a source that was his family said no, he didn't die of an overdose. I don't know why people are reporting
aliens
this.
built the pyramids. I've heard all kinds of I heard we had a flat Earth. I heard we had a hollow
What does
Earth.
this have to do with an event that literally happened like a week ago?
Wild, crazy things by all kinds of wild, crazy people. I'm saying don't believe everything you read.
I know. I'm talking to a journalist. I am blatantly aware of that.
Well, I'm a TV journalist, so apparently you don't have to worry about reading it.
Okay.
that is true. Infowars, Will Heron.
Sorry. I'm just. Now he's gaslighting. You don't say premium meme. Okay.
I mean, this whole time, like, that's not like, oh, now he's mad. I'm hitting you back with the same thing you're doing to me, and I'm the gaslighter.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not listening to you, Verdi. I'm not ignoring you, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Fed, he's not InfoWars Will Heron. He's CNN's Will Heron.
True.
Cut his mic now. Cut his mic.
No.
Take his coat.
I don't do that.
Only when it's me.
No, because you were like talking over everyone and shit, and like ruining the audio quality of my stream at the moment.
Okay, yeah, Kalashnikov brings up a good point. What the fuck is the thinking man's fetish?
Thighs, obviously.
I thought it would be MILFs because you can never go to jail for fucking a MILF.
Not true. Not
That
true
is
at all.
patently false.
But patently false.
Well, how are
Yeah.
you fucking her?
Oh, yeah, that's
consensual?
right. She could just
Yeah, exactly. I was like, Bertie, you know.
You start somewhere.
That's right. She could just cry rape, and then I get nailed to the fucking wall.
Well, no, she could also be 16, but
Oh lord, that's right.
yeah, I was like, no, Brittany, you're missing the very obvious, like.
16-year-old milk.
Well,
Whoa.
the term. What is the term? It's mother I'd like to fuck, and it only implies mother. It does not necessarily preclude a mature woman, necessarily.
Well, do you think a 16-year-old? I mean, that's kind of.
I
Oh,
know.
I mean, there's an entire MTV series based off of it. So
Teenage mothers, yeah.
16-year-old
That's why I'm saying that, like.
Imagine them if they called it like MTV 16-year-old MILFs instead. Oh, dude.
God. Oh no, 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 no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Now wait a minute. Yeah, that's dangerous territory.
Must see TV.
Los Pepes Malos, how you doing, sir?
Hola,
Okay.
señor.
You know, Pepe.
It's just, isn't it funny, Fed, when people have to eat their vegetables eventually?
I mean, that's why they're on the plate. They gotta be. If you want the dessert, you gotta go through the vegetables.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Kalashnikov said teen mom's Willie Heron.
Oh, yeah.
The bitch has to read the whole of War and Peace and give you a rusty venture. That's the thinking man's fetish?
A rusty venture.
Better than a rusty trombone.
A rusty venture.
What? Now, what is a rusty venture for those of us that are only abnormal degenerates?
Oh, it's a joke from a show.
Oh, okay. Oh, like Adventure Brothers?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
everyone's the gay guys are always arguing what exactly a rusty venture is, and everybody has a different ridiculous
Different
response
ridiculous
for it.
answer?
Yeah. And it's like an evolving.
I remember what
good.
season of the Venture Brothers that was.
Oh, I couldn't fucking tell you. That show's a blur for me.
And now you have to think about it.
Okay, according to Urban Dictionary, a rusty venture is when you beat your dick so hard you get a rash.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you know what a rusty trombone is?
I've heard of that one.
I've heard of it, I vaguely know of it, and you disgust me for bringing it up.
Nope. You brought it up. Do the reporting. What is it, Will?
Okay, so
As a
Last
journalist,
week-
you're obligated to tell us what this disgusting sex act is.
we found a, well, not we, but a 7-year-old migrant child.
No,
wait
a minute. No, absolutely not. Not okay. No, you do not go from disgusting sex acts to talking about a 7-year-old child. Stop it, Will. Stop it, TV's Will Heron. Not okay.
Found in the desert,
No,
walking
no,
around.
no. TV's Will Heron. I don't care about your disgusting fetish with migrant children. Okay? No,
No, you
you
did.
do not.
Right there,
You
right
do
there,
not
right there.
transition like that.
Yeah,
Absolutely
yeah,
not.
For a migrant child in there is not true.
I don't care. I don't
It's
care.
not.
You do not transition like that. Okay? Not okay. Absolutely not okay.
Will Heron.
Better transition. What were you talking about? I can try transition.
Answer.
that
what the fuck, dude? Are you
We're
serious?
talking to Little St. James Island attendant Will Heron.
Oh
you're
no.
the island,
Like, are you
you're-
kidding me? Are you kidding me? TV's Will Heron. As soon as we like, what the fuck, dude? Not okay.
So they found this 7-year-old wandering in the desert.
No, 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 no. Explain yourself, you fucking animal.
So I'm not an animal, but he's walking around the desert.
You're worse than an animal. An animal would have the decency not to bring up a 7-year-old child, and people are talking about rusty trombones and rusty ventures.
You brought up the Rusty Venture. So, anyways.
Yes!
Kids
Yes, we were
walking
having a
around the-
conversation about it because chat brought it up, and you thought that the proper transition for that was to talk about some migrant kid. Okay? No! That's... What the fuck? What is this gay earth?
So Burble Joel picks him up. It's like, what are you doing walking around in the middle of the desert?
I don't care about this child, okay? Alright? His parents should be in jail for child abuse. Story over. Next.
So the Coyotes, what they did is
Holy crap. Do you know how many people get raped crossing the border? It's like 80% claim it, okay?
You're right.
Alright, so
This
yes,
kid-
you're right.
this kid-
You're right, TV's Will Heron. They have to go back for their own safety.
Border Patrol finds this
Being
kid
violated
walking
multiple times by coyotes is not a good experience for anyone. Agreed. Good. Done. Story over. What's next?
around. What had taken place is they started in like Guatemala and they started walking out.
I don't care. They were bust up here. Let's move on. All right.
Uncle
They were bust up
Hollywood.
here and placed here because a child cannot walk 500 miles on their own. They will die. Okay. Story over. Next story. TV's Will Heron. Happy?
Travel up to the border. They got stopped and kidnapped by gang members and cartels. So what happened was the cartels had the
All right, guys. Don't tell him I've muted him, but
I mean,
I don't care about his stupid puff piece. I really
I
don't
don't
care.
even know
I
what's
don't really
going
care
on
about his
anymore.
virtue signaling puff piece. I just want TV's Will Heron to know that. All right, I'll unmute him.
The NGOs called him a fucking Uber.
All right, are you back, TV's Will Heron?
I've been here.
Okay.
That was kind of weird.
I know you were here. All right. I don't care. Are you happy? Are you happy? I'm a soulless automaton. All right.
Well, I knew that.
I don't care. All right.
It's interesting.
No, I really, I don't. I don't. All right. All their parents should be in jail. Okay. All these parents have molested their children by sending them up the border. They've done it. They're absolutely culpable for that, and they should be in jail for molesting their own children. All right. That's it. Story over. All right. You good?
It's not over. The
Yes.
story
Yes.
is
TV's
a
Will
lot
Heron. It is
crazier and
over.
wilder.
It is fucking over. All right. They've molested. They've abused their children, and they should all be in jail. All right. Happy? That's my response to all of these stories. It's the same.
That's very close-minded.
It's true. It's the truth. Yes, the truth is often close-minded. Very often.
It's not.
The
I
truth
think there's
isn't
always-
complicated. It's often just that's what the truth is.
Three
TV's
sides,
Will Heron.
like every story, yours, hers, and the truth.
That's what the truth
there's
is.
so many
TV's Will
things like
Heron.
going-
I'm sorry.
you
I'm
can
sorry
go
you don't
on
want to
and
hear the
do-
truth. I'm sorry you're a fucking Karen and you don't want to hear
I'm
like
not
what the
Karen.
truth is. Yeah, you are. But
I'm
that's the
definitely
truth.
not.
That's what happened.
Definitely not
Like I'm
Karen.
sorry, TV's Will Heron, but you can't just magic away what they did. That's what they did. They
What
abused
happened
these
is
children.
terrible.
Like
I
you
totally
can't
agree,
undo
but
what they
They
did.
did it out of desperation. I'm not saying it's okay.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Look, okay, if an incel is desperate to get laid and has never gotten laid and he rapes a girl, does that make it okay? Does that make it okay, TV's Will Heron? Does that make it okay? He's desperate. He's desperate. He's got a need. He's got to meet. TV's Heron. He's desperate. Nothing. He has no hope. He has no prospects. He has no good. No, he was desperate. TV's Heron.
You're
was desperate.
comparing apples to tomato sandwiches.
What? Sending a young girl across the border where she's 80% likely to be raped and molested by coyotes to a young man that can't get laid, raping a girl because he can't get laid? Hold on. How is that different? How is that different, TV's Heron? How is that any different?
I never said anything about molestation, and you were wrong. It was a boy.
That's what happens! According to Amnesty International, TV's Heron, that is what happens to almost every girl that crosses the border. She will be passed around by traffickers. Yes.
I didn't say that, but that does take place.
Do you debate that that's the facts? That, young girls that are sent across the border aren't passed around like candy by traffickers and molesters?
It does happen. I agree.
All the time, correct?
It happens often.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have numbers on it, but from what I understand, that does happen a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So how is that any different from what I just said?
From a child being left in the middle of the desert.
How is that any different?
Gigantically different.
How?
So this child, he was dropped off in the middle of the desert. The reason why is because...
How is that any different from sending a young girl across the border where she will be molested?
It's usually different. And it wasn't a young girl, it was a boy. So
it doesn't matter.
Try to get on the same page.
So coyotes are only heterosexual? Good to know.
I mean, I don't know the child's molester.
Good to know. Good to know that people that traffic children are only heterosexuals. That's very comforting to know for all the young boys they send in.
That's not what I said. That's what you said.
I mean, you're kind of implying it. You're kind of implying it, TV's Weird. Like you are saying that. Oh, they'll be safe.
Wait. If we're damning the children in the first place, what if we just transition all of the girls that are trying to go over the border?
Oh,
there we
go.
Right?
There we go. That'll
put them on hormones, and then you send them across.
Problem solved.
Yeah. If you're gonna fuck up their life, but go all the way, right?
Yeah. Why send them on the express train? Send them on the bullet train straight to.
Yeah, that's right. That's I was say. So you either do that or you get the big rubber band and the Acme slingshot.
No, they drop they don't slingshot.
I mean.
Anyways, so
this is more fun.
Boy dropped off, 7 years old. His mother couldn't be with him because she got picked up by the cartel as well as the child. What happened was the uncle.
Wait. Can I? Let me go find the clip from the final scene of the Joker. Let me go find that clip real quick. All right. let me go play that clip for everyone.
Well,
what was the line? TV's Heron. What's the line from the last scene of the Joker?
By the cartel.
Yeah, what's the line from the last scene of the Joker? TV's Heron.
$5,000. Every person.
What's the line? TV's Heron. What's the line from the final scene of the Joker?
What you're talking about? I've seen the Joker, but
what's the line? What does Joker say to the late night TV show host when he shoots him in the face?
Remember that?
What does he say?
I don't remember.
What's the exact? Come on. It's really fucking poignant.
I don't remember.
You get what you fucking deserved.
Rusty trombones all around, boys.
I don't think they deserve that.
Just wait for breaking the law and endangering your child. No, I think this is a pretty effective punishment. I don't
think she should put the child in danger.
I agree. She shouldn't have put the child in danger.
I agree. I don't think they should have made that.
Thank you, You get what you fucking Heron.
You see, the thing is, I think the people that are immigrating here are just I don't know.
You started to get quiet again.
Yeah, you're really quiet. I can barely hear you.
I do not know how to phrase this without accidentally getting you booted off a deal Trovo. So, to sum it up, you cannot continue to run from your problems. Is the thing.
I agree. You should take care of your own country and make it better so you don't have to run, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you see why you propagating propaganda like this, TV's Heron, is not helping these people? You are,
I think
you are,
you're
you
trying.
are, you are absolutely propagating
not. I'm
propaganda,
telling you,
talking about these
you're
people
trying.
as making them,
No,
what do you
no.
call it, trying to make these people sympathetic figures is propagating propaganda that we will
I
help
tell
them.
the story. I don't
You're
choose a side.
you are pushing
You
propaganda.
choose the side and
You
yell
are
at me.
you are choosing
That's what
propaganda.
happens.
You are
No, no,
absolutely choosing propaganda
never choose a
because you
side,
could
and you
spend all
start
this time
both.
talking about the thousands
choose
of
my
you could
side
spend all
and
this
say
time
that's
talking
not
about the
fighting
thousands of people
And
molested
that's not
along the
true.
border and abused and murdered by the
didn't bring up
cartelmen,
any
but
of those
instead
You
instead
did.
you are prefacing every story by saying, "Look at how desperate these brave people are." So
I said
yes,
they're
you
brave.
are propagating propaganda about this. I
I
do
said
like
they're
saying
brave.
that. Some good
I said they're
there's some good alliterative value about this too. But like no,
Pretty
that's what
much
you're
not.
doing. You are absolutely propagating propaganda by telling them that like, "Hey, look, this
telling
this
you what
infant
to
that was
play.
dropped 20 feet survived. That's propaganda. You're telling them that they can put their child's life in danger.
No, I'm not. I'm saying don't do that. It's a bad decision. I'm just telling you that's what they did.
Yeah, I know. But by saying that
tell
child
you
lived, you are
the
propagating
story.
propaganda.
And you go in like whatever direction you want to go in, as you often do. I'm just trying to say this is what took place. What do you think about it? And you say, Will, you made that happen. It's your fault.
I say you heard what I said. You heard what I said, Will. They got what they fucking deserved.
Okay, that's your opinion. I respect that.
Okay.
You can think that. And nothing against that. But there's more than your opinion.
Because I want people in Peru and Guatemala and El Salvador, I want them to hear this and know that I don't give a fuck about them. I want them to know that they're going to have to save themselves. I want them to know that there are a bunch of mean, emotionless people here that don't give a fuck about them or their struggle or anything. Okay? And solve your own fucking problems. Go home, fuck off, we're full. That's what I want people to hear. I want people to know that. Okay? I do.
Okay.
I do. And that's what's
You made that
best.
very
That's what's
clear.
best.
You see,
That is what's
you made that very
best.
clear multiple times.
That's what's best because they are all human beings
That's what
with
you
their
think
own
is best.
capacity, TV Swill Heron, that can solve their own problems, and they don't need me to solve their problems because they are adults. And they have their own society they can build, and they can make their lives better. All I will do is cripple their ability to make their lives better, and I'm not willing to do that because I do actually care that they don't fuck their own shit up because they bring their problems here when they fuck things up at home. So no. Fuck them, go home, stop molesting and abusing your children. You can do that. You have the capacity to do it. Oh, you have a great night, Viridian.
Yep. See.
Yeah, night, Verdin.
Okay, so that's what I think about all your stupid migrant stories. Let's get to something else, okay? Because you wouldn't even explain to me. You wouldn't even explain to me what your You wouldn't even explain to me how much money you made on this increase in property values. I don't have to explain to you any further reasoning, and I have gone well out above and beyond explaining anything that you did about your property taxes story.
I'm so tired of talking about that. I shouldn't even brought it up.
You're the one who brought it up.
It's true.
You're the one who brought it up. You are the one who brought it up, TV Swill Heron.
No, that was dumb.
But you have a great night, Viridian Cavalier.
Fucking learned that one right.
Yeah, walked into
Don't
that.
bring up things I literally do in my profession, okay? And act like, oh, woe is me, okay? Because like I actually fucking do that for a living. I value properties for a living, TV Swill Heron.
You're still
Okay,
a
that's like my. No, but as a financial analyst, it's one of the many fucking jobs that I do as a financial analyst, sir.
You don't just focus on property. You do
Yes,
it in
with
like
properties
wealth.
specifically, not residential. But yes, I do. I do value properties. All right. It's one of the many jobs I do. Because I do a real job.
My job is pretty real.
Your job can be done by a kid with a camera.
Not well.
Your job is done better by Styx Hexenhammer, and he's just a fucking weirdo blogger Satanist, okay? And he does a better job than you do at your own job.
I wish. I hope you're a better financial analyst than you are a judge of character.
Oh, that wasn't any judgment on your character.
Well, your insinuation is that I'm unintelligent.
No. You insinuated
Did you
that.
not just say that my job could be done by children and
Yes.
that I'm pretty much a child for doing the job?
That doesn't mean you're dumb.
Are you saying
That means you found a grift that you can do that's really easy. And that's a smart
grift.
thing. That's a smart thing.
I don't get paid enough to make this a grift.
You've got houses. Like, unless you inherited all those fucking houses, like.
I was a
clearly
government
made some-
contractor before I was a journalist. I worked with my father. So, like, I'm 41, so I'm older. I was in the service, and I worked with my father, and I became a service connected civil veteran-owned business, and we bought properties and stuff like that. And when administrations changed, things changed, and I got out of it because I was tired of working for my family and I wanted to do my own thing, which is what I did. I paid for my own education, and I got my own job, all on my own. The properties were bought by myself, and the ventures
Then
that
why did
that
you
I
become a
went-
journalist? You're doing productive things and helping
You know
people.
what's stupid? I wanted to be a podcaster, and I got hired for being a podcaster from the podcast group. And they were
Were
like,
you fired
"Dude."
for being boring?
I brought up. I asked, "What racial slurs do you use during sex?"
I
Really?
recently talked about that.
Fucking
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, remember like Hulk Hogan and stuff like that?
See, that's an awesome thing though. Like that I can see if you got fired over that and you were like, wait, what are you guys talking about? Like that is entertaining to me. I can see why you'd be like, what?
So yeah, I was pretty pissed off, and I used that as motivation. Blah blah blah. So yeah, I got the education and the degrees, and those can't be taken away. I got the job.
Those can't be taken away. Hold on, Will. Hold my beer. Red Assassin 2180. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Okay. Well, your job is worthless. So
It's definitely not worthless. It's very
it is.
honorable.
No, it is. Anyone can do it.
pretty much
Anyone can do
Guardian
it.
of the truth is what I do. No,
Guardian of the truth.
Yeah.
Guardian
That's what they
of the truth. I see. What percentage of people die from COVID-19?
COVID. I
Yes,
like how you like.
COVID-19.
It doesn't matter how you
What
say
percentage of people die from COVID-19?
it. You said 97%. I'll give you
No.
that.
0.2%.
97% die?
Excuse me, 90% live,
Uh,
3%.
how are you alive? You're a miracle, TV's Will Heron, if you survived
I
something with
don't
a...
get that shit either.
My gosh. Why was he the one they didn't take, Fed? Take him instead!
More
Leave
important.
Grandma and Grandpa alone! Take
You were
Will
not
instead!
I was wrong. I had that very backwards.
Don't worry, but don't worry, he's a guardian of the truth.
Right.
I can be incorrect and realize that I was wrong and go back and fix it. That
True.
doesn't hurt my feelings one bit. It's
Still
the
funny.
best when you actually realize you made a mistake and say, "Hey, fucked up." I think that makes me go, "Man,
When Will reports fake news, he cuts off a pinky to remain honorable. Rising. I like Rising. He ties it all back. Holy fuck, they threw grenades at me. Oh shit! No, Bear! No, stop it! The truth needs guardians, Lamau. That's an excellent point, Lotus.
I guess." it
Why
depends
would
on
the
villain.
truth need a guardian?
Because
From what? What are you guarding the truth from?
You, Ghost.
Me?
You need the truth guarded from you. because
Okay,
you got me up the wall.
are
make
you-
me bananas.
Okay,
He
so
ain't making
what's my reach, TV's Will Heron? Because this is one of my biggest nights on Trovo. I had 30 people at one point. So
Oh,
yes,
you're
I
welcome.
clearly, I'm the danger, right? I'm the danger, right? I talk to double digits worth of people a night. I'm clearly the danger.
I never said you're a danger.
You just if you're implying I'm a danger, you're saying
never
that
implied
you
you're
need
a
to
danger.
guard the truth from me.
People that
Say you're guarding the
True.
truth from him.
I mean, like, Guardian, like, usually, Guardians guard from danger, right?
Well, you're a danger.
I am the one who knocks! Exactly, Clash Nagash! The one who knocks, goddamn. Who fact checks the fact checkers, etc., etc. All those immigrant children missing pinkies.
Oh, maybe that's why the parents keep dropping them over the wall. I can't
Oh,
hold
there
on
you
to
go.
them anymore. They're all missing.
Oh, they've all lost their pinkies. Excellent.
You know what's the worst part of losing your pinkies too? You're super
Yeah,
untrustworthy. No
Yep.
more pinky promises.
Yeah, you can't pinky promise with one of your
Fucking
hands.
useless.
That's an excellent
You can't wipe
point.
your ass.
You never have to come back. Wait, what?
You can't wipe
Yeah.
your ass.
What?
You lose the ability to wipe your ass without your
Oh,
pinky?
man. Don't they like cut your hand off when you steal? Saying.
What just happened? I was okay.
I'm as lost as you are, Fed.
Keep your hands to yourself, and you won't get them cut off.
Apparently,
And you-
keep your pinkies to yourself too, because
Yeah,
you're using
clean
them to
butt.
wipe your ass.
Yeah,
What are
yeah,
you
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, that's why you can't get pinky. You need a pinky. Yeah, well, there's a third stage clingers, and you got pinky to get in there. It's gonna stay there.
Oh no! Oh,
Okay.
Willow
Bidet
is a thorough
salesman,
investigative
Will.
journalist.
Bidet salesman Will Heron.
Oh, have you ever had a bidet? Have you used a bidet?
Yes.
Do you have a bidet at your house?
I wish. No.
Hmm.
Honestly, you've never been clean.
Until you use a
never been-
bidet.
Yeah.
I,
You will never
you know
feel
what the
clean
worst feeling in
again.
the world is? You know the worst feeling in the world
Talking
is?
to a journalist at 12 o'clock in the evening about pointless stories, and then having the one story that's actually interesting he deflects from.
Taking a shit after you got out of the shower.
That is a mood killer.
That's the absolute worst feeling in the world.
I just get right back in the shower.
What even on time? Like today, like I had to go to work. I was literally like in the meeting while like dropping a deuce, and just got out of the shower. I was like, God damn! I'd love to jump back in there, but gotta work. You know what I mean?
Tell
I
me
know.
broke
I work
down.
such a hard job. I'm a journalist.
What are you
I
on?
already know
Journaling!
the truth.
Yeah, damn right I am.
Oh, speaking
Guardian
of
of
which,
the-
Showering.
Bed, I do want to test my ghost coin with you when you get a sec.
Oh yeah. I was trying to set a thing up, and I was like, dude. I got distracted by the truth's Will Heron.
Good.
I got distracted by dead babies.
The blinding light is blinding you.
I mean,
I-
I guess that is kind of. It's kind of how that works, right?
I guess we're down
we
here,
did.
Fed. We're
Give
in the
us a
dirt.
second.
We just don't know. If only we could know better.
I think Fed gets it.
I've been watching some of your reports. I see the truth now.
Oh, you should follow our.
Turtologist Will Heron.
Wait, did he emerge from the cave 3 days later with the truth, or he's shown the light on the cave for us?
I
The
restarted-
shadow. We
I
saw
had-
the shadows on the wall from his reporting, right, Ben?
I had an extra life, so I came back to life.
Oh,
We
he
saw the
showed up.
shadows on the wall, Fed, and that's how we knew the truth.
I respawned.
The cave's Will Heron. Okay, that was funny.
Come on, that's funny, man.
Hey, no, I'm with you on that one.
Show us the shadows, Will. TV's Will Heron. Sorry, cave shadows, Will Heron. Show us. Show us
Give me
the.
a blind. You need to get a damn fucking headset. Jesus Christ. It's like 1984 at your house.
Am I reverbing? I gotta turn Will Heron down. That's probably just a good rule anyway.
Kind of a big deal.
There we go. Ah, so much better. So much quieter.
Kind of a big deal. I like that. Well done.
So, since you
Ah,
can I tell you the migrant story now? Can I finish it?
No, we're done with that story. We're moving on. You wouldn't elaborate on your property taxes story, so I'm not gonna let you elaborate on your migrant propaganda story.
Watch the story for yourself.
Fucking bear! Ah! 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 Oh no 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 no! Ah! Fuck! So close. Sorry, what were you saying, Will? TV's
I'm gonna
Will.
pull up the story that I did so you can just watch it and get over it.
I'm not gonna pull up your story, TV's Will Heron.
I'm kinda.
No.
No, you can just watch it on your own.
NAMBLA correspondent Will Heron! No!
Like,
Oh no! Oh, Lotus going hard. Oh man.
no babies. No raping babies.
You
I mean, crazy thing. This dude like
William
we're
Big
kinda
Deal
down to
Heron.
that.
this dude like took his like infant child with a shotgun.
Why
Like,
does every
shotgun
story
to the
come
house.
back to infants being murdered in El Paso? It's almost like,
Down.
oh man. No
Why
wonder
does it
you're.
feel like
No
El
wonder
Paso's
you have such
still
bigoted
more
views on
emphasis
Latin
open?
Americans. Jeez.
How many bigoted views on?
Like it finally all makes sense, Fed. Why he's such a bigot towards Hispanics. Like he lives amongst people that keep murdering their children. Like I understand now where his bigotry comes from.
Blaming everybody but yourself.
What did I do? Did I kill those children?
I have no baby blood on my hands.
Yeah.
No.
I can confidently say, with 100% accuracy and confidence, TV's Will Heron,
No.
I have not harmed a small child. Can you say the same?
Yes, I've never harmed a child ever.
Okay. Well, I have a correspondent who says he went to your kindergarten and says that you put a tack on his seat. How do you respond, TV's Will Heron?
Fucking deserved it.
Okay. So you have harmed a small child.
Well, I was a small child myself, so.
Well, thank you, Clydo.
Wash.
So that made it okay. Good to know. Oh, Clydo, thank you for lurking. I appreciate that. So that made it okay, right?
I mean,
it's kind of a dick.
if it's mutual baby combat, unless you're using.
Well, that's fair. It's like a cockfight, right? Like you just put razor blades on like the toddler's hands, and whichever one comes out is the winner.
He knew what he was doing, and he got it.
Okay.
He got the business end of the stick.
Oh no. Oh no, not the words anyone should have used for that, but.
Happens.
You actually streamed New Vegas this morning? Well, I'm sure your experience was much better than mine, because it has been, I think 50 crashes this stream so far.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah. That's why when you get to like a string of like it not crashing, you really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks.
Yeah, I started the stream, I think it was at like 160 was my number of crashes, and about at 210.
God.
You know why it started crashing? I found the Bethesda office in the game.
Ah, there you go.
AFK for a sec.
Speak of the devil. There's 210.
Well.
All right, I'm sorry. What were you saying? Scribbles on the bathroom wall. Will Heron.
He dipped out for a sec.
Oh, he left?
Oh no, he's like still in the call, but he's like away.
I see. You surprised anyone would suffer through Fallout 3? Fallout 3 is a good game. It's just not very well optimized or debugged, and very unstable on Windows 10.
Damn. Yeah, I've been noticing that like any games that are like even a little bit old have just been like crumpling a lot, and it's starting to piss me. But then again, we had what was it? What was the fucking
My ancestors are smiling, Will Heron. Can yours say the same?
It's negatory. Only when using mutual baby combat could they be smiling upon it. Cyberpunk 2077. I was gonna say that came out in like current.
You know what's funny? Cyberpunk is way more stable than this game.
Well, I mean, now that it got like a bunch of.
No, it was more stable even before that. Even the initial build.
Wow.
Like I didn't get like any crash. I got like one crash to desktop in the entire game.
I heard people had that thing. Well, not just.
I'm just telling you what my experience was. Like I had like one CTD. And I'm talking about like the earliest, the worst it possibly could have been, like right when it launched. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Fucking load.
Oh, I doubt that, Lotus. Go fire up Fallout 3, Lotus. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I'll give you my exact same mod list. Let's see what happens. Ooh, Chinese assault rifle.
Yeah, the changing the window thing is brutal.
I'm in windowed mode, Kaleido.
Man.
You don't own... Lotus, come on. That hasn't stopped you from playing games before.
What do you think about Andy going the slot before the Ralph retort?
What?
What do you think about Andy's show now being before the Ralph retort?
Good move.
Wait, what?
Right.
That's excellent.
How about you that help with your viewers?
Yes, that's excellent if that's the case. Holy shit, really? Andy moved it earlier? I love it.
Yeah, because they do like the Patreon Discord thing too, and like they're trying to like accommodate for that, and then they're also trying not to like stream every day. But they're just testing out a bunch of shit.
I think that's excellent for me because, you know, people can watch me after Ralph with no real competition. That's excellent.
Yeah.
And everyone else that won't be watching me will be watching Andy's Patreon, which is good for Andy.
Yeah.
How is there still hair dye in fucking the post-apocalyptia?
Oh, well, I mean, if anything, because people are more willing to put just drugs and weird shit in their hair, right?
Maybe you can drink it.
Bucket. Bleach.
Oh, they'll drink it.
You get high of it.
Yeah, exactly. Ride the turret.
Yipe, yipe, yipe. Fucking turret controls. I think that's excellent, TV's Will Heron.
A double score for you.
I hope Andy gets an even bigger audience now with a more, you know, earlier time slot, too.
More opportunity for people to watch them.
It's so fucking hard to watch, like, anything after the Ralph tour. Like, honestly, like, that's why it's brutal to have, like, shit that late, honestly.
Totally. Especially when it's, like, the same fans.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also
So you're saying maybe if I got, like, an old DirectX compatibility patch, I could get this working? Interesting.
Probably.
Something I'm gonna look
But
into.
Also, it's really weird too, cause like the connected tissue that there used to be between them, it used to be like, yeah, Ralph is on Trovo, so he gets to like host Andy, and now it's like, it is so fucked up where everybody's like on their own like platforms and they're all getting like.
It's okay though. We're all gonna get on Odyssey.
Yeah.
What do you think about the network?
The network.
The network?
They're talking about doing like a Ralph's. We can do like a Killstream network, with like
Oh, yeah.
multiple shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Right?
And well, I mean that's kind of what's going on anyways. Like people are just like, there's like a thing that.
Kind of an
Max
unofficial network of
Cash
sorts,
to.
but
Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather keep it, you know, unofficial.
Like doing your own thing.
Kind of, but like I mean, like I appreciate the support. I'll help out Ralph when I can. I'll help out Andy when I can. You know, I'll support him. But like the idea of being like, you know, like officially being part of it, I don't think I would do that.
Do you like being on Trovo or D-Live?
I like being on Trovo. Trovo pays me.
Why? Ah.
very, very simple, Will. Very simple,
makes
TV's
sense.
Will Heron. Trovo pays me, okay?
Why would D-Live pay you?
D-Live, I mean, I've made money on D-Live, but that's mostly been big supporters.
Oh,
More
like
than
a
anything.
donation kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Trovo the last 2 months paid me $800 a month just to
Oh,
provide
shit.
hours. Yeah, I know, it's good money. But that decreased because now Brazilians and Ukrainians are also in the Trovo 500 program, so I have to compete with them as well.
Bless. So, what do they pay you? They like pay you for being online and doing your stream?
They pay me for producing view hours.
So the more people that view you, they pay you for that type thing?
Yeah, yes, but it used to be just a threshold. Now I have to. Well, I've got like a threshold of like if I get to 3,000 hours, I'll probably make I don't know $500 or $600 for this month.
Jesus, it's So 3,000.
Yeah, and if my donos are good, like if my donos are good, they'll pay me another $500. So I can probably make up to like $1,100 this month if I make it in like the top. I think, I don't know, 50 of donos and subs in the bronze tier.
Can you work and still do this?
Yes.
Your hours? Your fucking hours are insane.
Yeah, I know. That's why I sleep 4 hours after work.
All better now.
Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Hey, man, it makes the extra money.
Well, good for you, man. That's a good little supplemental thing, but that's like an investment.
Well,
You gotta
listen.
reframe your camera.
Dude, you're right.
It's like looking up your nose.
But
on top of my nose.
if you have chemicals from medicine, drugs, okay, that's fair, Kaleido. I didn't think of it like that. I mean, you know, like you have to understand, TV Swell Heron, that I do this because like video games are how I relax and enjoy myself, and put up with the insanity of modernity. So like this is my I'm chilling and relaxing,
And people are just kind of paying you to do it.
how I have fun.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's the view hours is the real thing. Like it's.
Yeah, I get paid for the view hours. Really, is what it is. But me, like, I'd be playing video games now anyway, so I figure, fuck, I'll share this with an audience. I'll have people that chat with me. I'll work on my social interaction skills. Maybe make some friends along the way. Learn better how to talk to girls and normal human beings and stuff. So I can cover a lot of things all at once.
Well, that's how you do, man. Nothing wrong with that. Just get it done.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I operate this way.
How is the meeting girls here on this?
Honestly, like I've talked to way more women since I've been online than I have in real life. Honestly.
Really, they like get at you in like Discord or what?
Yeah, just people other streams, chat with friends, made new friends, stuff like that.
Oh, they all slide in there?
No, it's not necessarily sexual, but I mean, like it's just it's like, oh cool, I made friends.
Rusty trombones, rusty trombones everywhere.
Sounds
Exactly.
He's like a fucking secondhand music shop after a fucking hurricane. It's terrible.
Well, Lotus, if my donos are good, they'll be paying me. Yeah, I know, they'll pay me like $1,000 to do this, so
That it?
Exactly, Dr. Church. That is it. Fuck! I just bought a whole bunch of items and my game crashed. Oh,
Ever thought about doing like a webcam?
Absolutely not. TV's Heron. I have a real job.
I was about to say, technically, he is using.
Is he?
I mean.
Oh, on the game, but like you're just streaming it in. There's no camera.
Yes, there is a camera. It's recording my face and mapping it to my little ghost dude.
Lies, all lies.
Well, I would say it's a lie, but seeing how retarded those eyes go, that is not like he did not manufacture that to work like that. That is definitely a facial malfunction that he's not being able to.
Oh, I'm twitching all the time. No,
I mean, yeah.
Did your mom throw you over a wall?
A twitchy person, okay?
No, he got held up by his eyebrows.
Oh.
And that's why they fuck up so much.
That'll happen.
I do need to get a haircut sometime, though. That's...
Fucking Sam.
We get a haircut appointments, and they're free. We go to a
What?
salon. Yeah, it's one of the little nice things that we get. We get like
Being
a
guardian of the truth.
Yep, we gotta have our hair looking good. Like, you get like facials and all kinds of shit, but I just get the haircuts. You get massages.
You get the full rusty trumpet.
I get the full Asian facial.
Ah, yes.
Like 20 Asians.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
just
I didn't know this was Bukake stars. Will Heron.
It's not.
He's like he works at one of those weird there's that isn't that like a Japanese thing where it's like they it's like news people but they're getting like while they're reporting the news. No, but it's the people that they're doing the news and like they ended up doing like a weird they start
taking their clothes off. Yeah.
But there's like a version of it where they're getting masturbated.
That's a lot of protein to take to the face, Will.
Yeah, right.
It's good for the complexion though.
I mean, theoretically it could be, but
I mean, it could
also it's adding on to tallies of dead baby reporting.
Exactly.
Will Heron.
What? Little fist babies.
Oh.
I'm just telling you, there's fucking kids like walking around the desert right now. It's wild.
You know what? You know, Planned Parenthood's Will Heron. There's a way that they could end up not walking around deserts, right?
I thought you were against abortion.
Me? No.
Yeah. Oh.
No, I'm not against abortion.
You could get like raised by a
I'm not against abortion. I'm not for abortion.
You know, other countries do have children, and they get to be raised in those other countries without ever having to like do this shit.
I don't know, just like the situations they would be in, like they're probably not the greatest of orphanages. I don't think any orphanage is good. I don't know shit about orphanages, never been in one. But I would assume that.
Wait, how did this get to
whoever's being
orphans?
Yeah, I was about
raised
to
by a
say.
family member.
But the
Oh, fucking mine!
raised
God!
the kids
Ah!
in the other country.
I guess.
They got
I
dropped
get-
over the wall because the parent couldn't accompany them over the wall.
Well, what if the parent couldn't feed the child? That's why they're throwing it over the wall.
Wait a minute, are you telling me there's a famine going on in South America and Central America? Wait, where? Where is this? Guardian of the Truths, Will Heron?
I'm not saying that. I think.
Guardian of the Truths, Will Heron. Where's this famine you're talking about? Hold on. You're saying they can't feed their children. Where is it? Show me!
saying
Show
you
me!
don't have enough
Show me
money
the
to
shadows on the wall, TV's Will
don't
Heron!
have
Where
what
is
we have,
where is the
but-
famine?
No child gets left behind, or no child doesn't eat. Like.
Wait,
there,
where's the
We
famine?
don't eat.
Wait!
They-
Where's the famine? Where's the
They don't
famine?
have- No child gets left behind. We literally saw them get dropped off on a doorstep a minute ago. Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? Doorstep?
Wait, where's the famine?
restaurant?
TV's Will Heron, where's the famine?
Those kids are from like.
Where on the doll
Peru,
is the
or-
famine?
I didn't say there was a famine. I said.
You said that you had to
feed the
choose between
children.
eating or not eating, right?
Yeah. There's
Okay,
no way,
where's the
like, feeding
famine?
these people.
Where's the famine?
They don't get fed all the time. Like it isn't like
You know what the
Here,
price is to
Nobody
sell
gets
it?
me any.
somebody gets fed.
You know what bananas are sold to Central and South America for versus what they're sold here for?
It's easier to eat here than it is there.
Wait, I'm just saying, like, Mister, where's the famine? Will,
What if not money?
where's
How
the
do you think-
famine? Where's the famine?
It's not a famine. It's you don't have enough money to pay for
Oh
food.
man, you're telling me there is no, like, social safety net or welfare system in these countries? Can I live there?
Those countries,
Can I live there, TV's Will Heron?
there are
Hold
some,
on,
but
there's no
not as
social
good as
safety
ours.
net. There's no money that people get from the government. Hold on, this sounds fun. Where can I? How do I get there?
You should go.
So I can just break into those countries and like live there in absence of their laws. Can I do that?
I'm gonna throw you over the wall.
I was gonna say we can drop you on the other side of the wall and see.
Yeah. Why don't we? You know what we need? We need some sort of guardian of the truth to report on this for us.
We need
Come on,
some
have
kind
to-
of person we can drop over the wall to report on what's going on the other side.
Well, we go over the wall all the time. I was actually at the wall yesterday. It was kind of wild. Fucking like the military from the Juarez kind of showed up, the Mexican military, and like Border Patrol showed up, and like I was just trying to do a live shot real quick, and like all hell broke loose. It was about 10 o'clock at night. I know this like spot near the wall where you can get like cool shots, for stories like we were doing. And yeah, dude, fucking hell broke loose. I thought it was gonna be like an international incident. It was wild.
I mean, sounds like it actually was.
It was, but that's fucking every day. But I'm gonna take off, you guys. Y'all have a good night.
Wait, whoa! Wait, what?
What? Oh,
Hold
did I really
on.
Tell a story? Oh no.
Wait, why are you just leaving all of a sudden? You get a booty call? Like this is the speed at which you have exited.
It's 1:30.
Surprise.
Fucking other things I want to do. I want to clean the house. Today's my Friday, so
But why did you just like all of a sudden leave? Like you're like in the middle of conversation and you're just like magically just like, whoa.
go when everything's hot. Like I said, buy when property's expensive. Or no, sell. God damn it. Alright, you guys have a good night.
Okay.
It's also.
That was fast.
I mean, do I have to
Yeah.
like do like a long goodbye? You guys want to write you a poem?
I'm just
I mean-
I'm just shocked at the speed at which you exited the conversation.
I would
I'm a
like
bit-
Can you do a limerick about
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm gonna.
reporting on babies?
Well, I would, but Ghost wouldn't like it, so.
No, I want to hear the limerick. Hold on. If you're limericks, hold on. That's a different story. I want to hear a
I want to
limerick.
get muted.
I want to hear the limerick.
Well, I'll put one together for you and I'll post it.
Oh no, it has to be spontaneous.
You should do that. You should be the you should report in limerick now.
Yeah, just give us a limerick.
I'll give you guys a shout out in my next live.
Oh gosh.
I'm in.
Yeah, thank
I'll
you.
accept it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sure this will go well.
That was fascinating.
You know, Fed Zeppelin, I learned something today. What it was, I have no fucking idea, but I learned something today.
Learned this was not it, Chief.
I learned that when you talk with a journalist about a rusty venture or a rusty trombone, that the next words out of their mouth will be a 10-year-old migrant child crossing the desert.
True.
Why did they put this teddy bear on a hook? Look, like, see this, Fed?
Oh yeah, they did. They did.
Raiders are fucking weird.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
They also have like 3 different combat shotguns all rigged to fire at once for this pressure plate. What the fuck?
See, that's what's great though. Is they like, they have a universe where you can just have like a crackhead like den, and it's like, it completely makes sense.
Well, like every crackhead becomes crackhead MacGyver in this game.
Yeah, which is awesome. It's like they have like uppers and like meth and all that stuff, but it's like they do shit. Like they actually like they do the crazy shit, but then you see like the interesting other thing that's like, oh yeah, only a crackhead would think this would work, but this is cool, nice.
Yeah,
They're industrious crackheads.
Exactly. Well, I think they are
Kinda like
cannibals.
that.
These ones are cannibals in the Bethesda office.
Cannibal crackheads.
Yep.
Dude, that needs, if that's not a movie already.
Cannibal crackheads. Make a B movie of it. That was an interesting conversation. I appreciate you tagging in there, Fed.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I can only yell so much about dead babies, said someone. Didn't think I would have to. Like, I was thinking like, oh, I wonder how my day is gonna go. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking frag grenades. What the fuck?
It always gets really, like, really fucking weird. Like, I definitely had, like, a flashback. Like, you know, like, that thing where it's, like, people take LSD, and then they're like, oh, I don't want to take it again because I don't want a flashback, or, like, something like that. Like, that's how my Fridays kind of feel. Like, if I, like, come in here and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And Will Heron shows up, that's kind of, like, that's the LSD in my spinal column.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was just here like, this is a normal conversation beat, right? You know, like, so, this. So then there's a dead baby. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the thing. As weird as it is, it actually is kind of normal at this point.
It's kind of congruous at this point. Congruent, I guess. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Well, I mean, it's normal to hear it from Will, and that's the thing where it's like, wow. I guess this is like, this is what this is normally like. I guess we can actually come to expect
This is life.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
That was a thing that happened. But yeah, I mean, if you I want to collect the addresses, like the wallet addresses with like, you know, the usernames, kind of like that. So I wanted to see like if it has to be like the specific like Algorand wallet, or if I can do it with just like a normal wallet, you know. Oh, this Raider's done fucked up. You done fucked up, son! This encounter was great. And yes, Walter Denman, they did eat Todd Howard in this universe. It's a good ending.
Really?
I think so, because this is the Bethesda building that I'm at. Like the actual video game studio.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I'm doing it. We're doing ghost coins. You know, and they're gonna manage like channel stuff with them basically. You know, anyone that donos will get an equivalent number of ghost coins, and I think I'm gonna give away ghost coins for like mana donations as well. So I think it'll be like 1 coin per like, I guess, ice cream equivalent. So like anything that's like 10 cents or more, you'll get a coin. Like for mana, I think if you donate 10,000 mana in a stream, you'll get a coin as well.
Okay.
And it'll all scale up. You would have called them Ecto Coins? I can make Ecto Coin if you want, Walter Deadman, but I like Ghost Coin.
We interrupt our regularly scheduled program for some
Ghost Coin is a little better because it like attaches your name to it.
Free Dog has heard about some crazy things going on out there.
I'm gonna commission Kuya to come up with like do like a Bitcoin art, you know, of like
I've been getting some scattered reports.
Bitcoin with like my characters on it, you know.
Battling for control of the settlement
Yeah.
Well, what's the exchange rate with Hitler coin? I believe it's 420 Hitler coins for a ghost coin.
Depends on how fast you can make them,
The
right?
scuffles ending in a stalemate.
It's if you can print so many coins in an hour.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I mean it's not like they're not like produced is the thing. Like it's just I made
Yeah,
a supply.
I was doing the Cookie Monster meme.
Oh no. No, there's a billion ghost coins.
Raiders come, there ain't no shame in locking your doors, barricading the windows, and cowering under the nearest bed. When these psychos come to play,
Don't worry, Fed. Like they're gonna be completely valueless.
miserable as humanly possible.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
Raiders
So,
can't be bargained.
you're gonna make enough with money. Fuck it. Go crazy
Ain't
with
no
it.
use surrendering, because they'll just shoot you anyway. So run, hide, or fight if you've got the balls and the guns. But for God's sake, don't go waving the white flag. They'll just strangle you with it.
I don't know how I'm typing on this computer from the other side of it. You have so many video cards that mine so Hitler coins. Lotus, no!
Do the meme.
Oh no. I do say it's always weird that like every conversation I have with TV's Will Heron ends the same way. I have to go now.
Yeah. He doesn't like. He's
It's
not-
always abrupt. It's always like,
Yeah.
and I'm gone. I'm like, wait, what? They were using AMD cards, Tone. Watch, if Elon Musk gets into Ghost Coin, I'm retiring from work. Elon, I'll give you 1 million Ghost Coin. Now go promote it.
Yeah, right. And randomly just talk about it for half a second. Speculative.
Grandpa Ghost, how did you retire? Well, have you ever heard of Elon Musk?
Right. The kingmaker himself. And I can buy some of those truth coins. That's what's up.
That's normal in the game, Kaleido. The Fallout games, the Bethesda ones and on, have always like had you look for closed parentheses or brackets, and you can get more attempts and remove duds.
Yeah. It's nice.
That's not a mod, right, Fed? I'm pretty sure it's not.
No. That's the way it works.
But I remember the first time I played through Fallout 3, it was like I got to the end of the game and I hadn't realized that. And one of my brothers was like, you can like, you can like remove duds. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's just like, oh fucking hell. How you doing though, Fed?
I'm doing good. Just looking at all the weird social media bullshit. It's like, what the fuck is happening with our world?
What happened?
As soon as I stop hearing about dead babies, I'm like, what else happened? And it's like, it's Nick Rekieta. It's a clip of Nick Rekieta listening to some woman who says, "We kicking out all the racists, we killing them." And he's like, did she just say, "We kicking out all them racists"? He just misheard it.
I like Walter Deadman. He knows the lore of the stream, Fed. Ever heard of a guy who made a flamethrower and launched a car with dead hookers in the trunk? He invested in my coins. Grandpa Ghost.
Fucking true.
What if we took the PPSH and moved the magazine to the end of the barrel? The combat shotgun.
I love fucking game devs like thinking like, how could I make this work? It's like, you couldn't make shit work if you wanted to.
But yeah, logicking. I did that in my first playthrough too, Kaleido. I was just like, you know, like logicking through the puzzles. But like, it's funny, like you find like the little codes and shit.
Dude, I still love those like puzzles. Like I'll make those hard as fuck. Like if I can find a mod that makes that even harder, because I like cryptograms and all those little weird word puzzles and shit like that. That's arguably more fun for me than like most other parts of that game. That's the sad part. Like that's find a cryptogram on the ground simulator.
Also, Alice Studio, what's going on? How you doing? Over on Twitch.
Oh wow.
El Twitcho. I can Twitch for you. Ah! Would cigarettes really still be good after 200 years?
Like
I've never smoked, but don't they go bad?
I think the tobacco would go bad. I believe it would.
Wouldn't you be like, wouldn't it go bad though? Like,
I don't think there's preservatives in it to keep it from going bad.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it would go bad. I don't know what the shelf.
Yeah, I feel like it would just be like, it's a plant. Yeah, there's a bunch of other shit they put in it, but like.
I had to. Wait, let's.
Have you seen some of those like just screenshots from Twitch streams, Fed?
No.
It'd be like a chick like painting her tits and then like, all right, donate to get what you want painted on it.
Oh wow.
It's so
that's one
funny.
way to do it. I've seen a thing where they're like bend over.
Well, it's always someone like, how is this allowed on Twitch? And it's like, because it makes money, you morons. Like,
I mean, that's what tits are there for, anyways.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's just real estate, and it's always been like that. It won't stop either.
Alright.
Yeah, of course.
You're looking through Twitch and you only see thoughts in a bathtub, says Al. Well,
yeah, that's why you have like,
I can put my avatar in a bathtub if it makes you feel more at home. I can put her in a bathtub. Ghost won't be too happy about it, but.
I'm thinking about The Shining now. Women in bathtubs, like that movie ruined that for me. That I will never be able to unmeme that.
Oh, the worst when you're about to walk outside and get an autosave and the game crashes.
Oh. That sucks. Wait, you'd paint your
I've
PP
gotta
on
go
your boob,
fire.
if you know what I mean.
Fucking loot again.
You mean you placed your PP on her booba and then you paint your peep?
Wait, what?
Lotus said I'd paint my PP on her booba, if you know what I don't paint my piece.
I mean, what is it, Tuesday yet?
It is not. Oh yeah, it is Tuesday.
Well then, it's time to go paint my pee-pee.
Yeah, PP painting Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Well, all right. New ritual has been started.
Yeah. PP Tuesday. Boobs and asses, that's what you see? No legitimate content? Do I provide legitimate content? Because I have legitimate content as well as booba. I don't know what makes content legitimate. I mean, like, content's kind of...
the truth. That's... seems to be the bar, right?
Double dip Tuesday. Too much is falling.
That was Ella Fitzgerald with Into Each Life, Some Rain Must Fall. You're listening to Galaxy
Oh,
News
what was the
Radio,
Tucker
and
thing
I'm
that
your
happened?
host, the Radog.
Because I saw everybody freaking out
Master
about the Tucker.
of
It's like,
all
oh,
massive, hey.
he did another thing that he usually does.
Wait a minute, what?
Everybody was freaking out about Tucker. Did you see what it was?
Didn't
Or did you hear?
MSNBC accuse him of things again?
No, I think he popped off about like the ADL or something.
Yes,
But I didn't hear
time
it.
for the news.
I'll miss Tucker.
I've been getting more and
Yeah,
more
right.
reports of these mercenary maniacs from talent companies.
Well then, Tucker.
especially in the
It was nice
Dow
knowing him, I
Jones
suppose.
area. If you see these hombres, steer clear. Whatever you have, they want, and they're not really into asking politely. Word is, these guys take all the contracts.
I boosted
the
Fed,
other
don't worry.
folks won't.
I love that. It's like, what did Tucker do? Oh yeah, he just did the thing where he just like put his entire job like in jeopardy, and everybody else would be like, "Well, see you later." But no,
Yeah.
that's just where Tucker lives at.
Kind of like, well, goodbye, Tucker. Nice knowing you.
Yeah, it's like it's the Tucker.
I'm gonna take a long vacation. Really?
Awesome. Makes things fun. Yeah, that's what I was like. I kind of wanna.
Oh man, are you serious?
Put that in the.
Oh my gosh! You have a great night, Kaleido. Oof! Wow. YouTube going family friendly, Twitch going adult friendly. Both these platforms suck. They do.
True. Well, that was the funny thing though, is like Andy got kicked off of YouTube, or like Ralph got kicked off YouTube, and like Andy left, but then his first stream back on YouTube, he went hard as fuck, and it was like, whoa! Like he got on there and they started saying some shit. It was like, wow, all right, I guess that's okay.
They just haven't found him yet. Don't worry about that, Fed.
Yeah, it was fascinating.
Tucker's never going to be on the kill stream. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
100%. And I will be happy to eat those words if that does happen. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason I don't play copyrighted music on my stream. I like my archives to be intact.
Now, some music.
Yeah, they were getting Ralph for that, like the court thing that he was doing. For like, I
Really?
think they were getting him. Yeah, I can't tell if it was for the actual like coverage of the case, or if they like he kept getting like just a second of people like talking about their analysis. And it was like, if they're getting him for that, that's the weakest shit in the world. But that the courtroom today was so fucking boring. Oh my god.
It's so weird to hear like such biased witnesses. No?
Dude, yeah, that
Like-
was well today. At least one of the witnesses that I heard was like, like he was pretty good about like actually talking about what was going on, but on Friday that was something else. That fucking woman was insane. It's actually hilarious though, like, cause she got so rattled. Like,
Yeah, that was hilarious. It was like, "Oh, well, baby, it was this." She was like a petulant. She was like a petulant child in the middle of it.
it's true. And then like you know that thing where somebody like
this isn't running at 160p. This is at 1080p. My stream is. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
true. Wait, what was Lotus's or what was Tucker's take on the election, Lotus? I tweeted about
It is satisfying to shoot these raiders in the head. Honestly, when they explode into gore.
it. Hell yeah. Dr. Lindsay Thomas. Yeah, put out a tweet that was like the obituary for Friday, and it was like DMX, Prince Philip, and it was Dr. Lindsay's credibility, because that fucking woman, she went full retard. Not only did
she went
start
full
going
mask off, is what she did.
Yeah, well, but she just started like talking about shit, and she wasn't going anywhere, and people were like, "Shut up!" Like everybody looked at her for a second, and they were like, "What?" The real thing that was like annoying, like you could tell she was like really being biased about her answers to the defense. But the funny thing is where she did the thing where you already know that you're gonna agree with somebody else and they're saving you. So she just started saying yes before they'd even asked the question, and they cut off the question. So it was just her saying yes to nothing. And it was like, oh, sorry, what? It's like that was the one where it was like mask off, and it's like, yeah, we see you. You were useless to anybody who's trying to evaluate this properly. You're nothing. Great.
Yeah. Like a trained dog for the prosecution.
Yeah.
Man, the pop-in is bad on this whole game. Is that really the highest FOV I can set it?
FOV. Tucker didn't really action at all. Yeah. I mean, but it's crazy how we're doing some.
Yeah,
reporting on
he
that
could
now.
have been a really important voice, and probably was ordered stand down. If anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing
he
that
should have
sucks
had the
is-
courage. He should have had the courage to, speak truth, but he didn't.
Well, yeah, it's to be a guardian of the truth, brother. It's it is really important to like actually get out there and say like, yeah, this is a complete straw man. We're not saying, but look at what's happening, and look at the actual number. And, yeah, it is what it is.
Yep, 221.
I mean, Trump did have like a increase in his minority, sure, but I mean, it's a trend you can look at though, especially when you look at like the overall thing where it's like, okay, well, if we fucked around with this many votes, seeing he had an increase in these specific things, then I don't think if you're just looking at names, you can't like I don't think they were, if you were like manufacturing votes, if you look at it through that lens, I don't think they can properly like figure out what ethnicity and everything that these people are and like still like print out votes the way that we're thinking about this happening. So if you do see something where there's an uptick in minority voting, then it would probably like
Well, it'd probably be a higher percentage because a good percentage of, ballots are fabricated, so.
Well, it would.
The denominator
I think
is
that
being
would prove-
overestimated.
Well, I would think that would prove that there were more. Like that would prove that more people voted for Trump in that case, because you would see like an unequal distribution of those, because they can't account for which like communities they come from, but there isn't that many to like overtake the voting. I might be thinking about this wrong, but that would be interesting.
I don't think we can properly judge that election though, Lois. That's the thing. Like, you know, so much fraudulence, like you don't know what percentage it actually was. Like, the problem is that the basis we're working on, you know, we're not working with a legitimate basis, so how do we even know if the answer is even correct? Like, that's the problem. Like, you're just going off the numbers that we have from exit polling, but, you know, if there's fraudulent data everywhere, then it's not very helpful. None of that's very helpful information. That's the problem.
True.
Like, you're not working with an accurate data set at all. You're not even working with a realistic data set. So what are you supposed to do? Not
True.
the actual votes that go to the exit polls? No, I know that. But I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's I don't know. Not as many people were answering exit polls, so we probably don't have as many accurate exit polls, right? Like, you got mail-in ballots, you know, granted a bunch are fraudulent, but there are legitimate mail-in ballots that were sent in, and those people that are doing mail-in ballots aren't necessarily going to answer exit polls either, so you don't even have, like, a very complete data set, really at all. I just think we have bad data.
Fucking yeet mail-in ballot. Rid of that shit wholesale.
And we
Got to get away. They're burning everything.
I'm over that one, man.
They're all
rid of
dead.
it.
Up next is Roy Brown, telling us all about that mighty.
Sorry,
mighty
Grandpa.
man.
Sorry, anybody that can make it out to the poll. You fucking goof. Same thing with a car, man. If you're too old to drive a car anymore, because your eyes don't work, your ears don't work, you can't pass any of the like the sensory like tests you need to drive that vehicle. Sorry, bud. Hope you didn't suck enough that you don't have somebody that can drive you now. Okay, well, we'll work on fucking robot autocracy. Whatever you want to call it.
Well, how do you want to do that, Lotus? Do you want to vote on it? Right, Ben?
I mean, you kind of highlighted it earlier. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happens.
Let's take a vote, Lotus, shall we? I want to never be allowed to make a decision again. Just build in parallel. Oh, you're right. Let's sell soap, Lotus. Okay, that's how we'll do it. We'll save the West by selling soap. We'll save the West by selling soap.
That's right. I vote no more roads. Fuck this shit. You know what
Fuck
we should
roads.
do? We should all go
Fuck
live
roads.
in the desert. We should all just go live in the fucking desert with the small children. That's actually if we ever need food, there's gonna be a coyote will bring around a small child that we can all eat. Everything will be perfect.
I have to call another frickin'. Ugh. I don't know why this area is so crashy.
Oh, did you see that they there's
You joke
bunch
that
of
that's
shit.
how it works. Where does it work, Lotus? Tell me, sir. Is that working for the Uyghurs? Throw them over the fence, Walter.
We just need, oh, that's what we do. You get a series of fences.
Got to get
and
away.
depending
They're
on where
burning
you want to be. You just
But
throw
how does the
people on
ATF
side.
know to stay out of the fence?
Up next is Roy Brown,
They're on the other side
telling
of
us
the
all
fence.
about
We
that
just put a fence
mighty
between us and them.
I see. How many
It's like
feet
the
tall
internet
does the
instead of-
fence have to be for the ATF?
I mean, infinitely. It's just like the internet. It's a series of tubes, but this is a series of fences.
I see.
More board.
But if I have women and children, they won't just murder me, right? Why would they do that? Seems
Because they're on
insane.
the other side of that. Well, you make a fence there too.
Ah,
Just
I see.
continually fence yourself off
Damn it.
until you get
Wait,
yourself
what?
in your little white spot.
Oh, there's a fucking sentry bot. God damn it.
Up next is
What do I think of shit like BitChute and Odyssey? BitChute's kind of a piece of crap, as far as like from a technological standpoint. Can't upload videos. You know. Odyssey, we'll see. We'll see where it goes.
I mean, he has a point there a little bit with like trying to like innovate and make like another thing in parallel. Like I can see what you're getting at, but it's hard to like it's hard to say that like, okay, yeah, we're gonna let this thing happen, and collapsing that system when you're the main system is not it's like the Green Party. When you look at the Green Party, the other parties, like, they don't even have to deal with it, and if they ever have any problem with it, they just co-opt it, right? So that's how we've seen it work politically, or that's how I would conceptualize that politically, at least right now.
Newly hired Agent Will Heron will know what to do.
True. Truth Heron. Truth Hound Heron.
Oh my gosh, I have a lot of things on. Select all. Well, but Lotus, the other system will collapse on itself, right?
Well, I don't think that it needs to collapse on itself. I think even if it's working strong as fuck, it just gets co-opted. Like, if there's a strong, like, green, like, a third-party candidate, one of the parties can pick them up because they're a viable candidate. Right?
Vault Tech's favorite Will Heron vault.
Ah!
Imagine a whole vault of just Will Herons.
Oh my god.
I think
Maybe
I would
that's
kill
what
myself.
it is. Maybe he's a synth. Maybe that's actually what happens. Maybe there's just a whole bunch of like Will Herons, and they're like underling people. They're like they're not the. They all come from this weird podcast.
But Fed, when Will Heron walks through the device, is it Will Heron 1 or Will Heron 2 that came through? Does he know?
That is the super fascinating. It's Will Heron 1 comes out of the device. It's always Will Heron 1 that comes to the device, though. Doesn't matter which number it actually is. Will Heron 1 will always come out of the device.
Really?
Yep.
Yep, 226. The Gary vault into the Will Heron vault.
That's right.
Hilarious.
He's in the Truth Vault.
The Truth Vault? No, he's in the Shadow Vault.
Oh, okay. Hey, man. He's just projecting things on the wall of the vault.
Yep. I should do. I can do the river.
Dude, Will Heron is. I don't care.
Will Heron is
That
a
guy makes
sport.
me laugh. He
But-
makes me laugh every fucking time he's in here. I don't know how the fuck he finds an angle, but he will find an angle.
Somehow he always seems to take the why not tank.
He does manage to be Will Karen a lot. Like
It's just
he-
like
he
every
gets-
time it's like I feel like he would occasionally I guess he's kind of okay on speech, but that's about it. But everything else, he manages to somehow always take the wrong take on everything. The Heron Cave. Well, Heron is a basket case, but at least he's entertaining for it. That's fair.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is the Pentagon? I want to go join the Brotherhood of Steel. Or the Traitor Brotherhood of Steel.
The Heron effect? That?
Isn't that what happens to people whose hairline recedes?
No, I refuse. That would just mean that there's way too much, like, no. That would mean that that's like a normal pattern of things that happen to people, and I refuse to contextualize Will like that.
You refuse to contextualize Will as anything but abnormal.
Yes. Will is, by his own nature, will always be defined as aberrant.
I like how I can swim in power armor instead of just sink to the bottom of the ocean.
Which fucking rule.
That for sure, I should have just died instantly and been entombed in like a sarcophagi of power armor.
Well, it's also like, why would the power armor be like amphibious? That was something I was always like, what? But
Well, I think
whatever.
in 4 they made it non-amphibious.
Which is, that's the fun thing about video games though, is like, depending on their logic and how they play it out, whatever, fuck it, I'll take either way. As long as you make like a good, like, nice little literature about it, fine, fuck.
The Heron effect is when you don't want to pay more on taxes. No, it's when you don't want to pay more on taxes, but you want the government to nanny all of your interactions because of one virus that won't kill you. And I can safely say the virus won't kill him because he's had it, Fed.
Yeah.
He had it, and everything was just fine. Amazing! Amazing!
Amazing! Will Heron, do you love COVID people?
You love COVID? You love the response to COVID?
He's got a unique enough accent. I should see if I could, like, imitate him at some. That would be. I think I could do an impersonation of him.
Because I love how he was
That would
blaming
be
everything on the
stupid.
pandemic, but like, it's all the pandemic's fault. And it's like, aren't you the person that wanted us to respond to the pandemic like this?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the bitch about like a lot of.
It's like, it's a
positions.
fun, tragic irony, isn't it? You know, like, what do you mean there are costs to doing things?
Well, I mean, it's the problem with like putting everything that you do behind one single cause. And it's like, oh shit, it makes a lot of what you say just stupid.
Sneak up
That's
on
why
the
I don't
Superman
commit
Fed.
to that shit. It makes you fucking vulnerable as fuck.
Oh, fuck you! Shut. What? You telling me that bush does not block his line of sight? Fuck.
So this is the thing I always loved about Fallout. Just seeing that fucking turret just shooting random shit. And like how inaccurate it is, but you just get to see it. Like, that's awesome.
Oh my gosh. What weapon does that thing have?
Fucking auto hits, baby, let's go.
That's it. That's it! That's it! That's it!
That's it.
Oh, he's an overlord. Oh shit, I just realized he's a Superman overlord. That's why he fucking ended me there. Ah! Wow, that guy's accurate as fuck.
I was about to say, that is an inaccurate fucking Gatling gun. Holy shit. It's just...
Tri-beam? Oh, that's a tri-beam laser rifle? Oh, hell yeah.
That was Roy Brown with Wasteland. It's me, Rudolph. Bringing you all the
That's right, Clash of Gash. And it's, oh.
Would impact people's money negative. You know, that's what? What? That no.
That's a
there-
jump.
That's a
This is,
that's a leap in logic, Clash Nagash. Who could have?
Yeah.
What possible person could have seen any of this coming? Like, completely unpredictable.
The thing that got me about it was the, I endorse that these people are doing this. I endorse, like, all of the reasoning for doing it. I understand why they're doing it. And I understand what I have to do about it, but I just don't wanna. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I don't want to suffer
fuck
these
you.
consequences.
Like, you want, like, you advocate for like 90% of this equation, but then you're like, nah, the 10% is not. I'm not feeling it. And it's like, no, fuck you, bite the bullet.
Yeah, you. This is your fucking peas. Now go eat them.
Exactly.
That's right. It's time for the cashews.
You should emancipate the mutant from its life already with Lincoln's rifle. I've only got 7 rounds. Is the problem? It runs off 44, and there's not a lot of 44. I should go buy like a whole case of 44.
You're making me want to play this game.
I completely thought the government would loosen its control, not slowly turn a dictatorship that blocks businesses and locks people in their homes. Clash Dance, it's a good joke. Who could have seen this happening, Fed?
Dude, I fucking...
Do you remember like there's this guy, right? And he was like this like super bro dude at like spring break. And he was like, okay, so here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna say like it's gonna be just a few weeks, then it's gonna be a few months, and then it's gonna be optional vaccine, then it's gonna be mandatory vaccine, and like he's just like the broiest dude you've ever seen, and he like completely laid out exactly what would happen, and it's like, yeah, unfortunately it was that obvious. And this is like this is like April of 2020.
Yeah, and that's like fucking...
He was the bro prophet, basically.
You love to see it when it's like, that guy saw what was happening, and it's like, oh shit. Like, you gotta think that there's somebody that was like, sir, like, I know we have this whole thing out here, but this guy fucking called it, and it's like, you gotta feel like that if you're like one of these people that's like, ooh, we're touting the secret for like the end of the prophecy thing here, and it's like one dude on Reddit's like, yeah, no, this shit's stupid, and he guesses the entire thing, you're like, fuck. Okay, well, the answer to our prophecy is on Reddit already, like,
Gates PP, thank you for the lemon, sir.
Also, that's a good joke, because I actually left at that.
I think he was Dank PP before.
Oh. I just like my looter shooters. I fucking hate shooty shoot games, but like, damn.
Until next time, this is 3 and you're listening to Galaxy.
I also like trying to like even get them working in the first place, like modding like Fallout or Skyrim to work in like VR is like such a fucking challenge. Having fun for me.
Hey, Gates PP, thank you for the diamond, sir.
Oh, base. Well, here you go. I mean, I'm not saying it's not the pinnacle of art. I understand it's like catering to your want to like just hoard shit. That's fine. I'm not debating if this is like a good movie or not.
You know, if I was as confident as Lotus was, I would have 3 kids by now.
I mean, or as dumb as Lotus is.
I would. Like, I would.
Yeah,
with 3 different women.
It's saying like, I mean, but that's it. He's basing this. What he's saying is, imagine having an opinion that bad. It's like saying, oh yeah, no, I like this thing. I said nothing about the quality of it, or if it was like, if it was superior to other things or not. And it's like, okay, well, you've just looked at something. You said. Somebody made a subjective statement, and it's like, well, okay, this person.
Well, I know you don't have 3 kids, Lotus, because I've talked to you, and I don't hear any hopelessness in your voice. So, and you're talking about returning to Mongol, which means you haven't already returned to Mongol.
No, I mean, I don't generally like shooters. True. But that doesn't mean I don't like shooters that aren't looter shooters. I play more shooters that are not looter shooters. I think I've only played 2 looter shooters.
Wow, that guy's tough.
This is Three Dog. Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio. Bringing you the truth. This is Three Dog. Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio. Bringing you the truth. No matter how bad it is.
Holy.
Now, some music.
Wow. Oh, anyone that's that accurate with a tri-laser beam from any distance. Fuck.
I was gonna say, this has been funny, just like the load and fucking go again.
Now, some music.
Ah, there you go.
I love how fast this guy loads the hand repeater. I have a sniper. What am I doing?
It's fucking badass. Holy shit, you weren't kidding.
Yeah. I'm me.
I gotta ask my buddy how his fishing went.
Plasma grenade.
I like how danger pops up at the top of your screen, like, in case you didn't notice. This thing's
I had noticed, game! Danger, Will Harrison.
This is inherently dangerous.
Now the question.
Woof.
Woo! That worked. I don't know how that worked, but it did. There he is. Okay, good. Tricked him. Oh fuck.
Okay, but you've even listed a way that we already talk about these things, like they're guilty pleasures. People still have them though.
But Fed, they're the consumerist shooter, that's why.
Well, I mean, I'd rather get that whole, like, if I'm gonna hoard something and be weird about, like, giving something up like that, where it's like, oh shit.
But Fed,
if I have,
consume
like, a hoarding
bad.
behavior,
Fed, consume
I'll get
bad.
that out in a video game where it means nothing.
Consume go burr.
Well? Yeah. Lotus, again, okay, but now, here's the problem. You're talking about objectively bad portions of... I get that. I already told you. You're basing... I didn't say anything about this being a good game, it being, like... There's nothing great about these games, and I agree with you there.
What?
That's why I said it's
Plenty
a
great about this
subjective
game. What the
thing.
fuck's wrong with you?
There's plenty of terrible mechanics, and like a lot of this stuff caters to really bad shit. I'm with Lotus on that. But that doesn't mean you can't like it.
Objectively bad. How absurd.
I mean, bullet sponging shit, and like the amount of like being able to like go back and do a bunch of this shit where you just say like it lowers a lot of the stakes when you just say like, ah, I can go back and I can headshot this guy, getting back in the same situation. A lot
Wait,
of these
what?
things are like when you can just replay a situation over and over again.
So any game with a save and load system is bad?
Where
Doom
you
1,
can
Doom
use it
2,
like this?
Doom 3. Do that in every Doom. Every one of the original Doom games you can do.
That's a bad quality of them then, yeah.
You're saying Doom 1 and Doom 2 are bad games.
That's a bad quality of them. You can't conflate that in the whole statement. Because there's plenty about them that makes it good. There's plenty about them, like, can you do the thing where you, like, literally have, like, what is it? F5 or F8? where you like do a quick save. Is that what you're talking about? Because that's what I'm talking about.
Well, you can save at any time in Doom 1 or Doom 2. For any
That's a
reason.
bad quality of
You
both
literally
those
just have
games.
like one extra step. You just hit pause and you can hit save.
Okay, that's a bad.
You have
quality
multiple
of
save
those.
points that you can use.
Bad quality of that game.
Same with Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2.
Terrible quality of that game too.
Same with Quake 1, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4.
This doesn't change what I'm saying.
Half-Life 2, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 1 Episode 2. Max Payne. Studies says... Wow. He said that to Clash Nagash, by the way, if you read up.
I know, that's funny though. I like it. That's so funny.
Your mama's so fat she needs her own zip code. Oh man. I like when chat fights.
I love that interaction there. Like, that's awesome. You'll fucking rule. But yeah, I get annoyed when people are like the whole thing where it's like.
So you're
when
saying
objectively
you
looking at
want
something-
checkpointing systems is what you want.
Yeah, I think that helps.
How do you
That
work a
helps lot.
checkpointing system in like an open-ended game where it's not linear?
You make people go to a specific thing where they can do a check.
Well, that's okay. Well, what if you want to
to
make a
clear it.
non-linear? What if you want to make a non-linear game?
You can go back to that checkpoint.
But no, but
But it's the point is you have to come.
so
up
then you're
with,
just playing
a
like
scenario where you
tag
have
and
to
finding where you
play
tag
through-
the checkpoints.
I mean, that's how we do a lot of stuff, right?
Okay.
It's to make you play through the situation in full, and then it
Well,
gives
the situation is like you're not. It's not only like one way you can approach a situation. There's like tons of different ways you
exactly,
can approach it.
and there
It's a
shouldn't be
non-linear
one way
game.
the situation plays out either. Like if you when you checkpoint like so like
Rest
quickly,
points like beds. That's
when you
retarded.
do the quick save in the middle of like it's like that's why you do like seeds like so like of like
Man, I
let's say you're
quick save
playing
all the
Pokemon.
time because the game crashes all the time.
Oh, okay, that's if you're doing it because of that, that detracts from this experience that you're having, which sucks. I get the necessity of it, but that makes the game a lot worse.
Also, weapons
Like-
aren't accurate.
I mean, but that's built into the game though.
What to the what?
Weapon inaccuracy is built into the game. Is it
Well,
not?
no,
I mean,
it's
that's
based
built into
on-
like every game.
No, it's pretty absurd in this one.
I mean, that's a mechanic of this game. That's a mechanic of most shooters, is it not?
No, this one it's intentionally done that way based on your stat level. Effectively, the accuracy of your weapon goes. That level.
Yeah, so it's intentionally put into the game. I have no idea why you're disagreeing with. I told you that. What?
Which is
That
fine
was
in
my
a
point.
traditional top-down RPG, but it sucks in a shooter.
That's the name of the game. But that's
Not a
most.
shooter, it's an RPG.
But even okay, so if you look at CS:GO, there's a firing patterns in a rifle.
Yeah, no, this
There's an
has nothing to
accuracy
do with
built
that.
in.
No, every gun has the same accuracy for every player, regardless in CS:GO.
It's got a spraying pattern, but
Yes,
it
everyone has the
an
exact same
accuracy.
spraying pattern.
Sorry, what?
Everyone has the exact same spraying pattern in CS:GO.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that nobody's gonna hit all of them properly because it doesn't like it's not the case like this is the same thing though. Like if you knew like well enough how like the spraying pattern was gonna fuck up in this, you could do this thing.
Okay, well, Lotus, we should make every game Dark Souls. You're correct. Linear game with the illusion of not being a linear game. Alright, cool.
Well, no, it's so you get to like experience the thing all the way through instead of
A
like
series of corridors made to look like they're not a series of corridors.
No, but
I mean, that's what Dark
like,
Souls is.
But do you understand like the difference between having a quick save like checkpoint sort of thing and having like you have to like actually get through the level, get through the combat, the thing that is designed to be there, and instead of getting like continually saving the best possible outcome. Like that's the fun part of Dark Souls, is where you fight a boss and you have no like Estus flasks
if you
anymore.
like really
and you
linear
still beat the
games, then
boss.
Dark Souls is really fun for you, I guess.
I mean, if you like checkpointing games and then saving it at
Yeah,
the best
I mean,
possible
it's a
scenario
linear
every time.
checkpointed game, Dark Souls. I mean, yeah, I mean, if that's your thing, absolutely.
I mean, but you're not even listening to the argument, so I guess
What do you mean? Not listening to arguments?
No, you're not. But you're just letting it go, and you're moving it back to this other goalpost. As I'm saying,
I mean,
my
there's
point,
nothing
and you're
wrong.
talking
There's
over
nothing
me to say
wrong
something
with
else.
liking that. I mean,
Mhm.
you know, people have different tastes.
But okay, but as I was saying, when you completely interrupted me to just completely talk about corridors and something else, when you're fighting a boss, there's a time where you'll have no more Estus flash, and you are completely back against the wall, and you'll still end up beating that boss. And it should be like a hopeless scenario. A lot of people end up killing themselves in situations. They'll just like feed themselves into the boss, and you're like, okay, well, just kill me, fuck it. Like, you're tilted. But a lot of people end up like winning in that scenario, and that makes it much more rewarding than if you could do a checkpoint. If you're like, okay, I got a hit on the boss, I can do a quick save because I still have 10 Estus glass. And then like, okay, I didn't dodge that, reload, dodge that, reload. Like, if you like that reload thing,
there are different
cucks
kinds
the
of
fuck out of the
games.
boss. They still have encounters where I mean, it's not about the type of game, it's about drawing meaning from the encounter
there
and
is.
like, it being
I mean,
fun or challenging.
This game is supposed to be about interacting with the world and learning about the world and whatnot, and the combat counters are generally impediments to that.
Okay, well then why did they add combat?
Give you challenges to use your skills and weapons with.
Oh, so yeah, no, you get scenarios where you get to challenge yourself versus the thing, and then if you're doing quick saves all the time, it's you've come back to the wall of my argument where now
You have a
it will be the
choice.
same
Of,
argument.
you have a choice to use those, Fed.
You have a choice of to use what?
You have a choice to quick save or not quick save.
You can as a mechanic, and that's what makes this a bad game.
Wow,
This
that
is
sounds
like
great.
The bad quality of the game.
That sounds great to have that option to use quick saves or not. If you want to make the encounter harder for yourself, right?
I mean, that's what the difficulty's there for.
Yeah,
If you
well, I'm
wanted
just
to make
saying,
it
like,
easier,
if
then
you
play it on an
if
easier
you want
difficulty.
to have like a really hard time, you can say I'll only save when I get to town, right? And you have that choice, correct?
Sorry, I read a thing. Can you say that one more time?
I said you have the choice as a player, right, to only save when you go to town, right?
Yeah.
So, want to play like that? You can play like that, right?
Okay. That doesn't mean... Okay, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So, I don't see why it's bad to have quick saves and quick loads. You know, if
I
you
think
want
it
that harder,
cheapens-
if you want that harder experience, you can give that to yourself.
You could, but that's...
You know, you just like say, hey, we're all gonna have a challenge, and you know what? We're only gonna save when we go to town, and only reload our saves from towns. Correct?
Okay, but if you're gonna constantly do that to get through the mechanic of the game, then why not just make it easier on yourself and just change the difficulty to easier?
What? Why?
Because you can't do the mechanic, you can't do the fight without doing the quick save. Like, it's called save scumming for a reason. Like, people,
Right.
like...
Okay. Well, I want the added experience that I get playing on a harder difficulty. Is that wrong?
It's not wrong, but it makes it a worse game that lets you cripple yourself like that.
Why does it cripple it?
Because you don't get any better at it. You just do more quick saves.
Why?
You turn your brain off.
Why
Because
is
you
that?
can't get through any of the fights, and you're just going to continue to get your way through the fight by quick saving.
That's a problem.
It's
See,
actually
I'm more
a problem
going
too,
through
because
like I'm more
it's-
going
okay, so-
through like the story and what's going on rather than, you know,
Okay. you
worrying
still get the
about
same story by going through it on a
redoing an entire combat encounter, you know, for the 10,000th time from the start. You know, like I don't know. That seems like a less fun experience to me.
It's a less fun experience when you don't get to overcome anything. And if
Wait,
you're
wait,
playing
wait,
the
hold
game
on,
to
hold
not-
on. Wait, what do you mean? The game will be designed around you quick saving, so only saving in towns might be unviable? Are you kidding me? You have fast travel in this game. Like, you could just fast travel back to a town, Lotus, and then go save in that town.
When there aren't any monsters around, in which case you would
Yeah.
die, and then you would have
Well,
to
yeah,
go
well,
back
then you
to
die
your
and you have to
save,
go back to
and
your
it-
earlier save, which is
Yeah,
fine.
which
You
is
can
a-
play that, which you
would be
can
a
play
better
that way.
mechanic. Yeah.
You can play that
But-
way. No, the better mechanic is to have the choice to play how you want, Fed.
But it cheapens the game.
It doesn't.
It cheapens.
No, it doesn't. You cheapen your experience. You define and assign value to it as you want. You're the one
If
who's
you
saying it
wanted-
cheapens it for you. But it just
It
gives more
cheapens-
choices for you to play it as you want. Play it as... You don't like quick travel either? Ah. Yeah, can be overused. I'll give you that.
I think
Like
there's
an endgame
appropriate
mechanic?
Time. There's an appropriate thing where you can.
My problem
yeah.
without having like fast travel
Okay.
is that it's, and yes, you can ignore fast traveling as well, Lotus. You don't have to fast travel. You can walk across the entire map if you'd like. But like the problem if you make it an endgame mechanic is then usually like the actual gameplay is like a big linear slog, and then like then you got fast travel at the end. Like I don't like that any better. You don't have to.
No,
quick
it's
travel.
it's much better. Okay, one, you moved away from the first thing, so I'll just cap it with this.
What?
When you have the ability to change the difficulty arbitrarily and say like, okay, I want to play medium now, you can still do that. I'm not advocating for you not doing that. But if you're talking about like, I'm playing an RPG, I'm doing all this other shit, I want to experience that stuff, the RPG is the same on medium. If you play on hard, you're only arbitrarily getting through that difficulty by doing the quick saves constantly and playing it
Why?
over again. Because you're not actually getting your way through the scenario. You're getting the best random RNG you could possibly get by saying like, oh, okay, I actually hit the thing this time. Save, and then you hit the thing again. You're like, oh, save it again. You're not actually like winning your way through there. And I'm saying if you do this and if you make the excuse that okay, well it's an RPG, you're cheapening the
Okay,
combat
that's
portion
fine,
of it,
Lotus.
so they
The
just put it on
Morrowind
medium.
rules, yes. The Morrowind rules, we have caravans and shit, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, is if you're gonna do quick
Okay,
travel...
so your
you
subjective
have to-
valuation is that it cheapens the experience?
No, objectively, it makes
No,
it
your
a
subjective
worse
valuation is that it cheapens the experience for you.
No, objectively, it's a worse experience because you already have the mechanism to work your way through this, but you're never actually conquering this.
Do you?
You do.
No, you don't.
Put it
I
on
don't.
medium. You take off
No.
bullet sponge mode because you can't get your way through there.
No.
You're cheapening the You are actually
Nope.
cheapening the
Nope,
combat.
subjectively. It's simply subjective.
No, objectively.
It's your subjective interpretation of the experience, Fed.
No, objectively.
Subjectively.
The thing that you were supposed to
Subjectively,
work your way
Fed.
through, you're cheapening.
Welcome, my friend.
You have subjectively
We're just back
assessed it,
from
Fed.
Point Lookout, but it won't be long before.
How so?
Because it's your valuation that it cheapens the experience. And who is the arbiter of what is cheap or valuable about an experience?
Okay, well then how is anything objective, Ghost?
In Point Lookout, you'll find
How is
fresh
anything
grown food,
objective, then?
mysterious locales,
I hold one
and treasures
ball.
as of yet
How many balls am I holding?
But keep
I
your
can't know.
wits
I don't
about
have
you,
your eyes, and I can't
because
trust
there's
your
more
eyes.
than a
You
How is this
observe.
objective?
You observe one ball being held in my hand. How many
So
balls
stay
am I holding in my
if you're
hand?
too dainty to rough it.
How can you trust my eyes?
What?
How can you trust my eyes?
How can I trust
You have
your
no
eyes?
sensory way of knowing anything ever if you go about it the way that you're talking about going about it. Objectively.
Okay, Fed. Fed. Do you like to play video games?
Yeah, I like to play video.
Okay. Alright, is that an objective assessment?
No. I subjectively like the
Okay.
genre of video game.
What is the value of... What
This
is
could be
the
really
value
fucking
of a
hard, though,
blanket
trying
to
to
you,
learn it.
Fed?
The value of a blanket.
Yeah, what's the value of a blanket to you, Fed?
In what circumstance?
I'm just saying, what's the value of it?
I couldn't tell you, Ghost. What is the value of a blanket to me?
Saying, okay, let's say you're in the Arctic. What is the value of a blanket to you? You're in the Arctic and you're freezing to death. What's the value of a blanket to you?
I mean, not that much. It's not going to save you from freezing to death.
No, it will. It'll provide you warmth, and it'll help you get possibly closer to more sources of warmth, Fed. How much is the value of a blanket to you in that scenario?
Arbitrarily higher.
Okay. But you would say it's more valuable than, you know, when you're in warm Texas on like a 80-degree day, right?
You don't know that. I could use that blanket to shield me from
You could lose that blanket for a picnic, perhaps, right?
Or I could use me from the heat. Like the sun.
Asuka's worst girl, first of all, Lotus. So, you understand why, right? It's your subjective valuation of it, right? That you're saying it cheapens something?
No.
You understand, right, that like the assessment of value is subjective, right? Like very subjective?
Objectively.
No,
you are
it's
not
subjective.
working your way
It's a
through
subjective assessment of value.
Objectively, you are
Value is a subjective
playing your way through the
assumption.
game.
Bet if I hand someone on a island in the middle of nowhere $1 million, okay, where they have no connection to the outside world and no access to the international monetary system, is it still worth $1 million? Will they value it as $1 million with no knowledge of the international finance system at all?
I mean, you could hand them an apple and say it's worth $1 million. And like,
No, I've handed them $1 million.
okay. Well, I'm saying you could hand them an apple at that point because you have no context for this. We have complete context for this. We understand the way that we understand a whole bunch of mechanics about these things and the way that you work your way through them. And if you start to remove portions of it, or if you say like, well, I don't want to play it like
So
that. I wanna play
taking,
it like
so
I
you're
wanna
saying
play
that
it."
removing quick saving and quick loading is adding mechanics?
No, it's if you take away quick saving from a game,
It's adding mechanics, is what you're saying.
no, it makes you play the game.
You're saying, what are you saying then?
It makes you interact with the game that you're like, oh, I like this game. Objectively, you're playing the game as it was made. You're going through the scenario how you were supposed to go through the scenario. If you add like this little like arbitrary thing where you get to say, oh, well, I want to save it here, I want to do this here, I want to do this sort of thing here. It's just anytime you have like favorable outcome, when you're looking at like, okay, so we have the mechanic of like, okay, your laser's not always going to be super accurate. Okay, yeah, I didn't want to have a conversation either. Cool.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. My bad.
Yeah, you're really, on this one, I never get it because we're talking about like, when you look at these sorts of things, you can like, if you talk about, objective portions of them being bad, like, you can say objectively, like, this is not a good way of doing this, like, movie. Like, when you really look at it and you try and be as objective as possible, like, there's an arbitrary thing where you can say, like, okay, you can't perfectly be objective. Granted, sure. But when you're saying, like, okay, this movie has bad pacing, that can be a very objective statement.
Can it?
If you're not engaging with the game and you just arbitrarily get to do a whole bunch of shit, I think that is objectively bad for
Hmm. Okay. Well, I'll take your subjective observation at face value, I suppose.
I'll take your subjective dismissal of my objective.
Value. Fed value is inherently subjective. That's insane. You're actively insane, sir. Like, value is one of the most subjective things.
Objective, then.
What do you mean, how do you do anything objective? You're talking about value. You're talking about value that you assign to something when you say cheapen or make something valuable, right?
Okay, so if I have a sword and I put a chip in it, can I say objectively this sword is worse because the chip isn't in the sword? It has less value than it would have had earlier.
What does the chip do?
It's a chipped sword. It's not a perfect sword anymore.
Oh, chipped. Oh, I'm sorry. You've devalued it by putting a chip in it.
You've chipped the sword, yes. I say objectively this sword is chipped. Yes.
You want something?
Family squabbles are none of my business.
Depends. I mean, is it more effective as a killing implement if it's chipped, potentially?
Which the Brotherhood uses as an outpost. I make an exception.
If I look at the sword and say, oh, but it's not a perfect sword anymore.
What if
I'd
Lotus?
say
Yeah, what if
objectively.
Lotus wants a chipped sword? What if he wants one that looks like it's been used, like rather
That's
than?
subjective. That's
No, I'm saying, like-
subjective to you.
No, but I'm saying-
Objectively, it's not a perfect sword.
What if? What if? No. But what if?
Objectively, it's not.
Well,
a
we're
perfect
talking
sword.
about value, Fed. Okay. What if
What?
I
Oh, no,
value
no, no,
a
no,
used
wait,
sword?
wait. No,
What if I
no.
value a sword that's been used in combat?
That's your subjective opinion. You want that.
Because
I'm
value
saying
is subjective,
objectively,
Fed.
It's not a perfect sword.
Because value is subjective.
No, but objectively.
Because
that is
value
not a
is
perfect sword
subjective,
anymore.
Fed. Yes,
that's
but
what
we're
I'm
talking
saying, though.
about value,
But wait,
Fed.
wait, no,
we're
this
talking
actually-
about
no.
value.
Oh, yeah, I know.
We're not
I know.
talking
You're-
about
I know you're trying to
intact.
run away from this. But actually look at it. If I say objectively,
Run away from what? We're talking about value. You're the one running away from the concept of value because you're wrong.
No, I came. No,
You're
I came
running
with an
away
analogy
from the
that
concept
works
of
perfectly for
value.
this.
That's not
No.
value,
Okay,
Fed.
then why-
That's
how
the
am I wrong in
intactness
sword
of the
analogy?
sword,
Using
Fed.
the sword analogy, why am
Fed.
I wrong? Tell me
That's
now.
not value you're defining. You're defining like the inherent like intactness of the sword, which is not value.
Oh, yeah, and
value is
objective
a
quality of the sword, but
value
then you're
is
saying-
a separate
Ghost-
thing. Value
Ghost,
is not a
you're-
subjective Fed. Value is
Ghost-
not subjective.
Ghost, your statement was, "What if I want a chipped sword?"
No, Lotus said, "What if I want a chipped sword?"
Yeah, and then you're the one who backed that up instantly. You're looking for something. You're subjectively
Fed.
saying, "I want this thing."
We're talking about
You're not
value,
saying you want
Fed.
a perfect. Okay,
And
so
Lotus says,
if
"I have an
say-
objective reason to want a chipped sword more than a normal sword." Lotus.
Okay, what's your objective reason for doing that?
I don't know. Lotus said that.
I know. That's why I didn't post that at you. I told you why. I told you my
Value
reasoning
is
there.
subjective, Fed.
Yeah, but
Value
this is why we
is
did the sword
subjective.
analogy.
Value
This
is
the-
subjective.
when you have a game and you have
Fed,
a mechanic like this, you can
value
evaluate.
is subjective. And when you say it cheapens something, you're talking about the value of something. Specifically, the value to you.
I will come back to this always and forever now as, what if I want a chipped sword? Because you can't identify in that statement that you are subjectively looking for, like,
What?
oh, but
What the
I
fuck are you
like
talking
this
about?
chipped sword. I want the chipped sword. That's you subjectively saying that. But
Right,
you're
because value
basically
is
saying
subjective, Fed.
objectively
Yes,
this is not
Fed,
a
because
perfect
value
sword
is
anymore.
subjective.
No,
Because value is
objectively,
subjective.
It can be an imperfect sword. I'm not saying you can't like the sword, but it's objectively an imperfect sword at that point. That's the point. You're
Right, 'cause
allowed
we're not
to
talking
like
about
the
value,
imperfect
Fed.
sword.
Fed,
You're
we're not
allowed to-
talking... Fed, we're not talking about value if you're talking about a sword being intact.
Yeah. You're arbitrarily defining the value.
You
I
said
want this
cheapen!
sword.
You used the exact words cheapen, Fed. Which is talking about the value of something.
Okay, you've chipped your video game. It's the same thing.
No, not at all. You're talking about value. You said it cheapens the experience.
It pulls away from you actually being able to go through that properly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're never gonna fucking like latch onto this. I'll
I'm
move on,
I'm actually waiting for you to respond because I'm not sure. I'm trying to have you explain what the fuck you're talking about.
You already know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't
because
know
you
what you're
keep not-
talking about.
Okay,
I have
so
no
go back
idea
to
what
the
you're
sword-
talking
go
about.
back
You're
to the
trying to
sword
redefine.
analogy.
You're trying to redefine value as something objective when value is something inherently subjective.
Objectively, it's a bad mechanic.
Value is subjective.
Okay, objectively, if you put that in your game, it's a bad mechanic. That was my point.
Okay. Why is it objectively a bad mechanic?
Because you don't have to interact with the game anymore properly.
Okay. Why is that objectively bad?
Okay, why do you like the game then?
Why do I like this game?
Mhm.
I like the setting. I like the characters. I like the
Okay.
different ways you can approach situations. I like how the skill tree, the special tree works in most scenarios. A lot of subjective reasons why I like the game.
Mm-hmm. And you like the game, but when you find yourself in a situation, say, "Oh no, I'm gonna go back to my quick load," where I've either fucked up soon after I've made this quick save,
I mean, sometimes
Or
I just
you
quick
made
load
one-
because I picked up a key I didn't want to. I'd rather pick a lock instead. Fed just doesn't want to give ground on this because he's stuck thinking that subjective evaluations don't have meaning. Fair point,
No, I
Lotus.
think you can. I know. I think you can like something. That's the thing that's retarded about this is because I always say you're allowed to like something. You're allowed to like something.
There's nothing to do with
objectively
being
bad.
liked or not. There is no objective value.
What? Wait.
There is no objective value. Tony, my
Ghost,
asshole.
you're allowed.
hurts.
Wait, no, but wait. You just said you're like. You said this has nothing to do with liking it, and it's like no.
Yeah, it
you're
does.
Talking about
Value
liking it
has
or not.
nothing to
No,
do with
you're
liking
talking
it
about
or
your
not. You're talking about
subjective
value.
evaluation of it and whether you like it or not. That's fine.
The concept of value has nothing to do with whether you like something or not like something. The idea that there's value you
Wait,
apply
what?
to something. Yes. The concept that value, just in general, is irrelevant to whether you like things or not like things.
Okay, but so you can
hurt
objectively
yourself.
like something. Okay, Ghost. All right. You're literally talking about subjectivity. You were describing it subjectively as well, and you're like, but that's not. No. Like you're just arbitrarily going back and forth on this one. What I'm trying to tell you, there's nothing wrong with liking
Hey, don't
something.
mind
Yeah,
the
it's
smell.
not really
Having
relevant
a-
to the
Testing a few
concept.
chemicals, but it's perfectly safe
The only
to
thing you can be
breathe.
objective about is
No,
what
you're
you're
subjectively
describing, what
giving
you've
it
seen.
value. You're
The only thing
saying,
the
okay, this
universe
is
that
valuable.
objective is literally
That's
the
what
only
you're
thing
liking something is doing.
Lotus says the only thing in the universe that is objective is literally data.
Yeah, and so that's why when you look at this sort of thing, that's why I brought him back to that, and I was like, okay, well, if you're gonna do that, you're never gonna have anything. You're never gonna get to like. I acknowledge this too.
I don't think you did.
We actually did.
I don't think you did.
Well, okay, so remember when we were talking about, hey, like, okay,
Data
so
and
if
Fed.
you haven't. So, as
Data
I was
Fed.
saying, okay, yeah, no, you can talk over me, whatever.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No,
Chat's
no,
talking.
if-
I like to react to chat, okay?
Yeah. No, that's also called talking over me while I'm actually
Fed
talking.
thinks
to
that
you
he's
at the moment.
bridged the is-ought gap.
No, I said I didn't. I said if you're gonna approach it like this, I'm never gonna talk to you about this because you're never gonna get anywhere with it. I explicitly said this earlier, and you weren't listening because you're reading the fucking chat, and then you're talking over me because you're like, haha, I get to do that arbitrarily whenever I want to. So I'm not gonna.
It is my stream,
like-
I mean.
I already tried to fucking pull the parachute on this one because you don't even. You're literally using subjective evaluations of things
Yes.
about how
Because
you are,
value
like,
that people
you're saying,
assign to
"I like it,
things
though, that
is
has nothing to do with
subjective,
subjectivity."
Fed.
And it's like
Value
actually
you
using the
assign to
same
things
word
is
in the-
subjective, Fed.
yeah, but you're talking
And
about
you're
how
talking
you,
about cheapening an experience.
yeah, you're not
And an
you're not
experience
engaging with
is
it.
something that you subjectively encounter by yourself, correct?
Your experience is something that you encounter by yourself. Actually,
How
no,
you
that's not true.
value an experience is...
You can value an experience by yourself, but you don't have to
But
experience
you're
something
saying I
yourself.
can objectively encounter and objectively value something? Is that your
I
argument?
think for the colloquial use of the term, yeah, I think we use that all the time.
Huh. You're saying we can objectively value an experience.
What do you objectively observe then, Ghost?
Well, I'm looking at a computer monitor. There's
No, you're
a
not.
webcam that's tracking my face.
No, you're not.
And mapping that to
No, you're not.
image that I'm observing and
You
other
can
people
never
are
use
observing.
any of your sensory data, and you can never trust any of your sensory data. And that's
Lotus,
why
I
already
was with
acknowledged
Fed
this.
until he decided to die on this hill.
Well, no, I mean, you're. This is the thing that I acknowledged earlier that Lotus was talking about, where it's like, okay, yeah, you can't actually like look at these sorts of things. You can't actually interpret something objectively. Like, it's not possible. So we use the
What
way
do you
that
mean?
we use the term.
What? What do you mean we can't interpret things objectively?
Because every sensory organ that you use is like you can't actually objectively like do anything or look at anything.
The chat is asking Fed to concede. Do you concede?
Is there a problem?
No, it's
Oh.
like that's the thing.
No,
though,
no,
is,
no,
like, I already
Tony.
talked
This
about
is
this.
is too good of content to make him concede. Come on, don't do that to me. Holy shit, this guy's bad at repairing stuff.
I already told you you're using a useless like definition of this thing.
I mean,
And if you want to go to pedantry, then you can. But like,
well, I mean, you could
already
have
said,
you
like,
could have just
this is-
conceded the point that value is subjective, especially personally assigned value, and I would have said, okay, you know, I value your opinion that, you know, the game is worse to you because of quick saves and quick loads. I would have gladly accepted
It's
that.
objectively worse.
No, it's
But
not.
We can do that.
No,
We
it's
can look
not.
at things
Like,
objectively.
it's not objective. That's your personal assessment
objectively
and
worse.
opinion of the game. Okay? Like, I was perfectly happy to be like, okay, we agree to disagree. You know, you don't like having the option to do this, so I understand. Like, I was perfectly okay with that. But that wasn't enough for you. You can still have really stupid subjective opinions. Of course. Obviously. Obviously, Lotus. Yeah, the game had crashed there, Tony. The reasons you have for liking something can, in theory, be objectively wrong?
Any trouble in this area?
Yeah.
Objectively.
Yeah. Of course.
On what basis, though? Did he leave? No, he's still here, Kalashnikov. And I'm not criticizing, because he's listening.
I've been listening to you the whole time. I've been engaged.
No,
in
I
the
know.
argument.
No, I know. If you said you like apples because they're purple, fair point. Yeah, no, that would be objectively you are incorrect that apples are purple. You know, because your observation and your sensory senses. Now, I suppose if you were colorblind in some weird way where you viewed red as purple, that might like subjectively appear that way to you, and maybe the way you perceive light would. But yes, correct. I see what you mean. Yeah, you can subjectively like something for things that are objectively wrong. That's fine.
Now, if you were given a scenario, and you're like, okay, I can work my way through this scenario, and you're like, oh, well, I like this thing because it's this scenario, right? You're like, I like the scenario, so I want to play through the scenario, and I like this thing because I get to deal with these scenarios, right? If you then cut up that scenario into the point where it's not even a scenario anymore, you're like,
how is it not a scenario?
Redefining its scenario into like the tiniest little atoms of the scenario, and it's not like you redefine it at that point. It's
So
not the same
episodic
thing.
television is wrong.
Episodic television is.
Well, I mean, you could just, you know, watch all that television all at once. Are you cheapening the experience by watching it week to week?
I mean,
are you objectively cheapening that experience by watching it week to week?
Yeah, if you endlessly broke it down, if you over 10 years, if you said, okay, I'm gonna watch 5
I'm not talking about
seconds of
endlessly.
this
I'm saying if
one-
you have a, you know,
Well, no,
13
I'm
13 hours of
breaking it- I'm
television that you
breaking
break
the
down
example
into 26
further.
parts.
I'm breaking down the example further. I'm saying, okay, so episodic videos, whatever.
What is
Okay,
what
so-
is the inappropriate? What's the ratio at which objectively something becomes worse?
Oh, that's where you start to look at a whole bunch of these things.
Where's
and
the
you're like,
objective
well, okay.
ratio where it
Okay,
becomes
well
worse
then,
then?
but do you even like it then?
I didn't ask that. I'm just asking you. What objectively, when objectively does it get worse?
So, Miss Chase.
Ah, good to see you. But Wait, how- Here.
Rap
How'd
metal.
you like your payment?
Wait, lim t greater than 0 TV runtime DT. Fair.
Here. It's
Lotus brought math.
how'd you? Here. Everyone's favorite.
I don't know what that means.
What will we do with... Stay sharp.
You only watch your episodes in infinitely small delta t's of time.
Oh, so it's the limit as t approaches 0. Okay.
Yeah, as t approaches 0. So that's.
The old Shady Sands Shuffle. It sure brings me back.
The old Shady Sand Shuffle.
But yeah, I'd say that's most likely objectively worse. You'll forget the context and
I hardly know how I got by before I met him.
So you're saying objectively, the Joss Whedon cut is worse than the Snyder cut, right?
Well, the Joss.
I mean, it's a smaller. It's a
objectively
smaller.
Was better. Objectively, it was better.
So the smaller thing was better. You say?
It was better, but this is not. You can't use the same reasoning. If you wanted to use.
You just said it was an objective measure of value.
No, it's a completely because there's other things that define why it was better, not because of its runtime. It was more coherent. It had a lot of different qualities about it that we can look at, that we would actually measure these things on, and we'd say this is a better film because of X, Y, and Z, based on pacing, based on plot holes, based on a lot of very simple things that it's not whether you like the plot hole or not.
Pacing.
Yes. It was based on that. It was based.
Pacing?
Yep. The pacing of the Joss Whedon cut, even though it was fucking terrible for the constraints that it had, it worked better than the Snyder cut.
So you're saying objectively, the Snyder cut was worse than the Joss Whedon cut?
Yes.
Okay. And why can I go talk to 100 people on the internet that said no, the Snyder cut was much better than the Whedon cut?
Because they're gonna talk about subjectively why they thought it was better, and they're not gonna look at like actual metrics that you could.
But you just said that there's an objective metric by which you can measure. But what's the objective measure of pacing?
I mean, you can look at like how it actually breaks down. There's timings in movies where you can actually look and say, okay.
Well, what?
This thing has to be 2
tell me
hours long.
what's the math equation for a well-timed scene in a film?
I mean, if you want to do this, sure.
I'm just saying you've got this equation. You say it. You say you can do it. I mean, I would hope you could explain it to me.
I mean, sure. Like
I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna say objectively it's better paced, can you tell me the math behind the pacing? I'm kind of curious. Like, I'd like to be able to objectively observe
I know,
films.
I'm taking the lead. I got you.
Ah, Nadine, sprightly little tomboy with more curiosity than common sense. That one. Caused so much trouble on the trip that I probably would have thrown her overboard if she hadn't reminded me of myself at her age. I haven't seen her since we hit land at Point Lookout, but knowing her, I'll bet she's good. Down south, this side of the bay, there's a
But Lotus, based on what?
called Point Lookout. Oh, it's got it all. Ruins of ancient pleasure towns, mysterious swamps bristling with treasure, and all practically untouched by outsiders. But if you're curious, I could offer you a ride over to that. Now, I'm not normally one to discourage an adventurous spirit, but certain events have convinced me of the value of forewarning. I know you think you're ready for anything, but the threats you'll face in the swamp make those super mutants look like playful puppies. So just be sure you know what you're getting into, okay? You still want to head out to Point Lookout? Just don't come crying to me when a Mirelurk is chewing on your guts. Once you've got a ticket,
Alright, ticket from this asshole. Damn it. Do the pit first. Could also do Zeta. Well, Where do I find mole rats? Tepid sewers? Let's see. In mind. I am really excited though, Lotus. I'm going to get the revealed wisdom of the math equation for pacing. I didn't think I would learn this ever. But I'm excited. Speaking of which, I'm going to grab myself a Nuka-Cola. I'll be right back. Sip? No sip yet. Quake was a good game. I like Quake. I had a lot of fun. Honestly, Quake 2 was my favorite because I played so much co-op of the multiplayer with siblings and my dad. I had so much fun with that. Oh, fuck. Meyer lurks! Oh shit, I didn't mean to fall back there. You didn't have a PC when it came out? Weren't you not alive when it came out, Lotus? Quake was like 96 or 95, right? No, Quake might have been early 90s. I don't think what year it came out, but it was not. I don't think you I think you were below the age at which you could have physically played.
Okay.
Cool. What's up, Fed?
Just doing my... So we're talking about pacing?
I was told there was a mathematical equation for pacing.
There's a bunch of structures for these sort of things, actually.
Give me one of them.
React structure.
Okay. So is the objective measure that there's a beginning, middle, and end?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, when you're looking
you say
at...
there's a
like,
beginning, middle, and end of a combat encounter. Problem is when you have more middles, I guess?
The problem is when you arbitrarily lose your ability to have conflict in that. When you arbitrarily, like, you lose the plot beat because you don't break it down into the plot beats. There's no tension, there's like... If you're looking at it like that, it's a little bit... It would be harder to define like that.
Why is that?
You probably could. Well, I haven't thought about it like that. Now I'm trying to properly engage with what you're talking about. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I'm assuming it would deflate a lot of the tension that you're having. The reason that you have a 3-act structure is because you're mounting and like you have like inciting incidents, you have like motivation, and the third act is where you have like resolution and you're breaking it off. So a lot of it is defined around the fact that you do have this mounting tension, and you have to like resolve it. If you lose a lot of your tension, you lose your ability to resolve the tension, right? You lose your ability to like have payoff for that. It doesn't feel as good, and that's, I guess that is what I would be criticizing in that. Yeah, for sure, actually.
So what
You
you're saying
remove
is you think it
more
is
of the
a
tension.
you think it's a less tense experience to be able to save and load.
I think objectively you lose your.
I think I
tension
would
by doing
subjectively
that.
agree with you that being able to save and load makes it a more tense
I
experience.
think if you always go with like, if you look at things and you say, if you like, there's it's imperfect, but what you're looking at and what you've been highlighting and what I called out earlier is the fact that humans can never be objective, but we
Don't
can
think
use
that.
a whole bunch of standards and measures, and we can try and be more objectively minded. Now, when somebody uses a word like objective, you have to take them at the word if they're saying, okay, yeah, you're looking at this thing objectively. I'm not trying to take in what is my preference for this thing. I'm looking at what deflates tension in a situation, and that deflates tension in a situation. The ability to string it out over longer periods of time removes tension from a situation. By everybody's best measure of doing this,
Question.
that is the case.
I have a question real quick.
Because you experience it differently does not mean that it is
Wait,
not
I
true.
have a question.
I'm just elucidating that fact before
No,
you
I
go
know.
to it. So
I just
go to the
want
question.
to. I just want to ask a quick question.
Sure.
So, a 50-pound dog jumps on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a tense experience for you?
It could be.
Let's say you're a 200-pound male, relatively well health,
No.
and you're prepared when the dog jumps on you. You'd say that's not a very tense experience, right?
It's not a.
Okay. Perfect. Now you're a, 10-pound infant and a 50-pound dog jumps on you. Is that a tense or not tense experience?
That would be a tense. Yeah, from the infant's perspective, that would be a tense situation.
Okay. Would you say that the act of a 50-pound dog jumping on you is subjectively assessed how tense that is?
Objectively,
No, it would be
it's
subjective.
It's more tense because for the infant, it's a life-threatening scenario.
But if they have a
This
fear
is
of
why
dogs,
we don't break it down like that.
What if they have a fear of dogs? And you're 200 pounds. Does it matter that the dog can't harm you, or does it matter that you're afraid of dogs?
They have a subjective reason why this is why. Okay, so you're trying to tease out like an edge case scenario where subjectively they have a ulterior they have a reason that they don't deal with this thing well, other than the norm of the scenario where you look at how we can have like a pretty decent understanding of this, like as what is as normal as we can
But
get.
your subjective norm is what you wanna objectively judge
as
on?
objectively normal as things get, because we can't be objective. People can't be objective. So we use what is the closest thing to being objective, which I've been trying to would you agree that I've been trying to tease this out for quite a bit of this? I'm not going for clinically absolutely objective, because I don't think we can do that. So you look at the best measures and standards for these sorts of things.
Well, do you
and when
accept
you
that
start
it's your
to do that,
subjective
you could-
assessment that the game is made worse by having quick saving and quick loading?
I think it removes tension, and that situation is trying to bring out tension. That's what the game is trying to do. If you remove all of that, I think it objectively makes the game worse.
So
because
you're
removing the
subjectively
reason the game is
saying
supposed to
that
be fun.
it removes tension.
I'm looking at a whole bunch
Standards are subjective. I agree, Lotus.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing where I mean, but we've already gone over this, and you have to use it in the best way that we can actually use the term. So you either never use the word objective ever again, or you accept that we use
I
this.
killed
in a
2 mole
specific
rats
way.
in this cave. I objectively did that in this video game.
No, you didn't.
Yes, there was a count of 2. During this time when I entered the cave, I killed 2 mole rats.
That's what you think you did. That's what, like, you didn't objectively kill shit.
I observed it.
Computer process
19,
that did, like,
I observed it. 19 people on the internet observed it. What is a mole rat stick? It's called a repellent stick. It's something that the Wasteland Survival Guide lady made that kills mole rats in 2 hits. It's kind of cool.
Okay, but you did that based off of the feedback that you got from your eyes, right? Just because you can confirm something with somebody else, just because everybody says the Snyder Cut is better, doesn't mean the Snyder Cut is objectively better.
Oh, right, because value is subjective.
Yeah. So the same thing that your eyes looked at that thing and they said, okay, here's the value of this, here's the value of that, and I actually like teased out like, oh, well, I get this.
Value,
this is the way
quantity.
that. Oh yeah. So it looked at that sort of thing and it's like, oh, all right.
It's not subjective
People's
quality
eyes are
about
faulty,
them.
though. No, but the problem is you trusted your senses to do that. Same thing that you did with this other bit.
Which other bit?
There's nothing that humans can draw on that subject. And that's why you use it differently. Okay, what can you objectively observe?
What can I objectively observe?
Yep.
Well, I have 10 digits right now on my hands. I have 10 digits on my feet. I have 2 testicles. I mean,
how do you do that?
2 eyes.
How can you ground all of this?
How can I ground all of this?
Yeah, how can you say that you do this because you're telling me this?
I observed that information goes from
you observed
electrical
it. Oh, so it was your
information
subjective experience with something. So, but how do you? Okay, so when you're looking at this sort of thing, you're taking in sensory data, and you're telling me what your experience is
Yes.
of it.
Yes.
So your subjective data.
But no penis apparently. Kalashnikov.
True.
That's
the problem. You can't,
so you're saying your
if you're trying
subjective.
to use
So what
literal
you're saying
objective-
is your subjective valuation of an experience is the same as my information sent through electrical signals from my eyes to my brain, right?
Well, I'm telling you the way that you're.
That's more than
you're-
just eyes. I can feel my digits. I can, if I
You're
put
using
my
more
if I
sensory
put
data
if
for
I put my
experiences that
fingers
you're
in like
contextualizing.
some sort of like something that smells, I could smell them.
But you're not
if
not
if I
even
hit
doing
an
that, though. It's like
object
your
with
way that your
them, I
brain
could hear
contextualizes
the
this.
sounds that if I play
Yeah,
the guitar, I
I
can
know
hear
you're
the sounds that
gaslighting
they're
the thing, but
generating.
You're like you're
Like,
fucking
gaslighting.
like. Yeah, you're just completely talking over it with a whole bunch of random points that don't actually do anything because you're not addressing the point that I'm talking about.
What's the point? That I'm just telling you your subjective
If you experience
valuation of an
anything, it's
experience.
subjective. Anything that you try and tell me that you experience is subjective. You can't know anything.
I think you're trying to
can't, like-
oversimplify this because you're wrong.
No, I'm trying to tell you that you're oversimplifying this because you're saying, "Oh, you can never do anything objectively," and I'm
I didn't
taking
say
your
that.
little
I
thing
didn't
that you
say
did
that.
there.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So you said you can't
I said your
subjectively.
experience is subjective. The
Ah,
value
yeah. So
assigned
I'm
that
telling you
experience is
all of.
subjective.
Okay, yeah. So I broadened it to all of the things, and that's why we don't use this word like you're trying to use it.
Are you saying that your subjective assessment? Is
No, I'm
that
saying objectively
quick
you
saves
can't
and
know
quick loads
anything
are
because
bad?
you're telling me subjectively all this bullshit. And so that's why we don't use this term like you're talking about it.
You said objectively that it cheapens the experience.
Yup. Based on criterions that we can reasonably say we're approaching objective, yes. If you're ever gonna properly use the term objective,
Properly use the term.
I mean, you're the one who got gay about it, and then now you're
Properly
like, you can't
use the term.
Okay, run away from it. Okay,
Properly
wait, but
use
go
the term.
You you're the one that's
Properly.
running-
What makes
Yeah,
something
yeah, keep
proper,
saying
Fed?
properly.
What makes something
I don't
proper?
know. That's why that you're laughing, but you're the one that sounds like an idiot
Wait,
right now because
what
I've
makes
actually
something proper?
properly applied what you're talking
What makes
about.
something proper, Fed?
I don't know, Ghost. What does?
I don't know.
What makes it
You're-
proper?
You're the one who's passing on this information. I'm trying to figure out what proper means. I never use that word.
You've never used the word proper.
Not in this conversation.
Oh, well, that's fascinating. That means
As a
nothing.
guardian of the truth of this stream, it is necessarily gay.
Objectively gay. I concur.
He said necessarily.
No. objectively. I've upgraded it.
Okay. But what makes something proper?
I'm not arguing over the definition of proper with you.
Oh, I'm curious what you mean. What you think it means?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. But what does it mean to you? Do you maybe say that because it's a subjective interpretation of what is proper and improper?
Why'd you say subjective interpretation?
I mean, is proper like a subjective assessment of something?
Is it?
Yes.
Proper is a subjective interpretation of something.
Yes. Proper is a subjective assessment.
I'm not sure that's the case.
Why not?
Let's look at what the word proper means. Truly what something is, said or regarded to be genuine. So, if there's anything that could be objective, you could say this is objectively proper.
Wait, genuine?
That's what the fucking definition said.
What's genuine?
Oh, okay. Pedantry. Absolute, like, the sophistry is fucking ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, Lotus. Wait a minute, Lotus. Read a book. If it'll make you happy, Fed, I accept that this is your truth.
Nah, I mean... Technically, sure, yeah, whatever.
This is your truth.
Yeah, no, I just... I don't know, I talk to you about stuff.
I mean, you're trying to assign value and objective value. Personally experienced value.
Yeah, and then I, like, I drew that out, I teased that one out so far that you couldn't accept it anymore.
I know,
so
you're a
moved you off
big
the
brain, I
definition.
get you.
Okay, well then, what have you experienced? And tell me about how you've experienced it objectively.
How I have experienced things objectively?
Yeah, that's the problem, is you're using the definition. You're using strictly objective. When
You're the one who
people don't
used the
use
term.
it. Yeah.
You're the one
because
who
that's
used
the way that
the
we
term
use
objective.
when you're being objective about something.
No.
You're evaluating it based on qualities, and you're trying to actually like. Sorry. How do you use objective then? Because
How
I
do
would
you use
argue you can't
objective?
use that word anymore.
How do you use objective?
Yeah, because now the problem is, how do you use that word? If you're gonna use it under your definition, and I broadened it, and I said, here's how you can't use this word, I would argue you're gonna have a very fucking rough time doing this, so good luck.
I don't think I've ever used the word objective.
I've
Kind
heard
of
you
a
use it all the
meaning-
time during this. You used it multiple times. You contextualize
Kind
it.
of a meaningless term, usually.
It's actually not. And we have a reason for using it, but if somebody's gonna be super pedantic about use it, we can absolutely crush it. And that's what we ended up having to do, because you wanted to throw the word away.
Oh yeah, you totally crushed it, man. You're really smart. You're big brained. Go ahead.
I mean, you're the one who started down that road when I said, I acknowledge what you're saying, and we can't use it like that, and then you still kept using it like that, and I said, okay, here's why we can't
Nah,
use it
you
like
believe
that.
me, your lived experiences and your way
You're
you
making an
interpret
argument
these
by
things.
saying, oh, you did that thing, bro.
Yeah, the way that you interpreted
Yeah,
your
yeah.
experiences was objective.
This isn't an argument.
Okay. Your
not an
value you
argument.
applied to something is objective. Don't worry, friend. Live in
Okay,
reality.
How do you do anything?
You do anything? You do stuff.
Yeah, how do you do anything objectively? Go for it.
Do stuff.
You do stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me something you can do objectively.
Alright, I will step away from the computer. I will walk over here.
That's the experience.
I walked back.
You can never know that you actually did that.
Oh, but I do.
Based on your subjective data that you pulled in through all of your sensors.
I do know that I did that.
Contextualized in your brain.
You know that I did that, though.
I told you why it doesn't work.
I did do that, though.
That's what you think you did, for sure.
No, I did it.
But you understand.
But I did it, Fed. I sent electrical signals from my brain to my legs. I stepped a few steps over. I did.
Okay, and then see the problem is you're trying to use like so now you've added.
But I
the
did,
layer
Fed.
of, I use electrical signals.
No,
that
I'm
you
not.
sent
What
from
I'm
your
not
brain,
going to
but then they
say,
went back
Fed,
up to your
is
brain, and then you use your
Fed.
sensory
What I'm not
organs
going
to
to
perceive
say
the
is that
universe for
I
what it is,
walked.
and
I
that you
walked
actually
in a
moved. You
Chad
never know that you
way,
actually did
or
any
I
of that
walked
stuff.
in a really cool way, or you know
No,
that
no.
that by
But you don't
taking
have
this
to. Yeah,
walk
no,
away
add
from
flamboyance
that
because this
by
doesn't
by
work.
taking a walk away from that conversation, I cheapened or added value to that experience. I didn't say any of those things. No.
Yeah. No, you can address like.
But you
you're doing
know,
the pink
while
lightsaber.
if we're going
I
off
get
your
it,
logic
yeah.
that I believe I added much value to this conversation by walking over there, it's objectively provable that me walking over and walking back to this microphone objectively added value to this conversation.
But you can't say you objectively did that is the problem unless you use objectively the way that I would use objectively.
No, Fed. I objectively added value to this conversation by walking over there.
Yeah. No, you're talking to me about.
No, Fed. You don't understand. What you don't understand is it objectively added value to this conversation.
Well, I mean.
It did. No, it did. Fed.
It's really funny how you painted yourself in this little thing.
I objectively added value. I objectively added the subjective concept of value. I increased it by walking over there for this conversation. Right?
Sure. That wasn't a retarded statement, and you aren't absolutely just making vacuous shit because you've been caught in an absolute contradiction of what you've been talking about.
I mean, I could bloviate about it for a bit, but I mean...
I told you why you're specifically wrong about this, and then you used it in the way that I would use the term.
I'm sorry, Fed. I don't have a study. I don't have a study to prove this.
You don't need a study. I told you. I blinded him.
I'm sorry, Fed. I don't have a study.
Who used to study here? What?
I don't have a study to prove.
No, this isn't even a criticism. You could let me. No, you didn't even like.
I don't have a way
objective
to
reality.
prove this, that there is value.
Okay, but there isn't, and that's the way you're using objective. So then
I don't.
This is
I
your
don't have a way
argument.
to prove it to you.
That's cute.
Sorry, Fed. I don't have a way to prove it.
You can beat yourself over your head with your own
Oh,
argument.
I know, Fed. I know. I can't prove it to you. I can't prove that value is objective. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can try, but I can't.
Starting to get sad.
I know, Fed. I know. It's been
I
sad.
hope you do.
I know. Talking with you is usually a sad endeavor. You're
Yeah,
a hard-headed
like, look
person
at
that doesn't
this.
get anything through their head and won't concede points when they're wrong. I know.
Projection.
I know, but you problem is you interpret every argument like as I have to win or else like you'll be embarrassed or something. I don't understand. Like I don't understand. I just don't take myself that seriously.
Yeah, neither do I, and that's why I use the colloquialism
Yes, that's
of the
why.
term.
That's why you've been arguing about subjective and objective, and making about objective and subjective truth instead of just look. It was your subjective evaluation that an experience is made lesser by having quick saves and quick loads. But you can't let that sit, so you'll argue for an hour on end to feel better about yourself.
Literally switch objective and subjective, and you've made this even worse for yourself.
Why is that?
Because I was the one who was using the
Right, you were making the argument that there is no objective truth because you're more comfortable arguing that, when the reality is you can't accept that you made a subjective valuation,
I didn't.
and you won't accept that you made a subjective valuation because you
That's
don't
not
want
the
to.
argument
You're
that I
afraid
made.
of
I
being
made-
wrong.
Okay, you can
You're
talk over me all
afraid
the
of
time.
being wrong, Fed.
Yeah, talk over
You
me because
are
I'm afraid of being wrong.
wrong. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I know.
that's the behavior of
Letting
someone who's
letting you
afraid of being
talk,
wrong
letting you
is
talk for an
constantly talk
hour
over somebody.
clearly means that I'm not letting you talk. Obviously.
I mean, talking over me right now is pretty much the fucking.
I don't
proof that
understand
need to
what
say
you
that.
mean. I let you talk for an hour.
Yeah, yeah, but
and
you're
because
talking
you
over
like
me
the
when it's
sound of your own
important.
voice, you keep talking.
Projection.
Oh no,
This
I love the
hurts,
sound of my
dude. This hurts really bad when you look at like what you're saying.
Fed,
and
I
then you
love
actually
the
think
sound of
about
my
it for a
own
second.
voice, Fed. That's very clear.
I
always
know.
have.
I'm hearing it. I'm still laughing at the way that you're talking. You might as well be doing an internal
So
monologue
Fed,
of what you're
Fed,
talking
will you
about right now.
please explain how you've assigned objective value to something? Because I
Yeah,
don't
sure.
have all night for this conversation. I've got another 7 hours, and I don't think we're going to get there in the next 7 hours.
Well, I mean, I'll do it really quickly.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
Objectively, you use like a set of standards that most people would consider to be objective. You look at rules that you can actually lay out.
Okay.
You gonna do the gay thing? Okay, yeah.
Okay, so rules and standards are objective. Got it. Rules are. I would say so. I'd say people
Yeah,
that
yeah.
set rules
Well,
and
yeah,
say like
because-
don't
okay,
shoot
so
people.
the-
That's an objective rule, right? You're not supposed to shoot people, right? Like it's pretty clear.
Okay, so even in there, that's not objectively a rule.
Well, the rule
laid it out.
itself is objective. The way it's enforced may not be objective, right?
No, but the rule is the reasoning. You're talking about reasoning there.
What?
And
No, I was
then-
talking about the rule itself, right? It's pretty
No, no,
clear. It's
well,
a
the
binary.
rules,
Don't
you
do
should
this
not
thing,
shoot
right?
people.
Wait. What?
Okay.
What?
The
mean?
problem is the way that you're contextualizing these things different.
But I mean, like the
And-
rule itself is pretty clear, right? Don't do this action, right? Like it's a yes/no. It's a binary. You're not in violation of said rule unless you do the thing that violates the rule, right?
You can violate the rule, but it's like, I mean,
No.
there's different
I'm
situations
saying
where
whether
this
it's
isn't-
enforced is irrelevant. The rule is still the rule, right?
I mean, rules are rules. Sure, yeah. No, that's
Right. Like I mean, that's usually like an objective. Don't do this or do this, right?
Well, morality isn't objective.
And we're not talking about morality. We're talking about rules. Those are different
Well-
things. Morality and rules are two different things. Rules are
Okay.
usually part of morality.
So
but
I just don't know why you introduced like killing people and stuff like
well,
that.
you said rules, and I was thinking
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay,
So a
well,
rule
yeah,
is a
there
rule.
can be
Yeah, no, I
objective
agree with
rules,
that,
correct?
but then
Right? Like I was
when-
thinking
when
about in
you-
the context of this conversation.
Well, when you like move it to something like that, then you're adding like a different variable that you don't need to add. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to add that variable. You can just say there's a hard and fast way that we look at sorts of things, and we could say this is the way to objectively look at it. And because people say that, you have an inherent contradiction if you're ever going to use
Wait.
the word objective, and that's what I brought up almost instantly.
What do you mean
in this
people say?
conversation. Sorry?
What do you mean people say? Hey, Sam, where'd you get to people say?
You're using the word objective. Are you a people, and did you say the word objective? Do we have
Dang,
a
like-
shared? Do we have a shared understanding what the word objective means?
That's a good question. What do you define objective as?
Absolute. It's an inherent quality of something.
Sure.
There's no you're not giving it like any personal experience. You're looking at it and you're trying to look at the object or the circumstance for what it is. yeah, that's the problem. It's like, okay, well, yeah, you can never use that term.
Okay.
Well, that's why I'm saying you can never use that term, and then
Okay.
you laugh at that, but then you say,
That's
okay,
amazing.
here's my objective experience, and then it's like
That's
you're talking
amazing.
about your experience
That's
with something.
amazing. I never talked about my experience.
Yeah,
You're the
you
one who
did
asked
when you
me
said
about-
I objectively walked over there and I did
you
stuff.
You asked
didn't.
me about my experience. I never brought it up in this conversation.
No. You said I said, what can you objectively do? And you walked over. You actually did that.
Right. I didn't ask
you
what. I
explicitly
didn't
did that.
ask you. I didn't ask you that. You asked me that.
No, I said no. I said
did ask me
what
that.
is something objective.
You literally
and
asked
then
me.
you went and you on your own volition. I didn't say go walk over there and do some bullshit. I didn't say that. You arbitrarily did that, and then you told me about it, and I said, okay, but you and I can never actually know that because you have a subjective experience with
So
reality.
you're saying me walking over there was subjective?
Yes, and that's why it's
Okay.
useless to use that as a definition. That's why we
I'm
don't use
just-
that
okay.
as that definition functionally. Colloquially, we don't use objective like that because everything you experience is subjective. And so you can never talk about anything objectively because that's not even how your brain works. That's not how your eyes work. That's not how
Why can't
any
you
of your
just
sensory
accept
organs
that
work.
you feel that it takes away from the experience? And that's okay.
I'm just telling you. You're
I'm
like,
just trying to understand why you can't just
dude, I
accept
just
that
brought
it's
the
how you
pedantry
feel
to your
about it.
fucking doorstep with the same
No,
thing that you're
I'm
talking
just
to me
saying, why
about,
can't you
and you're
just
not willing to
accept that
accept
you
it.
feel
I
about
talked
it?
about something
Fed,
explicitly.
why can't you
how
just
you
accept
would
that's
use
the way
this
you feel
sort of
about
thing, and you
something?
didn't like it. Now you're just like,
Fed, why can't
got
you
mad about
just
it.
accept that that's how you feel? Like, I don't understand. I
feel
don't
about
understand why
what?
this is hard for you as a human being to just understand that that's your subjective interpretation of something.
No, I'm telling
Your
you, I already
value,
understand this,
value that
and-
you assign to
Yeah,
something
no.
is subjective. I don't understand why that's a hard thing to get through your thick skull. I don't understand. Like, you're
I
not
know you
losing
don't
anything, you're
understand,
not
Ghost.
gaining anything, but it's a subjective interpretation. Like, it is.
Look, Ghost, I already told you why this thing doesn't work. I laid
you,
out all the
you,
fucking
you
reasoning,
basically tried
forward
to
and
assign an
backwards
objective
multiple times.
value.
I
You
did
tried
it
to
in
assign
shorthand,
objective
and then I did it in
value
long
to
form.
value.
You don't. You just.
You
just
haven't.
Don't want
You
to accept
haven't,
it.
Fed. You actually haven't. You've just tried to define
Yeah, no, I actually
value
did.
that you assign something
Okay,
as
Ghost,
objective.
how did how?
when
tell me
the reality
objectively how
is,
walked over
you
and did
describe
some other
something.
shit.
You describe something using a colloquial term that was wrong, and you're not willing to accept that.
Sorry, what was that sentence that you just ripped?
I said, you used a term colloquially incorrectly, and you're willing to get caught up on that issue for an hour.
I never. What? I never used the word colloquially incorrectly.
I didn't say you used colloquially. Oh my gosh.
You just said that.
No, I meant objective, Fed. You used the
well, then
word
you said it
objective.
wrong. That's fine.
No, I said colloquially. You used the word objective wrong. Oh my gosh.
No, you said you used the word colloquially wrong.
You used a word colloquially wrong. Yes, exactly.
Wait, no.
You
but
know what
that's
colloquially
not-
means?
That's not, no, but no, I didn't do that. No, I didn't.
Do you
do
know
that.
what colloquially means?
What does it mean?
Like turn a phrase or something to that effect. Like you used an expression wrong, all right, that we colloquially use in this way. That's all.
No, I used it properly, colloquially. I
No, you
used
didn't.
it in
You
the
did
way
not.
that we use it, and then you tried to bring it down to a super, like, you tried to actually really look at something objectively, and this
No,
is something
Fed.
that people.
You're the one who's trying to
Okay.
assign objective value to value, which is inherently
No,
subjective.
no.
Value is inherently
We're talking about the way that
subjective,
we use this word now, so don't even just don't. Nope.
Fed. Value
get away
is
from that.
subjective, Fed.
No. We're looking at the sentence that you just said, right?
Yes,
Is
Fed.
that fair? Okay.
It's a
so
colloquialism
looking at
to say this is objectively right or wrong, correct?
Okay, yeah. So, you said I used it colloquially wrong, and it was like
Yes.
I did use that as a colloquialism.
Yes.
Yes, I did use objective like that.
Yes.
And then when you said, "But I used it like this, and this is the way that you're supposed to use it," I told you why that is an unusable way of working with
Unusable?
that word. It's not usable. You'll
Why
never
not?
be able to use it. Because everything is subjective to you, you can't use the word in the
No,
way that you're
value
tempted
is
to use the word.
subjective, Fed. I did not say everything is subjective. I said value is subjective. You
I'm telling
expanded
you
it to
everything
everything.
is subjective at that
You
point.
expanded
You
it to
can't-
everything because otherwise you have no argument.
No, I did that because
You
you're
expanded
trying
it to
do that
everything because
already.
you cannot look at things
You
that are in your
arbitrarily
brain
expanded
versus
it, and
things that you
I expanded
experience,
it to
Fed.
everything and showed you why this is an unusable term in that way. So then we went back to the colloquial way of using that term, but then you just decided,
Fed,
I don't want to
your-
use it like
Fed,
that because
your
it's a glaring
subjective
pothole in what you're
assessment of
talking about.
something is 100% subjective, right?
You
Your
have to say it
value
again,
that saying
because
something
you
is
started
cheap.
talking as I was talking, so I didn't hear you.
Saying something
So-
is cheap, Fed, is assigning a subjective value to it, correct?
Cheapening something doesn't necessarily mean it's subjective.
Well, what are you saying when you say it got cheapened?
You took away value of something. You can have
Okay.
a objective.
Okay, so you're talking about value, correct?
Okay, so if I said 5 minus 1 is 4, objectively that's not true? Did you cheapen that? You can
What?
laugh.
You're talking
No,
about
no, 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 wait,
quantitative
no, what?
things
No, no, no,
in
no,
like
you were talking about
completely in the
taking away a value of
abstract.
something.
You're
I
talking
actually
about in the
literally talked to you about
abstract.
two values, and you can remove something from it.
Okay,
and
well,
how you...
not necessarily, Fed, because if you have 5 cancers and you remove 1 tumor, I would say your life became
Yeah, you
your
can
life became
contextualize this in a-
subjectively
wait,
more. Your life
wait,
became
wait. No, no, no.
subjectively more valuable because you have 1 less cancer tumor.
You're contextualizing it in a meaningless way.
What do you mean? You said that
You removed the
objectively
value.
by
You took away
removing
a
a value.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I just explained
Yeah,
in a way
no,
where
but- okay,
your
yeah,
life will
yeah,
become
sure.
more valuable. That's all.
You're
I'm
saying like, okay, but what if I killed a baby? What if that baby was Hitler? That's what you just did.
I mean,
it's still wrong
huh?
to kill the baby. It's still removing value from something.
Saying that's an objective value?
Yeah. Objectively, that's true. One
Is
of the things that we can actually objectively talk about are numbers. Objectively, yes, you removed a value from it.
You remove a value from it.
Yeah.
Right,
Don't
but you
get
understand,
caught up too
right,
hard in
that
this
like a
because it's
qualitative
objective.
value is different than a quantitative value, right?
You're saying, wait, one more time.
You understand, right?
Value?
Quantitative and qualitative are 2 different things, right?
Yeah, yeah. So why even try
Okay.
and put like a qualitative value on the number when it was quantitative value that we've?
Well, you were assigning it a qualitative value. That's why I'm saying. You're
I
saying
literally
cheapened.
said objectively you removed the value, and now you're trying to be like.
Well, you're talking about the qualitative value.
I'm done with the thing.
You're talking
you've
about
gone, like,
qualitative, and I'm telling you, qualitative is by its nature. Nature's
no,
subjective.
wait, you actually arbitrarily assigned a qualitative value to the quantitative thing I was just talking about.
What's
just because you
What's
can't-
quantitative about the experience that you say got cheapened?
5 minus 4?
No,
Yeah,
what's
or
qualitative
five
about
minus
the
1 is 4.
Fed,
That
what's
was the example. And
qualitative
then you said,
about the
"But what if
experience that
it's
you said got
cancer?"
cheapened?
And it was like, all right, this is.
But
like,
Fed, what's qualitative about your experience? Everything. What's quantitative about it? Nothing, right?
What is quantitative about my experience? Well, yeah, but well, that's the problem.
Your experience was qualitative,
you
right?
Can never rub against. Okay, so you can never use the word objective then, unless you're talking about math.
I generally don't use the word objective.
Okay,
Unless I'm
well
being
then-
like ridiculously incredulous.
Yeah, well, you're being ridiculously incredulous right now, and then also.
I know, and yet still somehow I'm not using objective.
Okay, so most people use objective when they're trying to look at something in like a scientific sort of study way, and we have to assume that somebody's experienced something to actually like get sensory data of it and then be able to like quantify it. But we have to assume that they did it in the first place, right? So we have a colloquial way of using that. We say,
Well, I mean,
okay,
you can
yeah,
observe
we have
them
to
doing the
disregard a
thing
certain
you asked
portion
them
of
to
like
do,
the
but-
autistic nature of this word, and we can use this in a way where we can use it functionally. And this is what the argument has come down to.
What?
Is now because of what?
Trying to understand what you mean.
Functionally, you can use a word when it doesn't explicitly mean the exact definition of what it means.
So you're saying it's not objective.
I'm saying you can never be objective unless you're talking about math. Yeah. The way that you're
okay. That's fine.
When you try and use the word objective the way that you're talking about it, you can only be objective about
Okay,
math. and
so
other
okay,
people-
then as long as you accept that it's your subjective interpretation of the experience, then I have no disagreements with you.
Yeah, well, I'd say everything's subjective at that point, so then you're fucked. Like,
I would
mean,
disagree.
You can never
Not
tell me
everything-
anything, and
not
I can never,
everything is-
I
not
can never
everything
take
is
anything that you're
subjective.
talking about seriously. And it's like, okay, it's subjectively your opinion.
No, Lotus, don't smoke. Stop it. Smoking's lame and the ultimate consumer activity. Stop it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I've been over this fucking conversation because, again, like, I mean, I don't know, like, I laid it out earlier, why this thing, and I
You
know
keep
have
saying
your
you did,
bit
but...
where you're like, you want to do, I know, I actually did.
No, I know. You can keep saying you did, but...
Yeah, no, I addressed it explicitly.
I didn't
went
subjectively
and talked
interpret
about
it correctly, so... I don't think you did.
Okay, because if you interpret it in the wrong way, or if I didn't perfectly map it out, we've been over it to the point where it's clubbing it over the head. I didn't have to look anything up. I never talked about anything where like I didn't know something. This has been my opinion the whole time of what we're talking about. And when you moved it to like when we arbitrarily had to move the like thing to everything is subjective, I addressed that because we can't use that term that way.
You chose to go in that direction. I was simply talking about your value.
You
assessment.
chose to go that way.
You
I
said it was
tried
your
to nip
value
it in the
assessment,
bud,
and you tried to
and
make
then you
your
said,
value
no,
assessment.
we're gonna continue.
You
Sorry?
tried to make your value assessment the objective assessment.
Okay, well, anything that you've experienced is also subjective. So I mean, I can't even say that you've even played this game.
I mean, maybe I didn't.
True. Well, then look how useless everything is. Why use
Yeah,
things like this?
clearly.
Oh, it's almost like we have functional definitions for things. Wow, interesting.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a leap.
I accept your subjective assessment of the game and the actual mechanic.
I object to your subjective.
I object to
your
your subjective assumption that everything needs to be Dark Souls. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, nice straw man. Terrible
Oh
argument.
man.
Yeah.
I mean,
When did I say everything needs to be Dark Souls?
How am I? Well, I mean, by taking away quick saves, you make something closer to a Dark Souls experience because you go to checkpointing of some kind.
That's
you
your
go down
opinion.
Bonfires.
That's your opinion.
If you can't save the game when you want, the game has to have some way to save your progress. I suppose it could be like a roguelike game where you have no saving, and you know the game's a much smaller and cheaper experience in ways, but stuff like that. But that would be my subjective assumption of it being smaller and cheaper experience that would have to be in a more bite-sized, you know, game where you know probably need some sort of randomization as well, and you wouldn't be able to build like big dialogue or long counters that you know connect lots of different parts of the story. But that's just my small brain subjective assumption, I suppose. Alrighty. I'm sorry, Twitch friend, that I missed your follow. What's up, man? Gauss. I need to repair this damn thing. Oh, you're still here, Fed. Wait, why did Clash get you in trouble, Lotus? What happened?
Ghost, you want a brutal argument?
A brittle
I was
argument?
laughing at this while I went to take a piss. Yeah.
A brittle argument?
A
Like
brutal
what?
argument.
Go ahead.
How do you know that you're moving more towards Dark Souls?
How do you know that you're moving more towards Dark Souls?
Yeah, and the question that you posed as I said I was going to take a
Well, it
piss.
would be a subjective assessment, and the mechanics are enclosing more on that, right?
Ah, so you used datum points, and then you looked at them. You looked at the values that they... When you looked at the reasonable way that everybody interprets these things, you said, okay, well, if we have this quality, and you put it on a timeline or a spectrum, and you said, okay, we're gonna move the slider over this way, and you moved it towards something that everybody else looks at, and they say, oh shit, okay, so this is the way that Dark Souls is, and when you make the statement, this is the way that Dark Souls is. Like, if you say Dark
Yes.
Souls is a, what is it, what do they call it? It's like an action RPG, Souls-like, whatever. A Souls game, we'll call it Souls game. Souls game versus an RPG, you say, alright, we've moved it over here based on this
Right,
quality
and that would still be my
specifically.
subjective
You're taking-
assumption.
No, you would look
Right,
at that.
it
and
would
you'd
be my
say, I'm
subjective
using-
assumption.
Okay, well, no, most of science would say, okay, you're using 2 datum points, and then you're looking at the value as that thing moves over to the other end
Right,
of this.
and that would be my subjective assumption.
Okay, then nothing's ever objective. Then you're fine.
That's a big of a leap.
No, it's
Big
not.
leap to make.
It's the way that you're using it, and if you expand that, you fuck yourself so hard and you can never use that term. So don't use objective.
Didn't use objective, you did.
Yeah, well, that's why it's like, okay,
I mean,
you can
there's a
never
reason
use
I
that
didn't
term.
use it.
Huh?
There's a reason I didn't use objective.
Yeah, because it's a useless term to you, and you can never use that word then.
Damn. Why is it only a
What do you
useless
mean?
term to me?
Because you can't use it in a functional way. Unless you're talking about math.
Call you on. Can't call Lotus on his bullshit. He's confident in himself. How could that work?
I can call you on your bullshit and you're confident in yourself.
Okay, so your value assumption is objective, but you're
No, I think objectively you're wrong, because if you try and use the word objective ever,
I'm not.
You can't.
I'm
you
not.
can't do it. You
I'm
can't
not
do
using
it.
it. I'm not using it.
When do you
Fed.
ever use the word objectively
I'm not using it, Fed.
correctly?
Only when I'm being incredulous.
I mean, you talked about being objective about moving over and doing things, and you just took in a whole bunch of
Right,
sensory
like I
data,
said,
which is your experience.
Only when I'm incredulous, Fed.
I mean, am I wrong?
Lotus. You're not in this stream, Lotus.
See, objectively, I would have brought in Lotus for a subjective opinion, because I think he has a superior one.
Lotus
And that's
has
subjectively my
literally
objective
anything
opinion
better
now.
to do than argue something as dumb as this.
Yeah, see? I mean, the problem is you're the other person that's talking in it.
Oh, I see. You're the only smart man in the room. Understood.
No, I'm just saying, if you're gonna call me dumb, you called yourself dumb at the same time.
Oh. Okay.
This isn't even, this is...
Okay.
But you just did it! Wait, but... I didn't say it was any better than you. You just said, oh, what an idiot for doing that. Then you're talking about what you just did.
Lotus, that's a pretty comfy thing to do, I'm not gonna lie. Which theme, though? Which theme, Lotus? I need to know. Choose wisely, Lotus. The original one for Game Boy? Game Boy? Wasn't that Donkey Kong Country 3? Or 2?
Dude, I don't remember.
I don't remember which
On the
Donkey
Game
Kong
Boy?
Country that is. Huh? Yeah, because the original
I
Donkey
don't
Kong Country
know.
was on the SNES.
Yeah, I'm lost when it comes to the Game Boy.
Which... Was it 3? Because I thought 3 was on the SNES, too. Are you sure, Lotus? Or did they port it later?
I mean, there might be. Wait, is he talking about like Donkey Kong, like Mario Donkey Kong?
No, he's talking about Donkey Kong Country, the one with DK and Diddy.
Oh, okay.
But then,
Okay,
then it's
yeah.
Diddy and Dixie, and then they're saving Donkey in a later one. And the third one... Okay, because... Then there was Tropical Freeze, but that was on the Wii years later.
Yeah, he did say Donkey. Yeah, because my mind says like, oh shit, yeah, he's talking about like
The SNES
Mario
game,
Gallery,
right?
like.
Oh, you're thinking like the
yeah.
arcade one.
Yeah, well, yeah. That
But they did port that one to the Game Boy, if I recall. I remember playing that one a lot.
Yeah, it was on Mario Gallery something or other, because they had the it was the jumping over barrels, and you could like switch the way that like
Yeah.
the station was, which was a port, like, or it was a Game Boy game, but it was like a port at that point at least of an arcade game. I don't remember. I never played it on the arcade game. Fuck.
Hope everyone's staying safe in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I mean that sucks.
It's because what? Some guy was running from the cops or something, and
Oh, I mean,
Drove
if it's
off.
his most recent one, like
yeah, there's a guy was running from the cops, and the cop shot at him because he's a dangerous individual driving away in a car away from police, right?
Was it the woman that thought she grabbed her? Because
I heard that too. That there's something about, like a woman grabbed.
Well, she
cop had a
says-
woman moment. Oh my gosh.
Well, no, she. The video of it, she like what is she? There's like a, I think she said like a taser or something. Like she actually identified that she thought she was in the moment. She said the word that you would use to like clear or something.
So use a taser, right?
Well, you say like you say something where you're like.
What is it? Right.
Taser. But she says like taser, something like that. It's to like identify that like you're gonna.
The subject has a taser, right?
No. She shot him with the taser, and it's the thing where a taser is not like it's not like a permanent solution. It's temporary. Like it's a stopgap, and you use
Right.
that. And but when you say that to warn people. Not only are you gonna use that to get away from them if you can, but also that you need to subdue the person after, when they're done being like, after you incapacitate them for a minute, then
Right.
you want the officers to know what you're looking at. And I'm pretty sure she said like taser, 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 and then like she shot him with the fucking knife, and it was like, like
Wait, she shot him with the gun itself?
she thought she had pulled her taser and she just shot him, killed him.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that is the
Oh my god.
that is the thing, and like
Oh
that's
my-
the thing where like
Oh.
and like it seems like such a ridiculous fucking thing, but in the audio you can, or the video you can hear her like actually say it, and it's like, but like a taser does not have the same weight as a gun,
Yeah,
not in my
no,
experience,
like-
and like, but I'm
I've
not
got
used-
it.
I'm
I
not-
have a
okay, I'm
handgun.
not used to
Okay,
the
if I pulled out my wallet, I would know I hadn't. I know that.
yeah. But
Like I know that they
I'm
both
not-
have like a grip to aim, but like if I pulled out like, if I for some reason had like a what do you call it, like a a spray gun or
Gun?
something, not a Tommy gun.
An
An airbrush. If I pulled out like an airbrush, right? Yeah, it's got a handle. It's meant to be,
Oh, I thought you were saying mace. Mace was the
not mace. I'm talking about like for some reason I was painting minis and I brought my airbrush
Sure.
over, right? Like, but I had it in my pocket for some reason. Like I would know if I pulled out, if I pulled out like my gun to defend myself. If I actually pulled out my airbrush, I'd be like, well, this is embarrassing, and then pull out my gun. Like I would know the difference.
Yeah, and that's the argument. If like we don't know, okay, one, I've never fired like I've held a taser, like the close personal one, but I've never
Right.
used the one that like shoots the little like diodes or whatever they are. Like I've never done that, so I don't know what the differential is in the weight. I
Yeah.
do know that based on lacrosse, the way that and like I still do this, and it's fucking weird. Every once in a while, I'll catch a ball without looking at it because like I think about lacrosse, and I can't always look at the ball that's like up and above me, and like but you have like the extra sensory of like that stick becomes a second hand, of where you understand exactly where that hand is at, and you don't need to see the stick to actually catch it. You can understand over your shoulder where it's at based on the feel of it. And I feel like it seems to me that like as you whip that gun out, that barrel, like everything about that thing should feel so fucking, as long as you're like a properly like
Trained police officer.
Trained police officer, where you're going to the like firing range, you're doing all this shit, you should feel that like that gun whip out, and there should be a weight like in the nose of the gun.
You should be
There
more
should be
used
a-
to practice firing the gun than the taser.
Well, there should be like the trigger must feel completely different, unless
Yeah.
it's like emulated it like to a ridiculous degree. But then you should have your like finger, like your finger should rest on the trigger guard before you do anything. Like you shouldn't do anything, like it shouldn't be high noon. You're not like rifling off rounds. You should be looking for the trigger guard. If you don't feel the trigger guard, you're like, wait, is this my gun? Like there should be a lot of stuff that's rolling through your head as sensory data of why this is not what it should be.
Well, on the other hand, though,
and the
like, you're
biggest
in the
one is the
moment,
barrel
right?
of the gun. The nose
yeah.
of the gun, there's weight with the nose of the gun, and you should feel that as you're whipping it around. Because there's a difference, like, even if I have the same weight thing with the same grip, same all this shit,
Yep.
as you're moving your arm around, like, as you're doing the drawing motion, you should feel, like, the inertia of that barrel going to a certain point. As long as you have, like, any concept of what either of these things feel like. And the only argument I can make against this is she's not used to shooting the taser. And it might feel so fucking close that she's not used to the taser and it felt like the gun. And that's the only case I can make for that. And it feels
Yeah,
stupid.
that's the only way I
That's
could
the
look
only
at
way.
this as anything but just complete incompetence.
It's crazy though.
And-
It is so untenable, this thought. Also, we have to talk about it Friday. Make sure, like, I don't know, somebody, if anybody's listening right now, make sure I bring this up. The prosecution, or not prosecution, the defendants for the Capitol riot with Ashley Babbitt, where she got shot in the fucking neck. they identified the officer and they buried it. The defense buried like any talk about doing it, and they obfuscated it. They put that one 6 feet under. Still, even though like we have like they zoomed in on the video, you can see the officer that did it. Like they have clear pictures who did it, but they're still protecting him versus every other case that's been on. And
You're saying
I wanna
that the
talk about
guy
right
that murdered a woman at the Capitol is having his
Yep.
identity protected by his fellow thugs?
Dude, that motherfucker came out like fucking finger on the trigger. Ooh, it's ooh.
Imagine my shock. Exactly, Lotus.
That's what the motherfucker that said that got shot instead of tased.
No! No!
Because he had to do that because
You know, next time I'm in an encounter, I'm just gonna be like, taser, taser, taser.
Right? That was my thing, but I was like, oh yeah, I'm just always gonna yell taser, 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 but like, also imagine her shock if she actually thought that was the case. Like, oh wow, what?
Could you imagine? Yeah, like, oh dude, I shot him. Like, wasn't the guy already in the car going away? Like,
I
that's what I heard. Is that the guy was in the car, drove off. They shot a bullet at him, and I guess they hit him, and then he like crashed into another car, and it's just like
he died. Yeah, he
Oh,
just
yeah.
died. And I was like, dude.
What? A taser, taser! Like, what?
That was awesome. Like, yeah, like, it just seems funny to me.
Wait,
that's
he
like,
jumped
okay.
in, then... No, did she hit him with the bullet?
Oh, she killed... I'm pretty sure she killed him.
Well, because he crashed the car.
Okay, we need further context.
I don't have full context for the story. I know that he drove after he was shot at, and that he collided with something.
Can somebody supply us with like a
She killed him, Lotus says? Okay.
thing? Yeah, I from what I heard, it seemed
Well, the thing is, like, the way, you know, the way these stories are litigated in the media, like, I don't know. Like,
wait, Ghost, did you look in the general? Did you see the Spez not art that Breath of Fate just made? It's so funny.
I don't know what's supposed to be.
It's the it's like the JoJo-esque art where Speznut has a giant nose because he always talks really nasally like this. And Spez fucking posted it. It's so funny, dude.
Why isn't that his avatar yet?
I mean, he changes his shit all the time, but like, oh man, that one kills me. There's also like a soy Max and a soy.
So the
Avon.
official story is that she killed him with that gunshot.
I believe that to be the case.
I don't believe a woman's that accurate with a firearm.
What?
I think she intended to shoot him.
I mean, okay, I'll say this. I believe that men have made such efficient devices that this could be the case.
Could be the case.
That might, even if you're an incompetent woman, it's still that lethal. That's in my mind, these things do not,
He was right in front of her. So basically, he had a gunshot wound, and then he got in the car and drove off.
I think if you're that woman, like, from what I can remember, like, it did seem like they were in pretty close quarters.
Okay.
And, yeah, it seemed pretty, and like, that's the situation where you use the taser too, and then you like, that's the most excusable portion where you're like, yeah, she didn't have like much reaction.
Wait, he
She's
was
trying to use it
already
because
in the
it's close.
car? I'm confused. Okay, so he's in
yeah,
the car.
this is where I want to see the video. Wait, can I look up the like?
So wait, he didn't get out of the car, and then she shot him because he drove away. But after she shot, the other officers let go, and he drove off with a gunshot wound.
I appreciate that, Clash.
I find the ghoul's instincts to be frighteningly accurate.
Here I thought we were friends, and now you have a gun in my face.
Yeah, and like, there's a bunch of shit where like, like adrenaline and stuff, and like women experience that differently, and like, like they don't like the things that seem to like scream out to people don't necessarily like work the same way when you're like adrenaline monkeys, but woof, that one's hard to reconcile.
Okay,
I'll
so
say
she
that.
shot
If
the
you
guy
try
at
to be
point
generous,
blank
I'll say
while
that.
he was escaping. He's... You know, it's like, this is why people, like, people that are like, always are like, oh, fuck cops, it's like, well, sometimes it's like, okay, well, now you're being ridiculous. And other times they do dumb shit like this, and it's just like, I'm not gonna defend this.
Oh yeah,
You know?
no, I mean, fuck, but okay, but it's fuck cops because fuck people. Like, that's the problem, though. I don't give a shit about, like, wait, okay. Here's the take. Fuck people because they're gonna fuck up. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give anybody this fucking leeway. And I don't expect to get the leeway. So, if you're talking about how incompetent the cops are, I'm 100% with you. They're so incompetent, I don't trust them to do their job right. And I don't expect them, like, so, like, when you have these big riots, I don't expect them to be taking care of everybody. I don't expect them to be, like, cracking down and doing all this ridiculous bullshit. But then also, like, when you expect them to be a cohesive unit, I don't expect that either. Like, I don't expect any of these, like, different scenarios that people are laying out. And they're like, oh, the cops should do this. Yeah, no, it's fucking retarded to think that cops are ever going to do anything properly the way they should in the situation. So, fuck off. Like, don't even start. They can't handle themselves in either situation. But yeah, Lotus.
I mean, to be fair, Lotus, I want robot cops. I know that Hollywood has propagandized us to not want robot cops, but like...
No robot cops. No autism.
I want robot cops.
We need some form of, like... We actually need context in the scenario.
We do need content in this scenario. I'm just saying, Fed. Like, cops that didn't have to fear, you know... They just could just enforce, you know, rules and shit, like...
What we need robot lawyers and robot judges.
No, that's not. No, you'd probably want like a robot tribunal at that point.
True, that's
you
fair.
Because you wouldn't need a jury if you had robots in charge of litigating
that's,
law.
Okay, and this is where oh Jesus Christ, this video, it's in there. Because the robots, well, it's robot arbitration is what I'm looking at. The problem is lawyers and judges are supposed to be our best. That should be the best form of objective truth, and then that's what they're asking of the jury, and that's why when you look at the jury, it's so fucking hard for them to do that. But that's what you're asking the jury for, and that's when they're looking at like beyond a reasonable doubt. They're talking about the different levels of looking at these things, and they're pleading with humans to even try to like engage with this mindset, and that's why we use this word in that way. And that this would be like a great version of this argument that I'm trying to make. Is this is actually where we look at objectivity, and we're trying to say, okay, you're never gonna get here, but try it. Try to do this thing. Try to look at it in this
usually
way,
what
and
they're
continue
asking the
that.
jury to do is to, you know, figure out what events transpired, right?
Yeah, shirk off
and
biases.
then litigate it
based
based on what happened versus, you know,
exactly. True. Try to objectively look at what happened.
Try to like get that and then see, you know, punish them or not punish them accordingly.
Objectively. And that subjectively.
Well, the punishment is usually dealt out objectively. I mean, it's not like, oh well, maybe just watch the video.
Well,
you want to get my informed opinion of it? I don't want to watch some dumb lady shoot someone.
Sure, I mean, like I'll go through it like right now, but I'm sure we can talk about it Friday, but like as it's moving 15 seconds in, it's like a normal traffic stop. Well, okay, it's not a normal traffic stop. I'm not used to this. There's one officer on the driver's side. There's another officer on the passenger side of this coupe or whatever it is. And like you see the officer walking up. There's yeah, so this is weird. There's 3 officers as this goes down. I'm not used to this whatsoever, so this is a little bit
I
anomalous.
don't think of
in
a
the
traffic
first place.
stop where I've been stopped by multiple people.
Well, so I don't know why they got pulled over in the first place.
I believe it was an outstanding warrant, if I recall.
They pulled the license plate? And
Yeah, they pulled his license plate during a stop and found out there was an outstanding warrant.
okay, so from the body camera footage, they're treating this with escalated, like, heightened
Yeah.
awareness. Like, there's a heightened sense of doing this thing because they have one officer at the passenger side, one at the driver's side, and then there's the officer that's behind them that is wearing.
Yeah,
the body
Lotus
cam.
says it's not a traffic stop. He had a warrant, and apparently he had reason to believe he was dangerous.
I completely agree with that because the way the officers are responding, this is not what I'm used to. So I would point to that.
I can also
100%.
confirm I've also never had a warrant.
Yeah. Well, well, I mean, I've had like, it was like a traffic stop warrant. I think I've had for like a month, but this guy is like, this is a completely different situation than I'm used to.
It would make
so
sense that they'd
we're-
call back up if there's an outstanding warrant. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. He stands up. He gets out of the vehicle. Okay. So as this guy gets out of the, like, he talks to the officer for a minute. I don't know if this is when they turned on the body camera footage. He might have already talked to them. They might have run the thing, came back when they had backup, and they talked about it. But the driver's side male gets out of the car with his hands behind his back. The driver's side officer seems to be putting the cuffs on. He's not even, there's no resistance that I could really see. Maybe I should turn up the... Oh, it's all on the right side. Okay, he is not put on the cuffs yet. They're in his right hand still. The officer with the camera is moving over to help obtain our Canadian assailant because he's wearing the whole tuxedo now.
Wait, what?
And well, I'm looking at it further now. I can see that he's wearing a jeans and a jean jacket, and they're the same color. He's wearing his Canadian camo. He's trying to blend in with the jean factory.
Wait. Well, hold on.
Okay,
Is
okay.
Wait. Read what Lotus says. Is that true?
Sorry, to top it all off, Sam Hyde had a really good bit recorded 2 weeks ago, saying specifically, at some point when I make a type of female officer. Oh my god.
Come on.
I see that and I'm like, there's no...
Come on. Is that true?
It could be, I don't know.
Is the simulation broken?
I did see a funny, like, what looked like...
They aired it on the kill stream. Oh my gosh.
I didn't remember there was, like, so, like, I saw a screenshot or two of, like, Sam Hyde, like, with the gun in, like, the position, like, looking through a window, and it seemed newer than I've seen the other, like, Sam Hyde police footage, and it was like...
I believe you, Lotus. Is the simulation broken?
Yeah, I mean, that's insane.
I'm just...
So, okay, so... Looking at the video at like 40 seconds, the officer with the body camera footage that we're looking at goes to grab his right shoulder. He's like complying. He has his arms behind his back. He's not doing anything yet. No cuffs are applied yet, and the second officer comes up to like hold his arm to help like put the cuffs on, and then he breaks away from it. Like, as soon as the officer that originally came out to, like, work with him, like, puts his hand on this guy's wrists, which he has really dirty fingers? What? That's weird. So he's got, like, when I see that, it's like, this guy either was working or doing something. Like, I don't know. He was handling something. He's got, like, a shit ton of, like, residue on his fingers. I don't know what's going on there. Fuck, I keep trying to pause it and unpause it. Okay, so he breaks the first officer's wrist control by lifting up his right shoulder, and that also fucks with the second officer's holding of his right arm in the same motion. He whips it around, and he does it well enough in a way that I think it. No, okay. So no, that's the officer's arm. So he whips his right arm, from behind his back, over top of the vehicle, away from both the officers. And the first officer with the cuffs now has like a shitty hold on the cuffs, and it whips towards the second officer, and it blurs for a second, and he does the thing where so like if you hide your arm over the top of the vehicle, they can't do anything to fuck with it. Now he's gonna try and like run with the momentum to like get away from this both officers by like it's the thing where like if I grab like if you're playing football. If you grab the football out of bounds, nobody can knock that out of your hands because they're gonna have to be further than you are out of bounds. It's easier to tackle you. He's doing that move to get away from them, at least with the cuffs. He gets back into the driver's side portion of the vehicle. Shirts up. The first officer's in the way. Second officer. What is that? Fucking. I'm saying hi. I'm trying to like pause and unpause it and just so okay, the first officer's on the right side of the like the driver's side of the vehicle. He's on the right opening of the vehicle. The second officer is on the left portion of that, so they both have like line of sight of him, and they have the ability to like work without just tripping over each other's dicks. They're close though. Yeah, that's not what you thought. Oh no! Okay, this is gonna be in the super slow-mo.
It's gonna be a mess.
So, the officer's holding like a white Post-it note. I don't know what it is. It's like a it's a white. It looks just like a It looks like a Post-it. They might have been holding it to like have like identifying information, but. They like so they work their way to the left. Oh yeah, so it must have been for notes. So they like they fuck it off.
Does it feel like she has the gun out for fucking ever? Like she should have realized?
It's still in her. No, wait. So the Post-it note is still in her left hand, which is really weird.
My gosh.
Yeah, no, she doesn't have this fucking gun out for long, and she doesn't come out with like any trigger discipline whatsoever. She pulls the gun out. She has pulled out her gun. Like, okay, so Ghost, imagine this. Like, so if you're facing like face your TV screen, use your left arm to like as if you were blocking against something, and then you use your right arm and you pull it out, like you draw your arm back as if you're gonna throw a ball. And then imagine you're holding a gun and you're trying to look at what you're guarding your left arm from. She could just shoot herself in the arm right now. And she's got her finger on the trigger. Like,
oh my gosh.
She is in position to just shoot herself in the arm. Like, explicitly. Like, she's holding off against something that she could just shoot. Like, she could just hurt herself with it. Very bad. This is not smart. And then she's distancing herself from it. Like,
oh my gosh, I feel so bad for the people in Minneapolis. Jeez. I agree with you. I get that it's adrenaline and whatnot, but I mean, a taser's less than half the weight of a gun. Like,
oh no, it's unexcusable the amount of time that she's had it out. She, like extreme duress maybe, like, and like that's where it's.
I mean, no matter what happens, this woman should not be a cop.
True. Well, nobody should be a cop. Nobody should be a cop. Like,
well, yeah,
fuck your rules.
but I think this runs off that this woman, in this exact situation, 100% should not be a police officer.
True.
Right.
I make an exception. So, Brotherhood outlaws, knock it off.
And potentially, she should be prosecuted for what she did. Like, very.
No!
I think fighting the super mutants would be enough. Until next time, this is 3 Dog. Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News.
Lotus.
Yeah, no, she didn't. She didn't know what she did. She didn't know what she did at all. Not in slow-mo. No, nobody. Okay, I gotta listen to it so I can hear the audio, but
Sure.
she didn't know what she did. Not at all.
Ed did not just comb.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna crank the volume, so I'm gonna mute this real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, wait.
Oh shit. Go. One moment. Inverse Impact, thank you for the follow, sir. How you doing? Yay, what's up, man? How's it going? Just playing some Fallout 3 and, talking to a friend. We are observing some tape from earlier today.
Women are useless, and this is why they shouldn't be in law enforcement. I can say, like, the way that I view this, again, it's the way that I view this, she had absolutely no idea. She goes, she puts the gun really fucking close to him in the way that you would never do it with a gun.
You mean like,
she says,
like execution?
Taser. She's arming. She's shooting at his midsection. She's shooting at like his obliques. So like you know how you have your abs and then your obliques are like to the sides of your abs. She's shooting at his obliques, where you would taser somebody. And like it's basically like, so if you have like a coat, like it's a reasonable spot where you wouldn't have to work about shooting the coat. Like, and he's wearing a coat. Like it's a reasonable like midsection area that you'd hit with like a taser. Because
right,
it's center
and
of mass. And she's not trying to kill somebody. She's
right,
not doing a headshot. She's center of mass. She says, taser, taser, taser. She shoots. She pauses for a second and she pulls the gun back as if like you can't see her because it's her body cam footage. But she pulls the gun back a little bit, and what I interpret that as what just happened in my hand, because it's not what I expected it to be. And then she says, you hear the, I just shot him, and it bleeps something, and then the car drives off as she's doing that, and the officer to the right of her fucking like, as soon as like the gunshot goes off, he distances himself from everything, and the other officer like moves away because the car is moving away. But she literally said, taser, taser, taser. And she was doing it, and it's like, yeah, you want to let go of the person so that you don't like, because humans conduct electricity.
Yeah.
It's, I see that one and like, damn, it sucks, but it really seems like she has no fucking idea.
Oh my gosh.
Or it's unintentional. She's unintentional from her perspective. If I'm to be charitable, if I'm to look at that and like interpret that the way that you'd look at it.
Oh my gosh. That's... Ah! Sorry, I'm just...
March 23rd. Sam Hyde said it on March 23rd.
Oh my god. Damn it, Sam!
You know what? One, the boys who fucking talked about this, you fucking rule. Thank you for bringing all this stuff. I appreciate that. I get complete context now. Holy shit, you're fucking right, and so is Sam Hyde.
Yeah, I can't
Open and closed case. The officer was a woman. Booker. Fuck him. I'll be right back.
I agree, Kalashnikov. None of the officers really handled this well. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? You know what? Of all the words and voice and pen, the saddest are the same. Sam Hyde got away with it again. I like how you rhymed that, Lotus. I think I'll stay where I am. Civilization.
I gotta scroll up in the chat. I was going over something so hard, like I can't look at too many things. But damn, y'all were fucking right. It feels like she has a gun out, Kalashnikov. It feels like she has a fucking gun out forever, but it's 4 seconds. Like, it should be long enough that you're like, what? Like, it should feel wrong, but.
Wait a minute. This is a
unless you're
gun.
uninitiated, I mean, people suck.
Ah, man, that's just infuriating.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. The guy fucked up, but, I mean, obviously the police officers well, I can't say too much about the other police officers other than, like, not being more effective about, like, actually keeping this guy away from his car, but you had to, like, use a bunch more force, or at least, but...
I mean, did they ask him to get out of the car?
Against the car? He's out of the car. He's not in the car anymore. He's against the side of the car. He's towards the back door of the car. Like so like a 4-door, or yeah, 4-door. Like he's on the back, like the back seat door. And this officer, instead of like having his natural assumption to be like, okay, well, I'm gonna pin you up against this, and then I'm gonna like lean to my left, or I'm gonna expect you to go to your left towards the driver's seat. He like the other officer, and this is the other thing that's baffling, and like I don't know if this is because it's procedure or what, but and this could be like a pedantic, and like I am definitely like Monday morning quarterbacking the fuck out of this thing. If you're looking at this and you're trying to do this properly, the other officer is approaching from behind the vehicle. The right side is covered. If this guy is against the vehicle, pin the left. If he tries to do this, you should be able to just crash against the vehicle and cut him off, or cut off like one of his arms or something.
Well, you have numbers, and they have not indicated they're armed, you know, like...
Yeah, you should be able to just absolutely, like, you should be able to pin him against the vehicle, or pin him from getting closer to the driver's side of the vehicle.
Because the vehicle is a deadly weapon once he gets back in it.
True.
You know, like that's you can kill a lot of people.
But it's an obstacle the way that they have it, and
right. When he's not in the vehicle,
true. Yeah,
it's not a deadly weapon. But once he gets back into the vehicle, he's absolutely a deadly weapon.
He's in the gap between the so you know when you close the driver's side door, and then you like the hinges of the back seat door. He's pretty much sitting right in that spot where it's like, you know, where the window divide happens. He's pretty much right there. And the door's open. And there's no reason that he should be able to like skirt his way back into that driver's side portion of the vehicle
with 3 officers. There.
One is okay. It's 2 officers that can affect him in this scenario, because the other one's on the other side of the vehicle. So at least there's that. But the one officer is approaching from the back, the passenger, not passenger. I keep trying to say passenger. It's the back seat of the vehicle. She's approaching towards that, And so you should account for that, and then you should cheat like baseball. You should cheat up on that driver's side. Like you should lean towards that side so you can catch a motherfucker when they're trying to do this. And this is why but police are incompetent. People are incompetent. So like I'm saying this, but this is how like you hyper game the scenario. This is how you D&D a scenario, and it doesn't end up happening. But you don't do this as a police officer because they're fucking stupid and nobody should be a police officer.
I mean,
but this is completely preventable. Before you even start with like the escalating force, nobody's fit to be a police officer, and we don't pay people that are fit to be police officers, so we don't expect anybody to do that. Same thing with politicians. They're both fucking stupid, and you have to be altruistic to even start, and like that's why we don't have good ones. Fuck off. Like that's how I'm not telling you to fuck up, but like that's how it is. That's the way that we treat these people, and we get the thing. We reap what we sow. You get what you fucking deserve. That's where we're at.
I should have known. But who is
Nobody's
this?
fucking qualified.
This dead woman. And is that her heart?
She's the least
Dumb
of your
take.
worries, Craggy. In a few seconds, the slavers are gonna be bringing...
That's a good
I don't know.
criticism.
I don't know. I don't know if like I mean. I don't know. There are some cops that do their job quite well. I wouldn't make the argument that all cops are incompetent.
I don't think any of them
There's
are
millions of
qualified, or
police
they're getting paid for what
officers.
they need to be doing.
I'm just saying there are a million
I mean-
police officers in the nation, and we usually only hear about them when things go wrong.
Yeah, but we don't hear all the cases of like. Not everybody complains. Like we don't know how many incidences of rape there are. Like,
Well, yeah, but I'm not making that argument.
It was nothing short of a miracle.
well, I'm saying that there's a similar
Terraforming
parallel.
module capable of producing light
That
from
not only do
complete
you not
lifelessness.
hear that because of the institution
only
and like
possessed
how
the
hard it is and
It was
people's bias. Like, okay, so if it's like if you get improperly handled, but you're like, okay, you had a bunch of drugs on you, you're not gonna like
I did
go
some
to the
digging
police
and
officer. Or if you have a
discovered
warrant
Bruin's
on you,
name
we'll
on
call
the
it that.
reservation
If
list
you have like a
for a
warrant out
vault
for your arrest,
112.
but you're improperly handled by
No
police in a
smart.
scenario,
This
and they
man
didn't get time to like run your
easily
background,
succeeded where I failed.
you're gonna say, yep, just sweep it under the
This is
fucking like
collected
it's a
knowledge
mutual
remained within the
like
halls of Vault
this
112.
never happened.
Journals,
Right.
holotapes, computer
And that's
records,
not an uncommon.
maybe even experiments. If I could gain access to just a fraction of Braun's genius, Project Purity would become a reality.
I have no idea what
Vault 112
Dick's
to
take on
search
this
for
one.
anything of Braun's that might help me get this.
I don't know. I mean,
All I know is that it's west.
Well,
I don't
mean,
think
this,
I don't think you can
still
make
it's
it.
not leveled a criticism other than. Well,
I'm
you
just
told
saying,
me
like,
it's
I don't
dumb, but
think
tell me
there's.
what was dumb.
I don't think it's like a justification to say that like some cops do a bad job to like say that like we should expect them not to do a good job. We should expect them to try.
Let's see if Braun has the missing puzzle piece.
I don't think it's an
I don't
unreasonable.
know.
I'm just saying I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation to think that a cop should know if they have a taser or a gun in their hand.
Yeah,
Like-
no, well, I didn't. Okay,
Like I'm not asking them to like read minds. I'm not asking them to Superman in the situation, right? Like I'm just saying that like I think there's a reasonable expectation that 3 people with someone outside of a car should be able to restrain one person from getting back in the car, right?
well, yeah, I laid out a scenario where you should be able to do that, but I also said, okay, so one, I didn't say that like there's no way to get your way around this, but I also said this is like Monday morning quarterback, like.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, obviously none of us
Yeah,
are
yeah.
in the situation.
Well, and like that's like, but that's where you're looking at these things, and the people that would be best qualified for this don't generally end up in this scenario. So like, you could say it's hyperbolic. Sure, that's fine. I think there are people that are qualified to be police officers, but the vast majority of them aren't. And then to say like, oh shit, yeah, no, because I said something that would like line up with what Dick said a year ago. I mean, fuck off. Like, what do you want? It's
Also,
congruous
good
with the
morning,
whole fucking
Winston.
thing that I said before that. Like, yeah, fuck you. You still haven't levied a criticism. I didn't go back and watch that Okay, so Lotus, what's the accusation that you're leveling then? Is it that I went back and I looked at that episode, I got the exact phrasing, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna write that down? Or is it that I internalized the exact phrasing? Or is it that I just don't think they're competent? Which one is more plausible? Because this sounds fucking retarded to me.
Good morning, Winston.
I internalized the exact phrasing. Sure. Just think about that. Think about me internalizing the exact phrasing and then just waiting for the next time that I get to say this thing. It happened a year ago, and then ripping it in the same way. Does that not sound stupid to you? It's the same thing that we were just talking about with like the gun versus the taser. I don't whip that phrase out often enough that I'm like, yeah, that's the right way to say it. Oh, well, okay, that sounds stupid to me. Because they laid out justifications of like exactly why I feel that way. And if Dick feels similarly, I'm sure there's like you could put it on a spectrum, and I don't feel the same way that he does in every situation, but this one we probably fare pretty close to each other, but again, probably not like exactly. So, I mean, why do you know exactly what Dick said a year ago? I wouldn't have said, oh yeah, that's a Dick Mastersonism. Sounds like you know more about this than I do.
Oh, fuck, giant rat. No, 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 fuck, no! Jet.
Oh, you have a little folder. I don't know. This is a stretch. This is like a complete... I mean, it might have been what he said. It could have happened like that, but I completely organically went through that whole fucking thing. Sure, you'd be like, oh, it's an internalization. Yeah, whatever. Like, I mean, what isn't then? Like, I don't listen to Dick religiously. Like, I like a lot of his stuff, and like, what's the context that you're talking about where he actually talked about this a year ago? Was it George Floyd? Because I don't even remember Dick talking about George Floyd. Well, I mean, based on that's it. Okay, well, I mean, there you go. But I mean, is it ridiculous to think that people are incompetent? Like, isn't that what your worldview is? You're literally like arguing for machines to take over what people would normally do. So, I don't see why that sticks out in your mind.
You're too base to talk about politics, inverse impact over on Twitch.
Sure. That's fair.
I'm just shooting scorpions.
Well,
I just want to grill rad scorpion.
Technically, we're not talking too much about politics. It's just like how terrible people are about. Like, it doesn't matter what you're gonna do. It doesn't matter what like a political bent you have or what law you have. People are gonna fuck it up. We're talking about like the.
I mean, really, like the act of a police officer shooting someone in a traffic stop isn't really a political event. The response is.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Yeah.
I
think we can agree on that.
They're supposed to be like the arbiter of like rule and law, but they can't be fucked to like even know like what they're trying to enforce. And you don't expect like a warrior poet to like be able to do this sort of thing. You don't need like somebody who's a lawyer / police officer. You're never gonna get that.
Practical necessity that you give extra legroom for making mistakes in its application?
This is the same fucking argument that I had earlier. I'm not saying that you need somebody who's perfect. I'm saying nobody's qualified for that. So like, when you do the needless, like, oh my god, this is the same argument we did earlier. This is something where you look at it, nobody's gonna fit the strict definition that you need for this sort of thing. So nobody's qualified to do it. So you can't hold everybody to this standard where you're like, oh, this is so fucked up. I know that there's real people ending up doing this shit. This is a ridiculous take. I agree. It's retarded if you think that I think that there's golden boys that are coming in to be police officers, and I'm exemplifying that because nobody expects that because it's ridiculous to assume.
What's the alternative?
Normal people doing it, but then you can't hold them to that standard that people are trying to hold them to because you can't fulfill it. Most officers won't fulfill it, and that's why you can't do that. It's not that you're saying everybody should be an immaculate officer. It's saying if you look at it to this level, nobody can meet the standard. So no one's qualified. That's why you say that statement. It's not to say that, yeah, get rid of the police. It's to say that, yeah, no, everybody's gonna fuck up. What do you mean? Like, this thing's gonna be dirty and grimy and everything's gonna be terrible. You can't burn down a city every time you're expecting something like this to go off.
Go on,
It's the
Clash.
exact-
Clash, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, I'm with him on that one.
I'm listening.
Yeah, no, that's the thing though. It's like, Lotus, like, I'm not arguing against what you're talking about there. I think that they should probably have more, and like, I think it should be commonly, like, people should look at it and say, well, shit, yeah, no, you should be giving them the leeway that you're talking about there. I think that should be inherent. I think most people are doing it under ridiculous scrutiny, and that's why you point out the level of scrutiny and say nobody meets it, so why use it like that? That's the rough part.
But now, what if we just criticized it so that we could try to push them to be better? Like, is that a wrong approach too?
I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying the level that they come under like when it comes to like the strict scrutiny of like when you're looking at all this shit, it's very hard to like push people to a specific limit. I do think we could make things better, but I mean,
No, I just it'd be
right
like
now, like they're woefully unequipped to even like attempt this.
everyone.
Most of the people that end up being good cops are like it's not by way of good cop training. It's by way of external forces, and then they ended up being a cop later. It has nothing to do with their training or their ability to be a cop. It's something else that they're like, okay, yeah, I was also a Navy SEAL and now I'm a cop. Like, there's something else that's like it gives them. An...
Shit.
I don't think police officers control crime. They're enforcing rules. Like, what do you mean? They don't control what level of crime there is. They don't. They control laws and standards that are given. Yeah, they try and do it in the best way possible, but then also that's the same thing with lawyers. If you have something wrong with shit, you should be looking at like the people that are.
I mean, I would say that they create consequences for crime for sure.
No, they don't. They're given the ability to use. They are the enforcement of the possible. If you have a consequence for a crime, they have the ability to enforce it, but they don't create that. Neither do lawyers. Judges do. Judges and lawmakers are the ones that you're looking at for these things, not police and not lawyers. They're supposed to be the best version of autism that you're supposed to be able to find. And that's why it's so like that's when you look at it and the trials get so ridiculously pedantic, and it's because they're trying to overly define these things. They're trying to find the small.
But I mean, if you don't bring you to a trial, there's no consequences for what you've done, right? Right, like
that's why they're in the.
Well, I would say like if you decriminalize shoplifting and cops can't, stop you from shop. No, they have.
But okay, sorry.
Winston with 300 elixir and a super chat says, "Yo, I'm in the green room. Only want to call him for a second. Say hi. What is Fed going on about?" Yeah, I'll bring you in. We can explain.
I'll get it.
Winston Fujimori, the Dogecoin trillionaire. What's up, sir? Have you been making bank on the Doge? Hello?
He's getting his audio ready for a second.
Ah, gotcha.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, sir, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, good. How you all doing, gentlemen?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself,
I'm
sir?
doing good, except for the game crashing.
Game keeps crashing. Yeah, I noticed the audio was like weird with the. Are you listening to the radio in the game?
Yes, I have the radio on the game. It's just a bit quiet. That's all.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was like glitching or something.
Well, the game. If you notice in the top left, I have the amount of times the game has crashed. It's a lot.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Windows 10 sucks. Let me just put it that.
Yo, what's going on, Fed? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We're just we're looking at like we're trying to tease.
We were
out,
talking
like,
about
really
the
specific
latest Minneapolis troubles that are going on.
Yeah, the woman.
Oh, yeah,
she thought she pulled a taser.
Yeah, the cop was in the wrong, but so was the guy who tried to evade arrest.
Oh, 100%. No one.
yeah,
We're not trying to excuse the guy evading arrest from wrongdoing. Obviously, there was a warrant out for his arrest, and he should have. He should have gone to the police station, explained himself, and whatever, right? And he would still. I could say with confidence he'd be alive if he had complied with the police officer's offer. The police officer's commands.
Scenario, yeah. Even if he had the warrant, he could have complied with them completely. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the cop wasn't going to put him in the cop car and blast him. Okay, I think we could, with maybe 99%. Well, it depends if they. Maybe she's like, well, these aren't handcuffs. This is a gun I just clipped.
Yeah, right. Just
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was a total woman moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Takes off both of his hands real quick.
Yeah. I'm just imagining. I thought I was clicking the handcuffs, but I was really pulling the trigger on this gun.
Guys, I fucked up. I pulled right trigger.
Yeah, right.
Restart the game.
Dude, I right clicked, dude. I'm not used to this fucking game. Like, I'm used to this thing like a thing. Like, I thought I was. I shot off 3 rounds, man. It was.
I thought I was zooming in. I didn't think I was pulling the trigger. Gosh.
Dude, fucking box in the fucking when we tried to play Divinity, it's like, oh yeah, just kill this NPC. Fuck you, Box. Stop engaging with all the wrong. Yeah.
Well, it was like Baldur's Gate when I robbed the druids and they all came to murder us.
Yeah,
guys,
true.
don't panic, but everyone just went hostile in town.
I'm not advocating. Well,
But
okay,
we were just talking about that. What do you think? I mean, because
Yeah, what's your
I think the cop was in the wrong, but I agree with you. The criminal,
Yeah.
the warrant being served
criminal-
should have complied. 100%.
Yeah, the criminal was definitely wrong to and he wasn't even evading arrest because they released the handcuffs off of him. He was evading detention by trying to go into his car and speed away, which is really stupid because once
Which is
they take the
dangerous.
handcuffs off of you, that's kind of it's kind of you're kind of not going to be caught for anything super serious. But the woman cop that was a total woman moment, like I said, fucking up like that.
This isn't the taser. This much heavier object is a gun. My gosh! I even took the safety off of it. That's also very different than a taser safety, if it even has a safety, which I would imagine.
I don't know if she ripped the safety. I was looking at that. She had it up. For
No.
4 seconds.
It's a Glock. She had a Glock, I think, and Glocks have their safety on the trigger.
Well.
Yes.
They're a really cool gun to shoot, by the way. I have really small hands, so an M1911, I always twist it weird. When I was at the range, or actually I own one, but when I was at the range, I don't fire.
Which
it
he
with
mean
my
by that?
grandfather's.
If anyone's listening, he means he lost it in his boating trip last week, right?
Yeah. Right, exactly. And anyway, I was at the range firing an M19, and the bullets kept straying. And then one of the guys went up, and he was like, "Why don't you shoot it with your middle finger instead?" Because I showed him my hands, and he's like, "They're really small, and this grip is really thick." So he's like, "Shoot it with your middle." Sure enough, it worked like a charm. But Glocks are really good, especially for that. But yeah, their safety is on the trigger.
Yeah, I'm not used to handguns, but probably out of the handguns that I have fired, I don't know. I've shot a Luger, but the Glock is the majority of the handguns that I've actually fired. So
yeah,
that didn't even
Glocks
cross
are
my
really
mind,
good.
because it's,
I like my Glock. It's really nice.
Yeah. Well, and that was the thing is we'd go out to fucking Davy Crockett National Forest, and we butt up against that, and it was like, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Oh, let's set up some fucking tin cans. We just went over there, just like,
based.
Yeah, we went out there for like
Extra wholesome.
So Davy Crockett National Forest, it's there's a place called Kennard that is it's butt up against it, and there's like 300 people in that town. It's super small, and so it's really good for 2 reasons. You can go out there, no one's out there, so you can fire guns and nobody gives a shit, and you can go out there and you can do astronomy because there's no lights. And my dad loves astronomy and he likes guns, and so we went out there. And we have property out there, and we go out there and we just fucking fire off a bunch of rounds, and we go and look at the stars on like special occasions. It's nice. It's a really nice little like thing we do.
It's nice.
Oh, and also my mom likes to burn fires. She likes bonfires, and so we get to
My mom's the same way, yeah. My dad doesn't like guns though. He likes horse racing and anime though. So we connect on the anime, but like he's like really like
awesome.
he's like
Dad's
really
a weird
politically
character, but
very
I like him
woke.
already.
Yeah, but he's like really both my parents have like cringe views on stuff, especially when it comes to guns, and like my mom's a bit more sensible, but and I took her out shooting for her birthday the year before COVID. I took her out for her birthday going to the shooting range. She loved it. She thought it was really fun. She was a good shot too.
That's good. I feel safer for your family knowing that
fucking awesome.
Knowing that your mother's a good shooter. You can take care of your pop.
Oh yeah, but I mean, me with the Glock that they had this Glock with this red dot sight on top of it. I blew out the target on that, and I tied for first in the AR-15 trials.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm really good with the shotgun, and like I'm better with rifles. Like I have more like training with rifles and like a bow of anything. But like I had like a compound bow. I used to love shooting that shit in the backyard. I have like a buddy, and like I have to ask him how he did, because he did a like ridiculous amount of like competition shooting this last weekend, and I haven't hit him up yet. But he was going over it, and like he was talking about doing like 100 rounds through fucking a 10 gauge, and I was like, you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna do more competition after that?
Thank you, Inverse.
Like, your shoulder's gonna be fucking ripped. Like that sounds awful. Like, and he's like, yeah, I have like a couple of things that I'm doing, and my girlfriend's dad like wants to do this thing. He's like, oh my god, this is not the way. And like, he's just like, yeah, well, no, I signed up for it, I'm doing it. It's like, I can't wait to hear how fucking miserable the ass end of that went. But
yeah,
I do, like, shotguns are like, that's my jam.
Yeah, I shot an what was it, an SKS AK variant when I was out with my mom last year. That was the last time I was actually out shooting, because like the ranges here, like ammo is so expensive that like I was like, fuck this. Yeah, but that was the grip on the gun, the foregrip. Like it gets so fucking hot when you're shooting the AK, because I was good at it. I was shooting rapidly and always hitting the target, but the barrel gets so hot, and it's like almost like a Glock-like feel. The barrel, it's probably not plastic, but like I don't know what it is, and I'm like, why is it getting so hot? And he's like, that's just the way it is.
Oh, it's the way that rifling works. It's the way that the exhaust from the actual bolt works. Like everything about that, it's friction. It's just the amount of friction that it has to deal with is insane. And it's like, that's actually why, like, when you see like when people like do the little boreholes, like, and that's what will fuck these sorts of things up, because it does fuck with the actual like the pressure that gets to be enforced on the bullet properly. It deals with that a little bit, but like that's why there's like a fine line. Like that's why there's so much fine tuning in there, but it's actually all friction, because it's a projectile. Like, I mean, you just have to reconcile like all of that, like all the different like things about these these inherent forces are like, it's all like enacted on the barrel, and that thing will get hot as fuck. That's just the way the name of the game.
I wanted to say, my friends, they've shot like you know what a Barrett 50 caliber sniper is?
50 caliber sniper rifle.
Yeah. And like they were like, yeah, that's fun to shoot, but no one should really own one. And I was like, well, if a tyrannical government rises up, which we don't have because Biden is the best president ever, you know, I think we can agree on that, right, guys? You know, best president.
Yeah, obviously, you know, my
But
president
if a
is still in Florida, so I mean, he's just living in exile.
Yeah. If a tyrannical government hypothetically were to rise up, you would need that as an anti-material rifle.
Well, I mean, look, I don't want to face a drone on, you know, I don't want to face a drone with my Glock, okay? And thank you, Inversion, back for making an account to follow over on Trovo.
Dude,
I've never fired a 50 cal myself. I've fired a couple AR-15s. I fired a fully automatic AK-47 when I was in Vegas. I also, yes, what did they call it? They gave me it was like an RPG. It was like $200.
No way, no, they didn't.
Really?
I think so. I think so. I think you can fire.
Do you mean an RPG or an RPK?
No, not an RPK. No, it was like a grenade launcher of some kind.
What?
What the fuck? We can fire this here? Yeah, it was at like a range in Vegas. It was like $200. They gave you like a couple automatic weapons. It wasn't in Vegas. It was outside of Vegas, but it was in Nevada, and they let you fire off like automatic weapons and like I think it was an RPG.
That is so fucking cool. You gotta DM me the name of the place if you remember.
This was.
'Cause I'm going to Vegas like sometime.
I will text my friend and
year.
get the name of the place, but I was just like, what the fuck is that place called? But like it was like it's a big range out there, and they have like an outdoor area where they let you fire off like insane weapons. Insane, because you know, Cali, we're not even allowed to own automatic weapons because we live in tyranny here.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when you go to a place like that, like I mean, it's that is something that people do, and like that's badass. That's just crazy that they would let you do that, and like I like, dude, every once in a while I'll like.
I think some reason like an RPG of like skirts like the what they call it the Firearms Act or whatever, the one that prevents you from getting grenades, like. It technically
the
falls
1934 one.
Yeah, it technically falls outside the 1934 like Firearms Control Act or whatever, which is ridiculous. But you know, the Supreme Court was held over a fucking barrel during the FDR years. Nothing like.
But so with these motherfuckers that love guns, like the person I've only done it one time, but I went out to I have a friend who's his dad is like he does big game hunting and a bunch of shit, and he's got an ambiguous past, I'll say that. It's because he randomly is just like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, what's in your wife's purse there? Why does her purse weigh like 30 pounds? It's like, oh, because she carries around a Desert Eagle. It's like, your wife carries around a Desert Eagle? And it's like, yeah, and she's like pulled it out of the dinner table, like, oh, you guys are weird. And it's like, yeah, you want to see my fucking, like, he pulls out, like, he actually has the Barrett 50 cal, and I was like, oh, wow. Like, that's
Let's go
awesome,
fire
dude.
this.
We did that. We went out to the ranch and like I fired it off like a couple times. I was like, Jesus Christ. And
it's loud as fuck, isn't
it?
Oh
my gosh, yeah.
It is, and it is like it's a completely different experience. And one, it was like, okay, so I'm not used to shooting like this rifle. It's awesome that like I have people that like get to do this thing, and it like made me think, and it's like, okay, I know this guy's got a sketchy past, and like he's probably like an operator of some sort, and he's just covering this up. But like, oof, interesting. Like he looks like the Hitman guy without the barcode on the back of his neck, but everything else he looks like the guy from Hitman. And then his son, who I'm like, that's my best friend. That I was like, yeah, that's why I know this guy in the first place. But like, I drink beer with this guy, and he's awesome. I actually consider him a friend. My friend's dad, fucking great.
That's awesome.
My friend knew an EOD. And so he did a shit ton of like you disarm like the army
bombs
of like bombs with like they do like this surgical sniping of shit where you like you actually detach the triggering mechanism with the rifle and like the actual like ignition source, and so like he's really fucking good with the rifle. And like he didn't give a shit. Like that's why I was like, I'll let you fire off a couple rounds, but I look at it and I was like, okay, all right, this is like real. Like I watched him do it a couple times. I'm like, all right, I'll get in here on this. Yeah, like he's really fucking like. Again, he's an actual surgeon at that fucking thing. It's like, whew, all right, nice. And like, but it was nice as like a thing where it's like, okay, cool. Like my friend's dad had it, and it wasn't just like you just randomly get introduced to it. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this guy is like completely like intimately familiar with this rifle. And then there was another person that was like, yeah, I know you. I know this rifle like better than I know the back of my hand. Here's how you use like a couple of these different things. And it's like, expect this. Nice. But that's where it's like I can transition to like a bunch of different kind of rifles, but fucking pistols are so fucking weird. I don't get what the difference is, but like I'm much worse with the pistol, and I can't wrap my head around it for some reason.
That's really strange, because like I'm kind of the opposite way. Yeah, because when last time I was out, I blew out the target with that 9mm Glock I was firing. Yeah.
Well, and like, I mean, like I get it. Like, I mean, I'm also like, I'm left eye dominant, but like right-handed. So like, I have to switch things up a little bit, and it's not bad. I play lacrosse, so like, when you have to like switch arms and stuff like that, like, I'm not ambidextrous, but like, I have a decent amount of like awareness of how my left arm should function in the same realm as my right, and like vice versa. Right. And so like if I have to mimic a function, like I can do it reasonably well, to like to the point of like I can throw you a baseball with my left arm and I can get it to you like in like a reasonable fashion, similar to my right arm. Probably like 90% like efficiency that my right arm could do it. And it's something about like pistols throws me off, and like I'm not the worst in the world, but like it's noticeable the difference, like
yeah,
and it just, yeah, it's not my jam. Shotguns are my thing.
Shotguns? What kind of shotguns do you like?
I mean, just standard like it's like standard like over under 12 gauge. Just, I mean, you can move
pump
it around.
action.
Yeah. Like it's nothing special, nothing. But
what do you think about the Benelli?
That's the one like in Half-Life 2, right?
Yeah, that's the one
it's black,
where
it's got like the rail on the top.
You don't have
right?
to pump it.
It's usually like 8 or 12 rounds, I think, right?
I think 12 rounds is a tactical one, and 8 rounds is the standard one. 8 or 6, I believe.
I've never used it, but it would be fun as fuck to try it, because the majority of the like shotgun stuff that I've done is like, I mean, I've gone like hunting like for like quail and duck, but like I mean, most of what I do is like skeet shooting and stuff like that, and like I mean, it does feel really natural to just like hit like the pump action. Like I would probably like fuck that up maybe like once or twice, just as,
yeah,
like,
I know,
like,
right?
Habit. Like I would probably,
because like you gotta act, because it doesn't pump backward naturally. You actually have to pump it like yourself, like and put effort into it. Because like being raised with video games, it's like a lot different, because you just think you pump it like naturally. It goes like right back, like
you think it's gonna come back,
but you have to actually think about it.
Well, in the same way that like a Winchester repeating rifle, like if I had to like try that snapping action and like do that right, like that would be like it would take me off guard, but like eventually I think you could do it. But then like that's a whole thing, like that's a motion that you have to get used to, and it's I mean,
right.
Like when you're in that situation, and like that's why like a lot of the stuff where it's like when you're actually shooting, like not for this officer that we're talking about like most recently. This is like that's there's no reloading, there's no like special functionality of it other than like feeling the weight and like the distribution of the weight, like how the actual weight is shifted. You should be able to feel this as like versus a taser. I've not interacted with too many tasers, but I'm pretty sure you should be able to. But when you have to do something like repeated, you have to have like a similar that similar action, and then that confidence and like that ability to like decompress for a second, blow out as you squeeze the trigger, that calm that you have to have, and then like the reset to like get back into that spot and then do it again as you're doing something in like a rapid rate to like get that right. It makes it like that's what makes all these other like contexts for like doing these sorts of things so much better, where it's like, oh yeah, no, like people use like the Winchester for like repeating rifle, like that was like people didn't use that as like a it wasn't just strictly a hunting thing. Somebody like killed a motherfucker with this, and like that's where I'm like, okay, that's a lot different. That's insane, and like I like that, but to like imagine that and like say being used to that is something else, and like I like that. Or like whenever you see Keanu Reeves go through that like fucking course where he just rails all those fucking targets, and he just like does the
John
combat
Wick.
course. Yeah, dude, he fucking rules. Like when you see the actual like training for that, where he just like snakes his way through, you're like, okay, this guy's got like a decent amount of chill as he's doing this thing, and it's like, okay, he's good. He knows what he's talking about, and like he does it in like a convincing way, because it does introduce like a bit of like jitters or like jumpy bits there, and it's like, fuck, man.
I think that was the last movie I saw in theaters was John Wick 3. And like where I am, the theaters, like they only open on certain days at certain times, and so I don't know. So I was going to go to the theater with my sister to watch Kong versus Godzilla. But like a buddy of mine said, yo, I have the it's on demand, why don't you come over and see it? So although I won't get the theater experience with the popcorn and all that, you know, it's still nice to hang out with friends, so I'll probably see that this weekend.
It's worth it, and do it. Like, yeah, hang out with your buddies. And okay, that movie specifically, that if they have like surround sound, or if they have like any ability to like try and do like the 3D sound, go for it. Like, see if they can do anything with that. But go in there and like that one's not a serious movie. Go in there and just like rip that, enjoy like having like fun with your friends, because that is a like I watched that movie, and when I was like trying to look at it just for the spectacle of it, and I loved it, and I was like, oh, awesome. And then I watched it with my dad, and we just cried laughing at it. Like, it's so fucking great. Like it works on like a whole bunch of levels where if you're like looking at it like functionally, it works, and like it covers the beats. But man, there's something about like Godzilla just like cold cocking, or King Kong cold cocking Godzilla in the fucking face, just like it gives him the absolute like right hook. Like, oh my god, like it's awesome. It's so
my cousin's big into kaiju flicks. Like he's seen, I think, probably 30 different like of the old like Godzilla and kaiju flicks, and he saw it and he was like, I liked it. It was bad, but I liked it.
Yep. No, objectively, it's a bad movie, but damn it, is that movie like dude, the soundtrack of that, like as they move into like the they do the Godzilla, the bum 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 bum.
Yeah, I love that.
And it's like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, you hear that, you're like, all right, I'm in. And like, it has like escalating levels of that as like the movie goes on. And they do this. Okay, there's two things about this movie that I really appreciated versus like other movies. Three things. There's a lot of things actually. It's like this movie did a lot of shit. It doesn't do after credit bullshit. I didn't see any of that. It doesn't do, hey, here we're setting up for our next fucking film. Like, let's pander to this bullshit. It gets in and gets out with a lot of its plot. Like, it takes like it doesn't take itself too seriously, but like they do the human plot. It's got a decent like B plot. It's fun enough. Like they have like a complete purpose for doing shit. It's very thin. It's very thin plot, but it's fun. Like what they do with like the sci-fi thing. They do like Kong like with a good bit. Like they respect where the series is at and like how to get these like monsters to fight each other. And it's like it's fun enough schlocky bullshit. And you're like, nice. All right, we got all this. But when it comes down to monster fight, they don't pull away from the monster fight. They have an explicit monster fight, and they fucking go on for a while. They do not pull away for a second to do like secondary bullshit plot. It is beating each other over the fucking head for like continual, like I think the first one is probably like 5-10 minutes, and then the second one is like it feels like 20 minutes. Like it is
That's
so
awesome.
much of the ass end of the film is filled with kaiju fights, and it's great. And you're just like, yeah, let's go. And like they have like they give a little personality to the monsters as it's happening, but like you like it. It's like, or I liked it. I like the way that they did a lot of the stuff. I like that they made when you're seeing it, you see from 2 or 3 perspectives. When you see it from the down on the ground perspective, looking up, they're still kind of slow. Like the monsters are slower than you'd normally expect them. When you have it as a flat like view of the monsters fighting each other, it is, you see Godzilla, and Godzilla is fast as shit compared to what he's normally. And it's because you're seeing them panned out, and you're seeing him like he seems more like an alligator than he seems like a big slow meandering bastard. But when you're usually used to seeing Godzilla, you're used to that pan up from the street looking at something. You're like, oh shit, you're running away, and it's taking really big strides and doing all this shit. But he's a fast motherfucker, and they're going at it.
Does it feel natural? His
awesome.
speed?
And then the last thing that they do really great, and it's such a fucking weird, like, funny little thing, and you look for this. Like, honestly, when you're watching this, look for it, because it gets really funny at certain points, but it still works. They have boxing shots. They have shots that you'd expect to be in Rocky. Like, when somebody gets knocked down, there's, like, an over-the-shoulder camera that they use. Where
I heard about this, yeah.
You, like, follow, like, it's like straight out of like a MMA or like a fighting movie where the camera like falls with them as they're going to the mat, and it's like, it's so good that they did it for like Godzilla and Kong. It's like such a cool thing.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Go ahead, Ghost.
I saw in the commercials that there's a scene where Godzilla lasers through a ship and Kong jumps off the ship like he's jumping away from an explosion.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. That sequence is,
it's so
like,
funny.
Logically, it's awful, but some of the best points of that movie are in that scene. There's like a dude who fucking takes off in a jet as fucking like Kong lands. Like imagining trying to be like, oh shit, we're about to take off. Like, you're clear to go. Yeah, you're clear to go. And then like Kong lands on it. You're like, oh shit. And you like go at like a 45-degree angle off like a fucking aircraft carrier. Like,
oh my gosh,
there's a bunch of funny shit with that. But like they have little humanizing things. But then they have like that scene, like that specific portion of the movie that you're talking about. It works for like a whole bunch of different reasons. They have like a plot contrivance, and it makes it interesting where you're looking at it, and it's like they do a bunch of different things there where it's like, okay, they made this fun. They make a lot of the movie very fun, and like the fucking market responded to this, like not just because it's like a kaiju film, but it might have just been because of it's a kaiju film. I don't know, but it also is like, it's like theaters are warming up and all this, but this movie did gangbusters.
Yeah, I heard it was really good. But this is so reminiscent. I don't know if you know this game. It was like not that widely released, but I remember getting this game from my mom's friend. She's like a family friend, and like I played the shit out of it on GameCube. It was called Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. It was this fighting game where you had to like beat up. It was almost kind of like a wrestling game, but way better, where you had to like destroy like other monsters in rank, and then you'd unlock new like kaiju monsters from Godzilla. And like it was the most fun thing. Like the army would be shooting at you, and like you had to like win like each bout with the monster you choose until you get at the end when you have to fight Mecha Godzilla. And it was so damn fun. I love that game.
Yep. This is
you remember it?
Right? Yeah. I remember that game, and it's this should be like. I think if you watch this one, I don't think you'll be like disappointed, because all of the criticisms that you like levy at like Okay, I will say like what was it, Kong Skull Island, the most recent one, but it had like it had the guy from Talladega Nights, and that guy fucking
Will Ferrell?
ruled. No, the other guy.
John C. Reilly.
Yeah, John C. Reilly. That guy fucking carried the shit out of portions of that movie, and he just made it so much fun. And it's like that levity, like they kind of like went forward with that. Like it's not like a spoiler, but like as you're watching this movie, you kind of realize that they go for like general tones of stuff, and there's like as it starts out, like you're seeing Kong, they have like relaxed music where my dad's like, is this song? And it's like, yeah, they're playing that song. He's like, they're playing this in King Kong versus Godzilla, and like it ends, and he's like, are they playing this song? And like my dad's like, what? And it's like, yeah, no, they have like this laid back moment every once in a while, and you're like, yeah, no, you're just kind of like enjoying what you're seeing, and like you get in like this like relaxed state where like, oh, this is fucking cool. And then when it ramps up into it and it like goes for sci-fi, there's like headache versions of sci-fi in this where like they do like if you imagine like Tron, like they have like Tron levels of like lighting in some of these rooms. You're like, nobody would ever do this. It's like you get like a headache through the screen from seeing it because it's so like hyper stylized. It's like what is it called? It's not. Is it Gaudy? It's the one that's it's worse than Gaudy.
Hi there, I'm Timmy.
There's like a word that's like really specific.
Trashy.
It's trashy. It's definitely trashy, but it's like
It's okay, I guess.
It's like a hyper stylized
Engaging.
like, lighting. Oh no. Engaging is too much like what's Gaudy cinema lighting?
Hi.
It's like it's so bright and so stylized, like with this like Tron futuristic thing where you're like what am I looking at? And it's like it kind of like hurt my eyes to watch it for like certain scenes, but it's usually just like the human shit, because like when it gets into kaiju stuff, it is just great.
Yeah.
And they do make like a couple contrivances to like get the, I mean, that's what you expect, like to get the monsters in this situation. But when you get like Kong versus Godzilla and light up Tokyo Town, that's like semi like Blade Runnery, like everything, or Blade Runner 2049, where it's like lit up by all the ads and shit, and like the buildings have that weird like what is it called? What are the computers that have like all the weird lighting? Alienware lighting buildings. They have Alienware lighting buildings, and it's Godzilla versus Kong, and you're like, let's fucking go. And they sell it. And it works. Like a lot of this movie just fucking works because the
Are you telling me this is the Todd Howard of films?
I do. Yeah. It really is though. It's because they don't overly like they don't delve into the plot too much. They have a B story. They go into the B story. They make sure that humans have something to do. They get through it. They don't overly pan to them. When it's time for the fucking monsters to fight, you watch the monsters fight, and they pull the fucking camera back, and you get to see it. It's good. When they're doing this shit, they do it and they get it over with, and you're like, nice. And they don't say like, hey, here's the next one in the line, like, be sure to come back for this. It's like, nope, fuck it, it's over. Thanks for coming out, boys. It's like, yes, dude, yeah. Like, I love that. I clapped because there was no after fucking movie scene. I was so stoked because of that.
Now, I wanted to ask, were you into kaiju movies as a kid?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did like, I liked dinosaurs and like monster movies, and I also like mechanical, like, I had like mechanical,
like Gundam
monster toys. No. So like, sorry, I didn't say it fast enough. Like, there's like a remote control. So it was like remote controlled. It was still wired, but it was like a remote control sort of thing. But it was like a remote controlled dinosaur, and it still like had like rubbery latex things that like covered it. But you could, like,
I had one of those. Yeah.
Like I
of a T-Rex.
Loved it. I loved that shit. I loved that. I loved like even the shitty, terrible Godzilla like 2004 or whatever it was. I loved that fucking movie. I liked older Godzilla films, and my dad was like, he's picking up on this. Let's watch older ones. And so I watched even older ones, and I I
Now,
never
wait a
got
minute, Fed.
over
Did you
that.
watch
I
Shin
loved it.
Godzilla?
Yeah.
I have to watch that. That's the only Godzilla movie I have not seen is Shin Godzilla, and I
Everyone
hear
I
that's like
know-
literally the best one.
Everyone I know who likes kaiju films has told me just go watch Shin Godzilla.
It's good. It's good in all the ways, like all the ways that American films fuck up a lot of what like Godzilla is. This movie does the beats that you want to, like you'd want to hear from like how would I want like a society to handle this? And it kind of like does remove it more from like a personal thing more to a societal level, which was nice. Like were you like if you've ever seen World War Z or the books of World War Z versus the movie of World War Z? Like
yeah,
that is a
I
really
didn't
cool
read
way.
I didn't read the books, but I saw the World War Z movie. I thought it sucked.
So bad.
Well, so the
Yeah, it was
difference
so
between-
bad.
So the problem is because they say they contextualize all of the cultures with Brad Pitt in that movie. In the books, it's
World War Z. The book is a series of stories parodying like a famous what do you call it? Like a famous collection of stories from I think World War One or Two, one of them, right? It's just like all these different people's experiences during the war, both combat veterans and civilians. Like someone just went around, talked to everyone, was like, okay, tell me about your time during the war, and it's a parody of that because it's this is someone's experiences during the Great Zombie War, fictional zombie war that was there.
Yeah,
But the movie
it
was
worked
just
really
Brad
well.
Pitt saves the day.
Yeah.
It was shit.
Yeah, and like that's what doesn't work about that, and what works about like you get the cultural like it's the fun part about zombie movies is like the worst part of World War Z, the movie is Brad Pitt just figures everything out as he's going through this. He experiences everything, and you're like, okay, this is stupid, and you can't like really get behind that. But the fun part of the book World War Z is how all the different countries handle the zombie invasion. Like
Or don't.
Israel makes the giant
Or
wall.
don't.
There's a bunch of warlords that are doing shit in Africa, and you get to learn about that, or you get like a first-hand account of like there's like the Suicide Forest guy in Japan. He's exiled himself there, and he's blind, and he's like he goes through there, and he's putting to rest like they hit these cultural landmarks where you look at like different interesting cultural influences on these things, and whether it's like a personal thing or the way that the society deals with it. It's cool that this guy has reverence for the Suicide Forest, and because the zombies are getting back up, he's laying them back to rest, and he's reburying them as like a blind person with like a combat shovel, and he's out there, and that's what his purpose that he defines himself as in this scenario. It's an interesting way of looking at that. It's like it worked.
How many books are in the World War Z series?
One.
One?
Yeah. It's just
one book, and it's probably 300 or 400 pages at most.
It's not.
It's a collection of short stories, basically.
Yeah. It's not an overdue thing, but like it's cool the way that they deal with it, because it's like America. It's the Battle of like Zonkers, where it's like
Yonkers.
they have this like Yonkers, whatever the fucking Jinkies, the Battle of Jinkies. That one.
No, it was Yonkers.
Yeah. Yoinks.
No, Yonkers is an actual city in New York.
Yonkers is a district in New York.
Yeah.
Or
and,
city.
No. It was Zoinks. That's what they said. Yeah.
So in the book, Yonkers, they called the Battle of Yonkers, and the story basically is they lined up a whole bunch of troops and a whole bunch of like artillery and shit, and they were like, okay, well, we're gonna stop the zombies here. It's gonna be, we got fucking tanks, we've got missiles and artillery. It's all gonna work out, right? It's all gonna be fine. And effectively, there's like some people had all died and turned into zombies in a house, and they broke out of a house, and everyone panicked. Everything went wrong, basically. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
But that's okay. I started saying a whole bunch of Scooby-Doo terms because it was Yonkers, and I said Zonkers, but then I started saying like all the other phrases that people say in Scooby-Doo. The reason that the battle went super tits up was because they were talking about like how they had like effective communication, and it's because the front line like they started like firing off like flechette rounds and doing a whole bunch of shit that they were like, okay, we'll have like all these measures that were made for like fucking with these people, and we'll it's the is razzle dazzle. What's the thing where it's
shock and awe.
Shock and awe. Yeah,
yeah. No, that's exactly what they said. That's specifically what the guy's saying.
Yeah.
There, he's like, oh, shock and awe didn't work on them because they're mindless. They're mindless.
Well, yeah,
that's
and
they're non-tiring and they had numbers.
Yeah. Well, so they had the people. I think the people had.
And the reason that
the
everyone
numbers.
panicked too was that
had
one guy
comms.
got mauled to death. Like everyone had like their cameras on like their helmet, and people were watching
Yeah.
the guy get mauled to death by a zombie that that came out of like a house and like charged him basically.
Yeah, and
I have a
it's because they
question.
have advanced comms
Yes.
and they get fucking scared because of that. And it's like it works. It works for that whole thing.
Now, do the zombies like climb over each other
No.
and are basically act like ants, or like does that not happen in the book?
No, in the book they're actually like your slow zombies, like your normal, like they're mindless. They're not fast at all. Like
Okay.
effectively they can survive like high pressure environments, right? So they could be like at the bottom of the ocean, and they're
And
fine.
they
Like
do.
they'll walk from the American coast all the way to like Japan, right?
Or
They're
the
not
Celebrity
affected.
Island, wherever the fuck that was.
No, it was a compound, and it broke
Yeah,
down
yeah,
because
yeah.
people wanted to break in because they were all watching them live safely.
Which was awesome. Yeah.
That was an awesome story. Basically, they were like some celebrities. They were like, "We're surviving the apocalypse, and like in luxury." And surprisingly, people didn't like that.
Now, I have to ask you on a separate note. Did you guys like 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later?
I only saw it 28 days later. I did like it.
I
Yeah,
like
that's-
28 Days Later. I'm pretty sure I watched 28 Weeks Later, and I'm pretty sure that was like it was good, but I don't remember watching it like critically. I just watched it like off.
Yeah, I saw those movies. They were really good. I love the helicopter scene in 28 Weeks Later, where he's basically
Yeah.
like flying really low and he kills all the zombies that way. That was so cool.
I remember that one specifically. Yeah, no, like that. Like I didn't have to remember too much to remember that one. Yeah, no, that was a great scene. And like, I also like. I mean, I like a lot of Romero zombie movies and like.
Yeah.
Like Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, like all these sorts of things. Like I really like those. And that again, it's not to say like that they're good or great or anything like that, but
Yeah.
Damn,
I have
like,
I have an opinion about The Walking Dead, the series, not the book series, but the TV series. I say it was never good. It was always way too slow, and like always like had crap writing and everything like that. But like for the time, people are like, "Oh no, the first 3 seasons were really good." I'm like, no, none of it was good. It was all like crap writing and everything like took like so slow, like a soap opera.
It is
And,
a very
like, the
slow.
people
It is
come-
a very slow burn, but I feel like the first season by itself is kind of a nice, good, self-contained story it tells. Because that's like only 6 episodes. The first.
Yeah.
Right, but
Well,
they
there's
go
an
from
interesting
Rick
thing,
waking up to the CDC building exploding, basically.
Have you
Yeah,
heard
it
how
was
that
like 12
original-
episodes or something like that.
Was it? Yeah, and
Yeah.
then they spend forever on the farm, and then they spend forever in the prison, and then they spend like I get you. Like it's very slow in plotting.
Actually, so have you heard how that second season was supposed to go? Because I really
I have not.
That was a show that I got into, and I was like, I got really disillusioned with it. Like 3 seasons in, something like that, and like I was like, okay, I watched it as like an episodic thing with like
Good day
people,
to
and I would
you.
do it like every weekend. But have you heard how the second
I
season
don't
was
care
supposed to
what
go?
Mabel said. I
No.
have a mind to give her that
Was it
brochure
like the
back
book?
and tell her just what
Well, they did the comic book series is where it came from, and the first season was supposed to be Rick going through this whole like bullshit scenario, like waking up, figuring out like what's going on, and like getting his
Well-
way out of the city, doing all this bullshit. The
What?
second season was supposed to be following a separate character.
Good day to you.
And if you remember in the first season, there's a moment where he gets stuck in a tank.
Roger suggested we move here.
And he's
Yeah.
it's
Which character? Are you talking
second
about
season-
Shane, or are you talking about
Rick. Rick. It gets
No, Rick was
caught
the main
under-
character.
Yeah, Rick gets caught under a tank in the first season.
He gets caught in the first episode. He's stuck in a tank.
Yeah. So the second season was supposed to be
supposed to be
everything
Glenn?
falling up. Sorry?
Wait, was it supposed to be Glenn in the second season focused on, or?
No. Let me finish my sentence and then you can talk about it, right? It was supposed to be one of the zombies was the main character, and it follows how the whole city falls to shit from the military's perspective, and the guy ends up like killing himself in the tank. And then it shows how that guy got there at the end of the season. And you're like, fuck, this is the guy that Rick got stuck in there with. And like it goes back, ties that in, and then it goes forward from there. Which I thought was like magnificent, and it wasn't like a part of the original comic series from my recollection. But I was like, that is a fucking great way to deal with that whole thing. And they didn't do it, and I was like, oh no.
So they were looking
that
almost
sucks.
to do like almost like a True Detective thing, but tying it up at the end.
It was more so in the vein of World War Z, actually, where it's like, okay, we have a similar scenario. It's like it's kind of the same. I mean, I wasn't big into True Detective, so I can't tie that one back. But it's like a different perspective, and I think it would have been like an interesting thing to at least look at, and it would have been kind of fun. And it's if you got the sense that it was the same city, it would have like straight away given it away. And I think it's a terrible plot device in most movies. I feel like, here's them as kids, or here's what they're doing now, and then you flash back, and it's like, okay, well, there's no tension because this person's gonna live, or like stuff like that. That usually doesn't work. But like you can do a lot of work there where it's a zombie, and you're like, fuck, this zombie is that guy, and you don't recognize them off the bat. Stuff like that tends to work. And this is a scenario where I think they could have gotten away with it, and they just didn't want to end up going through with it fully. But they had like a main actor and shit, and like I don't know who it was off the top of my head, and I haven't talked about this in like years, so I couldn't name it if I wanted to. But they had like a good actor and a bunch of shit that actually ended up doing the scene, and they're like, do you want to do it? And they pulled the cord, and they're like, no, we don't want to do it. And they just kind of like discard the whole thing. But apparently it was in the talks, and it was like it was regarded as what was going to be the second season. And it just they shit canned it.
Have a great. So, heard anything good?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds like a way better second season than spending forever on a ranch, which they ended up doing.
I also so AMC did that, and then didn't they also do Preacher? Or was that?
Yes,
they did.
Yeah, they did Preacher. Was Preacher good?
I watched the first season of Preacher, and I liked a bit of it. Like, it's very tongue-in-cheek, and it's very like stylized, action-y bullshit, and it's like, I can't say that it's good, but I can say that it's like, I kind of liked it.
Because the comic book is the graphic novels are supposed to be really good.
Is it the same guy who did The Boys? Because it feels like there's either a shared comic author, or there's the same director or something in there.
What?
I don't know what the
Somewhere
Boys
these
is.
guys are
What's that
similar.
one about?
Realistic superheroes where they're just like psychotic assholes.
Yes.
No, I don't know if that's the same guy that that did that comic. I think it was
Not Frank Miller for sure, but who?
There's either influence. There's the same director. There's something in there where it's like, I remember looking at like there was Butthole Face guy, and there was what is it? The Deep, the guy who had the fucking aqua, like he had the lungs, the gills.
Gills.
And like I explicitly looked at that and was like, this is Butthole Face. Like this is that same thing. And like They even had that weird like they had like a similar like effect to make that. And it was like partially practical, partially like CG. And it was like, okay, one, that's the same thing, and then two, this is like such a similar motif. It can't be anything but like, oh, like there's some overlap between these two. And I swear I haven't Googled it, but I'm gonna Google it right now. If I find it, I'm gonna laugh.
It's there, I tell
Yeah,
you.
isn't The Boys a series on Amazon? I heard it from the Critical Drinker that it was actually pretty good.
I like the first season. Second season's not as good as the first, but I enjoyed it. It's an Amazon Prime series.
Yeah. Alright. I'll have to watch the first season.
You should
see if
watch
it's
it.
good.
You should watch the first season. I think there's definitely the first half of the first season works. I don't like the second half of the first season. I don't think it works very much at all. And then the second season does not work. Like, honestly, if you watch the first season, I recommend not looking at the second season, but that's...
You know, it's a really good graphic novel. It's Watchmen.
It's a great graphic novel. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Garth
Who do you
Ennis
think?
is the...
Who do you think
yeah.
the hero is in it? Because I think it's Rorschach. I think he did nothing wrong.
I mean, more or less, yeah.
Well,
Rorschach
you're a
is
protagonist. What are you trying to tease out there?
No, Rorschach in Watchmen is like the good guy. He basically... Okay, did you not read Watchmen, the original comic book?
I didn't.
Or graphic novel?
I didn't go through the graphic novel, but
been many years since I've read it, but I mean,
do you see how there's
I
a
know the
difference
creators.
between
I know what the
protagonist
creator's
and good
intent
guy?
is, that Rorschach is not the hero of his novel. But like,
Well, there's-
regardless, I think
yeah.
Rorschach's like a natural extension of the vigilante. Like what, like, you know, what would happen? I mean, like, why would you keep letting these criminals go on the street? You know, like if the justice isn't probably being meted out to them, or you know, the court system's
Exactly.
unfair. But like I understand Rorschach's perspective on it. You know, it's like it makes sense in his context, especially with his background too. Yeah, like, it's like, oh, no, like his motivations all make sense, and like from his perspective, I mean, why
Yeah,
wouldn't he
Rorschach
just kill
is
these
the hero.
monsters?
He's the good guy. He's the only good guy
Well,
in that
no, he's
series.
I
He's the
mean,
protagonist.
well, why
He's
would
the-
Night Owl not be a good guy? I mean, like,
Well, no.
I'm not saying
Use
like
the right
he's
word.
the good
He's
guy,
the
but like,
protagonist. He's the protagonist of the film.
Good day to you.
Like, or of this
I'm not.
thing.
What-
And like that's why, like, just to clear up a lot of the argument that you might have later in this,
Well, of
it's
course it
you
is.
can watch Despicable Me.
Well,
Like,
there's
I know it's a terrible
always
example,
something
but
to
you can watch that. You can be a bad guy, but he's still a protagonist. He doesn't have to be a good person. He doesn't have to have good moral character or
there.
anything like that.
Good day to
But
you.
he is the focal
That
portion of the story,
I don't-
and he's the person that you're trying to like, or like Deadpool. He doesn't have to be. A
I think
protagonist. He can
Winston's
be-
argument is that he's the one person that tries to do the right thing and does actually do the right
Yeah,
thing. in the story.
exactly.
I think that's
He
the
does
point.
do the
Winston's
right
making.
thing.
Very.
What?
Well,
He killed
well,
himself.
No, in the graphic novel, it happens differently. He knew he was going to die, so he's like, all right, like if you're going to do it, like I can't really stop it, because it was like Dr. Manhattan who did it. But the thing is, like at the end, he sends a bunch of stories to a bunch of like right-wing publications.
Well, that still
because now the
happens in
Soviet
the.
Union-
That does happen still in the movie, right? Like they show that, like
it's been a while since I've seen the movie.
So at the end of the
doesn't
movie,
die for
right? Like
Dr.
he's at the Arctic base and he tells them just fucking do it. But like then they show before the credits roll that they've got his notebook at like a news publication. So like it happens the same in the book and the movie.
Yeah, because he wants to tell the truth that the government conspired by killing a bunch of its own people in order to like create unity within with the U.S. and the Soviet Union, thinking that there was an alien invasion, which is completely right in Rorschach saying this is bullshit. The government was lying to us, and this whole thing is fake and gay. So like Rorschach is completely in the right. He is definitely the hero of the
I don't
novel.
know. Well, okay, but like, do you think
Well,
that somebody? Do you think that somebody can still be considered right if they're doing things under false pretenses?
What was the false pretense?
He thinks that he's like he's always he's under the illusion. He's like, oh yeah, I gave everything up. He has the I'm at rock bottom. He has the like I've given up everything and I'm free to be the Joker that I want to be, but it's not true, and he ends up realizing that later, and it tears him apart as it goes on, doesn't it? Like as the actual like as the story goes on, do we not have like an emotional impact as like he's like has to like reconcile different shit as it goes on, where he's like, yeah, no, you're stuck in here with me. He's like this whole thing where it's like,
well, I mean, that's just him beating the shit out of people so they don't fuck with him in the prison.
No, but like no, he like, but if I seem to remember, as I was watching this, I got the impression that he was like, I'm a badass and I don't care about this shit, and you don't get to me because none of this means anything, because fuck you. And he's like, he's got this like rebellious attitude about him where he's nihilistic, and you're like, okay, he's nihilistic. But
I don't think he's nihilistic. I think he's just rebelling against a nihilistic government. It's the government that's nihilistic. He's just trying to right the wrongs of it.
He seemed pretty nihilist. Okay, I might have to rewatch
I mean,
it,
if you think about Rorschach in the story, I mean, like the whole thing.
Strictly about the movie. I don't
no, I know. I'm talking about the movie, right? And like Veidt, I think is his name.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, Veidt he's the smartest man. He's the smartest man in the world, dude. The guy who's like behind everything, right? He comes up with. In the novel, he comes up with an idea to fake an alien invasion to unite the governments of the world to avoid what he saw was the inevitable end of the Cold War, which is a nuclear exchange. And in the film, they changed it from an alien invasion to an explosion that he would blame on Dr. Manhattan. Right? Veidt saw the only way for world peace or to avoid nuclear war was to unite all the nations of the world against an invisible threat. And I believe he was going to be like, hey, look, there's nothing really happening, but we need people to believe there's this threat, so they have an excuse to get along. If I recall,
think that actually is what happens. Or I thought it was still an alien threat. But
in the graphic novel, it's 100% an alien threat. But I think in the movie,
I thought it was still like that in the movie, though.
No, I think it's explicitly Dr. Manhattan. He wanted to explode a giant like bomb in the middle of New York City. And
they
in
don't
Moscow.
have the time to set up the alien invasion because it wouldn't work in a movie setting, and I'm pretty sure
that doesn't in the movie though. Doesn't that not really make sense? Because Dr. Manhattan is a U.S. citizen, so wouldn't the Soviet Union say that's your problem you have to deal with?
Well, I think he was going to explode in multiple cities at the same time. So in the Soviet Union, the U.S. and to make it like it's a global threat, not just not just a U.S. threat. I think that was.
Well, that would just give the Soviet Union like a reason why they should like launch nukes at the U.S. because they're like, your citizen is doing this.
Well, the idea. I think the idea was to make it like happen immediately, so there wasn't like there's missiles in the air, now they retaliate. That's why you'd have it happen all at once rather than have it happen during like a planned exchange.
Right.
Like,
I would have had the movie be like 5 hours long, but be
right. No. I agree with you. I think the movie should have been an hour longer. And it should have built to the alien invasion and being something like extraterrestrial and beyond. Because the movie contextualizes, Dr. Manhattan himself is like an extraterrestrial threat. Like he can't be dealt with. He has, he's too powerful. No one can deal with him. No one can control him. Like, it's like when the comedian's talking within the bar after he shoots the woman who's pregnant with his kid. And he's like, hey, you could have done anything. You literally could have done anything, but you don't care about us. You could have turned the bullet into flowers. You could have exploded me, but you didn't because you don't give a damn about us. Like that was the whole point of that speech in Vietnam that he tells him.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think the graphic novel does that angle so much better, but yeah, it's unfortunate because I like both, but it's been ages since I've read the graphic novel.
Fed, did you not read the graphic novel?
I didn't, but from what I remember from the movie, I felt like and again, it's been a minute since I've seen it. I might have to rewatch this, but it felt like there was like an unhinged like portion of him, and it went towards like when he was really like had to reconcile it at the end. It seemed like he really came clean and like accepted what he did, but it seemed as though at the beginning of the movie he didn't believe in it truly, and at the end of the movie he like had to embrace it more so, and it hurt him to do that. And that was what I got from that. Like it seemed like when he really had to like own up to it in the end before he got like suicided. I forget how he like he did suicide by cop, but by superhero.
Well, I
if
mean,
remember correctly.
Dr. Manhattan just explodes him because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
can do
So
that.
okay, so suicide by cop. And when he did that, in that moment when he did that, it seemed really desperate, and it seemed like he was like if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die a good man, and like it seemed like he was really apprehensive about it, and it seemed like it was owning his own principles, like made him feel really.
Well,
bad
the
about
thing
it.
is, he wasn't going to like go along with their plot to deceive the world. So he was like, so they were going to be forced to kill him anyway. And there's no way he could like beat Dr. Manhattan, who has like godlike powers. So like, he was just like, fuck it. Like there's like you have to like live with the fact that you killed me. And then, like, after all, it just all, like, got fucked up because, like, Rorschach was smart and sent the news to, like, media that was friendly to him and like, revealed the truth in the end. So, so that was, like, Rorschach's, like, ultimate, like, dying for a cause moment, if we're gonna use, like, a Greek terminology. But the reason I asked if you, didn't read the book, do you have an Amazon wishlist?
Oh no, I've never made any of that stuff. But like, I mean, I might.
Because I would give it
that's
to you for your
fascinating.
birthday.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, sure, yeah. I'll consider that as it approaches.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, because I find it interesting, and like at least just for the sake of this, because I mean, I'll look at it because I've been looking at Snyder stuff, and it's like I don't know, like he's befuddling at least.
I honestly
when
think
I'm
that's
looking at
Snyder's
something.
best film, Watchmen.
It was
Really, it's a really good adaptation that's almost perfect.
300 might be better. Okay, I have to rewatch it, but 300 might be better because it's just the simplicity of it. Watchmen is super complicated, and if he actually lands this
Well, I'm just saying for Watchmen, it's like the difficulty of adapting that story
Yeah.
on top of like making what is probably, I think, the closest I've ever seen to like a one-to-one adaptation. Obviously, there are major changes in it, but like about like as close as I've seen something come to.
And that's
like,
why
an
I say
adaptation.
one, that's an unwieldy beast, and that's exactly what I was saying. Like, if he can land that plane, that is an unwieldy beast, and good job on him. But then two, I'd have to really look at like the reception of like when you look at the insiders, is this Snyder in telling his stylized version of the universe, or is this Snyder in his stylized version of this universe and like 5 other story artists that are like actually like landing that plot?
Well, I mean,
of
when you look
everything else?
at like the original graphic novel and you look at the costumes that Snyder designs for the characters, they're very, very, very good adaptations of those, and they look very close to the original costume. I mean,
He's very stylized, and I don't doubt that for a second that he would be able to nail that sort of thing, but I'm talking about like the plot and the characters and the complexity of the story more so than the actual costumes. And that is something that happens with storyboarding and writing and like the directing of these movies. When you're actually looking at like directors, a big thing that you have to look at is who is working under them, and are they better at doing plot and like actually grounding the story in this thing. Because Snyder is a very stylized person who does a lot of. He's done some terrible like, super uppercut, sucker punch. Sucker punch was. It had one really good scene in it, and it's because nobody said anything, and it was all style. And then a lot of the rest of the
Yeah,
movie
that girl is pretty
sucked
hot in the
Sucker
anime
Punch.
outfit.
I don't know what
Sure.
Fed's talking about. Sucker Punch is an amazing film. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece with a really lame framing piece with some of the best action films that I've ever. Some of the best action sequences in film.
Yep.
Ghost,
No, that's
Ghost,
actually
I have a
exactly what I
question.
said. It's
Yes.
visually,
Ghost.
and then there's a bunch of gobbledygook.
All right, smash your pass. The protagonist of Sucker Punch.
I'll take the Asian girl over her, but soft smash. I'd say.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, you gotta be
I'll
kidding
fucking
me.
ride Pigtails home. No, fuck him. Yeah, no, he'll pass it up.
I said
I'll
yes.
fucking-
Whoa, I said soft
no.
smash. What the hell? I said yes. I'll smash.
Did you?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Winston? I didn't remember hearing
And that's
that.
not what I heard. That's
I
not
said
what
soft
You didn't say
smash.
that.
I said I smashed
you
the
did-
Asian chick first, but soft
No.
smash on pigtails.
Okay, maybe the mic didn't pick it up, but I didn't hear that at all because I heard you say I'd take the and like that. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that's where the sentence started for what.
Yeah, I said I'd take the Asian
He
girl
was like
over her,
soft
but I
smash. That's not like.
Yeah, I wouldn't like
that's
Hulk
definitely-
smash her.
And how can you
It's
say
a-
that when her
it's
with
a
the
yes.
Japanese schoolgirl outfit, she looks like a fox.
Yeah, she's a fox, but she's my second choice in that film.
Much like that one girl that was like Jake Paul face fucked me, I would Jake Paul her.
Wait,
I'll
who?
say that. There was some weird fucking. It was an Andy's thing where like there was this one fucking bitch and she like on video. There's like 500,000 fucking views. She literally has a video. It's like she's like trying to Me Too Jake Paul or somebody, and she's like, yeah, like I like consensually. I was like, I'm down for it, and it's like she shows the like text messages where she's trying to talk to him afterwards, and then like you know when they're like you hear like a sexual accusation and they say like, oh yeah, there was like we had like consensual sex, and they like talk about it like really medically, like they have like that hermetically sealed like term that they use. She's like, yeah, he like face fucked me, and it's like she says
what?
it, and it's crazy. It's so funny.
Wait, what?
I'm not even kidding. Wait,
I haven't
alright.
seen this, so,
It's so
you gotta
funny.
link it.
Oh, dude, this is such a weird thing to try and Google.
And at least you are a cooperative.
It may be on YouTube if you search it. Is it on YouTube?
You have amused me thus far. Still, I suppose.
Maybe I could put accusation and like curb this search, before it just gives me a bunch of
Your father, frustrated.
Pornhub links.
He came to gather information.
Uh.
He was unwilling to compromise, to do anything I asked of.
Oh dear.
Andy did it.
I don't know. Maybe maybe I can.
James
You said
and I-
Andy was the one that showed you this.
Yeah, but he did it in the Discord thing, and it's like they didn't take a recording. And that's like,
Oh, was
shit.
this You know what? I can
Attempting to
DM
win,
Kyler
I'd
later
like you to
and see if I
kill
can find it.
Mabel.
Maybe we can debut it on Ghost to Ghost.
Sure. It's it's crazy. She's got like it's so insane. She has like she like dyes her eyebrows and this crazy shit. She's a weird looking
woman moment.
Hello, sweetie. How are you?
it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on there. What? And
Yeah.
then she's like, yeah, he face fucked. It's like, what? And like it's a whole moment where you're like, excuse me.
Wait, was Jake Paul the Pokemon card dude?
You mean the guy at the Suicide Forest? That was Logan Paul.
So he's the one who went to Aomori?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So someone was accusing the other Paul of like face fucking her?
She says like he like face it's like so.
And she looks really weird.
Yeah, she's like she does like a
Did
what's her
anyone
name?
believe her?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it probably happened actually.
Oh.
It's just who cares? Like
I mean,
everything
she
that
seems
you
to.
see is like it's like what's his name? Like where Vinesauce got like accused of having sex with fans. Everything that you see is completely consensual, and then
I
they
mean,
don't
why
like what's
wouldn't
going
you?
on. Well, yeah, and like that's the thing. It's like it's the complete dynamic that you would believe, and you're like, okay, shit. And then it's like this person even talks about it. He like takes into account the other person's feelings, but then he's also like, yeah, I don't know, like I don't think this is gonna be like a relationship. This is kind of like a callous thing. And then they're like, oh, I want a relationship, but it's like, yeah, no, I like remember that thing where I said
Not a
kind of
relationship.
like a callous, just sexy thing, and they're like, oh, but I wanted it, and it's like, you read into this too wrong, and you're thirsty. You want to go back to the well, and like that's where she shows like the text messages, and it's like her talking, and he's just leaving her on like read, and you're like, oh, ew, and it's like, yeah, and he like face fucked me, and it's like I'm not it like face fucking is like different than like sex, and it's like and she tries to say why it's different, like from like a sensory point of view, and it's like because there's like taste and smell and stuff, and it's like that other thing is your vagina, and it's like the sensory bits that you get there a little different. You do there's a little different of like an emotional like attraction, and like the way that you like experience like positive is a little different over there. And it's like pretty sure if he fucked you, you'd feel a lot different instead of face fucking you. And it's like it's very funny because she lays out like why it was like such like a indelible. It's so funny. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I gotta see this. This seems
yeah.
pretty funny.
You can't. I literally like. I have an imagination. I do, but I couldn't make this up about somebody else for no reason.
Yeah, I believe it. I'll ask Kyler about it later if he could send the video.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but you were mentioning Zack Snyder movies. What I was gonna say two things. One, when we were at the Million MAGA March rallies, we all like there were so many people that were like shouting 300 quotes, but like because we all felt like we were the 300, but we were the 300,000 at the battle of the Capitol Hill. Yeah, but at the January 6th thing, which I definitely was not at.
No.
So yeah, because I
Definitely
love
not.
President Biden. He's the best president. But anyway, there were like people that were like standing up against the DC Thug Squad police, and they were like, "We need people here to like guard our position, and like we need 3 people." And like so people like lined up. That was definitely like the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah. Well, and like that's something where Snyder rules. Snyder rules in that scenario where you're doing comic book panels where it's like you have this scenario. It doesn't need to be like you get it off the bat. Like when you say that, no context is needed after that. You don't have to set up a whole bunch of characters. You get what's happening in there, and you're like, these guys are out there, they're fighting for what they believe in, and they trust that, and that's what they're doing. They're out there, they're holding the line. And you're like,
yeah, hold the line, that's what they said. Yeah,
you get it. Yeah, and you get it. It's like a easy, and like that's where I think Snyder, like, 2 thumbs up. He fucking does a great job in that. I don't think 300 is like, I don't think it's a terrible film. I think the plot might be thin, but fuck it, it works. That whole thing works. It really does. And if you're looking at all the, like, try and scrutinize it, a lot of the stuff you could, like, break down some other shit, doesn't really work. Stylized in that universe, fuck it, it works if you really look at it.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it. Like, actually, like, that one kind of comes off, like, pretty fucking clean. Not my favorite film. I don't really like it that much, honestly, but it works. And it's, why not?
Did you ever see the Sam Raimi series Spartacus?
Blood and Sand.
Blood and Sand, and then they made another one. Did you see those?
I watched it forever ago, and I couldn't say that like I have enough to give a good opinion on it. I remember watching it.
I love that series. That series was so damn good. But the guy died of cancer before they started the 3rd season, so they didn't really get to finish it like the way they wanted. But that series was so damn good. And I hear Rome by John Milius is like really good. That was
about
like
the HBO
I was
series?
in middle school when that came out. Yeah.
I've heard good things about that.
My buddy that likes like the buddy that like I did the 50 cal shooting with, like he liked Spartacus, and I remember talking to my mom about my mom talks to me about like all these fucking random movies and like shows that she watches, and she's like, do you want to watch that and then talk to me about it, because I don't get it. And it's like, yeah, sure, I'll watch it. And like I'll watch like Westworld. I watch a bunch of these things because my mom is like, I don't know what's really going on with it, and like I'll watch the whole thing, and like I'll watch all of it, and then I'll go like hang out with her, and she's like, oh, where are you at in the season? And it's like, I mean, I don't know, I can't really remember. And she's like, okay, we'll go off where I was at. And it's like, yeah, we'll go off where you're at. And like I will like explain where she's at and like watch it with her and like go through parts of it, just because I like spending that like it's not super quality time, but
Yes,
it's
I'm
enough
sure
of like
it's
quality
fine.
time that'll do that.
But
No, it's
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
like we
it.
get to do this sort of thing. Like we talk about it while like we're cooking and stuff. And that's the thing that my mom and I can connect on like really, really well. That like fires a bunch of. There's a few other things for sure, but like that's one that she likes her period pieces that have like somewhat of like an interesting plot, and she engages with some like pretty interesting ones. But every once in a while, she'll pick out one, and it's like I'm not gonna do fucking.
Saved me.
I'll like start a series with my parents, but then like I'll get busy with work or something, so I don't finish it, and they finish it without me. They did that with like Downton Abbey. They did that with a bunch of British shows. They did that with like I usually watch the foreign shows because they're like kind of cringe. With they prefer dubs to subtitles because they don't like to read. I know my parents are so cringe.
They're fucking.
You know how I know my dad's based, Winston? We watched all of Naruto subbed, okay?
You watch all of Naruto.
We watched all of Naruto subbed when I was growing up, watching with my dad.
Yeah, no, your dad is anomalous compared to
my dad is a weird anomalous
That's fair.
person.
That's fair. No, that's fair, and like that explains more of you than not you. So like, I mean,
yeah, the younger generation definitely prefers subtitles to dubs. But anyway, my
But
dad.
Winston, like you have to
he
understand, like
finished-
when I grew up watching anime, like I originally I would watched a couple shows, like on network television, but like I got into the online fan subbing community when I was probably my teen years and preteen years, and like I was watching series as like they aired online for years, and so it's like I really adapted to it, and then I learned Japanese in high school, and it's like it's just so much better.
Bro, Ghost, I too liked Linkin Park when I was a high schooler, so don't even start with me.
I did like Linkin Park. I'm not
no,
gonna lie, I actually still like Linkin Park.
Well, like back in like the early days of anime being broadcast in America, it was all dubbed. Like I remember watching Sailor Moon as a kid and like Gundam, and like it was all dubbed. By the way, Sailor Moon, I used to when I was a kid, like I'm talking like 6, 7, I had the biggest crush on Sailor Jupiter.
She's the red-haired one, right?
No, she's the one in
the
with
blue-haired
green
one,
dress
right?
in. No, she's the one with the green dress with the brown hair.
Oh. Good
Yeah,
choice.
Dude,
and she was really tall too. I loved Sailor Jupiter.
one of my favorite ones, and it still sticks out. It's like one of the first like things that I really like connected with in the I know I watched like a few of them, and there's probably one that might like stick out further. It's not like Yu Yu Hakusho or something like that. But fucking the Gundam series that had the shining finger, the golden hand guy,
G Gundam,
Domon in it.
G
That
Fighter,
one
G Gundam.
on fucking Toonami. That was like, yo, this fucking rules. Like I remember watching like Dragon Ball Z and all that shit, and I remember liking it, like a bunch of that stuff. But the whole that fucking Gundam series, I was like, just fucking go. And then they had the other one with like the fucking whatever the tournament with the dragon arm guy with extendo arms and all that shit.
That's
like,
Gundam Wing, and
laser
that
swords.
was oh gosh, the name of that suit I can't remember. It's like it had like a
It
Japanese
was
or
like
Chinese
twin
name.
dragons or something like
well,
that.
the second form of
yeah.
it had twin dragon arms in the first single one, and he used
it was the Americanized version of it for sure. It's like,
and he had the
completely,
double-sided like trident that he used in the second form.
yeah, and like that.
Started as an idea.
I love that.
The thing about Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball, they're not very good. I mean, like most of the episodes are filler episodes, and like even then, it's like not that great. Like, I mean, I guess I'm a snob when it comes to this kind of stuff, but I'm kind of proud to be like that.
I mean, I think
You're being objective. Don't be afraid to be objective about why things suck, and then don't
I think
be
the
afraid
battles,
to embrace subjectively why
some of the
things work.
battles are really good. I think Toriyama is overrated as an artist. That's my opinion. I think he's really overrated, and he's been drawing Trunks and everything for too long. No One Step. I would definitely not let you do that.
But it's funny. It's funny. I got my dad a bunch of anime movies for Christmas that were like highly well. A few Christmases ago, that I picked up at the last like video store that was there, because I don't know how long this stuff is going to be on like Hulu or whatnot, and a lot of it wasn't, so I got it that way.
You know,
so I picked him up like a whole big package of that. He was like so giddy when he opened it. He was like, "Oh shit, this is gonna rule!" And like I was like, "All right, the first one we're gonna watch is like Ghost in the Shell," which my aunt really liked, but my dad said it's okay, but it's not as good as Neon Genesis Evangelion. That one is really
your
good.
dad has
which,
a brain.
by the way,
your dad has brain damage. I hate. I'm sorry,
dude. Ghost in the Shell is so fucking based. Like, that's
yeah, it's a really good one. But, he
wait, are you
finished
talking about
Evangelion
original?
without me too.
Are you talking about original Evangelion or the remake?
The original.
Oh my gosh, he thought that was better than Ghost in the Shell.
Oh wait, is the original the one that came out in the 90s?
Yes.
And then they released it on Netflix years later, and then the remake
kind of readapted it, I think, years later.
Then it's the readapt.
I've never seen the readaptation.
Right, but I think there are only like 2 or 3 things that they like changed around a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Neon Genesis Evangelion is one of the most overrated series I've seen.
I don't know. My dad really likes it.
I mean,
and
yeah,
I gotta show him Akira.
You do, and you also gotta show him what's the other one besides Akira. It's
If nothing else.
Oh gosh, it's the weird one where like the guy's like tripping. Looks like he's tripping balls the entire movie. Fuck am I can't remember what.
It's not the one where the guy has that growth on his hand, is it?
Might be. It looks. It's a similar.
Where his hand talks to him.
No, I don't think it's that one. But it's the one where like it's got a similar animation style to Akira, but like the guy's like tripping the entire time.
The vault you grew
I think, but like he sees like he's like transforming and all this weird shit. I can't remember what the hell it's called, but if you said it, I would just be like, oh yeah, it's that.
Water out here is never clean.
But I'm not sure.
I also have to show him Perfect Blue. I saw Perfect Blue in the theater when they did it was only a week long that they had it in the theater, but they re-released it into the theater like a remastered, they didn't change the story or anything, but they did like an HD re-release, and it was in the movie theater, and it was all dubbed, not dubbed, it was all subtitled too. That movie is so damn good.
I don't think I've seen Perfect Blue.
I know the name, at least through reference.
It's like do you remember the movie that came out in like 2011? What was it called? About the ballet people and like the woman's going crazy.
Oh, you're talking about
Black Swan.
Black Swan. I was
Black Swan was inspired by Perfect Blue.
They basically just rip it off.
Yeah. Well, they changed around a lot of things, but like I don't really remember Black Swan, but I remember Perfect Blue. I
never saw Black Swan.
I do remember how Natalie Portman was going like lesbian on Mila Kunis, and I thought that was really like terrific.
Yeah, no.
I can imagine so.
That rogered my jollies. Yeah, exactly.
That rogered your
jollies.
That was fucking. That was also like she did a. Do
you know what I hate about one of the things I hate about like Japan's culture is their secondhand culture. And so one of the
I don't get it.
So let me explain. One of the things, like you know the store Book Off, right?
No.
Okay, so Book Off is a chain that started in Japan, and they have some locations in America where they sell basically like secondhand books, secondhand electronics and stuff, right? That's like their whole thing. They're a big secondhand store. And the reason Book Off is a chain is because in Japan, like it's expected that when you buy something, there's no returns in Japan, right? Like if you buy something, you keep it. Like it's expected that like businesses will not accept returns 90% of the time.
Indian gifts. Yep.
Yeah, and so It's because everything is more expensive, because it's expected that if you don't want something anymore, you're going to sell it back to like another store and get value out of it. So everything is inherently more expensive. Now, granted, things are expensive to get to their fucking island as well, but on top of that, it's expected that you will get value out of the item itself later. So things are just priced higher. Now, the problem with this is, like, if I want to go get like a Blu-ray for like an anime or an animated movie I really like, it's going to cost like $100. And if I want to get like a whole series that I really like, it's cost me like $400 to get the Blu-rays of it. And if I'm not going to get the Blu-rays, why the fuck am I going to buy it anyway? You know, why do I just, like, me, I just fucking download it rather than pay $400 for a series I really like. Even used, it's going to cost almost that much. I hate that. It's just fucking obnoxious.
I like this art style of Perfect Blue, but Jesus Christ, this guy's eyes are so far separated that it's so, like, the uncanny.
Does he look like Brittany Venti?
Yep, he's got the you can see the uncanny valley, and it's specifically like in between his eyes. Like, it's crazy. But there's a really hard thing that you have to walk there with what you're talking about, and it's like there's certain people that will keep like these like they keep the media because they're like, okay, I have the media, so whenever I want to watch it, or whenever I want to like reference this, talk to somebody about it, watch it with somebody who's like, oh,
yeah, and no one's gonna delete the episode because someone was in blackface in the episode.
It's true, and it's like it's one of those things that like it's interesting, and also like the more you like something, the more that the more you reference it, like primer, like there's a lot of things I can think of where it's like, oh yeah, if I could have the Blu-ray of them, I would really want to have the Blu-ray of them. And there's specific ones that like become more like enticing, especially because they release more content with it, where it's like, oh shit, here's like it's not like a consumer thing as much as it's like it's been like rumored in the industry where it's like what was it, we watched Event Horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like how their whole like all the deleted scenes got massacred by the fact that they were in they stored them in a salt mine, because that's like a way that you can like it's like a humidor with like cigars, you can like it absorbs the moisture, but they didn't store them properly and it ended up ruining them. That's like, yeah, fuck. But like there's certain movies like that where you like or like The Exorcist 3, where it's like the whole ending is completely different in the original cut, and it's just like, instead of there being an exorcism scene, what they were like the original director intention was, yeah, the guy just rolls up, shoots the fucking possessed guy in the head with a gun because he's just over it, and it's so anticlimactic, but it's so ingrained in the universe that you're like, I kind of want to watch it, and then you watch it, you're like, Jesus Christ, that was anticlimactic, but it's super interesting to have that alternate take. And then you get to see like the studio's like, no, we can't do this, and they have the whole like contrived like exorcism scene, and it changes the film a lot. But like that shit is awesome, and I completely like that's the other edge of the sword that like I really find myself on, because like, dude, I even watched the I didn't realize I was watching it the other day, the director's cut of Alien, and like I was watching it and I was like, what is this? Or like Aliens, where they had like a like minigun, like auto turrets set up, and I was like, what is this? I don't know.
Oh, I've seen that.
And it was like, it works, it's cool, it's like a completely different plot, and they like, and like there was the thing at the start with Newt, and I was like, oh, this is new for sure. And then like you get past that and you're like, okay, like they just set up Newt's family, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting that they did that in the director's cut. I was like, cool, like I'll take that. You don't need to do it, but sure, like I like it. And then it showed like the auto guns, and like as they progress through it, and I was like, okay, these make sense, and they keep referencing them, they keep looking at them, and then like when I heard like the director commentary on why they were like, yeah, we cut these things out there, and then how they were debating on what part to cut out. And then his wife was randomly like, after like 3 days of like contemplation, she was like, just cut out the minigun scene, like go for real 3 or something like that. She said something really specific like that, and he was like, there's no way I could do it. No. And like he thinks on it more and more and more and more, and he's like, this is the only thing I can cut out, actually. Like, this is a perfect cut. And like that, actually how masterfully they cut that whole thing out it's awesome. Like that whole thing where like you have the additional context, you have like director commentary, all that sort of shit. So fucking great. I completely advocate for actually buying those sorts of mediums. As much as I like watch stuff online, that is fucking awesome. It's good to be working with you again.
Yeah, it's more just like I can go get those, you know, from other sources. It's more like if it was reasonably priced, like I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm down for that. And fortunately, with like a Blu-ray for like Aliens, yeah, it's like what, $20, $25.
Sure.
That's a reasonable price. What I'm saying is like, if I want to go grab like a Blu-ray for like a Japanese anime, it's gonna be like $400 for like the first season, if I'm lucky, and it's like 4 to 8 different Blu-rays. It's obnoxious.
We need to get back to Project.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I can make the justification for wanting to look at them. I can't say whether.
Well, unfortunately, American movies are more reasonably priced because it's expected that like if you're done with it, you throw it away.
Well, yeah. Well, that's. I mean, it's disposable experience
Probably,
for sure.
but we
Yeah.
need to get moving right away.
I just like, man, I like them. I like a lot of it, and it's super interesting. John Carpenter and fucking what's his name? I always forget his name. Russell Crowe? Not Russell Crowe.
Oh, you're framing from The Thing?
Yeah. I always forget his name.
Isn't it Russell Crowe?
No,
No.
it's not. Russell Crowe's the guy from Gladiator. Who's the guy?
Yeah. Kirk Cameron? No.
No.
James Cameron?
James.
That's the
Cameron
director,
is,
right?
Yeah.
The Terminator guy.
Are you thinking of Kurt Russell?
Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell is a fucking gem, and like they do the director commentary, and that shit is great. It's awesome. I love it. I'm also terrible at games, so
They made a video game on The Thing, like back. This is gonna show my age. Back in like when the first Xbox came out, and it was so damn good. It was so damn scary. I'm looking for a version that I can buy online, but like the ones on Amazon are like $80. So I'm like trying to find one on eBay that's like used. And like if I do streams, that's going to be the first game that I stream.
Sure. Actually, it really like that is a great. I have seen that and I've played it. Like I played it. I remember playing it with a buddy, and then I remember seeing somebody else play it. And I was like, magical, and like that's a great one. Like,
hey there.
Assuming it's the same version. It was really fucking good. It's the one where you can like you have like the lights and the like you have like a certain amount of like blood tests that you can administer at like specific points.
Yes.
And it's like whether they've been like contaminated or not. Like awesome. Like that's such in the spirit as far as you can go at that point, and it's like, dude, that's fucking
Is everything all right?
so good.
Yeah. I'm gonna get that game. I know I'm gonna get it.
But I mean, it's an Xbox game, right?
Yeah, it came out like over a decade ago. Over 2 decades ago, really.
You should be able to play that with an emulator. In worst case scenario, you could bring out your old Xbox.
Yeah, I'd bring out my old Xbox because I looked at the emulators. Now, do the emulators just mimic the original Xbox, or do they mimic the games?
Yes, they do both.
Both? Okay.
Yeah, so
because they don't have it on Xbox emulator games. Because like I looked at that, but I was like, maybe this is just in tangent with the original Xbox, and I have to look
if you
around.
have the
But I
.iso file, which is what I assume the original game was in the format of, you should be able to run that through an emulator.
Alright.
You may have to rip it, but if it's available online, it should be in a pre-ripped format that you can do it with. But you gotta find it first.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I still have that fucking tank of an Xbox and 2 of the controllers that you could like murder somebody with. Like, I have that, but it might actually be harder to like stream from that than to not. Like,
Well, it depends. Did the original Xbox have an HDMI out? Because I don't think it did.
no.
No. But I have a smart TV that I can use the Blu-ray to connect to, I guess, like IB. What is it?
RGB.
No. What is RGB?
That's the old the old
audio
format.
visual,
Because now we all use HDMI, but it's the one with the red, the white, and the yellow cord.
Yeah.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Like on
no,
TV.
I can probably configure it like if I have a smart TV.
Well, it depends.
I
Does
can-
that smart TV have an RGB out?
Oh,
That's the thing, because your TV is
Yeah,
newer,
well,
right?
and
They don't
that's
necessarily
yeah.
have it. You probably just
Well,
got.
and that's why
shit.
it might be easier to emulate it because it's like, dude, like trust me, like I've looked at that tank and like I can get it to go to my TV, but like it's you have to
This
have
is
the
why
other
anything I do with
monitor
classic
and
games, Winston, it's just like fire up an emulator, you know, and just do it out with that when I stream it. Because it's like, believe me, I've thought about, I'll get the Super Nintendo. What the fuck am I gonna hook this up to?
Do you remember that game I recommended a while back? Star Wars, where it's like
You're
during
talking
the
about Clone
Wars and
Commandos, like 2?
Yes, Clone
Yeah.
Commandos.
I remember
Did-
hearing about that game coming out. Was that the one that was supposed to come out as like kind of a horror game?
It was a first-person shooter game. Yeah, it
yeah,
was really
it was
good.
supposed to be scarier though, like. Or
Yeah,
am I
there are
wrong?
some-
accomplish
Yeah.
anything until we can get inside.
Yeah, there are like parts where
hate
you're
to
like
ask
fighting
you to push us-
bug things. It's
Yeah!
like pretty good, and it's
Yeah,
pretty like
I do-
gory. It's pretty good.
Ah, I remember hearing about that coming out and like people being like, "Dude, I want
Are
to play
you
this
alright?
thing so fucking bad," and then I never heard about it again.
They probably didn't pay off the critics or something, but it was a fun game.
Well, I like it was like I heard it from friends. Like I remember like I had like friends who were like, "Yeah, dude, check this shit out." Like I had like a lot of friends that were like, "Yeah, check all these different things out." And like I played a decent amount of games, but not even just like okay, I had like the game myself, but like somebody else recommended something or like I did a lot of like like yeah, sure, like let's trade like games and stuff like that. We did that shit all the time. We went out to fucking Blockbuster, did all the fucking stuff.
That brings me back.
Blockbuster. Yeah.
Dude, oh my god! Like I was thinking about that the other night with Max, where like we were talking about this shit. Where
I
it was
think
like,
is that not the delineating line between millennials and Zoomers? Is that like a millennial will bring up Blockbuster, a Zoomer will say what?
Yeah.
I feel like that's
Blockbuster?
like,
that was the thing. Oh,
I feel like that's kind of like the dividing line between like millennials and Zoomers is simply, did you go to have you ever been to a Blockbuster? You
Yeah,
know?
now we have Redbox and
Yeah.
and like digital downloads.
well, and like that.
And
was,
don't get me wrong, I
that
like
was a
Redbox.
consequence.
I've never used
like,
Redbox.
No, that makes sense. But no, Redbox makes sense. But like it doesn't have the constraints that fucking Blockbuster did. Like your parents held you under thumb, and they were like, okay, you're gonna have to like give this one back, and you like you get the, like the rules of like returning something more so than like a library. Like yeah, I still have to book. Fuck you. You didn't care. But Redbox was the real thing, and until you gave it back, you didn't get like another game. You're like, shit,
Yeah.
I want to do it. And, like that made real constraints, and that was like that had a tangible effect on everything about it. And it was like the stress of picking them out, and you're like, did I pick good or not? And you're like,
Yeah.
fuck, I hate this game. God.
How hard was it? You
Like-
just take Mystical Ninja Goemon until you finish the game.
My aunt every other week after attending church, my aunt Mary was a saint. God bless her. I know she's up in heaven now, but like every other week after attending church,
Cheers.
she would take me to Blockbuster, and I would rent a video game, and she would like pay for it. She was like the best aunt ever. And I remember I looked forward to church because I would like get to go to Blockbuster afterwards.
Cheers to her.
That is old timey.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I appreciate
I
that.
remember.
That's you do remember. Like it's poignant. It's something that stuck, and like it's it says something about it. And it's like
Yeah. I remember back in they used to have okay, this is gonna really show my age. I remember going to Blockbuster and renting Nintendo 64 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have a Nintendo 64, but I had like friends who did, and like
I still
damned
have
if-
my Nintendo 64.
I have two
I
Nintendo
never-
64s. And my dad has
What?
his own. My dad has his own. So he can play Super Mario 64. But fortunately the DirectX 11 version that those people ripped came out. And so he's able to play it on his computer. But yeah, my dad is such a prolific Super Mario 64 player that I bought him a Nintendo Switch for his birthday last year. So he could play the new Mario 3D collection.
Alright, I gotta tell you something. I think I told Ghost this. I remember the first video game I played, and my dad let me play it. This is how cool he was. He was.
Don't
Duke
tell me it was
Nukem on
Conker's
the
Bad
PC.
for...
No, it was Duke Nukem. That came out years later. I was like.
You did Duke
in,
Nukem 3D.
like,
I played
5th
Duke
grade
Nukem
when that-
3D when I was a kid too.
Yeah, I was like 3 or 4 years old. No, I was like 2 or 3 years old, and I was like playing Duke Nukem. And I got to the last level. I got to Castle Dukenstein, but I couldn't figure out the puzzles, and I never beat the game. And I remember years later, I saw Duke Nukem on the Xbox Game Store for like Xbox, but it was like an emulator from the PC game. And I remember, like, I can't get past the mission, the final mission where you're on the moon and you're beating, and you have to beat the, like, gigantic alien monster. And I was like, how was I able to beat this at, like, 2 or 3? But, like, I can't
I mean, that's
do it,
all of
like,
us in
when
front
I'm
of a Donkey
22.
Kong machine.
Yeah.
Where we're like, I was so much better at this when I was younger.
Yeah, I was better at it when I was like 2 or 3. Now I can't fucking do it. It's like, what the hell, man?
What happened?
It's like, okay, millennial.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to me? I was king, and now I am but a mortal.
The game that I remember, and it's a weird one because not everybody's played this one. There's a game called Power Pete, and it was on Apple machines, and it was it's like a bullet hell game. And it's like a really early bullet hell game where you like you do this. You were like Chad Thundercock guy. You had the long fucking giant beard, or not beard, chin, and you would just like pick up random guns and go through like there was like a level with like cavemen. There was a level with like it was like ice cream weird shit like dinosaurs and stuff. And like you were like, I guess you were a toy soldier, so you'd like fall apart if you got hit, but like you would go through, you get little like power-ups for like doing a bunch of shit. And I remember like whooping so much ass on that, and then I like it's like only for Apple or something, and like I never got to play it again, and it's still like kind of like hidden behind that like obscurity wall of like it doesn't get like sharewared because of that or too frequently. And that fucking game ruled. I remember that, and then I remember.
What was the name of it?
Power Pete.
Power Pete.
Yeah, and there was Croc Legend of the Gobos. That was
That
something
sounds
else.
vaguely familiar.
Dude, it was like a weird platformer where you were like a little crocodile, and you would like you'd save little furry guys that looked like little like. It was like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It looked like the one that meant nothing, and like they made it so much of something in the TV show. I remember that. It was so weird. I fucking, dude, those two games kicked ass though for my childhood. Sorry, what were you saying?
I remember this came out like years later. I was in elementary school, but I remember Serious Sam. And that game like was kind of scary because like you got to these spooky levels and then you like access them and then there'd be so many enemies you had to fight, and I was like, holy shit, this is not like Duke Nukem. This is like where it's like a few enemies
says
at
Croc
once.
is on
This is like
PS1.
everyone at once.
Oh, dude, Croc, like it's not later, but like I feel like it's a decent amount later. Like Power Pete, like. I mean, I'm not gonna dox my age, but I was anywhere between 4 and 8 when that came out, and I remember playing
Okay, Zoomer.
fuck out of that. I love fucking Power Pete. That game fucking ruled. And then when the whole Croc thing came out, like I
Wait,
played
is
Croc
Croc
on the
like
PC.
the one that they put? Is that an old Sega character?
I don't know. Like
'Cause they
at,
think
at
I've
that
s-
point, I just played it on the computer. Like
He's like a
I was
super
so
cartoonish
new-
crocodile, right?
Yeah, yeah. I was super new to computer games. That, like, I remember playing like floppy disk games of like Elmo and stuff on like a Teeter Totter and some other shit where like they were like, ah, yeah, this game comes in dark mode because we don't want to have to fucking make white pixels. And I was like, baller, thank you. Like I remember that where it was like that used to be the format we did, and I was like, this is fucking great. And like there's like Math Blast and all that shit, but this was like I specifically remembered that floppy disk, and then like Power Pete was a little bit after that, but damn, like Power Pete fucking ruled. And
Wait, on an Apple II?
Yeah.
Were you on like the computer lab at your school or something?
No, my parents had.
Really?
My what was I gonna say? My parents, like up until 6th grade, my parents would let me play every video game except Grand Theft Auto because they said, "Oh, you kill hookers and like innocent people. This is like a very like evil game," and like because of Jack Thompson, that fucking loser, but then in 6th grade they were like, okay, for Easter we're going to give you Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I was like,
the weirdest-
fucking let's go.
Wait, I didn't even know there were Easter gifts.
Yeah, we got
Dude,
Easter
yeah, no.
gifts, man.
You got Easter gifts? You get like Christmas
Yeah,
too?
we got. Yeah, my parents were based.
Dude,
Like
you
in
get,
a lot of ways,
Easter-
they were kind of
Easter
based.
basket,
Like
yeah.
we got Easter baskets, and in my
Yep.
Easter basket was this thing for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And I remember like playing that game. I was like, "This is so cool." But back in those days, you had to use cheat codes to beat levels because they were like so complicated. Nowadays, like if you want to get the achievements, you can't use cheat codes. But that game was something. Although I still prefer GTA 4 and GTA 5 in terms of story.
I've never played GTA 4, but I've heard it's a slog.
What do you mean a slog?
Like as in
It's,
like
it's
because I've played GTA 3 and
troublesome to get
GTA
through.
5, and like I remember
It's a
I remember GTA
fight.
5 being like an absolute like roller coaster, like constantly going. It's like fast paced. You know,
No, it's like a good story, but it's kind of social justice-y. Like, spoiler alert, like at the end, like the guy, Nico Bellic, the main character, meets the guy that like was responsible against the war crimes against him, and like so you can either kill him or let him go. But it's like, why wouldn't you kill him? This guy's clearly evil. He didn't redeem himself in any way. He's just like a drunkard now. So like I chose to kill him, and that apparently was the immoral thing. But Rockstar learned its lesson in Red Dead Redemption.
don't
years
spoil it because
later,
I do plan to go back and play some of the Red Dead. I'm okay spoiling GTA 4 because I'm like I don't really want to go back, but Red Dead I'm kind of like
But they looked at it in a better
They learned
light.
their lessons in Red Dead.
Okay.
Red Dead is such a good game. I love Red Dead Redemption. That game was.
I like the
fucking
stuff you
lit.
can do in Red Dead. I like the characters and like the story of it. But I have the same problem with Red Dead that I do with Grand Theft Auto. I just despise the way those games control.
Oh really? No, they control naturally,
Well,
man.
I mean, did you play it with a controller or a mouse and a keyboard?
A controller. I played it on Xbox 360.
See, this is the problem. I always played it on a PC with a mouse and a keyboard, and I feel like no matter what I set my sensitivity to, it feels weird to control the guns, especially on horse.
It's gonna be really weird on like a mouse and a keyboard. You would want to like hook up a controller to play it.
Yeah, I know, but like once I'm aiming with a gun, I'm like, well, hold on, I want to aim it with my right hand, not with an analog stick.
Yeah, but maybe this goes to prove maybe consoles are really the master race to the underdog. But I think consoles are going to get more like PCs as we go on. Like
I mean,
the
they
next
already
console
have.
generation.
I mean, they're already on x86 architecture, or x64, I remember, which, but I don't know.
But PCs integrated that. They did the or at least laptops did the what's the little rubbery like dot that.
Are you talking about like the things they use as like a mouse alternative?
What?
Yeah, the mouse alternative. Yeah.
Oh, that's such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, no one uses that.
No, I know plenty of people that use that sort of thing.
Well, I'm not saying no one uses
I hook up
it,
a mouse in the USB port on my laptop.
Yeah, well, we're like a specific.
You remember your mother's favorite passage?
Like
Revelation
we're like that
21:6.
weird people that are like, okay,
I
yeah,
am
if
Alpha
we see
and
that dot, I could be able to use it, but then.
Oh no, you're not even
my
talking about the
generation.
touchpad. You're talking about like the stupid dot they put in the middle of the
rubber
keyboard.
dot with
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, that's.
I know so many people that use that thing.
Oh, I know. Like I know people that will use it, but like if only if there's no other option.
No, they use that in lieu of like they're like no fuck you like that one always makes me laugh like I like that's the thing it's like.
But hey, Winston, the nice thing about a PC is I can hook up a controller to go play my Dark Souls games.
True.
Because like the thing I like about like I like having a controller for like a third-person action game because I like having the two sticks. You know, I have a 360 degree of movement for my
camera
movement and then one for my camera as well. You know, but in a first-person shooter where like I'm controlling the camera and just moving forward and back, like I like that better, especially with strafing, and whatnot. But yeah, no, with a third-person action game or a platformer, yeah, give me a controller any day.
In a word, no.
Hold on, I'm just responding to a message. I was listening to what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm not anti-controller. I think there's like certain things that are the right tools for the job. And if I'm playing an FPS, it's like mouse and keyboard, baby. But if it's like platformer, hell yeah, give me my controller.
The automatic doors sealed when the flood.
Although I've been trying to get a 3090 these last few weeks, but my gosh, it's impossible to get one. And I'm not paying an extra grand to get a graphics card. Let's see. Fuck, not yet.
I know there's a lot going on, right? I didn't want you to.
I do like how they made Liam Neeson your dad in this game, Fed.
So much. We all have.
But hey, look, in this game's defense, he gets a few more lines than Patrick Stewart does in Oblivion. And by that, I mean like 100 more lines.
Alright, I'm back.
My fucking dad rules.
I can use the
and also,
intercom
if you saw my dad and you're like, yeah, that's your dad, you'd be like, oh my god. You'd look at it and be like, it's like baffling. Like it looks like Looper. Like I look so much like my dad. My dad was like, we're gonna like, yeah, your mother she gets to pick this name and I'll pick this name and that'll be you. And it's like, and then like my dad saw me and he was like, remember that thing we were talking about, like giving him that name and he was gonna be that name? No. Second. Like that was it. No discussion. They're both like, fuck. It's like, yeah, I look like a carbon copy of my dad. Like, except I'm just bigger than he is.
Better than a cellulite copy of your dad.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Easter gifts, man. You get to double dip, Winston. Though Easter gifts, like was it just like one thing basically? But
it was just one thing. The rest of it was Easter candy.
Yeah, well, dude, my mom still does that. Like, she still is like, she doesn't like. It's nothing like. It's like it's a tchotchke, is what we call it.
Is that really necessary?
So like, my mom got me a new shaver. Like, it's like a yeah, shave your face, motherfucker. That's like, okay, thank you. But like, she gave me like peanut M&Ms, and then she gave me like a handful of lemons and limes that she'd picked from her garden. And I was like, I appreciate these. Yeah, like
that was so that you can make drinks with them.
Yeah, no, no, trust me. I don't.
When your parents
do that.
enable you, rather than.
Dude, no, I don't normally drink with those things, but like I got them and I was like, oh, this is lovely. Like, yeah, and I use them for, like stuff. For sure.
You know why I know one of my older brothers is the best son. He bought a house with an avocado tree.
There you go.
No, he didn't.
He
okay,
did.
you
Well, he
gotta
didn't.
tell the story.
He did not intend He did not intend to buy the avocado tree. He didn't care. He just wanted a house. And
Dude,
so every week, without fail, you know, my mom will go over and she'll get some avocados.
Oh, you mean he bought a house that has an avocado tree?
Correct.
I thought you meant he sold an avocado tree and bought a house.
No. He bought
Yeah,
a
okay.
house with an avocado tree. He mainly got it because it had a
Okay.
big yard for a future dog he wanted, and she loves it back.
Aw.
Good pupper.
My parents are they're real quick. My parents, like, their yard is next. There's a tree that grows
So
in Brooklyn.
Well, it's a tree that grows grapefruit, and it leans over into our yard, and like some of the grapefruit like pretty high up there, but they're still in our yard, and like a defender stick for a lacrosse stick is 6 feet tall. Like the stick itself is 6 feet tall, and like from head to shaft, or tip to shaft, whatever you want to call it, bottom, top. Yeah, it's a shaft. There's a head to it. You cradle balls, all that stuff. There's a great fucking.
It was the only way
innuendos.
this conversation could have gone.
Yeah. And but so like as long as it's still on our side of the fence, it's a grand enough tree, and there's like a pretty decent harvest. They don't really give a shit. So like, and when it comes time for like the grapefruit tree is ripe, and it's just like there's a bunch of grapefruit, and she's like, it's on our side of the yard. We're fucking taking them. And it's like, yep. I go over there and I take my fucking lacrosse stick and I stand up as tall as I can and I pick grapefruit from
How are
our
you
side of
holding
the
up?
yard,
Need
and
directions?
like I pull them down
We're in
as
security.
like without bruising them, and I put them in a little basket. And I always give them to my mom because she loves grapefruits, and she just has some free ones in the backyard, and they're fantastic. We have some fat fucking squirrels around, but as long as you get to them at the right point, like they're
That
pretty
fucking
good.
squirrels. I'll have all of the grapefruit. Okay.
Can you imagine being a squirrel like with so much like there's no
I would
natural
imagine the
predators.
squirrel looks like Dionysus, basically, and it's just like he's just got grapefruits on his giant fat stomach. Like, yes.
Yeah, it's true. And it's because they get to run from fence to fence. They take out all of like the nice fruits in like the neighborhood. They don't give a shit. It's tropical weather, and then they hang out in like palm trees, and they don't give a shit. And so like we have some fat fucking squirrels. It sucks, but also my mom has a bag of peanuts that she has like
Fuses in
she's like
place. You should be
we have the
able to
little
access
mini
the
Australian
mainframe.
Shepherd,
No need
and
to come back to the control
she'll
room.
put peanuts out on not the top row of a fence, but she'll put it on the mid section of a fence, on that like the little ledge that it makes as the perpendicular of the reinforcing what is it, horizontal versus the vertical, and she'll put them all out on the line, and this fucking dog like doesn't want the peanuts, but she hears the bag of peanuts goes out and she's like, fuck, like I'm here to like watch the squirrels and fuck with the squirrels. And so like there's a whole bunch of fat ass squirrels that come out for the peanuts, and they have to like contend with this mini Australian Shepherd to even get close to them. It's awesome. It's really funny, actually.
I had a
get them for
blind
hours.
dachshund that would eat persimmons straight from the tree. He could not see. I'm serious. He could not see, but he could smell, and he would just go like, "Okay." He would just like he'd get up on his little hunch, and you'd see him like, "Okay, I kind of have the general area," and he would just grab the ones that were low enough. He'd grab it, and he would just fucking eat them. And I'd be like, "Dexter, what are you doing?" Mom wants to grow those, and he didn't care. He's 15 years old, blind as a bat, but he's like, I'm gonna get this fucking persimmon.
Awesome. What are persimmons? What are
They're
persimmons?
like
Minor
sweet
repairs still to be
citrus,
made
I
up here
think.
in the control room. Why don't you come back here and
They're
give me a hand?
citrus, I think. I'm pretty
Actually,
sure.
I think they're a citrus, but they're like sweet fruits. My mom made jelly with them years ago.
It's on your way back.
Wow.
Head back up to the museum.
Is your mom a good cook?
Yeah, I would say so. She doesn't cook a lot, but I'd say she's a good cook.
My dad is the one that does all the cooking. My mom can't cook for anything. She made, except for pork chops. She's good at pork chops, even though she doesn't eat them because she only eats chicken as her meat. She's kind of a semi-vegetarian. But she.
Fuck birds, I agree.
Yeah. But my dad does all the cooking, and he's a really good cook. But my mom, like her mother, my grandmother, like she would like cook pork chops and like steak and stuff. But she would cook it for so long that it became dry and hardened and almost like jerky. And it was like there was no juicy meat that they cooked. There was like only like dry stuff, like and they could because they cooked it all wrong. And my aunt and uncle, I'm sorry, my mom and my uncle, they like their stuff like really dry and things like that, and like because it reminds them of their youth, like I guess, but like because she hates juicy chicken and stuff, but that's how I like it. I like it the proper way, and so does my aunt on my dad's side. But my dad usually, when he cooks chicken, he cooks it like kind of halfway between how my mom likes it and how I like it. So it's kind of weird, but he makes the best pasta. He makes pasta with shrimp and asparagus, and he puts peppers and like some tomatoes, tomato like carvings like within it, and it is so damn good.
My dad tells stories about how he used to make like really bomb fucking macaroni and cheese, and it's like, where are you gonna make it? Nah. He just gets the Stouffer's because he's like, because it doesn't take. He goes, it doesn't take me like hours to make, and it's also like, he says it's about as good as the stuff he used to make. It's like, come on, just make it one time. He's like, no, I'm not gonna hand make the noodles and shit and do all that. All right.
My great grandfather could make Chinese food because he was Italian, but he worked with like on the railroads with a bunch of like people from China, and he actually like befriended a lot of them. And it's funny because like he was really young when he emigrated, so people he worked with, they taught him how to speak Mandarin and Cantonese Chinese. So like back when like my grandmom was growing up, like they would go to Chinese restaurants and he would like order like in their native tongue, and like that was pretty weird. So my great grandfather could speak like Chinese. It was pretty weird.
He'd speak fluent Chinese.
Yeah, he
that's
could.
Crazy. That's
they
crazy.
His friends at the railroad taught him, and they taught him how to cook like Chinese noodles and stuff like that.
That would be the weirdest thing ever. You'd just be like, what?
Yeah, so this is proof we can make Chinese food by the native population. We don't have to import immigrants over here.
Then what do we have all these Italians for, Winston?
Yeah, exactly. Because we have the recipes, and you know we have the internet, so our native born chefs can make it. Food
we got our own native Guidos.
Destroyed. Exactly.
We need our native Guidos. Damn it! How dare they try to corner the market on our Italians?
Yeah.
God, I have to actually fight these Enclave right now. Shit. Like,
well, Italians are the best. All the greatest people in the world were Italians, minus Dr. Fauci, who I'm sure when Salvini becomes PM, he doesn't count either. He was a thug.
Okay, he doesn't count.
He was really, he was
Sicilian?
German.
Wait, Capone?
No, Sicilians are based.
Wait, Capone was German? Are you serious?
No, he was Italian. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just saying.
I was like, I don't know.
No, for the sake of ethnocentrism, I'm just saying Italians do have the best people.
It's just like, wait a minute, Capone? Mr. Capone? What?
Yeah, Al Capone was a psychopath. He like killed people like for basically like just like because it would convenience him. Like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, he killed all the people who were trying to make a deal with him in like settling territories and doing like business exchanges just because it would help build his empire. He was a horrible person. Like Dr. Fauci.
Well, Yeah, I think we can all agree. Dr. Fauci
Yeah.
was one terrible asshole.
Yeah. I hope when Salvini becomes PM, he revokes like Fauci's Italian nationality.
I don't think he can do that.
Well, I'm sure he'll find a way.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think he can do that. I mean,
hey, Il Duce will find a way to do it.
I'm intrigued how one would do that, but like, I don't think you can.
Look, he's the God Emperor of Italy. All right, he'll find a way.
I'm just saying, I don't know if you can do that yet, even with. I wouldn't disapprove, but I'm just saying.
He'll do that, and he'll do it posthumously to Capone
Hush.
as well.
I guess. I mean.
Look, Ghost. You gotta believe it. You gotta believe it and mean it.
I mean, I don't disagree with this method. Oh wait, no, fuck. You're not even the cool Enclave. I blew them up in the second game. Ugh, fuck it.
The second game. Wait, did you play Fallout 4 before you played Fallout 3?
No, I played Fallout 1 and Fallout 2.
Oh, that's right. I remember watching you stream that. That's right.
Very different.
I forgot
games.
the Enclave is in those games. Yeah, that's a top-down one.
Yeah.
What happened to Fed Zeppelin? Did he just like pass out?
He's still here. He might have passed out.
Yeah. Fed,
Yeah.
we love you.
It's okay, Fed. And maybe he just got a drink or something.
Yeah. He's a cool guy. I like Fed Zeppelin.
He's a friend.
Yeah, friend of the show.
No, he's he's part of the Friday show, but friend of the weekly gaming show. But yes. Yeah, I mean, I hope Salvini does all that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, Salvini's going to be based when he becomes PM. They just need to have like free and fair elections. They can't rig anything.
Well, good luck with that. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Like, believe me. Like, I want you guys to have Salvini. Okay.
Yeah.
Curtis Friedel, we love Fed. Rest in peace, sweet prince. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you get Salvini, and then he gives, you true Italians a right of return in case things go poorly here.
Oh, yeah, Ghost, I'll bring you with me. I'll bring you, but you have to marry an Italian girl. Will you
No,
do
I'm
it?
good. I'm gonna go to Japan. It's okay. I promise to visit.
But what if Prime Minister Abe says no? We can't accept all these American refugees.
I will be working with him to do that. I'll help him. Who said I want to be a citizen?
You're gonna work with Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, I'm gonna work with him to keep out the immigrants. I will tell him of our ways.
That's awesome.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go be a consultant. All right, how to keep immigrants out. Very simple.
Do you want to hear something? Do you want
You
to
must ban
really
avocados.
funny?
You'll keep out every Californian. It's the only
Do you want
way.
to hear? Do you want to hear something really funny? Matteo Salvini and his partner in another party, Giorgia Meloni, they both follow Nick Fuentes on Twitter.
Well, he's one of the most influential Italian Americans.
Yeah. Who Salvini? Well, both Salvini and Fuentes, I believe, are. But yeah. Italian
Fuentes
Americans.
Italian?
Yes.
I thought he was. Oh, he's Hispanic.
Yeah,
as well.
he's Mexican, Irish, and Hispanic, and Native American.
Irish. I didn't know he was that non-white.
Yeah, all the Groypers are gonna go to Italy. That's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go there and plan a new Reconquista.
Well, I'll be in Japan waiting for you guys to clean up. Well, I'll make sure you armory back home.
Armor? What do we need? What do we need? Guns.
Yeah, what do you
Lots
guys
of guns,
need?
and
Let me
all
go.
of them start appearing.
I'll give you the access code to my storage unit. once you get to New California.
There's nothing anyone
Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
We used an old abandoned tunnel as an escape route. We need
Someone had to.
Yeah. Ghost, what's your favorite type of food?
Honestly,
yeah,
Nashville hot chicken.
Nashville hot chicken. I heard of Nashville hot chicken. I never had it, but I hear
it's effectively fried chicken that's like spiced with way too much cayenne pepper, and it's amazing. It's just
Sounds
amazing.
really good.
Also, Raziel,
I
thank
love
you
spicy
for
food.
Oh, it's so good. It's like the best iteration of like fried chicken ever. It's so good. After that, it's probably sushi. I can eat sushi forever. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just love
sushi.
sushi.
Can be good. You just got to find a good place that sells it. Cause
Oh,
I
absolutely.
Had
There are
one,
plenty of places that do mediocre sushi. You gotta be on the
Yeah.
lookout. Thank you for the trouble
had
again.
one-
Fool's Day.
I had one from this sushi place that gave me the most horrible diarrhea ever.
Oh.
I was like, I'm never going there again. But
Wise.
my favorite food though, is Indian food. I love Indian. food.
Really? I have
Really?
never met curry that I've had that was good.
Really?
I'm just not a fan of curry. Like it's like I always like I had a lot of opportunities. I maybe it's because I've only really eaten like Japanese curry, and maybe they prepare it differently. I was just kind of kind of spicy slop at times.
It's good. It's good.
The
All
texture,
that,
I don't know.
like,
the
sausage
texture,
is just-
the texture just doesn't work for me. I don't know what it is, but I was like, it should be better, but I was like, maybe it's not.
Now I could eat like Indian food like at least 3 days a week and be happy.
But it doesn't mess with like your stomach or anything.
No, the places I go are all really good. Like I go to this Indo-Pakistani restaurant, and like they're really good. And there's a place near me that does Indian food really well. The Indo-Pakistani place is kind of far off, but it's like no problem because they're like relatively cheaper. So I go there because I'm always one to stinge a buck. But yeah, I love Indian food and it doesn't mess with my stomach. I suppose if you go to like a really ratchety one, it'll like it can like fuck with you. But the ones I go to are like still in business. There's this one though that was really horrible that opened right next to the Chinese, and it's no longer there, but it was open for like 2 or 3 months, and it was they were trying to start up a chain of Indian food made by like normie white people, and like the diversity people would love this because like the normie white people, like we had it and like it gave some people like diarrhea and it just gave other people a bad taste in their mouth, that like they were like this is chicken tikka masala or this is paneer or whatever, and like it was like horrible. I don't want to say the name, I'll say it maybe in private, but like it was like the worst thing, and they're no longer there. They're no longer a franchise or anything, but basically you saw white people around the counter that were like saying things without like how you're supposed to pronounce them, like I don't know, and he didn't really
No,
look
wait
like
a minute.
chef
Didn't you
either.
just say we don't need them to make our food?
We don't, but we need the natives to teach. We need the immigrants to teach us how to make it, but they can do that in YouTube videos. This was like years before YouTube was like really that big.
No, I know.
But
I'm just
anyway,
having fun. Just fucking around.
you see, we're not trained like that. In Japan, you can go to a Mexican restaurant and it'll be all Japanese people making it, but it's still good
Well,
Mexican food.
I've only been to 2 different Mexican restaurants in Japan, and one was run by like a dude who lived there and his wife. And his food was okay, but like it was, I mean, it's not like it was genuine. It was like, it's okay. You know, believe me, I live in California. I've eaten a lot of fucking Mexican food.
Yeah.
Like, believe me, I know Mexican food for sure. But you know, it's like he didn't need to be there. Although, man, he had his daughter was half Hispanic, half Japanese, and smoke show, absolute smoke show. Tried to pick her up a few times when she was going to college classes.
Hold on. My VPN cut out, so
Oh.
I'm changing locations. Yeah, I'll go to Dallas. Alright, you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, for the sake of Joe Biden, which I'm sure he's going to do a thing to ban VPNs next.
Well, they'll try.
I do live in Dallas. I love Dallas. I love all the local Dallas stuff. Like the cowboy hat store near me.
The Boot Barn?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's almost like I've practiced for. You gotta understand, living in California is like living in one large game of Among Us, where you're always lose.
Oh, yeah?
That's the California authentic experience. It's like, I'm playing Among Us and I'm going to lose. And I know that I'm going to lose. But damn it, I'm gonna try.
Oh, jeez. California. America's third world.
I mean, sometimes I think the third world would be better.
Oof.
Yeah.
If you had to live anywhere in Latin America, where would you live?
Chile, maybe? I don't know.
I would say Chile, Costa Rica, Panama, Argentina, or Uruguay. I would probably choose Uruguay.
Really?
Yeah. Small population. People really get along with each other there, you know. Like, good economy. Seems pretty based. I would go there. Right between Argentina and Brazil. So you got that. Probably get some good Portuguese food too.
Learn some German while you're there, etc.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. It's cultural, Ghost. Come on. Those German immigrants didn't do anything wrong.
Listen, his grandfather died in Auschwitz. He just fell off a tower.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. It's always a classic joke. Listen.
This hot. What?
Listen, as a I was an ethnic German, alright? None of my ancestors are responsible for that, okay?
Really? They didn't bake cookies?
No, actually, my ancestors, they came to America before, back
Oh
in
yeah,
the 1700s.
that's right.
Hessian, baby. We got
Yeah,
the
that's
fuck out
right.
of that. We were like, no, we good. We're done. We're done with Germany. We're good.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
I know my heritage.
Yeah, my grandfather on my dad's side, he loved Mussolini. He thought he was great.
Well, wasn't great enough to win.
No, but he was like, he shouldn't have gotten in an alliance with Hitler, but like he was like, FDR should have given him a pardon. That was bullshit. But he really was into like right-wing politics. Like he loved Ronald Reagan.
Well,
Like he lived
I mean,
until
if
he was like
you've
90
answered your
something.
own question why FDR would never have given Mussolini a pardon.
Yeah.
I mean, like, come on.
Yeah, but he was really good. He owned like a little bodega, corner store. He they said he initially left Italy because he was kind of a gambler, and he like had to flee his debts. But once he arrived in America, he didn't gamble anymore. So
Is
or
there
maybe
any
he did
more
for a while and he had
Italian
to move
story
around.
than fleeing Italy because you have debts?
Look, we don't like paying taxes, but you know, that's an actuality. Actually, that's a good thing because it keeps the tax rate low, so people will be willing to pay the bare minimum.
Well, then I'll
So,
tell you this:
know,
I'm an honorary Italian. Because I also don't
right.
like to pay taxes.
Alright. I'll ask Il Duce Salvini to grant you that.
I don't want to go there. I just want to be granted honorary Italian status.
Alright.
Just
Okay,
because I don't like to pay
we
taxes.
can give you, like, observery.
Yeah,
Italian
exactly. I want like probational Italian status, not actual.
Yeah. Yeah, but he was there. He became like fully integrated into America. He loved this country. He had kids. They all went to school, despite him like having like a 4th or 3rd grade education. I think a 4th grade education, and he like made a business for himself. When the brothers were out during the 60s, he like hightailed it to the suburbs because like everyone was doing that. So
yeah.
Like, yeah, white flight. But anyway, but he had a good business for himself, retired, and really lived the American dream. It's pretty inspiring when you think about it.
Yeah, compared to the immigrants we get today, that is pretty inspiring.
Yeah.
It's hard.
But just like.
Yeah, you know, my who about your ancestors when they came here? Well, mine was killing fucking British people to buy his citizenship. What did yours do? You know, the greatest
Cross the
empire in
border.
the Sorry? Yeah, exactly. Walked really far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was in the military too. I think he served in World War I, and he like decided to leave the army like 2 days before he would have gotten like a retirement thing from the military because he like got the days wrong and he like screwed up, so he missed it by 2 days. But like he didn't care because he was making like so much money off of his bodega that, and this was like going to be going into the Great Depression. He like the whole community came together and really survived. So like it was pretty good. He had a nice Italian community where he was. There were also mobsters in there, but they basically did like petty stuff. Like they would get like gambling rackets. They would get like
Can't go any further.
I don't know. I don't think they got things that fell off a truck, but they might have been doing stuff like laundering money and like racketeering and like not paying taxes. You know, classic Italian behavior. So yeah. So like, but like they were really good with the community. Like during Christmas time, they gave every like family a bottle of whiskey.
During Prohibition, right?
During Prohibition and after Prohibition, I think they gave every family a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of something else, but I forget. Just to show their support for the local community. You see, even organized crime was wholesome back then.
Yeah, the problem... Organized crime used to have, like, a code of ethics to it.
Yeah,
more or less,
high
but-
trust society, organized crime.
I mean, yeah, I mean... like... you know, it used to. Man, yeah, Fed really is asleep.
Yeah, he passed out. I think he was kind of drunk before, just the way he was like talking. Like I enjoyed what he was saying, but he was like talking like a whole lot. And then I think he went to go get something and just passed out. So good on him, though. I like Fed. Fed Zeppelin, good friend. 10 out of 10. Would friend again.
Would friend again?
Would friend again. Still my friend. Would keep his friend.
That's fair.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I told you. I got hit in the last Twitter ban wave.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Twitter got worse again. Shocked, I say.
Twitter is like horrible. They're worse than Reddit.
My gosh.
Yeah.
If anyone had
But I
ever
got-
levied that at me, I'd probably just jump off a bridge and just be like, "Well, worse than Reddit." All right, goodbye, sweet world.
Yeah.
I've had enough.
I didn't even say anything controversial. I was just like liking all the wrong posts and following all the wrong people, and they were like, "Yeah, this guy's problematic."
Oh no. He has to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Gab though. Gab's really cool, but maybe a friend of mine who I have oversight of the Twitter account will come around maybe later this week and help him find his friends.
Help him find his friend. Well, I mean, obviously, I know Winston would never violate, rules.
No, I never break any rule ever.
Never.
I obey all
violate any
the
rules.
rules and all the laws. And I love the Joe Biden administration. It's literally the best since Barack Obama and George W. Bush.
And all the other acceptable people.
Oh yeah, Bill Clinton, it was all great. That stuff he did in the housing market which led to the 2007 financial crash, that was actually really good when you think about it.
Intergalactic four-dimensional chess, so that people that could have no access to credit could buy houses, obviously.
Yeah, it was actually good once you do a whole university.
Listen, bankrupting
examination
GM and making all the shareholders hold the bag, and making all the the normal everyday people pay the price, and having all the people working for the company get bailed out. That was a genius idea, absolutely genius.
Yeah. You see these short-term, short-sighted economic games, and the whole long-term.
But Winston, didn't you get your
$1,400?
I'm sorry, I meant $2,000, right? Because, this all pisses me off.
Yeah. You see, having a high time preference is actually good, because insert university argument here.
Yeah, you know what? Loading yourself down with thousands of dollars of debt, that's a completely practical solution, right? For a long term.
Exactly. The debt's imaginary, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, they're gonna totally wipe it all away, so don't worry.
I mean, they can just print as much. Okay, do you want to hear something funny? My mom was like, I don't get why they don't just make more people well off by printing more money. And I tried to I spent 2 hours.
Did you explain to her gravity?
Yeah, I spent 2 hours explaining to my mom how the Federal Reserve works. No, not how the Federal Reserve works. That was a 4-hour discussion.
That would have been much longer discussion.
Yeah, but I spent 2 hours explaining monetary policy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And at the end, she still didn't get it.
I mean,
she's a computer scientist, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I know plenty of computer scientists that also don't understand anything about economics. It's like.
I was great at economics in school. I always got high marks in economics.
Economics was always a fun class for me because I was always like, well, but this is all nonsense, right? You can't just create wealth out of thin air, right? Keynesianism doesn't work, right? You guys all get this, right? This is just a system of collapses, surrounded by
Do you remember that Sam Hyde 2070 paradigm?
I love that. It's
where he's
so.
He's like 2050 trash economy. We're going to compound trash, and everyone's going to get rich. But the bad side, gas, $25
a gallon. What about all those old people? Well, we're just gonna kill them.
We're just gonna kill them.
So, I had a bunch of Gen Xers, a bunch of Gen Xers and some of my millennial friends, and we were all hanging out at a cabin, right? Because we rented a cabin for our D&D group. Because we were like, oh, we'll play D&D over the weekend. We'll go hiking and shit. We'll go snowboarding. It was a fun weekend. It was late. We were done with everything we're doing. It's let me show you this video. And I showed them the Sam Hyde video where he does the TEDx talk. Everyone was on the floor laughing by the fucking end of it. That video is so good. I just love that he's dressed as a Roman gladiator.
Oh yeah.
It's that does not work as well if it was a podcast, but it's so good. It's so fucking good.
You ever see the one where he's at the Bernie Sanders meeting and he just disrupts the whole meeting, and it ends with them doing a lap dance near the person who's holding the meeting for Bernie Sanders when he ran in 2016?
I did not see that. That sounds funny.
That is funny. Let me see if I could find it. It's like in a bunch of Sam Hyde memes.
Trash economy.
Yeah, V-Day Bernie Pausen here. Let me copy it and I'll put it in the general. Alright.
Got how many of these figures there were.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny video. Do you know who FedEx Me Your Drugs is?
No.
He's a YouTuber. He is so damn funny. He goes to like these like random people on the street who are like wearing masks in like these really like blue districts, and he's like will talk to them about like George Floyd or like the vaccine mandates and stuff like that, and like he'll just follow them around with a camera even if they ask him to stop, and it's like Frank Castle almost, like how he's like harassing like people, but like he never really goes like full hard in aggro mode, but like it's just so funny. My friend Nate Smokes, he also streams on Trovo. He like has played every single FedEx Me Your Drug videos, and he's like interviewed like Jared Taylor on like his channel, and like a bunch of other people, like so like he knows, but he does that. He's like 14 Vaction News. What do you think about the vaccine mandate? And he'll just like throw in a bunch of stuff about like the side effects and like the globalist response on how we like everyone needs to obey them, and he'll like do subtleties like that. It's like so damn funny.
I mean, it'd be less funny if it weren't all. If it weren't all true, it'd be like, oh, that'd be funny. Imagine that insanity. And it's like, oh no, we live in this world.
Yeah. But he meets all these like liberal college white women, and like they all like have these cringe opinions. But every once in a while, he'll get like a based person.
Well, you should have listened to my conversation with Will Heron, who was complaining about his property taxes going up. And he's like, it's all because of COVID. There's not enough supply of houses on the market. And I'm like, yeah, but you wanted us to shut down the economy, Will. All right?
Yeah.
You
Well,
wanted us to, like, lock everyone in their houses and not let them build shit. Like, you wanted this. Now you have to pay the price for it, okay? You gotta eat your fucking vegetables.
Did he really want it, or did his, like, news station want it? 'Cause
No, he
Will's
did. Oh, no, no.
Will
Will
is
is
an
like...
individual.
Will is the most pro, like, lockdown person I know.
Are you serious?
Oh my gosh,
Will,
yeah. Will
what's
is
going
like
on,
the
big
most
guy?
super lockdown... Oh, yeah, Will is not based at all.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no,
Will.
believe me. Will's
Will,
a
you need to-
heel. Will's my heel. That's how low tier of a character he is.
I love Will, but we need to red pill him on the coronavirus question.
No,
I'm gonna send him.
no. Here's the amazing part. Like, he's the biggest Karen about it, and he had it and survived it with no consequences.
Me too. I had it when it first came out in February of last year.
I'm convinced
That
I'm
was-
immune to it.
Really?
I have the blood. I have the blood type.
Do you take vitamin C pills?
Nope.
No, I take vitamin C pills every day.
I don't even like. I'm not even like.
Two
I
of
don't even
them.
have like that good a nutrition regimen, you know. And like I've been around 10 different people while they were sick with it.
Oh,
Okay.
Did you see Rand Paul like grilling Dr. Fauci like
It's not
in
that
these
hard. It's not
hearings?
that smart. That's the thing.
Who, Dr. Fauci or
Dr.
Rand
Fauci's
Paul?
not that smart.
No, he's a con artist.
Yeah. He's cunning.
Yeah.
I'll give him that, but he's not that smart.
Yeah.
I've mostly just been laughing at his response to like, they're like, why isn't Texas's cases going up after they didn't listen to any of your advice? Oh, I don't know. Meanwhile, Michigan, where they've been like as hard about it as anyone in the nation, it's like, oh, it's going up again. Why is that? I don't fucking know. Why indeed is it going up, right? Almost like it's almost like sunlight will really help you not get sick, or staying active will really help you not get sick, and maybe not just crowding into grocery stores. It's a good way to not get sick, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I've been watching these Rand Paul Fauci exchanges. Like, Rand Paul just demolishes him, but like obviously these don't get played in mainstream news.
No.
Oh, Ghost, I found a video for you. It's Dr. Fauci with Stephen Colbert.
Ugh.
Here, I'm in the mood for an aneurysm. Let me watch it.
Yeah, that's. Tell me if you come back alive.
Alright, let me hit the dislike in advance.
Sure, that will get filed away. Let's just memory hole this dislike, shall we?
The important thing is to get vaccinated as quickly as you can, says Dr. Fauci, because all the native-born population has to be sterilized.
Now, I don't know if they're gonna be sterilizing people with it. That doesn't
They're gonna
mean
have.
doesn't mean I'm not. It doesn't mean I'm gonna get vaccinated. I'm not doing that. I'm 100% not getting vaccinated.
No.
Like, there's no possible way I'm getting the vaccine.
I know people who have friends that are contract tracers that can well,
actually, sorry, if anyone's
maybe.
officially asking me, I'm vaccinated. Let me just go get my card. I just need to get some cardboard real quick.
Yeah.
Mission
I'm gonna be
accomplished.
vaccinated. I'm gonna have like 13 of the vaccines, each one, some of them multiple times, just to be super.
I'm just gonna get all 3 just to be safe.
And I also love the UN, the WTO.
Well, you know, the WHO said
really
we don't believe in vaccine passports. Yeah, I'll believe that. Just like it wasn't, you know, transmissible. Now it is, and then like it's whatever China says.
Yeah, China is our greatest ally, really, along with Israel.
That's not even real.
No. What is real? You know, it's all subjective, man. You can't have this ethnocentric bias. You know, don't you read Reddit?
I'm just saying. Okay, wait a minute. Value is subjective. But
no, I'm just
your
messing
values.
Guys, don't you trust the science? Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, just like the science that was bought off tell us that sugar isn't what's making you fat; it's fat that's making you fat. You know
If
that?
you go on Wikipedia and search in paleo diet and keto diet, they say it's a fad diet that's like a conspiracy, when really like that's like for like well, actually kind of for white people, not to get like racial or anything, but seriously, that's kind of the like the only diets that'll help you like lose weight if you're overweight. Like, I've done keto and I've lost like 20 pounds so far.
I don't know any group of people that hasn't been helped by keto.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Even East Asians, because they can usually handle their carbs
Well,
better. That's
generally
why
they
can
have
do
better
mukbangs.
metabolisms. And if you look at like specifically like the Japanese diet, like they specifically eat other things that help their metabolism, like miso soup and other stuff. Like they're not just eating like tons and tons of rice. Like, yeah, they'd be they'd be insanely heavy, but like their
Does
diet is
miso-
like and ginger and other stuff that kind of processes it better. Sorry. Winston, did your VPN go out? Did I get kicked? Yeah. Oh no, I'm still here.
My VPN cut out again. Hold on.
I had a feeling.
Hold on. It fucked up, right? Yeah, I just traveled to Salt Lake City.
Oh, fun. Yeah, I don't. Well, you were asking me about miso soup before you cut out. I didn't get the question.
All right, I'm back. So, do they sell ginger like in vitamin form?
Yeah. There's pretty certain they sell like ginger in vitamin form. Ginger is also a huge part of like the specific Japanese diet.
Yeah, I'll have to pick some up because doesn't that help your metabolism and also your immune system?
I believe so. Yeah, I think ginger has a lot of positive effects on the body.
I'll have to pick some up. I take cinnamon vitamins every day. They really help me out, along with I don't exercise really as much as I should, but I do go on like frequent walks with my dog.
Well, especially when you talk about like Japanese people, they have to walk everywhere because it's really fucking expensive to own a car there. Like everyday people are like they're on trains all day and walking around like a really vertical city.
Right.
That's like that keeps them active, more or less.
All right. Let me see what Dr. Fauci and Stephen Colbert have to enlighten us with more. No. Don't be sorry. I was talking to you.
No, I'm sorry that you have to listen to that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're gonna subject yourself.
Well, I'm choosing to give myself brain damage.
I know.
It's my body, my choice, Ghost. Come on.
Oh, you have to get vaccinated. I remember that.
Oh yeah.
That's.
I'm taking 13 of the vaccines, like a combo of each one. I really hope my DNA gets fucked up and I have mutant children. Maybe one of them will have
maybe
superpowers.
one of them will get to be Magneto.
Magneto, yeah. I can have my superpower kid.
If only real life actually worked like that. Or give him a real superpower like autism.
Yeah, autism is a superpower. Do you want? Okay, I'm pausing the video. Do you want to know something? You know the whole controversy about vaccines giving people autism? The reason that is officially denied is because of a line item statement in the Patriot Act when that was like passed in 2002 or 2003, stating it was literally like a line item within the Patriot Act saying, by the way, in addition to like security overreach, vaccines don't cause autism. And it was lobbied by Eli Lilly. Now, I'm not anti-vaccine like as a whole, but I'm anti-getting multiple vaccines in one day that like a lot of doctors try to peddle onto people, and also like vaccines that aren't well tested.
Yeah,
and so is my mom.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable position to have as an adult, you know, like, hey, have you tested this? Oh, it's like, well, okay, come back to me when you fucking tested it, okay? Right? Like, are you kidding me? Like, if I told you, like, hey, you know, I've got this untested thing, are you gonna put it in your body? Like, no? And you tell me, oh, here's a polio vaccine. It's like, well, what are the consequences? Well, I mean, it might have some consequences, but it's been tested for, you know, 50 years and shit, right? And, like, it's not a mass sterilization or, you know, like mass horrible thing that's happened from it. Like, oh, okay. You know, sure. I think this is relatively safe. I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take, right?
Right, yeah. That's,
you know, like,
that's why I take it.
Believe me, like, if this were 10 years later and it's like, oh, don't worry, we've a whole bunch of people, they've gone through it, and they're all fine. It'd be like, okay, I'm still not taking it because at this point we've probably eradicated it because you've forced this vaccination on everyone, right?
Right. Yeah. But with this new one, there are definitely new strains, and they're even more dangerous and spooky than the previous ones. So that's
I just
why we
kind of
got
see it
to
like a
trust Dr.
flu
Fauci.
shot, you know?
Yeah, booster shot.
Right. I don't take flu shots. I just, if I get the flu, I'm in my 20s. It's the flu.
No, I take flu shots every year because they're deadlier than the coronavirus. But no, besides that, I do take flu shots every year, even though they're not like as effective. Like they have a 20%, but I've had the flu before, and it's like awful.
I don't know. I mean, it sucks, but like, not enough for me to be like, I'm gonna get the flu shot. I'd be like, yeah, maybe, but actually not even maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's not enough of an impediment to my life to get the flu. But you are right, it is worse than the Rona.
Yeah, it's definitely deadlier. The coronavirus is like more unpleasant to deal with, like in a short term, but it's.
I don't know. I've had swine flu, and that's the sickest I've ever been.
No way, you got swine flu when that came out?
Yep, I had swine flu.
Oh shit. I don't know anyone that had swine flu, but when that came out,
I know people that died from
and
swine
apparently
flu.
a girl got it. Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, how quickly was that eradicated? Where this coronavirus
like
is
a
like
month.
lasting forever?
It was like a month.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality of that is that Democrats were in control of executive bureaucracy, and they didn't really see an opportunity. They didn't really visualize a good way to capitalize on it. That's what it really is. They just didn't want it. Because wasn't that 2012? What year was this?
No, that was like 2010. Or maybe it was 2009. 2009.
The hell? What year was this? Because, let me see. Help me contextualize what happened. Where is it? Come on. Fucking, I hate this game. It takes hostage my cursor. One moment. There we go. I have my cursor back. Swine flu US. Because I know China gets swine. It was 2009.
Thought so.
Yeah, it was like April of 2009. Yeah, it didn't. I don't think it had any like political. They didn't really see like a political opportunity with it at the time. And were they pushing Obamacare at that time?
I don't know. I think that was before.
No, because
maybe
remember they got wiped out.
I think Obamacare was afterwards.
Well, they got wiped out in the 2010 midterms. And they needed the swine flu to give the appearance of them being in control, so that government could handle, healthcare. But I think they didn't. That's why they didn't use it like they did this time, where they needed to appear that nothing was in control and things are like breaking down. So that's why I think they handled swine flu completely differently, and why they eradicated it really quickly. It wasn't like a weekly event, like how many cases it was.
Right.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, believe me, if it were a different situation, they would have handled it completely differently. But it didn't benefit them to overreact to it or try to go after civil liberties. That was their plan, when they had continued their supermajority and like gotten continued increased power,
Right.
But I mean, believe me, swine flu sucked ass, dude. It killed a lot of people. It was terrible. But you know what we didn't do? We didn't like shut everything down. We didn't put everyone in masks. We didn't completely intentionally overreact, and and guess what?
Yeah.
It literally burned through us. Now, obviously they're different. Swine flu and corona are two different conditions. But it was different, unfortunately.
Okay. By the way, I'm probably gotta leave in like 5 minutes. Just heads up.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for hanging. I'm shooting zombies. Well, not zombies, ghouls.
Yeah, ghouls. The super mutants.
Let the doctors work. Didn't actively try to debunk treatments. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was helpful. I'm sure all the people that, weren't treated with something that could potentially help them were all happy, right? Well, the bad orange man recommended this, so we can't use that. It's like, are you kidding me? People should be put in jail for disinformation.
Yeah.
I'm not really for, private citizens being put in jail for First Amendment violations, but when you're a government official, I think we can prosecute them, right? It's ridiculous. Hard locked door. When are we gonna get you to play some games with us sometime, Winston?
What do you mean? What game? Well, usually I play console games. So what kind of games would you want me to play?
Well, there are games like, Warzones that have, crossplay. There are crossplay games we could play.
Yeah, I can play Warzone.
And I don't know, do you have a PlayStation or an Xbox or both?
I have an Xbox, and I have an Xbox One and a PlayStation 4, but I don't have the new consoles, the current gen ones.
Okay, I mean, I have a PS4. We could potentially game on PS4 as well.
Right.
Oh shit, this enemy's big. Oh. That guy's in trouble. He's fucked. Oh no. We're up. That. Oh yeah, I mean, sometime we'll get some game going. We'll get some fun.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm gonna head out, but it's been fun talking to you. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, of course, man. It's fun chatting with you as well. Oh, sometime I'm gonna start printing my own cryptocurrency for my stream.
Okay.
So it's effectively something based on Algorand, and it's gonna be how I like do giveaways for my channel. So it's gonna be something I give out to people. Yeah, it's gonna be something like I give out to people that like donate to my channel, or they support me with like mana or something. Like it's effectively I'm gonna like give a survey out to people that don't know. They give me a receiving address for their wallet. I send them this currency, and when it's like when I'm doing like a giveaway, it's like I'll go look and like, okay, I've got 20 from this person, 10 from this person given back, and that's how many entries people will get into like raffles or contests or whatever. And it's like, it cost me like 20 cents to set up the currency, and I'm like, okay, if it works, that's kind of cool. Otherwise, whatever. You can, I think, just make like a free wallet and just only use this for that or something. Like, they're not worth anything functionally, but I think it's a creative way to interact with the stream and whatnot. That could be fun.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Yeah.
What's it going to be called?
Oh, Ghost Coin.
Ghost Coin, cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'll look forward to that.
Yeah. So.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's all. Yeah, it's something. If you re-up, like it'll be when people re-up their sub or donate to the channel, like it's like, okay, here you go. Thanks for the support, obviously.
All right, yeah, keep me posted, and yeah, we'll play Warzone sometime, or some kind of cross-platform game. I usually my PC's like I gotta build a PC for myself. But yeah, we'll do that. By the way, is Rainbow Six Siege cross-platform even with computer players, or is it just PC? Is it just Xbox and PlayStation?
I'm not sure. I would imagine if it's got Xbox and PlayStation crossplay, that it's got crossplay with PC as well. Because that's usually a bigger bridge for them to gap than like PC to console. Usually the big gap is like if they're already Xbox and PlayStation, then it's likely that they've got PC and PS4 and Xbox.
Alright, okay. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna head out and I'll see you later.
Yeah, you have a good night, man. Great talking with you.
You too. You too.
Wow, this guy has so much health. Holy shit. Holy hell. Oh, how I'm going to deal with that enemy. I suppose heal up, use the shock sword maybe. Possibly that may have to be the one. Fuck. Forgot about the addiction. I'm at the addiction threshold. Well then. Dock sword, here we go. Oh! Fire! Hot! Ow. Maybe what we do is this. Save. Bring you to the Citadel.
This ain't a tourist trap. You civilians get topside immediately. Up here, engaging. Where?
Garza, damn it. Of course. Almost at 300. I've almost reached the Citadel. Unfortunately, I needed Fed awake. Garza, run! Garza, run! Come on! Come on! Come on! Fuck. Yo, I'm gonna forget. Shit.
Now is not a good time to be.
What is it? Are you... What is it?
Wait. There we go. That's a much better way to approach this. Alrighty, let's shoot that guy. What? So apparently, that roamer is right there. Yep. There we go. Hello, friend. Ah! $300.
Hostile incoming.
Alright, let's do it. Oh, Garza, are you kidding me? Fucking hell, Garza, you run right over there? Frustrating. Holy shit. Like 80 ghouls down there? What the fuck? Interesting. Whoa. Oh shit. That have all the mines? Crap.
Now is not a good time.
Lee, fuck. Ah, of course. Take this. Fully armored. Stim pack. Psycho. Buff out. Let's roll. Wow. That's ridiculous. Oh, Lee, why are you running there?
Hey, where?
All clear here.
Really? Worthless. All right.
Hey. Glad that's over.
Well. Why the fuck would you run right up there, Dr. Lee? Unbelievable. Mentats in the toilet. Jet. Jet. One step. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey.
No, I just don't really... I'm not really in the mood to see if Trovo has a problem with that. Oh, ah! Game crashed. Hold up. I mean, this isn't all ages channel one step, okay? So, yes, there could be a problem with that. So, potentially. But, you know. Oh, fuck you! No! Fucking hell. Don't run out. Fucking Garza, are you kidding me? Useless. Absolutely useless human.
Now is not a good time to be talking. I am feeling...
Got even less health than he did before. Oh well. Wait, I already looked at everything here? I did. Potentially. One could potentially see trouble with that. Somehow I have to keep Garza from running in and getting himself killed. All of you, get the fuck in here. And don't ever return until I've killed all the ghouls.
This ain't a tourist trap. You civilians get topside immediately. We've got company.
Oh, what?
Lie down, people.
Fuck! Hey, Carlos Dinko, how are you doing, sir? Get in there. Garza, get the fuck in here. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, now I've got this problem. Well... Oh, hell. I got stuck. I got stuck. Alright, what I need to do... Well, that helped. One sec, folks. This is Fallout 3, one step. Shit, they killed Garza already. Fucking hell. Alright. As soon as I cross that threshold, they come in. Garza, don't. No. Fuck. Game crashed. This would be a lot easier if the game weren't crashing all the time.
What is it?
Now to deal with the rest of my problems, now that I've solved the Garza question. Damn it. Alright, I think I can just shoot these ones and then mine the rest of them. Do I use the tri-beam? Yeah, why not? Screw it. There we go. 6 caps, but safe, he said. Turned out the repeater rifle was the way to go. Fascinating. Now, the question is, how do I burn these without exploding myself? Alright, gas leak solved. The freaking motorcycle was about to explode and kill me. Alright.
This ain't a tourist trap. You civilians get topside immediately.
What is it?
Up we go. Now that we're past Brotherhood checkpoints, there shouldn't be any enemies. Shouldn't. Of course. What's up, Keith Consumer? How you doing, sir?
I believe I can handle things from here.
Where did everyone else go? Why is only Garza here?
You again. State your business.
Get us in, Lee. How's it going, man?
I am Dr. Madison Lee. I have people with me in need of shelter. You must allow us access at once.
I'm sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized civilians allowed inside the Citadel. You'll have to leave now.
Lions! I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. You open this goddamn door right now.
That was fast.
Hail. What do you need, civilian? That's an affirmative. You're clear to enter.
I like this game a lot, Keith. I do.
Stop now. We need to keep going.
Suppose it's time to make my energy weapon stat high. Let's see. Repair woman? No. Realist? No. Fast metabolism. 20% health boost with stim packs. Would be nice. Oh wait, it caps out my intense training? I didn't know that. Oh! Oh! Good friend! Johnny Medieval has just renewed his subscription over on Trovo. Not for 1 month, not for 2 months, not for 3 months, no, but for 4 months. Johnny Medieval, thank you so much for your continued support of the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Boo Crew, the Hullabaloo, the Undead Underground, the Emperor Science, the Boulder Guys Posse, the Phantasm Phalanx. Thank you so much, Johnny Medieval, for your continued support of the Sector Battle experience that is the Ghost Gang. And remember, Johnny Medieval, the only way in and out of this gang is in a body bag. Thank you so much, Johnny Medieval, for your continued fucking support. Woo! Thank you. And good morning to you, Johnny. How you doing? All right. You have a higher chance to critical hit. Let's see. Yeah, powered by money could be good. How's it going, Johnny? Thank you for the continued support, man. And you will be getting plenty of Ghost Coin when that goes live. I just have to figure out... I've got to do some testing, and unfortunately, Fed's asleep, so I can't test it. 1 day remaining to do that. Thank you, of course, for the support on Prime as well, man. I appreciate that. Scoundrel. Scrounger's fun. I think I'm actually going to take Scrounger. You thought he was going to make me do the speech twice in a row? I appreciate that. Actually, I should probably wait out my high. I appreciate that, Johnny. Wait. Do I have head trauma? Oh. Oh. I should probably not be wearing the Enclave armor here. Hindsight, of course. Main story plus DLC plus quests that I want to do, Johnny. That's my that's what I plan to do. Fucking A. That's crash number 150 tonight. Yeah, the plan is to get to high level.
Hail. You have my condolences. Your father was a good man.
Nexus. I'm doing with Nexus, Johnny.
The most we can do is carry on his spirit. Live as he would have. Make our world a better place.
They're these holotags.
Scribe Jameson. She is our keeper of the scrolls. She will want to know what you have found. She spends most of her time in the archives. You'll find them in A-Ring, near the... The outcasts are a result of my greatest mistake, but a mistake I'm proud of nonetheless. When I came here, I realized for the first time that the Brotherhood's technology could truly save the survivors in this wasteland. I chose to help them, even if it meant putting the Brotherhood's interests at risk. Some of my soldiers called me a hero. Others called me a traitor. The dissenters left my command, calling themselves outcasts to mock me. I cannot fault their dedication, even if I find them lacking in compassion. Only in a very broad sense. The Brotherhood's oaths are to protect humanity's progress.
Yeah.
Not necessarily every human. The outcasts and members of the Brotherhood in other places consider it a waste to protect most people. After all, they say, everyone knows how to make another human, but the secrets to making a P-94 plasma are all but lost. Even now, a year after they left, the wounds of their departure are still sore. Some of my soldiers are angry about it. They see it as an insult to me. Bless them for their loyalty. They're more angry about it than I ever was. Others understand their decision. Sometimes I hear them wondering if they should have gone with them. I can't blame them, but I stand by my decision, and I respect
I guess I could check the unofficial patch for load order issues.
Has it been worth the cost in lives and resources to protect people like you from the super mutants? You tell me. I suspect my daughter's squad helped save your life, and most of our recent recruits have come from those we've saved over the years. It's cost us, but we've saved many lives, and made the capital wasteland a place where people can live. Yes, I'd say that's been worth it. Yes. More than anyone else, I dare say. Certainly enough to know they're the greatest threat the capital wasteland has ever faced.
Enclave.
The Brotherhood of Steel has encountered the Enclave before, you see. Over 30 years ago, back in California.
Fallout 2.
Then they were led by a President Richardson. Now we've got this Eden to contend with. It matters not now. As before, they seek to control and destroy. All in the guise of restoring order. Your father, I fear, was just the beginning. The Brotherhood is an old organization going back to the years just after the war. We are but a part of it. What would you like to know? The Brotherhood began on the West Coast. It exists there still. We were dispatched to this location many years ago. In truth,
Yeah, I do have to save often, unfortunately.
Steel has been struggling for years, both here and back home. Honor, truth, courage. These virtues seem to have little meaning in these troubled times, I'm afraid. Ah, no. That's the real question, isn't it? Our orders were, and are, to acquire any and all advanced technology. And we have, to the best of our abilities. But when I realized the extent of the super mutant threat, I felt it was my responsibility to aid the people in their struggle against them. Unfortunately, my superiors back west disagree with my assessment of the situation. They feel I've grown too attached to the local populace. And they're right. In any event, the Enclave's arrival changes everything.
That it does.
It's been over 20 years since we arrived, and we've been struggling to contain and eradicate the super mutants for nearly as long. With the arrival of the Enclave, I have a terrible feeling the super mutants are the least of our worries. What? Would you believe no? It's pathetic, really, considering we've been fighting those abominations for nearly 20 years. In all that time, all we've managed to do is to contain the threat, hold them back so they don't overrun every blasted settlement out here. But we don't really know.
Wait a minute, Johnny. Does the GOG version have the unofficial patch built in, and could it be doubling up?
And now here we are, holed up in our citadel, low on. Madison, I'm surprised to see you here. What can I do for you?
Don't talk down to me, Lyons. I had nowhere else to turn. You must help us. Project Purity has been overrun.
Yes, I'd heard reports of an incident there. What details can you give us?
The Enclave. They've attacked Project Purity. James is dead. There may be more, I don't know. You have to do something.
Then it's as we feared. Medicine, I'm sorry this happened. I wish we could have done something.
Then do something now. They've taken over the Purifier. Lions, they cannot be permitted to have control over it. It's not right.
No. Calm down. You know as well as I do that the Purifier doesn't work. It's useless to them. Perhaps it's time to walk away.
That's not true. James, he found what's been missing. We know how to get it running.
Roy Baser, thank you for the 3 lemons. 4 lemons. 5 lemons.
No, I don't think...
And the ice cream. Thank you, Roy Baser, for the 15 lemons.
I just don't know what's happening anymore.
All right, Madison. It'll be okay. Now, this is James's daughter, I presume? I can see the resemblance.
Yes. She knows what we need. Vault-Tec computer, something to locate equipment. Please help her.
Very well. We'll sort this all out.
I need to rest. Rothschild should help you, but don't forget that he's Brotherhood. I've never trusted them. Be careful what you tell them.
Hail.
What do you need? And I have worked.
I've been meaning to ask you, what's on your mind? I ran the command on the Enclave position.
About some crazy things going on out there in the capital wasteland. But this
What?
just might beat them all. I've been getting some scattered reports.
Fuck. Fuck.
Hail.
You have my
I like to think this... I think I originally pirated this game. I like to think this is like some weird karma.
Madison, I'm surprised to see you here. What can I do for you?
Don't talk down to me, Lion. I had nowhere else to turn. You must help us. Project Purity has been overrun.
Yes, I'd heard reports of an incident there. What details can you give us?
The Enclave. They've attacked Project Purity. James is dead. There may be more, I don't know. You have to do something.
Strange.
Then it's as we feared. Madison, I'm sorry this happened. I wish we could have done something.
Then do something now. They've taken over the Purifier. Lions, they cannot be permitted to have control over it. It's not right.
No. Calm down. You know as well as I do that the Purifier doesn't work. It's useless to them. Perhaps it's time to walk away.
That's not true. James, he found what's been missing. We know how to get it running.
Is that so? Does the Enclave know this?
No, I don't think... I don't know. I just don't know what's happening anymore.
All right, Madison. It'll be okay. Now, this is James's daughter, I presume? I can see the resemblance.
Yes. She knows what we need. Vault-Tec computer, something to locate equipment. Please help her.
Very well. We'll sort this all out.
Good to see you.
Got a second? Go on. You heard...
I need to speak with you, Father.
Okay, I didn't realize I was stuck.
Hail.
I've been talking with the other members of the Pride. We want to assault the Purifier, Father, now. The Enclave must pay for what they've done.
You may be a...
You just managed to get yourself into all sorts of trouble, don't you?
All right, woman.
Welcome to the Citadel. Not many civilians get to see the place. I've read the report. I figured those radio transmissions were just old recordings. Never figured the Enclave would actually show up, in the flesh. But don't worry. Whatever they try, we'll be ready for it. I'll lead the Pride to knock them out tomorrow, if my father permits it.
You want to go raid a frickin' base that has tons and tons of dudes in it. Okay. Good luck.
You've seen them. If we can figure out where... It's the best of the Brotherhood, bar none. No one gets in without my say-so.
Completely ruining my day.
Garza, you got messed up.
So, what's the latest report?
There's been another behemoth sighted in the wasteland.
Save often. Let me just look something up. Hold on. Let's see. The error correction version. All you need to do is the multi-core threading fix. Hold on, the error correction version. Oh, sort it by... Whatever. Oh, good. Yes.
I will serve the Citadel and Elder Lions until my dying breath. Is there any better life?
The Enclave seems to have developed advanced plasma-based weaponry.
May I start by saying that I am sorry for your loss. I was acquainted with your father many years ago. The world has lost one of its few remaining visionaries. Think nothing of it. Now, Dr. Lee has explained your predicament. You need to locate some Vault-Tec equipment.
Sure, I mean, if they want to.
A Gek? Goodness, no. Certainly not.
Fed, did you wake up?
There are some who doubt such a device really exists. If, however, you share your father's possibly.
Be right back.
I'm afraid I won't be able to assist you directly. The news Dr. Lee has brought will require me to be elsewhere. I can, however, give you access to an old pre-war computer from Vault-Tec. It may have the information you need.
You'll find the terminal in the archives in the A-Ring.
Alright, I'm back. Hey, Koteda, Koteda Mo Piva, how's it going?
You are welcome. If you require further assistance, I may be able to help.
Alright. Vault-Tec computer to locate a gank. Let me see, what's the bobblehead in the Citadel? That's what I'm trying to remember. The Citadel bobblehead is... energy weapons? Because I know there's a bobblehead here. Wait, is there no bobblehead in the Citadel? No. Really? Can't be right. I could have sworn. I guess not. Oh, maybe there's not. Well, shit. There's not. Huh. Okay. I guess it's not here.
Hail. Welcome to the Citadel. Just remember, you're a guest in our home. I expect you.
Outsiders in the Citadel.
Armor, you say?
The elders sent word of your arrival. Now, I'm really very busy. Is there something you needed? You want to... Indeed I can.
Actually, shit.
No
I still have to
need
go.
for those headstrong knights with their pop guns and bravado. It is the scribes who make the Brotherhood what it truly is. The brawn is useless without the brain. Each order of scribes is dedicated to a unique field, all equally important, all more important than those dim-witted grunts.
Sure. Thanks, Johnny. Alright, we're back.
Order of the Sword, Order of the Shield, Order of the Quill, Weapons, Defenses, and Research, respectively. Sword, of course. Weapons, my girl. You name it, I've helped someone kill it. I'm the proctor of the Order of the Sword, you see. Weapons research, development, and maintenance, all my responsibility. Let me know if you... So they have plasma weapons. Bah! It's strong technology, I'll give you that, but limited in modability.
I've already started removing the compensators on our laser weapons to cut through the Black Devil power armor of theirs.
We'll drop them like any other meat, don't you worry. Foul, detestable beasts. They're like an infestation. We cut them down and they return again. Always so
Why indeed? Why indeed are they capturing people? Does beg the question, does it not? Phone?
Quartermaster Durga here. We run a tight ship.
Hell darn it all. Karn! What's up, Karn? How you doing this morning, sir? Why is there a door against that wall?
Very well. Thank you for the update.
Elder Lions?
Finding your way about all right?
Outsiders in the Citadel.
Oh, he's so cool.
Hail.
Ad Victorum. What?
Hail. Hail.
Hail. What aid can I offer you?
Burnt books everywhere. You'd think they would clear those out. How goes, Karn?
Look, the Enclave has the
There's
tech.
been
They
another
have the
who was sighted
resources.
in the wasteland.
But do they have the
Go
power?
on. Hail. Name's Greg. Heard about that mess over at the Purifier. Now that's a story. The only reason I'm here is because of Elder Lions. You see, I grew up... It's about 500 clicks to the northwest. Place is a nightmare. 3 irradiated rivers coming together. People there, but the Brotherhood of Steel came down on the place with a righteous hammer. They called it the Scourge. It was a Brotherhood operation. They marched in and swept the place clean. Most of the people there were half mutated, cancer. And these people, rape gangs, torture squads. It was pure chaos there. The Scourge is the best thing that could have happened to it. This was way back, before the Citadel was fortified. Part of the early recon after the Brotherhood first arrived. One night, a squad of brothers led by Paladin Lions swept into the city from over Mount Wash, tearing apart anyone who stood against them. They were completely outnumbered, and still they razed that place to the ground.
Dang.
As they swept through, the Brotherhood policed up every non-mutie child they could find. Turns out there weren't that many. Me and maybe 20 others. The younger we were, the less of a
The
chance.
fuck, Karn? Are you okay?
It was ugly work, no doubt. Done. I'll never forget the sight of the Brotherhood of Steel breaching the breast of the mountain.
I suppose you have a thing for Indonesian girls then. Well. Gave her the big nut. Was it a reset you had to take?
Elder Lyons brought us all back to the Citadel. He said it was the safest place he knew of. This place was still being converted. He put us in as initiates and kept a watchful eye over us. He was tough. He taught us to stay alive. The man's like a father to me. Nah. The amazing thing is Elder Lyons. He risked everything. Went in outmanned and outgunned. I'll never be able to thank him enough. So I do my best to serve the Brotherhood. I know that that's what he really wants. In time, I'm sure you'll understand. There's meat under that armor, and meat can be grabbed. Hell, I've killed more of those yellow Frankensteins than any other member of the Pride. Except maybe Gallows, those crazy solo night ops of his.
Captain Karn of the mountains.
Now, I see the Brotherhood's one thing, but the Pride, best of the best. Every damn one of us. Handpicked by Sentinel Lyons herself. Hell, I do it all. Recon, demolition, tactical assault.
I don't think
Hell.
so.
That's heavy.
We'll hold through. Glad to see you and that egghead Lee made it here in one piece. I heard what happened to that purifier. Hell. Man, I don't know. Fighting uglies is one thing, but we've never gone up against anyone that well trained or organized. Even their tech is better. Don't get me wrong, the Pride's in it to win it. And I'll go down shooting if I have to. I just hope I don't have to. Man, nothing dies like an ugly. I once saw Colvin snipe the leg off one at 200 yards. Thing pirouetted like a figure skater. You, my friend, are talking about the most elite fighting force ever assembled within the Brotherhood of Steel. Each of us was handpicked by Sentinel Lyons herself. You can't even realize what an honor that is. Sarah defines combat excellence. Me? Heavy weapons, miniguns, missile launchers. If it's bigger than a human and goes boom, I'm all over it.
Alright.
Hail to you, stranger. I am Knight Captain Dusk, in service of Steel. My story? I blow the head off anything more than 200 meters downrange. I'm the best shot in the Brotherhood of Steel, bar none. Not even Colvin can match my kill count. That's my story. Hey, Wasteland Hugh! Honestly, I can't wait to see if one of those helmets can stop a hollow point round at 100 yards. I can tell you that those heavily armored ones, the Masters, they favor heavy weapons. My recommendation? We're the most elite tactical unit ever assembled in the Brotherhood of Steel. I'm a sniper with the Pride. Put any muty bastard within 1 mile of me. Colvin thinks he's a better shot. What?
They'll transport personnel.
Oh, I like him.
What do you want? They're men. They're born, they live, they die. Shoot them, they die. Stab them, they die. Strangle them, they die.
Well, shit.
Sarah appreciates my spec ops.
I like him.
Hail. Hmm? Oh, yes, hello. I am Scribe Bowditch. It's a rather sad story, I'm afraid. Last year, some of our disagreements spiraled out of control, and there was a schism in the ranks. The loyal soldiers practically... Now that... Where Elder Lyons has fought to protect the people of the Capital Wasteland, they insisted there was more important technology to be recovered in a scientific base. As callous as their decision may be, it's more in line with our original mission.
Oh.
Elder Lyons is an inspiration to us, but the soldiers rallied behind Paladin Kasdan, who was one of Elder Lyons' original squad. They served together for over 20 years. Kasdan was well respected and every bit as loyal to the Brotherhood as Elder Lyons. He just disagreed with the interpretations of our oaths. But when disagreements turned into fistfights, he left with the outcasts. We lost more allies that day than we ever have to any battle. Lyons and Kasdan would have to agree to any sort of reconciliation. Me, I just wish there was a way we could all agree that at least we're still on the same side. As much as some of our soldiers would like to see them shot for deserting, there's not much we can do. We're too busy with the super mutant. Meanwhile, they're busy seeking out new technology and trying to get back in contact with the Brotherhood out west. So our paths rarely cross, but it's never pretty when they do. I just hope things cool down before it gets worse. It is a wrap. Why, there are 3 orders. Of course. The Order of the Sword developed. The Order of the Quill is I am Proctor of the Order of the Shield. I oversee the others in my order and make sure... Do you know how long it took to fortify these ruins? From the husk of the Pentagon, I carved a grand citadel. No easy... Ah, but that was yesterday, when all we had to worry about was those damn super mutants. I suppose that I can...
Dang, he's not even that good.
They're sporting some pretty impressive power armor, I'll give them that. The Advanced Mark II. But that's all right. With a few modifications, our own armor will more than handle anything they throw at it. They're relentless, like nothing I've ever seen before. I honestly think they see our brothers in power armor as some kind of canned meal.
It's true.
Some of the pieces we've had brought back, men and women ripped in half, some pulled through their armor. Just horrible. Oh, yes, I can. In fact, I suspect I'm afraid the answer to that is a lot more nuanced than others might suggest. Brotherhood members are sworn to acquire and protect technology of the past, but not everyone in... Elder Lyons sees these duties as part of a larger dedication to protect the innocent. Some, like the outcasts, disagree. I like to think that I've still got some big achievements left in me, although some of my joints seem to disagree these days. I'll tell you what the lowlights of my time have been, though. Every time I've been shot at. I'm a scribe, not a soldier.
I'm a scribe, not a soldier. All right, McCoy.
It seems like whichever challenge we're facing is always the biggest one. Survive. We've seen plenty of wasteland freaks or would-be dictators. But more recent events, like the schism with...
What was the result of the latest fortified the Purifier complex? Enclave troops have fortified the Purifier complex. They're able to transport...
And skies are blue.
They're able to transport personnel at a remarkable rate.
Alright, thanks for the information.
I thought as much.
Roger Maxon. Second command of the security team, stationed at the West Tech Research Facility. Later relocated to the Mariposa military base. Assumed command after nervous breakdown of security team leader Colonel Robert Spindle. Executed scientists after learning of their research into the FEV. Deserted from military just before the war. Maxson ordered the families of all base personnel brought inside the facility, thereby sparing their lives. Led survivors and their access to the Lost Hills bunker. Maxson's wife was killed on the journey. By Lost Hills, Roger Maxson formed the Brotherhood of Steel as the organization's first High Elder. He formed the Order of Paladins, Knights, and Scribes. Maxson II. N.A., teenager of unspecified age in 2077, died in 2155. Took over command of the Brotherhood of Steel as High Elder in 2135 when his father, Roger Maxson, died of cancer. In 2155, while hunting down a group of raiders known as the Vipers, Maxson, who was unhelmeted at the time, was grazed in the head by an arrow. A deadly viper poison killed him within hours. Oof. John Maxson, born 2097, son of Maxson II and grandson of Roger Maxson. A gifted soldier, John Maxson was promoted to the rank of Paladin at age 38 in the year 2135. Soon after, he was promoted once more to head Paladin. In 2155, Maxson was promoted to the illustrious position of High Elder when his father, Maxson II, was killed in glorious battle with the raiders known as the Vipers. Records indicate John Maxson had some dealings with a mysterious figure identified as the Vault Dweller in the year 2162 at the age of 65. You'll remember that. It's the Fallout 1 character. Scribe Arthur Maxson, only son of Jonathan and Jessica, both deceased, last of the Maxson bloodline. As an infant sent to the Citadel to be fostered by Elder Owen Lyons. The reason for this decision was twofold. Recent internal conflict among the Western Brotherhood of Steel created an unsafe environment for the child. It was believed that the Citadel, despite being located in hostile territory, would increase his probability of survival. 2. Elder Lyons at that time was in high favor with the Western Elders and deemed a perfect candidate to provide care and training to the Squire. Recent events have led to a lack of communication with the Western Elders. As a result, Squire Maxson will remain at the Citadel indefinitely, so he's their hostage. Pleasant. The state of Maxson, the new California Republic, was built in close proximity to the Lost Hills bunker and enjoyed the protection of the Brotherhood of Steel. No additional information is available at this time. This is a diary of Roger. I, Roger Maxson, Captain, serial number 072389, have started this log because it doesn't look good for any of us, and I'd like for people to know what really happened. All hell broke loose when we finally discovered what those scientist bastards were up to. The Colonel has locked himself in his office and seems to be having some sort of breakdown. The men are screaming for blood. They're looking to me for answers, and I'm not sure what to do. Someone has to do something, though, before this place sinks into an anarchistic bloodbath. Well, every time we get a report from higher up, things get worse. The war is going in a very bad direction, and this place is about to go into full mutiny, with all the chaos that entails. I stopped one of the men from executing a scientist today and demanded that we interrogate them to find out what their orders were. I killed a man today. I was interrogating Chief Scientist Anderson, and he was giving me the full details of their inhuman experiments. He said his orders came from the government, but I didn't buy it. He started screaming about how he was following orders and how he was a military man. And I just shot him. I tell myself it was to keep him from causing a full mutiny among the men, but I'm not so sure. I tried again to speak to the Colonel through the door, but he seems to have completely lost touch with reality. I broke down the door with several of the men just in time to watch him blow his head off right before he pulled the trigger. He said he was sorry. By killing the egghead, I seem to have confirmed my position as the leader of the men. They follow me without question. Now the interrogations invariably end up being executions. Delman held out the longest, but the end result was the same. Her arguments about her orders were a bit too specific to be completely made up. I'm getting a real bad feeling in my gut about how this is all going to end. I don't even lie to myself anymore about my reasons for executing the scientists. I finally replied to the outside world over our radio. I don't know why they never sent anyone here to see what was happening when we stopped responding to their transmissions. It doesn't make any sense. Well, they'll come now. I declared ourselves seceded from the Union. They remember Jefferson Davis. What will history say about me? History's over, friend. What the hell is going on? We declare ourselves to be in full desertion from the army and no longer under the government's command, and what happens? Nothing. Something bad is coming down. I can't believe those bastards finally did it. Damn them all to hell. They finally let the A-bombs fly. We were right in the middle of trying to pry the real story out of Von Felden when we completely lost contact. I have a feeling the research center was hit hard. I don't know why, I just call it a gut feeling. It seems inconceivable that we were not targeted. I'm sure China will make up for the oversight real soon. Luckily, we had moved our families from outside into the facility the day before yesterday. We do not yet know if the fallout has reached this area. Sergeant Plattner volunteered to go outside today to take specific readings on the atmosphere. It seems the radiation has not spread this far. Since he was wearing his power armor, there was no threat to him from radiation, but if he had been exposed, he would have had to be exiled. We don't have adequate decontamination facilities here. I convinced the men that we should bury the scientists. I don't know why, perhaps it was easy to ease my conscience. I finally started to believe their stories when the last one was dying. My God, what have I become? Oh, you murdered a bunch of people that were just following orders. We're leaving this godforsaken place today. I'm leaving the access to the old government bunker at Lost Hills. I'm leaving this log behind to be buried when the place goes in the next exchange. Who knows? Maybe someone will find it someday. Accent, eh? Jameson.
Hail, outsider. I am Scribe. Word of your ordeal has spread. I am truly sorry. You have. If you have the time. Good. As I'm sure you've noticed, we're short on communication equipment. Sometimes, I'm afraid that their missions end in their deaths.
Oh.
As Keeper of the Scrolls, it's my charge to write of each... Exactly. A brother fallen in calmer times, we could send detachments and messengers to learn their fate. Which is why I must now ask you for your help. Should you find any of the fallen brethren in the field, I ask that you return their tags to me. Scrolls are kept by the head librarian of each... Into each scroll is written the name and deeds of each of our brothers. Battles, what technology is recovered. The last entry for each brother is that brother's death. It is important, as the... And so, each man who nobly serves the Brotherhood
Oh,
ascends
thank you,
into our
Karn.
history, to be remembered by those who come after. They are on our fallen brothers throughout the DC ruins. However, I can't give you a full report on the locations of all of our operations. As I said, many of the units in the field operate independently, sometimes not reporting into the Citadel for weeks.
You already answered that question.
We have access to a... I will be able...
Yes? Need something?
Knowledge is the beginning of wisdom, not the end of it. How can I help you, outsider? Have you? Their name... As for you...
Hey, yo. I just want to start a flame in your heart. How is it going, Karn? Alright, Vault 76. Control system, brain power 4. One of our 17 control vaults. It will operate exactly according to the plan dictated in marketing material. Vault will open automatically after a period of 20 years, and the residents will be pushed back into the open world for study in comparison to other experiments. Oops. Hey! Lame. Redacted, redacted. Cyberbrain. There's a Gek. Sound equipment, musical instruments, recording equipment. Network connection could not be found. Oh, 106. Rock solid brand geothermal secondary power supply. And nuclear power. Wait, what? Vault 106. Overseer. Archivist. This information has been redacted at the request of Dr. Albert Luris of the Psychological Research Department, Chief Overseer of Vault 106. All inquiries into the goals and research methods are to be directed through his office. Ah. Still online. Vault 108. 475. 38 years. Computer control system. Primary power supply. General Atomics. Supply designed to fail after 240 months. 20 years. Steam whistle mini geothermal. We are aware the steam whistle is the only sufficient to power this project partially. Please do not file any further reports on this issue. Triple normal issue. Defensive weaponry do not stock with standard entertainment. Zachary Jameson, Jarek Maddox, Nathan Aragon, all standard positions. Have additionally left unfilled and will be assigned by the Overseer according to Vault 108 protocols. According to the pre-assignment medical test, Mr. Jones is in position for a rare terminal strain of cancer which should ideally cause him to expire within 40 months of the project's inception. These two events should combine to allow a proper catalyst that allows this project to continue as planned. Wait, what? Vault 112. Robots, eh? Stanislaus Braun. And the highly automated system designed to support it, the vault requires only a single administrator. Well then, I know where I have to go. There's only one GEC in the DC area.
Hail.
Hail.
Hail. Hail.
Solar? Alright, let's see. Let's see. Encountering. Nope. Ah, not that. Nope. Easy money. Skymax's training is proceeding well, and the boy certainly has an aptitude for small arms, but I often worry about his emotional state. He's child surrounded by killers, being groomed to become a killer himself. Maybe I've become too cynical, too soft in my old age, but I wish I could give the boy a more normal childhood. Ironic, considering his upbringing is so much like my own. Maybe that's what scares me. I must forget Sarah's birthday. This year, perhaps I'll send Cross to Rivet City to peruse the shops and pick something up, something pretty. Sarah may have forgotten she's a woman, but I haven't. Neither have the rest of the brothers, judging by the looks they give her. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Wait, what? What? Serious? How? Well, that sucked. Ugh. A little further and I can go do my Genshin stuff. Damn. Immaculately. Oh shit, this person walks in right then? Seriously? Shit. Oh, this ain't ideal. YLET. YLTRATION. MMACULAT. No. IMMACULATELY. Hello there, Maxon. There we go. Technologies. 1 of 12. Nope. Wait. TECHOLOGIES. Nope. ANTICIPATING. No. ICIPAT. Fascinating. Civilization, eh? Damn. Oh. So it's not. It's not an Asian. Oh. Good to know. Not that, not that, not that. Let's see. Organization. No, can't be that. Huh. There we go. That was a pain in the ass.
I've been meaning to ask you. I'm listening.
Hail to you, stranger. I plead for your pardon if my behavior offends, ma'am. We don't get many... Shield yourself from those... It's not simply the outsiders that we are wary. The Codex says, fear those who do not pledge to the Brotherhood. But it also tells us, give way your suspicions to the wisdom of thine. Elder Lions trust you. Oh, well, I am the last of his line. They say my soul was forged from eternal steel, but I don't believe that. I'm really just a normal boy. I was sent to the Citadel many years ago, to be fostered by Elder Lions. But I really don't know if I'll ever get home, but, well... You're asking me what I think about the Enclave? Well, the Brotherhood of Steel has actually faced the Enclave before. Judging from those records, I say their soldiers are outfitted in advanced power armor Mark II. And some of their technology is amazing. Does...
Yep.
Oh, yes. They're not all the same, you know. Besides the regular ones. There are also brutes. And after them, the masters. But the worst of all? The super mutants are all over the city ruins. But Elder Lions doesn't actually think they're from there. Or we would have found their home. It kind of seems like they're looking for something. No. But I could. I know I'm ready. I mean, it would be scary, but... I did go out one time, you know. Sarah, Sentinel Lions took me out. Just to show me. I also sort of...
Shot Sarah. Well done, you little bastard.
About the Enclave? The truth? We can barely fend off the super mutants. Now we have a new threat to contend with? Doesn't look good. Pretty dire, huh? Yeah, thanks for completely ruining my day. Listen, let's talk about this.
Hey. Not good encryption on his computer. Yes, I'll be able to search his browser history.
More later, okay? I have a decent tactical plan I can run by you. Roger that.
Well, hormones at work. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Reaching closer to the drug threshold. Ugh. Hey, Vargas.
Outsiders in the Citadel.
The Brotherhood is at your service. If we value the pursuit of... Should... Their name, as for you...
I went ahead and handled it for you. Welcome.
No, it's Ringby.
Look, the Enclave has the tech. They have the resources.
Alright, that's enough Fallout for the night. Let's do our Genshin. Oh, we only crashed pi amount of times. Jeez. Holy shit. Oh geez, the court retort's already on? Oh, alright. Let's go. I don't want to set the world on fire. Alright, wait, we got another quest? The hell is that? Hmm. Ah! What's wrong? Hey, Doog. And go. There's a new story quest in the UA. Are you talking about the one with the Abyssal? Because I did the one with Aether, where he shows up. Or your story, probably, Lumine. I did not expect it to advance the plot that much. I was like, wait, what? I was like, okay, well, we'll do this. Something with treasure hoarders. What the fuck? Oh, you know, it was the best part. I was like, yay, Ganyu! And then I was like, whoa, lots of things happened. Shit, really? I have to go all the way up this? Bet your resident did your commissions and passed out. I see. Sensible. Sensible. Oh wow, they're both over there. Nice. So based on what you said earlier in my chat, you need me to send you a bunch of Risu lewds, Karn? Is that what you're saying? So you can have a big nut. You already did the dirty, so you don't need it here. I don't know, Karn. I don't know, I feel like I have to invoke your shoe again. I will ruin your Ina dream. Sorry, friend. This is long. Why the fuck no Enolude dreams? I'm sorry, my friend, but you're into squirrel girls. What happens, man? You demand your brain. Wait, I thought you were just joking to make the nut joke. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Wow, that's rough. That's rough, Karn. I'm sorry. Ah, man. Your brain has failed you, Karn. I think you need to get a new brain, Karn. This one's defective. You're into Indonesian girls now? Well, I guess so. There are worse fetishes to have, I suppose. It was the first dream you've had in a long time? Seriously? I haven't dreamed in years, Karn. Years. You got a lucid dream about a squirrel girl of all things? Dang. I mean, probably because you were super tired. You gotta tell me how you get that tired, Karn. How do you do it, sir? I don't know. I've been up for multiple days. And I didn't get lucid dreams out of it, you lucky bastard. Been up for like 3 or 4 days in a row, and I didn't get lucid dreams out of it. Damn it all. You need to start working out more! That's not a bad idea. Lots of heavy lifting. That's how you got to go bang a squirrel girl, was by getting exhausted from lifting? You were physically tired, I see. Not just tired, you were physically tired. This is the way, Karn. From moving shit. I see, I see. Thank you for sharing your secret, Karn. I promise to only abuse this power. Gotta go work out if you want to bang an anime girl. 100% confirmed. Well then, Karn, I've never heard a better reason to get fit. But are you telling me it's gonna be one you don't want? Is it gonna be one that you subconsciously want, but don't consciously want, Karn? Is that the problem? You learn where your true allegiance lies. It's like one of those cruel, like, Faustian bargains, basically. You'll find out things about yourself you don't want to find out, but at the same time, you'll get what you want. Oh, man. What happens, Karn? You you thought you signed your name in the Necronomicon, but you signed it in the Necronauticon. Rip and pepperoni. Your pure love of Ina has been corrupted. What if I get to fight both of them? If only he knew. Your dark future, Karn, is here. You have to listen to your muscles, they know the way. Oh, man. I think of how much. I don't even think I've watched much of Risu. I know she's got some pretty high tier memes. They know the way. Karn would be found dead in a hotel in a motel apartment several days later. I wonder if I could fight both. His last words were written down, saying, "I nut, therefore I am." I do think the Oceanid has a cute voice. I like it. Morning, Shubbly. What's up, sir? Voice. Reached an understanding. She's the most powerful of Lockfolk's scouts and also the strongest, but she fled Fontaine, harboring a longing for the previous Hydro Archon. I can no longer return to Fontaine myself, so let me tell you everything. We Lockfolk once spread far and wide to rivers and streams and ponds all over the continent. We largely served as Fontaine's spies. Spies? What's the Hydro Archon planning? The previous Archon had no plans to speak of. She merely wished to connect everyone in the world. In much the same way as all water is connected, but with her passing, many of us have cut off ties with Fontaine. Like Rhodia, the strongest of our numbers, they did not recognize the new Hydro Archon, desired only to keep the dreams of yesteryear alive. All Rhodia wants is a small haven of tranquil waters. But she sensed my presence, believed me to be an assassin from Fontaine. And so she stretched forth her enmity, which turned the water bitter in order to slay me. But you were so small and weak we first met. Really have to put that much effort? Dynamite and Lockfolk can be very easily shattered if we come into contact with another smaller but wicked mind. I admired Rhodia a great deal, and so I piggybacked off a Hydro slime and left Fontaine, jumping from water body to water body until I finally ended up here. I doubt that any other Lockfolk would share my level of determination, unless, of course, they were sent as an assassin on a mission. When you put it like that, it makes you sound pretty awesome. Still, you can't beat Paimon as piggybacking on the ghost journey. All over the Seven Nations, doing just so fine so far. Oh, come on. I have explained everything to her. The bitterness in the water should dissipate soon. She even asked if I wanted to join together with the waters of Chingsei. So, are you here to say goodbye? I still have one message to deliver. Please accompany me to Springvale once more. To Springvale. This event sucks. It's alright. Finch. You scared me. I was not surprised, but Endora learns lightning quick after all. No, just the way you call my name. It sounded just like her. Oh. With each small step a child takes a journey through the world it makes drops of knowledge this creates each one the child assimilates. Day by day a child will age, drop by drop a life is made. I know this poem. Our lives and yours are very different. As such, we may never understand each other, even for as long as we may live. But our lives are also the same. We all float towards the ocean, experiencing new things and encountering new opportunities along the way. Thus she says this, when the stars in the night sky have all gone out and all streams and dreams have mingled in the same great ocean, then we will meet again. I see. Life flows on, so please begin to move again. Do not stand still. Ah, that's her, alright. Still treat me like a kid, I see. Alright then, I'd like a quiet moment to myself, if you would. Well, Ghost, guess we should head back and report to Connor, too. Back to the winery. Hey, PXSKZ, what's up, man? How you doing? Oh, you're here. I'm guessing that is, since the case, everything's been resolved, and that's the end of it? Back to normal in a couple days. I see, it makes sense. You remove the cause, it will still take some time to cleanse itself. Nice. Alright, problems. Endor, god dang it. Oh, chest. Shit. Arcana expresses love by merging water bodies together. This way, many minds can coexist without division, but understanding other life forms in this world is not quite so simple, so we observe, study, imitate, and manifest in the forms of animals. You could also say that their forms have become part of us. Seems like watching the river flow has caused some deep thoughts to well up in Endora, huh? I've never considered how I should live my life after this point. I always assumed that I would merge with Rhodia and that this would be good and right. But Rhodia seems unhappy. She too understands that she is only waiting for pure waters to become corrupted. So what's the choice? Neither Rhodia nor the one who dwells in Springvale wanted me to follow their paths, but surely they must have hated their lives in Fontaine still more. You guys are fascinating. Paimon's not sure what to say to this situation, but it's probably best to live in a way that makes you happy. I decided to embark on a path no others before me have. Journeying with you has been a joyful experience, and I wish for all my future days to be just as joyful. I would travel with you before this tiny stream of life flows into the ocean. I wish to see everything from the flowers that bloom on its banks to the clouds that sit on the horizon. You're welcome to join us. I don't want to switch with Paimon. Does that mean the position of Transcontinental Travel Band is no longer a Paimon-only privilege? Might be lowering the cost of weekly bosses down to 40 resin? Well, that'd be good. Always a positive. Get my daily commission rewards. They ought to reduce the, what are they called? The other bosses to 20, so you can use condensed resin on them. Wait, what? Why did it put me in co-op mode? Fuck. Why does it fucking do this? Never entered co-op mode. Thanks, game. I do need to fight the ice boss a few times. Alright, let's go get some materials for my thick mommy dummy. None. Any shuffle today, Karn? I have not seen anything of the sort yet. Oh, hell yeah. Shit. Oh, there's two? Are you kidding? Wow, did not expect there to be two. All right. What's up, Eclipse NF? Thank you for the follow. There we go. Ah! Thank you, good. That boss should be respawn. Shit. Let's see. When does this ice boss respawn? Ah, it's like there. I think that'll do it. Yes, okay. I was like a second short. Alright. Got that. Alright. Good. Eh. Oh well. That. Go back, do some more Mora ones. Oh, sweet. Right next to the spawn? Hell yeah. Whoops. Hit the button by accident. Alright. Now the question is, where's the Mora one? Is it up top? It's not up top. Good. Actually, I should probably check if my parametric transformer is ready. It's not, but tomorrow I need to use it. Shit, it's up there. Ugh. Up we go. Up in the air you go. Alright, Ice Boss. We'll do the Water XP Boss, and then we'll do the Ice Boss again. Or we'll go convert stuff from the Ice Boss fight. One of those. Are you kidding? Still not there yet. Use the restroom real quick. Alright, one sec. I gotta check one thing. Alright, any shuffle today? No shuffle. Fuck. Well, that's frustrating. More importantly, that still fucks up my controller. Really? Unbelievable. Wait, what's respawn? What's it talking about? You know, the really nice thing they could do, Karn, is increase the number of time you fight the weekly bosses. Or make the Abyssal boss a weekly boss already. Excuse me. Nice. Lightning. That's not good. Single player time. Dang it. Bang. Come on. All right, let's go. Gosh, this is a pain. Excuse me. Looks good. Ah, I had to read that, that's why. Excellent. Hey, wait a minute. Do I have... Nice. Shiva Jade. 3 Hoarfrost. Last piece is meh, but whatevs. Alright. Rosaria. Do I need... Oh, 5 more. Oh my gosh, that stupid event puts me in co-op mode every fucking time because it's bugged. Are you actually kidding? I am gonna need more of those baby ones because I'm gonna get Eula. Alright, it's gonna cost a lot. Nice. Alright, Rosaria is level 80. Need Valberries. Fight the boss 8 more times. Etc. Let's go and use a free wish, shall we? Although I did just pull, so it's highly unlikely. Yep. Highly unlikely. I need 4 purple horns. Can I make those? I don't think that'll be enough. Unless we roll. Nope. No such luck. With those. Cool. I can ascend this bow. We get this crit rate thing really high. I mean, Nemo Bow is just so much better with Ganyu. Unfortunately, because otherwise I would love to use this for its substat. My Ganyu crit rate artifacts are just all meh. And besides the hat, obviously, but... Oh. Getting this up to 64 with these 3 stars. Nice. Gangster Tio, how's it going, sir? Ah, I need those. Guess I could do this one quick. I need lots of those tooths, don't I? I think I need it for this sword too. Yeah, I do. How close are we? 17. What is this? And it is this today. Did we do this? Nah, we'll play some Dota. We'll finish out the stream. Okay. Big picture exited. Fire it all up.